Chapter 1. The morning was gray and cool. I was cold and numb. My hands clenched the steering wheel with no sense of feeling whatsoever. Ryan McGregor was dead. His body had been found in his car, one extra hole in his head. His car had been pulled into a clearing off Brenner Hollow, the winding old rutted road where Ryan's mother, Sarah, had lived for the better part of 20 years. I passed cars and trucks without seeing them, reflecting on a past that seemed so close I could almost touch it. Ryan and I had been best friends in high school. We'd lost touch slowly, as people do when their common social setting has been eliminated. We spoke with decreasing frequency, weeks turning into months, eventually stretching into years. After a while, I didn't return to Lymont as often, and we lost contact entirely. It had been 15 years since graduation. My name is Richard Dwayne Morrow. I'm a little over 6 feet tall, dark hair, blue eyes, and a physique that, while not award-winning, could be a hell of a lot worse. My present-day friends and clients call me Rich. Back home, I will always be Dwayne. I am 33 years old, 34 in December, and I've lived in Columbus, Ohio since 3 days after I graduated from high school. I grew up in the small village of Lymont, located in the southern part of the state along the Ohio River. It might be easier to win the lottery than to find employment there, so I moved at my very earliest opportunity and have never regretted the decision. My parents, Todd and Joe Morrow, still live in Lymont in the same house in which I grew up with my older siblings, Matthew and Gina. I've never been married and don't really date very much. I'd like a family someday, but unless they're being distributed door to door, I may be out of luck. I'm a self-educated computer technician. After working years of meaningless retail jobs, I realized I could make a lot more money installing hard drives and adding memory chips to computers. I'm also quite good at resolving configuration issues. Initially, I feared my business would suffer because I didn't have a college degree to prove I knew my stuff, but I soon discovered people care more about the almighty dollar than credentials, and my prices were significantly better than those of my name-brand competitors. It's not like I'm ripping people off. I'm very good at what I do. Last year, I bought an old farmhouse in the countryside near Grove City, which is on the southwest side of Columbus. I have 10 acres and can't see my next-door neighbor, even with monoculars. When the festive, multicolored postcard arrived announcing my 15-year high school reunion, I had just finished a consulting project for a large insurance company. The pay from the assignment had been particularly good, and I was planning to take a few weeks as vacation. The reunion was scheduled for October 18, which was only 2 weeks away. I hadn't thought about high school in a very long time. I hadn't thought of Ryan either. Ryan McGregor had moved to my school district when we were in the 7th grade and had been immediately rejected by the entire class, which consisted of a whopping 45 students. Small schools are funny that way. If you're not born into the system, you simply don't fit in. Although I had been a student at the school district from my first day of kindergarten, I had always been studious and shy. I had never gotten the hang of socializing, and the few friends I could claim had been years in the making. Ryan and I had connected right away, 2 outcasts with a common bond. We were more popular as a team than individually, and by the time we were old enough to drive, our usual gang also included Mickey Rogers and Donnie Irwin. If you found one of us, the others were inevitably nearby. At the indestructible age of 17, Ryan proffered my first taste of adult reality. His girlfriend, Monica, had missed her period. I was the only one of our core group who had a part-time job, and Ryan had asked for a loan so they could terminate the pregnancy before any of their parents found out. He was my best friend, so I agreed automatically. I had never deliberated anything more substantial than whether I might get my ear pierced. I was unprepared for the roller coaster of emotions attached to the favor. Before I had actually given him the cash, I realized I couldn't live with the decision and withdrew the offer, certain it would also be the end of our friendship. It wasn't. As it turned out, parental consent is a very real thing for minors. Monica's mother had eventually overheard enough whispered chatter between her daughter and Ryan. The cat was out of the bag, and I was off the hook. Monica's parents made the arrangements for Monica to have an abortion in Columbus, and she was never to see Ryan again. The abortion had a tremendous impact on Ryan. He became depressed and started drinking more than usual. During our senior year, he didn't go out with Mickey, Donnie, and me nearly as often as he used to. He started dating a girl from Nelsburg over in the next county. He spent most of his free time with her, occasionally bringing her to various activities with us guys. He never went with us unless she was there too. She had been nice enough in a simple-headed sort of way, but her attendance had altered the makeup of our group. It was never just the guys anymore. By the time graduation neared, we all gradually drifted apart, losing whatever glue had held us together throughout high school. Mickey received a scholarship to play basketball for the University of Kentucky and had been spending more and more of his free time on the Lexington campus. According to my mother, he works as an executive with an athletic shoe manufacturer now. Donnie had some sort of nervous breakdown toward the end of our senior year. I still don't know exactly what happened. Maybe it was his parents or the inhalants I'd always suspected. But one day, he had just drifted off into some self-contained world. He would converse nonsensically with his pencil or his calculator and laugh raucously at his own unusual jokes. The teachers thought he was acting up for attention. We were spooked. As it turned out, our instincts had been more accurate. Donnie overdosed several years after he graduated and has occupied a slot in Limont Memorial Cemetery ever since. I'd heard Ryan got married a few years after we graduated and was the father of a little girl. I still cannot picture him as a father. Reflecting on my past was making me melancholy. Ryan and I had been such great friends. I always felt we left things unfinished. What should have been the best year of our high school career had been spoiled by all too adult circumstance. I thought the reunion would be a nice opportunity to mend neglected fences. It was 12 short hours ago when I had called Kate Pritchett, the reunion's organizer, to accept the invitation. She had registered squeals of delight. You'd have thought I'd just handed her $1 million.
Oh my goodness, I simply cannot believe it. Dwayne Morrow, it is so good to hear from you.
It's nice to talk to you too, Kate. I just got your invitation to the reunion.
Oh my, yes. I've really been throwing myself into it. I hate the short notice, only being 2 weeks. But the last time we tried to do a reunion, next to no one came. And me, Jill, and Monica were left holding the rental bill for a large banquet room. This time, the bingo hall was available for a steal, so we jumped. As I recall, you weren't present at the last reunion, she said, a note of disapproval evident in her voice.
I'm sorry about that, I lied. I was away on business.
Well, you missed just about the best time you could ever have. We ate and danced. We had punch.
We had punch. What do you say to a thing like that? Kate continued.
Jill and Monica have been helping me as much as their schedules allow, but wouldn't you know that it all comes down to me? They think that just because I'm a housewife, I have all this free time. You wouldn't believe how wrong that is.
This could go on for hours. Kate was gibbering away, trying to cram 15 years' worth of information into one very, very long paragraph. I had broken in as quickly as I possibly could. Well, you can count me in this year.
Oh, that's wonderful, she exclaimed. Do you have any free time? Might you be able to come early and help with the decorations? I know it's a lot to ask, but I've got to coordinate the buffet and the band and keep Jill and Monica going.
I'm sorry, Kate. I won't be in town all that long. I'll just be arriving the day before, I said.
Oh, I thought you might be coming down tomorrow, she said.
Tomorrow? What's tomorrow?
You don't know?
I had been annoyed. Obviously not, Kate. What's going on? There had been an uncomfortable silence. Finally, Kate said,
I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Ryan McGregor was killed 3 days ago. Murdered. His funeral is tomorrow.
I don't really remember hanging up the phone or much else that happened that evening. The news hit me with indescribable impact, and I spent the evening in a kaleidoscope of bittersweet memories. I hadn't had a cigarette in years, but I chain-smoked the entire night. I couldn't believe it. How could Ryan be dead? I mean, Donnie's death I could understand. He was unstable. But Ryan? My parents had been on vacation to Mount Rushmore, so it was no real surprise that I hadn't heard about it. Kate told me that the funeral was to be at 1:30 the following afternoon at the Kramer Funeral Home on Dennison Street in Limont. Of course I would attend. The police hadn't made any arrests. Kate hadn't seen Ryan in some time, which came as no shock to me. Even though they had both still lived in Limont, they had never run in the same circles. Kate was very religious and proper. Ryan was not. Oil and water. I don't think I got much more information from Kate than I could have gotten from the newspaper. I thought of Sarah McGregor, Ryan's mother. She had given so much of herself to try and give Ryan a proper upbringing. She must be devastated. I hadn't seen her in quite a few years either. I felt ashamed that I hadn't at least sent Christmas cards, since the woman had frequently kept me under her roof and fed during my high school years. My reverie was broken as sprinkles of rain spattered the windshield. My 8-year-old black cat, Dexter, stretched and yawned in the passenger seat before resuming his nap. He frequently accompanies me on road trips. I reached across and scratched his stomach. The trees that lined the hill south of Chillicothe had already surrendered most of their leaves, and what was left behind looked apocalyptic. I hate winters in Ohio. It gets dark too early and bitterly cold. The urge to hibernate is almost irresistible. An hour later, I arrived at my parents' house. They were still out of town, so I used my key to let myself in. I showered and did my best to make myself look presentable. I brought a pair of black slacks, a button-down shirt, a tie, and a dress jacket. I never dress up for work, so I really had to fish this number out of the back of my closet. It was the funeral suit, and it was relegated to that sole purpose. After settling Dexter in and feeding him, I drove into the business section of Limont, where Denison Street cuts the town in half, east to west. As I neared the funeral home, I could see there was quite a turnout. The parking lot was filled to overflowing, and there were purple flags on the roof of every car in sight. I parked along the curb where a harried and nervous little man quickly affixed a flag to the top of my car and instructed me to leave my headlights on during the procession. The funeral home itself was a white, one-story, black-shuttered building that could have just as easily been a residence. There were people milling about outside the front entrance. Older women clustered together in conversations about recipes and ladies' leagues, and men of all ages and smaller groups smoking cigarettes and offering speculation as to who would win next Sunday's football game. I found the true mourners speckled throughout the crowd, the ones who could not keep their feelings in check and had surrendered to the urge to let the tears flow. I know I'm being harsh. Everyone deals with grief differently. At that moment, it took everything I had not to bawl like a baby. I looked around, but didn't see anyone I knew. The majority of the crowd spoke with a hint of hillbilly, the twanging trademark of my hometown. I figured that a lot of these people were relatives of the McGregors. There were children dressed in their Sunday best, running around the parking lot in an earnest game of tag, oblivious to the somber reason for which we were gathered. From behind me, a hand clamped down on my shoulder. "Hey, Dwayne, how have you been?" said a distantly familiar voice. I turned around and was face to face with Doug Boggs, a former classmate. "Doug! Man, it's been a long time," I said, shaking Doug's hand firmly. Doug hadn't been a close friend. He was always the one with the unsettling fixation on military weaponry, whether it be bayonets, submachine guns, or grenades. His robust patriotism had inspired many a heavy-handed English thesis. America good, most everyone else bad. He had been ejected from a political science debate back in the 10th grade because he had gotten a little too animated while defending the right to bear arms. He had always worn his black hair in a crew cut, and today was no different. He had always been short and puny in high school, but now he was stocky and barrel-chested. He was wearing an old tweed suit with scruffy leather patches at the elbows. His shoes were well-worn brown wingtips. He smiled at me with an all-knowing wisdom of which he did not possess. "What a mess this is, huh?" "I can't believe it," I said. "It's been years since I've even talked to Ryan. This seems like some kind of bad joke." "Bullet to the head it was," Doug said, assuming a hands-on-hips, authoritative pose. "Police ain't figured nothing out yet. Me, I'm a PI now. I would love to sink my teeth into a case like this." "You're a private investigator?" I asked, instantly realizing that this little gun nut might be packing heat. I had visions of Barney Fife. "Have you checked into what happened?" "Me? No. That ain't how it works in the PI game. You gotta have a paying client before you go out poking around. I mean, you don't have to, but I gotta pay my bills somehow," he said, his chest swelling with self-importance. "I mostly do surveillance.
Mr. X knows Mrs. X is sneaking around with Johnny Y. Snap some photos, case closed. Cash received. Ding! Can get dangerous once in a while. The boyfriend might catch a glimpse of me and chase me off. It can get real wild. Doug was obviously very proud of his work. It allowed him the pretense of a real-life action hero. Sounds exciting, I said, forcing a polite smile. But aren't you even curious what happened? Our class wasn't that big, man. When someone picks one of us off, I'd really like to know who did it and why. Nah, the police got it well in hand, I'm sure. Besides, I got a case going right now. A guy's got 2 women on the side. Keeps me busy, he said, stroking the stubble on his chin. You going to the reunion? Yeah, I am. That was how I found out about all this. Kate Pritchett, well, I guess it's Jenkins now, told me about it. She didn't know too much, though. Have you seen any of our other classmates here? I asked. Nah, I'm kind of surprised. Ryan had a lot of friends in school, Doug said. We headed up the walk to the front entrance of the funeral home as the various groups of people hovering outside began to filter in. Inside was a long outer foyer which ran the width of the building. It was filled with the dueling scents of varied flower arrangements that had been positioned all around its green astroturf carpeting. There were 3 viewing rooms, one at each end of the foyer and one in the center. Ryan's funeral was being held in the center room, which had been christened Eternal Peace. As I entered, I scanned the crowd for familiar faces, but didn't see many. The room was dimly lit, adding to the already oppressive gloom of the day. Wooden church pews filled the room, 10 on the left side, 10 on the right. They had already filled up, and we stragglers were relegated to standing along the wall in the back. There was a spindly, blue-haired old lady perched on the organ bench, studiously working at the keyboard. The organ moaned and cried, filling the room with its dismal, depressing music. Ryan's mother, Sarah, was at the front of the dark wood-paneled room, standing guard by the closed casket. She appeared stoic, but I knew her well. She was keeping her feelings tucked inside, being strong for her family. She would express her grief later, in the privacy of her own home. In the front now, a blonde woman sat beside a young girl, her arm locked around the girl's shoulders. Both were weeping hysterically, and I had to assume that this would be Ryan's widow and daughter. Ryan's father, Niles, was sitting at the other end of the front row with his second wife, Cordelia. Niles was rocking back and forth in his seat, his arms clutched around his stomach. Occasionally he would rake his fingers through the soft gray wisps that remained of his hair, pulling tufts skyward in a puff like cotton candy. His tears were punctuated with frequent moans. Cordelia looked as though she felt out of place and slightly embarrassed by Niles' behavior. I had always found her to be a little cold and distant when I had known her before, but I didn't think that had anything to do with her unease today. Part of the reason Niles and Sarah's divorce had been so nasty was because Niles had already been seeing Cordelia before he split with Sarah. To have both Cordelia and Sarah in the same room without bloodshed was akin to hell having frozen over. The remainder of the pews were filled with a congregation both young and old. I found the odd mixture of sobs, sniffles, and laughter interlaced with the somber chords from the organ to be unsettling. But then again, I've always been uncomfortable at funerals. I tend to say the stupidest things to the bereaved family like, "Are you all right?" or "How are you doing?" What in the hell kind of answer was I expecting? I truly don't know. Okie dokie artichokey? The room quieted as a white-haired minister took his position at the podium. In a somber bass monotone, he began delivering the eulogy, varying his pitch only for an occasional "Hallelujah" or "Praise Jesus, Amen, brothers." It was evident that the minister had not known Ryan. He spoke of Ryan's spiritual aspirations and his desire to help others connect with God. Ryan had not been deeply religious when I had known him, nor had his immediate family. Although much can change in 15 years, the minister's insistence upon calling him Brian throughout the eulogy confirmed my suspicions that Ryan was just another scheduled stop on this clergyman's nonstop funeral tour. If anyone noticed, and who could not, nothing was said. I was angry and growing angrier by the minute. It was bad enough that Ryan was dead at 33, his future taken from him with so much left ahead. He would never see his daughter graduate from high school, have a career of her own, get married, or have children.
It was even worse that this nameless preacher had seized upon the opportunity to generalize Ryan's whole life, making whoever he had been and whatever he had felt secondary to the much larger cause of shoving a sermon down the throats of his captive audience. Brian wanted to share the joy that Christ had brought to his life. He spoke of it often. Without forgiveness, we are doomed to an eternity in hell. But, praise Jesus, he didn't want his friends and family to leave this world in an unresolved state. I think nothing would have made Brian happier than to have us all rise up together, hallelujah, and kneel at the feet of Christ our Lord. Invite the Lord into your hearts, my friends. Come forward and kneel. Know that when your time has come, Brian will be waiting for you, for all of you in the glory that is God's kingdom. Hallelujah! The minister exclaimed, and a smattering of people did just as the preacher had asked, rising from their pews and kneeling at the podium. I used the time to scan the room. I spotted Maury Parker, a classmate with whom we had bowled in a summer league our sophomore year, sitting amongst the mourners on the left side of the room. Monica Gable was 3 times larger than her former self and was sitting at the end of a pew in the middle of the right side, her ebony hair pulled underneath a dramatic black hat with veil. I couldn't believe that Monica, Maury, Doug, and I were the only former classmates in attendance. I was about to return my attention to the preacher, who was telling another inspirational story involving our dearly departed friend Brian, when I noticed a woman standing tucked up against the wall, trying to remain discreet. I recognized her as Sonia Bivens, an alumnus who had not been involved in anyone's clique. She'd been a plain girl with mousy brown hair like wire and a complexion mottled with freckles. She had changed little since then. She was sobbing noiselessly into a mangled tissue, dabbing at her weepy eyes and runny nose. Apparently, Ryan and Sonia had occasion to become acquainted in the years that had passed. The organ of doom resumed its haunted melody, signifying the end of the service. People began filing out of their seats and into the aisle, heading for the exit. I took my cue early, leaving just ahead of the first wave. I didn't want to talk to anyone just then. My own emotions were barely below the surface, and while psychologists everywhere would have informed me of how healthy it is to cry, I had no desire to make a public display. I followed the procession in silence, crawling through the city streets of Lamont and wishing this were just a dream. The sky had turned a deeper shade of gray, and rain was sprinkling down. Our cars continued westward, outside the city limits and to an ancient cemetery nestled in the hills along Route 560 on the Scioto River. Less than half of those who had attended the funeral had elected to see it through all the way to the graveside interment. Perhaps the droplets of rain that continued to fall were a contributing factor. The only one of my former classmates to arrive was Sonia Bivens, oddly enough. Her expression was vacant, and if she saw me, she gave no sign of recognition. The white-haired minister was back, a little red-cheeked this time, as someone had apparently informed him of his grievous error during the funeral. He took his place at the portable podium with the pop-up tent which had been anchored over the gravesite. The casket had been positioned above the hole, with nylon straps holding it in place and connecting it to a device which would lower it into eternity. There were only a handful of folding chairs on the bright green fake grass, arranged in 2 rows across from the podium. I took position at the back of the crowd, standing just enough outside the tent to feel the rain on the back of my neck. "Let us pray," the minister said, and heads lowered in unison. "Our Heavenly Father, please receive Ryan McGregor into your loving kingdom with open arms as we commit his mortal remains to the soil of your earth. Please help those of us who are left behind find strength and comfort in your love and unquestionable wisdom. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Amen." Sarah McGregor was surrounded by family, accepting condolences with a tight, tired smile that looked more like a grimace. I was just getting ready to return to my car when she spotted me and excused herself from the group that had formed around her. "Dwayne Morrow," she said, clasping her hands on my arms and studying me. "Thank you so much for coming, sweetie." "I wouldn't have missed it for the world," I said, my foot smoothly and automatically finding its home in my mouth. I made it sound like a trip to Disney World. "How are you doing?" Oops, strike 2. If I wanted to go for the triple crown of tactlessness, I would need only kick her legs out from under her. Sarah smiled sadly, her eyes showing traces of moisture.
Oh, we're doing the best we can.
She had changed very little since I had last seen her. The only evidence of the passage of time was the silver mixed throughout her short strawberry blonde hair. I hadn't seen Ryan in such a long time. I was hoping we could get a chance to catch up at our reunion, I said, wondering if saying his name was a gross violation of funeral etiquette. She nodded, but her mind was understandably elsewhere. After a few seconds, her focus returned to me.
I'm having people over to the house after the funeral. Won't you stop by?
I mentally cringed. I had taken as much of this atmosphere as I could bear, but I couldn't refuse Sarah. During my high school years, she had become like a second mother to me. Of course, Sarah. I think I'll stop by my parents' house and change clothes first, if that's all right. I've never been much good in a suit and tie. She smiled.
You clean up good, kid,
she said as she pulled me close and hugged me tightly.
I want you to meet Melanie, Ryan's wife, and my granddaughter, Jasmine. They're so torn up that I think to introduce you right now would be pointless.
I look forward to that, I said, smiling as warmly as I could. In the meanwhile, is there anything I can do for you? She paused for a moment as if pondering something very important. Then her wistful smile returned.
Not at the moment, dear. But don't you leave my house without stopping to chat with me first, okay?
Wouldn't think of it. Sarah turned around and rejoined her circle of family and friends, giving a last little forlorn wave. Melanie's blonde hair had flattened with the rain, making the top of her head look like a serving platter. Jasmine was anchored firmly to her mother's leg with her face pressed into Melanie's skirt. Her long reddish pigtails were hanging wet and limp. Sarah wrapped her arms around Melanie as the tears fell again from her eyes. I felt like a voyeur. It was time to give the family a little space, I decided. I wondered how I could elongate the process of changing my attire. I turned around and began walking toward my car. 30 feet or so ahead of me, I could see Sonia Bivens hunched over and walking through the lawn of the cemetery, dragging her feet as if they weighed too much to lift. I increased my pace and caught up with her on the asphalt lane which wound its way around the hills of the graveyard. All of the mourners had parked their cars along the lane. Sonia was inserting a key into the lock of a very old red VW Beetle. "Sonia?" I said, gently reaching out and putting a hand on her elbow. She must have jumped a foot. She turned around and stared at me with eyes that showed no recognition whatsoever. "Yes? It's me, Rich. Dwayne Morrow. We graduated from Midland together," I said. For heaven's sake, there had only been 45 people in our entire class. I couldn't be that hard to place. She said absently, turning back around and unlocking her door. Her face was swollen from crying.
That's nice.
She eased herself into the driver's seat and started to pull the door closed. I stopped it with my hand, forcing Sonia to look up at me. "I didn't know that you and Ryan were close," I said. Sonia started laughing. It wasn't a good laugh, though. It was a little hysterical and sort of creepy.
"Didn't know I needed your permission."
My own compassionate smile was faltering. Sonia had never said so much as boo in high school. "Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get off on the wrong foot. I'm not trying to pry into your business, honest. I hadn't seen Ryan in quite a while myself, and I was just surprised to see you here, that's all." Her eyes pulsed with heat and venom.
"Well, isn't that just like the whole bunch of you? Can't even take the time to make one goddamn phone call in 15 years. I'll have to give you a little credit, I guess, for showing up. I see that none of the rest of your jackass friends had the decency."
Whoa, I said, caught totally off guard by the onslaught. "Where's all this coming from?"
"Don't you dare pretend you're some poor little innocent in all of this. You played your part. Now get your hand off my fucking car door or I'm taking it with me when I go," she spewed.
I pulled my hand back as if I had been bitten, which I guess I had been. I was dumbstruck, my mouth hanging open as the little VW buzzed to life and roared down the lane and out of the cemetery. I continued on to my own Kia Optima and settled into the driver's seat. What had Sonia meant when she said I had played a part in this? What kind of relationship had Ryan developed with Sonia over these past several years? I drove to my parents' house with more questions than answers. Sonia's remark about my own lack of communication with Ryan had stung badly. What kind of friend had I been? Chapter 2. The drizzle had turned into a full-fledged rain by the time I returned to my parents'. I took my time, changing into jeans and a sweatshirt and fixing an egg sandwich for a late lunch. I sat in my father's recliner and stalled for as long as I possibly could before heading out to Sarah's. I wanted the majority of the bereaved family to have passed through before I got there. I couldn't stand much more concentrated grief. At 5 o'clock, I drove out to Brenner Hollow, an old dirt road that wound back into the rural hills and countryside. The road was lined on both sides by ancient trees, leafless limbs holding hands overhead. The miserable weather had made it prematurely dark, creating shadowy recesses from the occasional clearings on either side of the road. I had driven this road countless times as a teenager, and I don't remember it ever seeming quite so ominous. The road was too narrow and winding to drive quickly. I wondered where Ryan had been found. Was it here? Or maybe there? I had an uncontrollable urge to verify that the car doors were locked. I arrived at Sarah's at 5:30. Her small, muddy brown ranch house stood isolated by no less than a mile from her nearest neighbor, nestled amongst thick woods on 3 sides. The yard was a patchwork of crabgrass and mud. At the rear of the house was a concrete slab with a weathered picnic table on it. The concrete slab was actually the top of the cistern which contained the house's water supply. The city didn't run water lines this far out. There were still a couple of vehicles in the driveway, and one that appeared to have careened to a stop sideways in the front yard. I knocked on the storm door and poked my head into the living room. The inside of the house hadn't changed a bit since I was a teenager. The ultra-shaggy green carpet was more threadbare, and the overstuffed flower-printed sectional was almost screaming to be put out of its misery. In the middle of the room was a round coffee table, covered with years' worth of glass-sized circles of discoloration in its wood-grain veneer. Sarah sat in her recliner with her shoes off and feet up. Anne and Joe Savage, Sarah's parents, were in the living room also. Anne was sitting on the short end of the sectional, her attention riveted to the television and Wheel of Fortune. Joe was sprawled out on the longer side of the sofa, sawing logs and filling the air with the ripe smell of his feet. The kitchen was to the left, with trays of food from friends and family covering every square inch of surface area. To the right of the kitchen was a small dining room with an oak table, which bore the battle scars of teenaged boys in its finish. A hallway stretched off to the right beyond that, leading to 3 small bedrooms and a bathroom. Sarah noticed me and called out, "Well, come on in. I was beginning to think you weren't coming." "Sorry it took me so long," I apologized, removing my coat and sitting on a footstool that was a little too close to Joe's feet for my comfort. "I thought you might like some time with your family." "Pfft," she said with a wave of her hand. "Honey, you are family as far as I'm concerned." At that moment, Jasmine burst out of one of the bedrooms at the end of the hall, her red hair trailing behind her like a comet. She was in full 10-year-old tantrum mode, screaming, crying, and running like a maniac was chasing her. Her pink nightshirt said something about girls being made of sugar and spice. Yeah, right. Melanie came along behind her, a look of exasperation on her strained face. It was the first good look I'd gotten of Melanie. Her blonde hair had been pulled into a sprig, leaping from the top of her head. She had changed into a navy sweatsuit and was barefoot, with bright red toenails standing out against the shaggy green carpet. She had removed her makeup, revealing delicate features that looked better in their natural state. "Grandma!" the child wailed, throwing herself into Sarah's lap and clutching her in a death grip. "Mama's making me take a bath. I'm not going to school tomorrow. I don't need one." "Jasmine Marie," Melanie said, entering the living room. "You know better than this. Now come on." "But Grandma," Jasmine said, her eyes pleading with Sarah. "Don't be dragging me into this," said Sarah, extricating Jasmine from her lap and directing her toward Melanie. "You listen to your mama." The child became petulant and sulky then. The color of her freckled face nearly matched that of her hair. I don't profess to know much about children, as I haven't had the occasion to spend much time around them. I don't know how to get on their level. They seem to communicate mostly through whining and throwing fits, which, although tempting, would be ridiculous for a man of my age. This girl had every reason to be upset. Her father had just been murdered. I elected to sit back quietly and watch the professionals work. "I want my daddy," Jasmine said sullenly, folding her arms across her tiny chest and puffing her bottom lip out. Melanie's cheeks flared red.
You listen to me, young lady. You are going to march that little butt right into the bathroom and get into the tub. And if you think that you're going to pull all this daddy crap on me every time you don't want to do something, you're nuts.
With that, she seized the girl by the wrist and hauled her dead weight back down the hallway and into the last bedroom on the right. Jasmine whined a high note the whole while, sounding like a police siren fading into the distance. Sarah massaged her temples and brought herself upright in the recliner, snapping the footrest back into its home at the bottom of the chair.
Oh, Lord. I don't know how we're going to get through this. Jasmine's always been a real handful, and now...
I can hardly believe that Ryan even has a daughter. It doesn't seem like we should be old enough for that, I said. Sarah smiled wearily.
It seems like just yesterday that you and Ryan and the other boys used to make me nuts almost every night.
There was a moment of awkward silence. I had so many questions to ask, but didn't know the proper etiquette. How do you grill a murdered man's mother for the details of his death? It seems like any angle would be a grievous faux pas. I finally decided on, have the police found any leads?
Can y'all keep it down? I can't hear Pat Sajak,
Anne yelled from the couch. I suspected Mr. Sajak didn't have much to say, and didn't want to be subjected to another rehash of her grandson's death. Sarah rolled her eyes and stood up, gesturing me through the archway and into the kitchen. I sat at the Formica table, a familiar setting from days past. Many a quarters game had transpired on this very spot. Now it was laden with casserole dishes and cake pans, loaves of bread and bags of chips. Sarah went to her old white refrigerator, which probably dated back to 1940. She reached in and grabbed a Diet Coke.
You want anything?
She asked over her shoulder.
There's plenty of food there. Just grab a plate.
Thanks, but I'm not hungry. You got a Pepsi?
Coke.
Ew. I'll take one. Thanks, I said. Sarah handed me a beverage and sat across from me, carefully rearranging the smorgasbord to accommodate her can of soda.
I feel like I'm in a nightmare. I haven't seen you or the other boys in so long, but I never thought it would be under circumstances like these.
I can hardly believe it myself. I feel terrible that I didn't keep in touch with Ryan. None of us guys had seen him much by the end of our senior year when he was dating that girl from over in Nellsburg, I said.
Oh, Lord, that was Tiffany Micklethwaite,
she said disapprovingly. We all thought they'd get married the minute we were out of school, I said.
Thank God, no. She was a real piece of work, that one. She had him wrapped around her little finger. He'd do anything for her, lie, cheat, or steal. No matter what he did, it wasn't good enough for that one.
Tell me how you really feel, I said, and Sarah chuckled.
No, Ryan met Melanie a few years after he was done with Tiffany. She's a real sweetheart. Good mother, too.
So how does the role of grandmother suit you? I asked with a slight smile. Sarah mock cringed, and then her expression gave way to one of immense pride.
Other than the grandma part, it's wonderful. Jasmine is a real ball of fire. Her temper is red hot and she wants everything right now. But she's amazingly intelligent and creative. Yeah, I'm sure all grandparents say things like that. But she really is a special little girl.
She's very cute. I can see both Ryan and Melanie in her.
That red hair is her daddy's. It's hard to even look at right now.
I'm so sorry, Sarah. I'm going to be in town for a couple weeks. Is there anything I can do for you while I'm here? I offered. Sarah leaned forward, clasping her hands together and chewing on her knuckle. After some deliberation, she said,
Yes, actually, there is something I was hoping I could ask you to do for me.
Anything. Name it.
I would like for you to find out what really happened to Ryan,
she said, her eyes fixated to mine. I couldn't help but laugh a little. You want me to find out what happened? Sarah, I'm a computer tech, not Ellery Queen. Sarah stood and turned to the counter, staring blankly out the window above the sink.
I know, but the police don't act like it's a real high priority.
Why wouldn't they? Sarah was silent for a moment, carefully formulating her words.
Ryan had some trouble with the police.
What kind of trouble?
God, this is so embarrassing,
she said, turning back to the table and taking a drink of her Diet Coke.
Ryan and a friend of his named Riley Burkus dreamed up this scheme. They were taking ads out of the Columbus Dispatch offering houses for rent. Problem was, neither Ryan nor Riley actually owned these homes. They were just empty houses that hadn't sold yet. Riley was a locksmith at some point in his life when he actually worked, and he made keys for the doors so that Ryan could take in a prospective renter and show the place off. If the person wanted the place, Ryan would take first month's rent and deposit and arrange to meet the person within a few days to give him keys and a lease. Of course, they never went back. I think Ryan thought that Columbus was far enough away that no one would recognize them, and they got away with it for a few months. Once they got caught, Riley was sentenced to 3 years in jail. I think he had priors. And Ryan was sentenced to a year. He got out after 8 months for good behavior. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I remember the story about the rental scam. It had been a blip on the evening news about 5 years ago. If my memory was right, they had primarily hit the northeast side of the city, and I hadn't paid much attention. I had never heard any names connected with the story. I was amazed that my parents hadn't mentioned Ryan's arrest, though. My father typically had an ear to the ground at all times. I wondered how he had missed this. "Oh, wow," I said. "I hadn't heard." "Yeah, well, he'd been on probation since he had gotten out. He had to check in before he left the freaking county, for God's sake. His probation officer is a real prick, I hear. But this is a small town, and the police have long memories. Ryan had gotten the reputation of being a real player. He always seemed to be right on the edge of trouble, and I swear it drove the cops nuts that they couldn't bust Ryan for something, anything. I can't say I ever saw it, but I'm his mother. He probably wouldn't have told me even if he had been up to something, and I don't know that I would have seen it otherwise. God, if I'd only seen it," she said, her hands rising to greet the tears that had begun to dribble. Hey, I said, putting my arm around her. "Don't you go and blame yourself, Sarah McGregor. Ryan was making his own mind up back when I knew him, and people make mistakes all the time. Okay, some mistakes are bigger than others, but we all make them." Sounded to me like he had paid his price. "Lately he had been acting just a little funny. Not enough that it stuck at the time, but looking back, he was a tiny bit off, kind of distracted." Sarah glanced around, making sure that Melanie wasn't within earshot. She lowered her voice and said, "Some woman called several times the Wednesday before Ryan died. She called about 1,000,000 times on Thursday. She would never leave a message, and Ryan was out more than he was in those 2 days. He never did speak to her. I have no idea what it was about, or if it even stacks up to a hill of beans. But you knew Ryan. You knew him better than probably anyone." She was struggling to maintain control. "I need some help." "Sarah, you know I'll do anything I can to help. I'm not proud of this, but I hadn't even spoken to Ryan in almost 15 years. I'm not sure I would be the best man for the job. Have you thought about maybe hiring a private investigator? I hear that Doug Boggs—" Sarah barked out a short laugh. "That little pipsqueak? He couldn't find his way up in an elevator. No, I need you. Ryan always considered you his best friend. I don't think he changed as much as you might think. I think you might understand the way his mind worked better than the police ever could." I couldn't believe this. This was crazy. How in the world could I pursue this? I had no special skills that would make me a suitable candidate for this unexpected assignment. I would have no idea whatsoever how to proceed. I frankly feared that Sarah had underestimated exactly how much Ryan had changed. 15 years was a long time. "What do you say?" Sarah asked, fixing me with that stare again. "This is nuts," I said. "That's what I say." "Dwayne Morrow, I spent over 5 years feeding you and giving you a place to stay any time you needed it. I have never asked for anything in return. Now I'm asking." Damn it. All the years I had crashed here, I had suspected that this moment might someday come. It was Sarah's ultimate trump card. She had never used it before, and I think she knew that I could not refuse her now. I sighed. "I'm not going anywhere until after our high school reunion. I don't know what good it will do, but I guess it wouldn't hurt to ask around. Can you make a list of people you knew Ryan had been hanging around with recently? That might give me some place to start." "Certainly."
Sarah said and started to reach for a scratch pad she kept on the kitchen counter. Don't rush yourself with it. I'll pick it up tomorrow morning. I think you should really take your time, come up with every name you can think of. If you know anything about each person, jot that down too. Every little thing will help. If you can think of anything else that might be relevant, just keep writing, I said. Was this how a professional investigator would go about this? I had no idea. But Sarah, don't get your hopes up. I'll give it my best shot, but odds are better than fair that the police will have solved this long before I have any answers whatsoever. Sarah smiled. I feel better already. I don't think the police give a shit. It's like they think he deserved to die, and the killer did the world a favor. No. Whoever did this needs to be caught and made to pay. I left shortly afterward, leaving Sarah with her parents, Alex Trebek, and Jeopardy. A fog had settled in, giving the night air an eerie luminescence and making Sarah's yard downright creepy. No outdoor lights were on. What in the world did Sarah think I could do? I wanted Ryan's killer to be caught too, but I never envisioned myself heading up the investigation. I knew that the police wouldn't be cooperative. Why should they be? I was just a private citizen. The fact that Ryan had spent time in jail had taken me by surprise. Ryan had always been a little wild and reckless, but I never would have dreamed he would have committed criminal fraud. As I inserted the key into the driver's side door, I was startled by a voice from behind me. Hi. It was Melanie. She was bundled into a long black coat that obviously wasn't quite warm enough because she was shivering visibly. She had been leaning against the trunk of my car, enveloped in the thick, foggy night. Shit! I exclaimed. I probably jumped 3 feet. I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. Yeah, well, I'm sorry I spooked you. I had to get out of there for a few minutes, Melanie said. Jasmine's about to drive me up the tallest tree in the yard. So, you're the legendary Dwayne Morrow. It was a statement, not a question. Well, I don't know about the legendary part, but yeah, that's me, I replied. Oh no, trust me. The way Ryan used to talk about you and your group of friends, you'd have thought you were all some kind of modern-day musketeers. I was having trouble reading Melanie. Her voice was flat and emotionless, and I couldn't tell if she was poking fun or just relaying facts. Yeah, we were all pretty close back then. In a lot of ways, it seems like just yesterday, I said. Ryan talked about stopping by and visiting you any time we went to Columbus, but it always seemed like we were running behind schedule or some other nonsense. We never did make it, she said. Of all the reasons for letting 15 years pass without a single visit or phone call, this one was crappy. I should know, because the exact same thing was true about me. I couldn't count the times I had driven to Limont to visit my parents with the full intention of stopping to see Ryan before heading back. Every time I had postponed my visit for reasons that were sometimes as lame as wanting to get back home before a television program started or something equally vacuous and meaningless. I don't know how things got so screwed up, I said. I didn't even know that you and Ryan had gotten married until months afterward. She smiled and chuckled softly. Well, it was kind of spur of the moment, so don't kick yourself too hard. I understand that Sarah was going to ask you to check into what happened. What's with that? I thought you did something with computers. I do. I have no idea what she thinks I can do that the police can't, but I at least owe her the effort. Ryan, too, I said. So what's the plan? It was my turn to laugh. I haven't got a clue. I guess I'll just have to make it up as I go along. Well, you've got more guts than I do. I'd have to classify some of Ryan's acquaintances as shady at best, Melanie said. That's what I'm afraid of. Sarah seems to think that I'll have some kind of magical insight into Ryan's thought processes. I don't know how much he changed since I saw him last, I said. We stood in silence for a moment, listening to the night sounds in the surrounding woods. The night was alive, hiding somewhere deep within the fog. I said, Don't you think it's a little too creepy to be out here like this, especially after what happened? No, she said. I don't think this was random. I think whoever killed Ryan knew exactly what he was doing. He? Figure of speech. Who knows? She said with a shrug. I don't know where you plan to start, but maybe we could do lunch tomorrow? I could catch you up on what I know. Maybe it'll give you a nudge in the right direction. Sarah's going out to her parents tomorrow,
and she could take Jasmine with her. Lord knows I could use the break.
That would be great. I have to stop by to pick up a list Sarah's making of all the people Ryan used to run with, so I'll pick you up then. How's 1 o'clock?
Sounds good,
she said, pushing away from the car.
Nice to meet you. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm freezing.
She darted across the yard and into Sarah's house, quick as a cat. I got into my car and drove away, my mind spinning. I hadn't slept much in the last 48 hours, and I could barely think. What to do? What to do? I decided to track down Monica Gable in the morning. While Melanie would be a good source of information, the data would be sanitized and filtered through the eyes of a wife. I wouldn't expect her to tell me anything negative or sordid. I doubted if Ryan had even shared anything too distasteful with her. Monica, on the other hand, had been jilted by Ryan immediately after the abortion. I had never much liked her because she thrived on backbiting and being well-informed about things that were none of her business. I imagined that she would be a wealth of information about Ryan. I just wasn't sure I wanted to hear what she had to say. Chapter 3. I woke up crabby as hell at 8 o'clock the next morning. Dexter, my fearsome feline traveling companion, had gone into the bathroom outside my bedroom and pushed the door closed behind him. Now he was howling angrily, using that horrific guttural wail that I'm sure could be plainly heard across the street. I opened the door to free him, and he stalked out, looking at me as if I had done this terrible thing to him. I sprawled back across the bed again, drifting into a light doze. I hate mornings. I hate morning people. For me, waking up is like being violently snatched from a warm, safe, happy place and being forced to, well, you know, move. My energy level is zilch, and I can hardly keep my head level. My eyelids are anvils and my legs are lead. I'm not sure if my heart is even actually beating. All I know is the pillow looks mighty good, and the battle rages on each and every morning, except for weekends. Ah, blessed, sacred weekends. I don't even set the alarm clock. I sleep until noon, or 1. At 8:15, I forced myself to get out of bed and shower. I hoped to catch Monica at home before I picked Melanie up for lunch. The water from the shower was urging the blood to resume its course through my brain, and I soon realized that I didn't have any idea where Monica even lived. I had seen her at the funeral, so odds were fair that she still lived in town. I didn't know if she had gotten married, and if so, what her last name would now be. So far, I was doing one real bang-up job as a PI. I scorched 3 eggs into a blackened heap for breakfast. Normally, I'm pretty competent in the kitchen, but the whole morning thing came into play again. I loaded the Mr. Coffee with enough Hills Brothers to revive a corpse, and propped myself against the refrigerator door, waiting an eternity for that damned coffee to brew. I retrieved the cordless phone from the base in the living room, as well as the phone book, which lay on the table beside it. I sat in front of my breakfast abomination and began searching the bees. I decided that I might as well knuckle under and give Doug Boggs a call. I sure as hell wasn't planning on hiring him, but I figured that if I approached him just right, he might be more than happy to offer some professional advice. It would probably make his day. A woman answered the phone on the 3rd ring.
Boggs Investigations,
she said as if she didn't believe it either. Doug Boggs, please.
May I ask who's calling?
Dwayne Morrow.
Dwayne Morrow? Didn't you go to school with Dougie? She asked.
Dougie? Who was this woman? Yeah, actually I did. Do I know you? I asked.
This is Loretta, darling. Loretta Boggs, you know, Dougie's mom, she said.
I almost laughed. Combat-trained super detective was having his messages taken by his mommy. Oh, hi, Mrs. Boggs. Is he in?
Let me check,
she said. She put a hand over the mouthpiece, but I could hear her in the background yelling, Dougie! She sounded like she was calling in the hogs.
It's Dwayne Morrow!
I could hear some low-toned grumbling just before the hand shifted away from the mouthpiece, and Loretta was back.
I'll connect you now.
Doug snatched the phone up and barked, Boggs! Hey, Doug, it's me, Dwayne, I said. What can I do you for, buddy? I was wondering if you might be free later this afternoon. Maybe grab a beer or something. Can't do it till 2100 hours or so. I'm on detail tonight, Doug said. After a quick mental tabulation, I realized he meant 9 o'clock. He'd been watching far too much television. He went on. I got my tags converging at 1700 and I have to stick like glue. How about McTavish's? It was an Irish pub downtown that had a relaxed atmosphere. It would be a good place to talk with no booming dance music to interrupt. That's a 10-4. Things really start to go down. I may be late. I'll stick around, thanks, I said, hanging up the phone. I hadn't followed half of what he said and was pretty sure he hadn't either. I retrieved the reunion postcard from my overnight case and dialed Kate Jenkins's number. She had mentioned earlier that Monica had been working with her and Jill on the reunion preparations.
Hello,
Kate nearly sang. Hi, Kate. It's Dwayne Morrow again. I'm sorry to bother you. How are you this morning?
Oh, gosh, I'm having the most terrible time trying to coordinate the food trays. The deli is running me in circles with pricing, and I think we're going to end up with just one olive each. The band's lead singer has decided he wants to pursue a solo career and has taken a Greyhound to California. Can you imagine that? Right out of the blue. Couldn't he have waited just a few more weeks? I can't believe how inconsiderate.
That's tough, I said, wondering if everything in Kate's life was a crisis.
So you came down for Ryan's funeral then?
She asked. Yes, there were surprisingly few from our class there, I said.
Oh, that's too bad. My little girl Misty was in a dance recital and I couldn't make it. She is just the most gifted little thing in tights out there. I know it's wrong to brag, but my angel could be a ballerina.
Oh, geez. Shoot me. With one swift hop, skip, and jump, Kate had diminished Ryan's whole funeral to a byline in the much bigger story of the perfection which was her daughter. Kate went on.
When she goes to the state competition this summer. Say, since you came down early, maybe now you can give us a hand with the decorations. Monica, Jill, and I are meeting at the bingo hall this afternoon.
This woman was relentless. Actually, something's come up that's going to keep me pretty busy, but it was Monica who I was calling about. Can I get her phone number? I was hoping I could get in touch with her, I said.
Monica's phone number?
Kate asked. She probably was aware that Monica and I had not been the best of friends.
Oh, it's unlisted. I don't think she'd want me to give it out.
I sighed. It's really important that I talk to her.
Well, she and her husband bought her mother's house in Myers Lane. Do you know where that is? She asked.
Now there's logic for you. Kate wouldn't give me Monica's private phone number, but had no problem directing me straight to her front door. Yes, that's great, Kate, thanks, I said.
Of course, you could talk to her this afternoon at the bingo hall and find some time to hang balloons while you're there, she urged.
Gotta go. There's someone at the door, I lied, disconnecting before Kate had a chance to say anything else. I ate my breakfast quickly and fed Dexter, who had recovered from his earlier indignation. Cats are amazingly resilient when food is involved. As I locked the front door behind me, I noticed yesterday's rain had been replaced by a bright, sunny morning which was deceptively chilly. I jumped in my Optima and drove the 6 blocks from my parents' house on Topanga Avenue to Monica's split-level ranch at the peak of Myers Lane. The road was a dead end running the length of a sharp incline. Monica's house was the last in a series of upper-middle-class dwellings on the right, looking down over her neighbors and most of the rest of Lymont as well. The mailbox in the front yard stated that this was where the Billingsleys lived. As I drove up the hill, I could see Monica helping a chubby little girl into the side of a blue minivan. In front of the van and under the carport was a shiny red Jaguar, which was more what I expected from Monica. The girl wore a school uniform, and her long black hair was pulled into a ponytail held by a small red bow. Monica was dressed in a navy power suit which helped to conceal her midsection weight gain while pushing her ample breasts together and up like an armrest for her chin. Her dark hair was pulled back into a tidy chignon. I eased into the driveway as Monica was pulling the van's door closed. She gracefully turned around and peered down her nose at me through my windshield. I stopped the car and got out. "Monica," I said, offering a hand and forcing as warm a smile as I could muster.
"Well, if it isn't Dwayne Morrow," she said,
her hands on her hips, ignoring my hand completely. "What in the hell brings you over here?" She walked toward the carport using her best runway stride. "That's some way to say hello," I said, following. She tossed me a look over her shoulder that said to cut the bullshit. "Okay, fine. I was hoping I could talk to you about Ryan McGregor." She pivoted and stopped. "Ryan McGregor, huh?"
I should have known it would have something to do with him. The only time you or any of the other guys would even speak to me was when Ryan was around.
I was growing irritated. No, Monica, it seems to me that the only time you would lower yourself to speak to us was when Ryan was around. She raised an eyebrow. Whatever. What do you want? Sarah McGregor has asked me to do some checking into Ryan's death, and I thought you might be able to give me some idea of what's been going on since I left town, I said. Monica laughed. What? Are you some kind of big shot Scooby-Doo now? Give me a break. Monica, damn it. Look, I don't like this any more than you do. I hadn't even spoken to Ryan in almost 15 years, but I promised Sarah that I would do some digging. I'm at a severe disadvantage here, and I need some help. What makes you even think I could help you? Ryan and I were through way back in high school, and we didn't exactly part best friends, she said. Yeah, and I remember how you were after the two of you broke up. You hung around him all the time, trying to work things out. When you couldn't, you got nasty. I remember how you were when you were feeling nasty, Monica. You thrived on any rumors involving Ryan, spreading them to anyone who would listen. Hell, you probably made a few up along the way. While I hope to God you're not still that petty, something tells me you take a certain satisfaction in hearing anything bad about Ryan. It didn't get past me that you were present and accounted for at the funeral, I said. You son of a bitch, she hissed. What makes you think you can come over to my house and talk to me like this? Because I have kept yours and Ryan's little secret for over 15 years. No one at Midland ever found out that you had an abortion, and that's thanks to me, I hissed right back. Monica's eyes were blazing black coals, and her hands were frozen like claws. I think she was debating assault. Just then, the storm door leading to the house from under the carport opened, and a pencil-thin man stepped down onto the concrete. He was bald as a cue ball, wearing owl-like glasses and a cheap beige polyester suit. I recognized him as Lincoln Billingsley, the valedictorian of the class before ours. He was scientifically brilliant, which had automatically relegated him to untouchable nerd status in school. This pairing was unusual, to say the least. In an amazing transformation, Monica gracefully turned to Lincoln, a practiced smile on her lips and all the tension gone from her posture. Darling, she said, walking over and giving the man a peck on the cheek. Brenna's in the van already, sweetheart. Do you remember Dwayne Morrow? We went to high school together. She indicated toward me with a sweeping and gracious gesture of her hand, like I was a game show prize. Lincoln smiled nervously. Nice to see you again, he said as we shook hands. Likewise, I said. Yes, Dwayne stopped by to offer some help with the reunion committee, Monica lied, shooting me a warning look. That's nice. I'm running a little behind, so I hope you'll excuse me, Lincoln said, kissing Monica on the cheek. I'll see you tonight around 6. He loped off toward the van and climbed in. Then they were off, down the hill, the chubby little girl waving from the back seat and Monica standing at the mouth of the carport, smiling and returning her own best pageant wave. It was a real Norman Rockwell moment. When she turned around, her transformation had reversed, and she was looking at me with eyes ablaze. That was 1,000,000 years ago. I will not have you coming around and disrupting my life. I sighed. Monica, really? I don't want to cause you any trouble. Can't we talk for just a minute without killing each other? Her glare softened to wary observation. Come in. I don't need the neighbors hearing this shit. She walked past me and into her house through the storm door from which Lincoln had just emerged. I followed, taking in my surroundings as I went. Monica spared no expense in her lavish furnishings. We crossed through the pristine white sitting room with its comfortable seating arrangement and cozy fireplace, and into the dining area with its regal cherry woodwork and ecru walls. All of the wood was real. The portraits on the walls were actual paintings, not just prints. The beige Berber carpeting was thick enough to use as a mattress. A monstrous table sat in the middle of the room. To the right was a wet bar where Monica stopped to pour herself a scotch. Kind of early for that, huh? I asked wryly. She shot me another of those warning looks. Yeah, and I'd offer you one, but you're not staying that long. I have things to do. What do you want to know? Look, I'm going to be straight with you, I said. I haven't got any idea what I'm doing here. All I know is that my best friend, your former boyfriend, was shot in the head a few days ago. I want to know how he got from the guy we knew in high school to the one who got shot in that car. Don't you feel anything at all?" She took a stiff drink from her scotch and topped it back off. "Of course I feel something. We had a permanent connection because of what happened back then," she said softly. "Do you know what kind of work Ryan did?" I asked. She laughed. "Well, that's an easy one. He didn't." "What? Didn't work?" "Oh, sure, he worked here and there, but never anything steady. He could never tolerate anything he considered manual labor. He waited tables some, delivered pizzas, worked in bars, stuff like that, but it never lasted too long. He always managed to fuck it up somehow," Monica said. "How so?" I asked. "He was a lazy shit. He used his charm to get fellow employees to cover for him. You know, basically do his work for him. Even when you're working with morons, you can only slide by on that for a while before someone wises up. There always seemed to be money missing from the cash drawers too, if you know what I mean," she said, taking out a cigarette and lighting it. "I'm supposed to swallow this? Ryan? Thief and general shitheel? You're sounding like the bitter ex-girlfriend again," I said. I couldn't imagine Ryan stealing anything and hadn't yet absorbed the fact that he had served time for the whole rental scam in Columbus. "Hey, you asked," she said, downing the remainder of her drink and setting the glass on the counter. "I'm not making this shit up. Ask anyone who really knew him. Ryan was a smooth operator. He used people for whatever he wanted, and when he was done, they were gone. Used up. History." "So when did all this start?" I asked. "Start?" she said, looking at me like I was totally dense. "He was always that way. He played you, too. What? You had a car and cash. Mickey and Donnie were chick magnets. What more did he need? You didn't see him picking up the phone and calling you in the last 15 years, did you?" Ouch, that hurt. "That's bullshit," I said. "We were all like brothers. We would have died for one another." "Oh, yeah, and Ryan and I would love each other until the end of time. What a crock," she said bitterly, rolling her eyes. "Sounds to me like you're still sore," I said. "Why wouldn't I still be sore?" she retorted. "It isn't something you can just put behind you. At least not me. That bastard told me he would take care of me. My mother and father were about to ship me off to some boarding school overseas, and he said we would run away together. He told me that everything would be all right. He said that no one could keep us apart because we loved each other too much." She chuckled softly and took another hit from her cigarette. "Do you know what happened next?" I shook my head. "My mother drove me to Columbus for my procedure. My father hadn't spoken to me since he found out. My mother spoke to me only when necessary and didn't even look at me during the whole trip. Her shame was like this blanket around me, pressing the air right out of my lungs. I begged her to let Ryan come too, because I knew that I would need his support. She had already forbidden me to see him in the future, but I begged her for this one last time. After all, it was his baby too." Her eyes clouded over. She poured herself another scotch and inhaled deeply from her cigarette. "But Mom wouldn't hear of it. The experience was horrible, and I was all alone. My mother was there, but she wasn't really there. All I could think of was how badly I needed to see Ryan or even just talk to him on the phone. The trip back to Limont seemed to take months. My mother didn't say a word to me. When we finally got home, I immediately went to my bedroom, not wanting to spend the evening with my dad hating me and my mom wondering where she had gone wrong. I tried calling Ryan all night. Sarah got pretty pissed at me by the end of the evening," she said with a little laugh. "What happened?" I asked. "I never got hold of him. He'd gone out to some titty bar in West Virginia with a cousin. They didn't check IDs. Here I was, wrecked and needing him worse than I probably ever had, and he was drunk, getting a lap dance from some whore. That's how much this baby meant to him. He never treated me the same after that. I found out much later he had been dating that Tiffany girl from Nelsburg weeks before I had even found out that I was pregnant. He had been wanting to ditch me already," she said wistfully. I had known that Ryan had been tiring of Monica. He had told me as much the night he had told me about her pregnancy. I hadn't known he had been dating Tiffany behind Monica's back. Monica stubbed out her cigarette and immediately lit another one. "Do you have any children?" she asked. No.
Children change everything. My little Brenna is 9 years old. I won't get all mushy and do the normal mother stuff, boring you with stories and pictures, but for the first time in my life, there's someone on this planet that I know I would kill or die for unequivocally. I'd like to believe I'd do the same for my husband, but I can tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt that it is true where my daughter is concerned. You cannot imagine what it is like to lose a child, Dwayne. I was 17. I was under the thumb of my parents. I was caught up in what I was supposed to do, not what I wanted to do. I was never given any time to think about it until after it was too late. I wonder all the time what that baby would have been like. He would be 15 now. My baby would be 15. I wonder what he would have looked like. I wonder what he would have grown up to be. I live with this, and I'll never, ever know, she said, a single tear crawling down her cheek. I'm so sorry, Monica, I said. I had no idea. Yeah, well, she said, sniffing and dabbing at her eyes. What can I do? Some days are worse than others. It never bothered Ryan at all. If it did, he never let it show. He was happy to be off the hook, and that was pretty much it. I tried to call him for several weeks after, but he was always out. If I happened to actually catch him, he couldn't talk and would have to call me back, but he didn't. Finally, he told me that I was a clingy bitch and he needed space. That was that. End of story, she said, grinding her cigarette butt firmly into an ashtray. I don't know what else I can tell you, she said, coming around from behind the counter and into the dining room where I stood. It wasn't like I was his #1 fan after that. He got into some trouble with the law a while back, some kind of fraud or something, and did some time in jail. Served the asshole right. You talked to his wife? Only briefly. I'm meeting her today for lunch, I said. She should be able to tell you about his current scumbag adventures. You knew they were getting divorced, didn't you? Monica asked. No, I didn't, I said, surprised. Of course, I had just met Melanie yesterday, so there was no reason I should have known. When I told Melanie I was sorry about her husband, was she supposed to tell me it was all right because they were splitting up anyway? I just hadn't expected Ryan's life to have erupted into so much turmoil. It was difficult to absorb. I don't need to tell you that my husband doesn't know anything about all this, and so help me God, it's going to stay that way, Monica said, her eyes blazing again. I have nothing against you, Monica, honest. I don't want to mess up what you've got going here. Thank you for the information. If you think of anything that might help, I'm staying at my parents' house. They're in the book. I left her standing at the counter, nursing yet another scotch. I hoped to heavens that Kate or Jill would be picking Monica up for the afternoon's reunion committee meeting. The last thing the city of Lymont needed was Monica mowing down a trail of pedestrians along the sidewalks in her shiny red Jaguar. Chapter 4. Lymont is nestled into the rolling hills of southern Ohio. It's inhabited mostly by the retired and the poverty-stricken. It's an odd combination, really. The city hit its stride back in the 70s when its steel mills employed a large majority of the populace. After the mills closed their doors in the 80s, unemployment ran rampant, and the city has been in decline ever since. Those who had made their money beforehand were able to hang on to the existence they had carved out. Many were unable. A mini-exodus had occurred then, reducing Lymont's population to its current all-time low. The neighborhoods of Lymont are not laid out in blocks, but more a haphazard maze, allowing geography to dictate. The middle-class suburbs are full of split levels and ranches, neat little yards and modest sedans. The less fortunate were relegated to housing projects literally located at the city's lowest point, a sunken area in the earth's crust at the center of town. It was as if they were being contained within a pit. Out of sight, out of mind. I had time to kill before picking up Melanie, so I decided to cruise around, taking in the old hometown. 2 fast food restaurants had been erected within walking distance of my parents' house. Bread Circle, where I had worked when I was in high school, had sold and was now a stop and save. A banner declared, WIC Welcome, in tall red block letters. The Holiday Inn at the north end of town had burned to the ground last spring and had not been rebuilt. All that was left was a giant patch of scorched concrete. Sure, I come down at least once a month to visit my parents, but I rarely take the time to just drive around and look.
It was amazing to me how much had actually changed since I last paid attention. I went into the Stop and Save and found a small half aisle devoted to office supplies. I realized that I was ill-prepared if I was relying solely on my memory to record the statements of the people with whom I would be speaking. I needed legal pads. I needed pens. I needed a stapler so I could staple things together. I purchased all of these things and went back to my car, feeling as though I was better equipped to handle the challenge ahead. I drove back to Brenner Hollow, which was much less intimidating by light of day. Where brilliant autumn leaves would have been hanging just weeks ago, the branches were now barren, a forewarning of the snow that would be coming in the next months. Houses were sprinkled on acres of property on each side of the narrow dirt lane. Some were tidy little cottages, some were rambling old farmhouses, and some were decrepit trailers. I caught sight of the occasional jack-o'-lantern grinning from a porch and cartoon skeleton dangling from a tree branch. Decorating for Halloween was an act of self-satisfaction in these parts. No child would trick-or-treat out here. It would take 30 minutes to walk to 4 houses, and the nighttime atmosphere would give pause to even the bravest of high school students. I parked beside Sarah's 4-wheel drive. The car, which had been parked in the front yard, was still there, although occupying another haphazard position. The sedan, which had been parked behind the 4-wheel drive, was gone, and I assumed it must have belonged to Sarah's parents. Sarah, clad in blue jeans and a puffy white coat, was bundling Jasmine into her vehicle. "Hey," she called out with a smile and a wave. "I just about missed you. I got your list for you. I left it in on the counter. I'll run in and get it." She jogged for the front door. Jasmine was looking out the side window at me as if I were an alien. Her long red hair was again pulled into pigtails, curling down to her narrow little shoulders. Her pug nose was all her father's. I thought about waving, but decided instead to squirm uncomfortably, as I always did when I was stopped behind a loaded school bus. I didn't understand the way little minds worked. I didn't understand the compulsion to stare, as if they were expecting something. Everyone says it's different when the children are your own. I am forced to take them at their word. Sarah came back out as I was exiting my car. She offered me an envelope in her right hand. "It's everyone I could think of, but it ain't much. I figure that you can ask Melanie about who these people are while you're at lunch. She knows them all. I'm taking Jazz out to my folks to spend the night. You remember where they live?" I nodded. "If you need anything, that's where I'll be. Mel's inside. Go on in," she said, stepping up into the driver's seat of her truck. She was off in a spray of gravel, barreling up the winding old road. "I still think you're wacko," I muttered, heading toward the house. I poked my head into the storm door and called out, "Melanie? It's me, Dwayne." From far down the hall, Melanie yelled, "Go on in the living room and sit down. I'll be out in a moment." I went into the living room and sat on Sarah's light blue recliner. The frame creaked in warning, and springs screamed in protest. Sarah had owned this chair for as long as I could remember. I had spent many a teenage night asleep in this chair. I looked around the old familiar room and felt melancholy creeping in around the corners. I could see pockmarks in the dark wooden paneling where Ryan and I had defiled the wall during an inebriated game of darts. A few things had changed, however. The enormous console television was gone. It had only been able to receive 2 channels because cable hadn't been run this far out. It had been replaced with a sleek, black 42-inch flat screen perched on a pressboard wood grain stand. A satellite converter box was tucked on a shelf beneath it, winking at me with its digital display. The changes in the room were subtle. The family pictures which had adorned the long, open western wall had been rearranged to accommodate new family additions. They looked as if they had been hung by a drunken maniac. Some of the mismatched frames collided, some hung crooked, and there was no symmetry to their overall pattern whatsoever. But that was just how Sarah was. Hanging a picture required a nail, hammer, and picture. Period. I stood and crossed the room, scanning the newest editions. It was an interesting consolidation of the past 15 years. Ryan was sprinkled throughout the portraits, smiling his canned smile in most of them. Ryan had never been much for photographs. He thought his real smile made him look like a moron. In fact, it was his smile that had been so winning and genuine. In pictures, his smile was a thin-lipped, jagged grimace, like he'd rather take a shot to the groin than have his photo taken. I noticed that Ryan's appearance varied widely in the pictures. His weight went dramatically up, then alarmingly down, then back up again. He was clean-shaven in some and ruggedly bearded in others. His eyes were often hollowed and red-rimmed. He didn't look particularly happy in any of the photos. Not even his wedding picture, a large portrait which was hanging cockeyed and off-center. Melanie was smiling radiantly, her hair its former brunette color and piled in curls on top of her head. Her white gown flowed downward, filling the lower half of the picture. Ryan stood beside her looking like a deer caught in headlights. As the portraits continued to the right, Melanie began appearing in them, soon holding a chubby, pink-faced, screeching baby. It wasn't until after Jasmine had graduated infancy that pictures began to show her smiling instead of squalling.
"Quite a crew, huh?"
Melanie said from behind, startling me.
"Shit, you've got to quit doing that," I exclaimed, turning to face her.
She was fresh-faced and smiling, dressed in a flowery sweater and jeans. Her blonde hair was pulled back into a simple ponytail at the base of her neck. It looked a lot better than the teased tower I had seen at the funeral.
"You're awfully jumpy," she teased.
She was smiling today, a welcome change from the stoic and listless person she had been the previous night. "Yeah, and you're awfully sneaky," I returned. "Shall we go?" We drove down the hollow in silence, nearly being run off the road by a Mustang full of rowdy teens as we rounded one of the bends. This is commonplace for Brenner Hollow. The road isn't quite wide enough to accommodate two cars side by side, so locals develop an unnerving ability to veer off at just the right moment to avoid calamity. It was good to know that my reflexes were still in good order.
"Damn, they drive like lunatics out here," said Melanie, unclenching her fingers from the Optima's armrest.
"You get used to it after a while," I said, trying to project nonchalance, despite my own frantic heartbeat pounding away from the sudden adrenaline rush. I accelerated and concentrated on quietly leveling off my breathing.
"Yeah, I can see how much you get used to it,"
she observed with a wry grin. "So you're not from around here?" I asked.
"Nope. I've lived in Limont off and on for the past 10 years, though," she said. "I grew up in Barboursville, West Virginia. It's about 70 miles from here."
"Really? How did you and Ryan meet?" She looked at me and laughed.
"It's too embarrassing. I don't think I know you well enough to start out there."
"Oh, okay then," I said, not knowing how else to respond.
"Maybe sometime," she said, giving me a wink. "No, what I want to know is how you managed to drop off the face of the earth. The way Ryan talked about you guys, I would have thought you would have gotten together here and there."
"You know, I just don't know. During our senior year, he was spending most of his time with a girlfriend, and we just sort of grew apart. It wasn't like we had a falling out or anything. We just drifted. After graduation, I had an opportunity to stay with a cousin of mine who lived in Columbus, and I couldn't get out of here fast enough. Finding a decent job is next to impossible. I guess I put all my focus on getting my life together. It's funny how quickly time goes by when you're not paying attention. Now it's too late to do anything about it," I said.
"Ryan always said that you were the only person on earth he could completely depend on. He said that if he were in trouble, he knew he could always turn to you. Now that's a strong character endorsement," she said.
"But he never called. I guess he thought he could handle whatever troubles he was having," I said. "Maybe he didn't know he was having trouble at all. I don't know. I probably couldn't have been as great a help as he might have thought. I feel so useless following up after the fact."
"Trust me, he knew he had troubles. More likely he was embarrassed to come to you. It was very important to him what people thought about him, especially you."
"Why me? What made me the high and mighty judge of anything?" I asked.
"Who knows? It's just the way it was," she said.
We drove for a while longer in silence. Soon we were pulling into the parking lot of the Belmont, a trendy little cafe near the community college. The last time I had been through, it had been a coffee house called The Roost. Odds were good that the next time I passed, it would be something else. Limont couldn't afford trendy. The restaurant was all glass, with table after empty table lining the walls and filling the middle of the floor. A bored-looking waitress leaned against the counter, exchanging quips with the cook, a pimply-faced boy who looked like he was 12. "I hope this is okay," I said as we took seats at a booth near the front windows.
"The food's supposed to be good, even if you have to take out a second mortgage to pay for it," Melanie said.
The waitress sauntered over with glasses of water and asked if we had made our minds up. We hadn't even been given menus yet. She looked annoyed with me when I pointed this out, but she grudgingly surrendered 2 laminated menu boards and wandered off.
So, what's your plan?
Melanie asked. Well, I guess the first thing I'd like to do is try to get a sense of who Ryan was now, not how he was when I knew him, I said.
Makes sense to me.
You know, this could get awkward, I said.
How so?
If I've got a chance in hell of figuring anything out, I'm going to need to know the bad along with the good. It's far more likely it's the bad stuff that might lead somewhere. I need to rely on the people who were closest to him. How have I got a prayer of learning anything useful if you, his own wife, won't even tell me how you met because it's too embarrassing? I asked, watching Melanie daintily sip her water. The waitress returned and took our orders, sulking off to the kitchen afterward. Melanie took a deep breath and exhaled a long sigh.
Okay, so be it. Promise me you won't think too badly of me?
I don't even know you, Melanie. I won't, I said, not sure I believed it myself.
That's what worries me. I don't come out so great in parts of this story, and I'd just as soon you get to know me as I am now, not as I was then, she said, laughing nervously.
Fair enough, I said with my best poker face. I was desperately hoping whatever Melanie had to say wouldn't taint my opinion of her. Some people you just like right off the bat. Melanie was one of those people.
I was brought up in a strict apostolic home. Drinking was a sin in my father's house. Dancing was a sin in my father's house. Damn near everything was a sin in my father's house, and yet for all the talk of fire and brimstone, I think that man sinned more than any of the rest of us. Hypocrite. My mother died during her 5th delivery. I was 8 at the time, and the oldest, so I had to sort of fill in wherever it was needed to keep the household running. I missed whole blocks of school. Sometimes Daddy had strange ideas of what those duties were, she said, shuddering, her haunted eyes gazing into the past. She lowered her voice and said, He abused all of us, mentally, physically, and sexually. You had it pretty rough, I said. Yeah, well, some people have had it rougher, she said, turning bright on a dime and finishing her water with a grin. Whatever way she had found to deal with her abusive childhood, she had emerged determined not to let it take any more of her life away from her. I admired that. She continued. Point is, my family was dirt poor, religiously fanatical, and completely dysfunctional. It turned me into a total doormat. I hadn't even gone out on one single date by the time Ryan and Angie started seeing each other. When Angie had people over, I would just hide out in my bedroom for the evening. Who was Angie? I asked. Oh, I guess that might help, huh? Angie Finch. She and I went to school together. After graduation, we rented an apartment in Ashland. She and Ryan had been working at Benny's Billiards for a few months together. He'd been pestering her to go out. She hadn't wanted to go. She kept saying that he was so smooth and persistent. Eventually, he wore her down and she finally agreed. After that, he was all she talked about. One day, she was talking about how he was exactly the kind of guy you couldn't trust, and the next, she was making wedding plans. Angie was funny like that, she said. So how did you end up with him? I asked. Melanie hesitated as the waitress returned with our food, plopping down 2 cheeseburger platters with shoestring French fries on the side and 2 large Pepsis. She still looked supremely pissed at us for making her work. I mentally deducted from her tip. The community college in Ashland was having a big frat house kegger. Ryan and Angie decided to go, but I stayed home. They were gone for hours, and when they got back to the apartment, both of them were drunk as skunks. Angie passed out, and that left just me and Ryan. He spent the next hour or so coaxing me to relax and have a little drink with him. I don't know why I did it. I hadn't even had so much as a sip of wine in my entire life, not even at church where they used grape juice for communion. Ryan was wanting to make me a fruity mixed drink. I resisted for a while, but Ryan was the first guy who had ever paid any attention to me, other than to call me names or make fun of me, she said. I find that hard to believe, I said sincerely. She grinned at me, her cheeks puffed out with a bite of sandwich. You're being sweet. But I'm not fishing for compliments or anything. That's just the way it was. To make a long story short, 3 fuzzy navels later, well, I'm sure you can fill in the blanks. I woke up the next morning with Ryan in my bed and Angie standing over us with a butcher knife. I about shit myself right there. I had a hangover, and the details of the previous evening weren't coming back to me as quickly as I needed them. I didn't understand at first what had happened. And then Angie was screaming at both of us, flailing that knife in our faces, and I knew. I cried like an idiot, begging Angie not to hurt us, that it had all been a misunderstanding. I don't know what I would have done in her place. Fortunately for us, she cooled off enough to lower the knife and order us both out of the apartment. She gave me 1 hour to vacate, and she left. Ryan didn't say 2 words. He just got dressed and left. I felt like such a moron. I was so green back then. If someone told me the sky was paisley, I probably would have believed it. I'd fallen for the oldest trick in the book, and in the space of one short evening, I had lost my home and my best friend. To this day, I've never been able to make amends with Angie. We'd been best friends since kindergarten. Now, I don't think she'd slow her car if she saw me crossing the street in front of her. Can't say that I blame her, Melanie said, sipping her soda. Well, it's not like you had planned any of that, I said. Sounds to me like Ryan was the bad guy in that situation. But it was my betrayal. I knew how she felt about Ryan. I should never have agreed to that first fuzzy navel. I'd never had a drop of liquor in my life before that. I didn't know what to expect, she said. Anyway, it gets worse. I found out later that I was pregnant. I was scared stupid because I'd had to move back to my father's house after Angie threw me out. I knew that I couldn't stay there if I was pregnant. I tracked down Ryan and told him what had happened. His first reaction was to send me off for an abortion. It seemed to be a recurring theme with Ryan. For a guy who was supposed to be so smart, it was amazing how the definition of condom continually seemed to elude him. But there was no way I could do that. He told his father, and I think his dad applied some pressure for him to make an honest woman of me. Next thing I knew, we were married. Yikes, that's no way to start a relationship, I said. Tell me about it. I was living with a stranger and calling him my husband. But you have to understand, anything would have been better than moving back in with my father. His reaction to the pregnancy would have been bad enough, but then I would have worried about what he was doing with my baby when I wasn't home. Ryan didn't seem like such a bad guy, she said with a shrug. She polished off the last of her fries. Weren't you ever in love? I asked. At first, no. I tried too hard, and he was never home. But after Jasmine was born, things changed. He was so amazed that part of him had created this little baby. He took me out to dinner shortly after she was born and told me that he wanted to make a real go of our marriage. He told me that he knew he hadn't been there for me and promised to be better. And for that next year, he really was. He decided to stage his own Pygmalion. He started bringing magazines home, showing me clothes that might look nice on me. At the time, I was still running around with hairy legs and in jean skirts. He took me to have my hair done, and he and the stylist decided what would look good. That was fine with me. It was all new to me. He showed me what it was like to go dancing. He took me out to restaurants. He transformed me. He was amazing, Melanie said wistfully. But, I prodded. Monica had already told me that Ryan and Melanie were divorcing, but I thought it would be better to let Melanie tell me about it. It didn't last, she said. I fell completely in love with him. I thought of him as my personal savior, plucking me out of my life and molding me to fit into his own. But soon enough, he started staying late at work and running around with his buddies when he was off. I sat home and watched Jasmine. I would get so furious with him, decide that I should leave, but then he'd come home and turn on the old charm. Before I knew it, I would be the one apologizing, for what, I don't know. I wanted so much for everything to work out for Jasmine's sake. My own family had been so screwed up, and I didn't want any of that for her. Staying together for the sake of a child hardly ever works out, I said. Yeah, well, how very Oprah of you, she said with a grin. I thought it was worth a try. Ryan loved Jasmine in his own way, but he truthfully wasn't the greatest father. I worked as a waitress when she was a toddler, and Ryan was between jobs. Sometimes he would fall asleep on the couch when he was supposed to be watching her. I had to quit my job after I found her wandering down our street, all by herself, her father sawing logs in the living room. I didn't know what else to do. I couldn't depend on him, that's for sure. His jobs came and went, and I was the only one who worked with any regularity. But I was concerned for my daughter's safety, for God's sake. When I quit, we hit the skids like a runaway train. How did you get by? I asked. Sarah. She let us move in with her for a while. We ate a lot of fish sticks and macaroni and cheese. I bought all of our clothes from garage sales and flea markets. Ryan was always looking for the easy way out. He was lazy and didn't want to work, but more than that, His attitude was that he shouldn't have to work. He played a lot of scratch-off lottery. When he occasionally would hit a $50 winner, you'd think he'd crack the bank in Vegas. He never considered that it had cost him twice that in tickets to win. It was just as well we were staying there already when he got sent away for that rental fraud deal. I couldn't have kept the house up by myself. After Jasmine got a little older, I went back to work in this little shop called Peggy's Notions. Ryan started tending bar in Ashland, and things seemed to stabilize a little. I squirreled enough money away that we were able to move into the house where I live now, over on the east side of Lamont, Melanie said. Oh, I thought you were living with Sarah. I don't know why. I guess I just assumed, I said. No, I've lived in my house for about a year now. I still spend a lot of time at Sarah's, though. We've been close from the beginning, she said. Yeah, she's great, I said. The last straw for me came a few weeks ago. I'd just worked a 12-hour inventory shift and was dead tired. I was driving home and stopped at the traffic light on Main where 52 intersects. Beside me was this little sports car. The couple inside was locked in a deep kiss, and I couldn't help but watch, thinking how sweet young love is. But then the light changed, and as the passenger of the other car settled back into his seat, he looked up, and what do you know? It was my husband. He saw me, too. Busted. Simple as that, she said bitterly. Did you know who was with him? I asked. No, but it didn't matter. I knew that I couldn't trust him anymore. I hated to think how many late evenings had been spent just like this, with someone else. I could think of countless evenings he had spent out with his friends. I told him I wanted a divorce, she said. Did he? I don't know. At first he didn't, then he did, then he didn't, then he was killed, she said matter-of-factly. You know what that makes me? What? Prime suspect number 1, she said, looking at me again with a touch of mischief. Kidding. I'd taken Jasmine to my sister's to spend the night the evening that it happened. We had neighbor kids over, and it was a regular party before long. My evening is totally accounted for. You seem awfully flip about this, I said, unsettled by her habit of punctuating a long, sad story with little jokes. You know, I ran the whole gamut of emotions before Ryan was killed. I was getting used to the idea that we were over and done with. I knew how my friend Angie had felt all those years ago. Don't get me wrong, it's not like I wanted him dead, but Ryan being shot hasn't changed the way I've come to feel about him. It just makes it generally less acceptable to be outspoken about it. What did Sarah say? Sarah didn't know, and I would prefer to keep it that way. Ryan kept telling me about how hard his parents' divorce had been. He didn't want me to say anything to Sarah until ours was finalized. I don't think he wanted to disappoint her, Melanie said. Disappoint her? Didn't he think she'd find out eventually? I asked. Ryan spent a lot of his time trying to live up to the expectations that he thought others had of him. He was usually way off base, but that need for acceptance would make him lie, cheat, or steal, whatever it took to keep people impressed with the fiction he had created for himself. He'd do anything. That is, anything but hold a job. Nevertheless, I think the world of Sarah. I'd just as soon not upset her if I can help it. There's no real reason she needs to know how bad it had become, she said. It's not my place to say anything, I said. I realized that if I were to inexplicably strike gold and actually find out what had happened to Ryan, it would involve enough unpleasantness for Sarah without this added upset. I'd finished my sandwich and was bored with my fries, so I shoved my plate aside and reached into my coat pocket for the envelope that Sarah had given me. I slit it open and pulled out a sheet of notebook paper which contained the names of 10 people with whom Sarah had known Ryan to spend time. Mine was the top name, followed by Mickey Rogers, Riley Burkus, Jed Grogan, Roger Burchett, Myron Peters, Susan Wheeler, Dan Ryder, Paul Burke, and Rita Wiggins. I sighed and massaged my temples. With my name topping the list and Mickey's directly under it, I had serious doubts that this list would do me any good. I hadn't seen Ryan in 15 years. It had probably been at least that long since he had seen our fellow musketeer, Mickey. Who knew how long it had been since Ryan had last seen or spoken with the other 8 people? What's the matter? Asked Melanie. Oh, nothing. Most of these names don't mean anything to me, I said. Okay, shoot. I probably know 'em or know of 'em, she said, pushing her own plate aside and folding her arms on the table in front of her. I skipped to the 3rd entry. How about Riley Burkus? Didn't Sarah say that he was the one? Oh, yeah, Melanie interrupted. That's him, all right. He's a real son of a bitch. He's the one who got Ryan messed up in that rental property scam.
Was it his idea?
I'd like to believe it was, but I can't say for sure. All I know is that when Riley and Ryan were in the same room, something chemical changed in both of them. They became this one huge, gigantic asshole. Ryan drank more when Riley was around. Ryan gambled more when Riley was around. Ryan disappeared off the face of the earth more when Riley was around. I was jotting little notes on my legal pad, feeling a blend of officiousness and embarrassment. What do you mean by that? Disappeared. Just that. He and Riley would take off for days on end. I wouldn't know where he went or what he was doing or even how to get hold of him if, say, Jasmine were to burst into flames, she said. I could ask all the questions I wanted, but all I got were vague answers and more than a subtle suggestion that I was getting too clingy.
Where does Riley live? I asked.
Ashland. Ryan met Riley when he started working at Benny's Billiards. I think Riley still works there. They were pretty much thick as thieves after that, she said, giggling at her own pun. Riley's a real redneck, but if he can't drink it, shoot it, or sleep with it, it ain't worth his time.
I jotted down the name of the billiard hall and started to move down the list. Melanie reached across the table and took the list from me, sliding it around to her side of the table. Her arm smelled like delicate spring flowers.
Let me see that. I can probably save you some time, she said, plucking the ballpoint from my fingers. I take it you know Mickey?
Yeah, part of the original group.
Okay. Jed Grogan was Ryan's boss at the Ripper, a bar in Ashland. Ryan was still working there when he died, Melanie said.
He sure spent a lot of time in Ashland, I said, retrieving the list and making notes.
He couldn't find a job here, she said. He had to get a special work permit to leave the county, though. The whole jail thing, you know.
Ah, yes, I said.
Roger Burchett managed Benny's, she said. I think he retired a few years ago.
Ashland, right?
Ashland, she confirmed. Ryan and Roger would sometimes go out for a beer after work, maybe play a little cards. Roger's older than Ryan, maybe 50. Got a wife and kids. Seems like a really nice guy.
Melanie strained and half-twisted over the table, looking at the list.
Myron Peters was this total weirdo, she shivered.
Weirdo? I asked. She looked disgusted.
He was just... I don't know. This is totally prejudicial. I don't even know the man. But he absolutely made my skin crawl. It was something about his eyes. He had my father's eyes.
She shivered again. What was his connection to Ryan? I asked.
They fished, occasionally went drinking. I don't know.
Ashland? I asked.
No, actually. 2nd Street, Limont, she said. He doesn't work. Total welfare case. Heard he has a bad back, but I've seen him help hoist a motor out of a car.
Nice.
The last 4 were on Ryan's bowling team. I don't know them, just occasionally said hello on the phone before handing it off to Ryan. They bowled on Tuesday and Thursday evenings, Melanie said.
I paid the bill, left an insulting tip, and headed back to the car, Melanie in step beside me. Food was pretty good, huh? I asked.
Yeah, not bad. Service sucked, she said.
We chatted idly for the remainder of the journey. I couldn't even imagine Melanie as the repressed and abused girl she had once been. She was intelligent, funny, and not so bad to look at.
I've got an appointment downtown today, or I'd show you the houses, Melanie said as we pulled back into Sarah's drive.
Houses? I asked.
Yeah, mine and Jasmine's house and Ryan's new place, she said.
He had gotten his own place and Sarah didn't know?
It hasn't even been a week since Ryan rented it. He hadn't moved in yet, but he sure as hell wasn't staying at my house, Melanie said. If you'd like, we could go over later.
Yeah, that'd be good, I said.
Give me a call.
She nodded and smiled, getting out of the car. I watched her walk through the yard and to the door, letting herself in. I was getting depressed. The memory I had of Ryan was too polished, too perfect. I liked it that way. With each conversation I'd had, the image I held was being shattered piece by piece. I was wondering how well I had actually known Ryan all along. The feeling was all the more disturbing because there was no way to rectify the situation now. As I began to back out of the drive, I realized that I hadn't gotten Sarah's parents' phone number. She had asked me if I knew where they lived in case I needed to get in touch. Sure, I did. It was 20 miles out in BFE. I stopped the car and got out, then loped sheepishly to the door. I tapped twice and stuck my head in. Melanie's strangled, distressed cry didn't register quickly enough. A man dressed in black jeans and a black muscle shirt held her from behind in a stranglehold. In his free hand, A jagged hunting knife was threatening her jugular. Chapter 5. Time froze. The man was wearing a pair of nylons pulled over his head to mask his features, but the vicious tattoo of a skull grinned at me from his right shoulder. He wore black leather gloves with holes cut out over each knuckle. My sudden entrance apparently caught him off guard, because for the briefest of instants, he relaxed his hold around Melanie's neck. That was all that she had been waiting for. I watched in amazement as she straightened her right arm, driving her fist down into her attacker's crotch and twisting free of his grasp in one fluid motion. The man let out a startled cry. His knees slightly buckled, but then he was in motion, heading toward the door like a locomotive. The only thing that stood in his way was me. He hit me with full momentum, driving me back into the doorframe. As the breath rushed out of my lungs, I managed to wedge a leg between his, tangling his feet and sending him sprawling out onto the lawn. As he fell, he dropped his shoulder forward and rolled, landing on his feet in a crouch as quickly as he had gone down. The hunting knife was thrust forward menacingly in his white-knuckled right hand. He held his left arm out and away from his body like a gunfighter ready to draw. I dropped into a crouch myself, and we circled like boxers, my eyes never straying from the jagged teeth of the knife. I had no weapons of any sort. I was not trained in any type of hand-to-hand combat. I was at a distinct disadvantage. From inside the house, Melanie shouted, "I've called the police! I'm loading Sarah's shotgun!" At the sound of the word shotgun, the thug snarled and bolted toward me. I sidestepped and threw a punch that glanced off his chin. Sunlight glinted off the arcing knife, and I felt a white-hot pain in my arm. The bastard had cut me. The next thing I saw was the black leather of his left fist approaching my face with alarming velocity. My head snapped back from the blow. Daylight faded as if someone was using a dimmer switch. I was waging a losing battle with panic as the darkness intensified. I knew that if I lost consciousness, I would be easy prey, and so would Melanie. The bones in my legs went from solid to liquid, refusing to cooperate with the frantic commands from my brain. The ground was getting closer and closer. My head struck the concrete sidewalk as I fell, and blackness swallowed me whole. Everything was gray. I thought my eyes were open, but couldn't be sure. My ears were filled with a dull roar like the ocean's tide hammering away at the shore. I tested my arms and legs, and although it felt like they were moving, I couldn't even see them, much less detect motion. Was this what it was like to be dead? I couldn't feel anything beneath me, as if I was floating on a giant gray marshmallow. There was no long tunnel with a light at the end, nor deceased family and friends beckoning me to join them on the other side. There was no out-of-body experience, just solid gray nothingness. Then, in my left forearm, I felt the tiniest of pricks. A bee sting, but not a big bee. The pain began to increase, and soon it was throbbing with cadence like a slow, steady drumbeat. No, not a drumbeat. A heartbeat. Well, at least I wasn't dead. The grayness was slowly infiltrated by first reds, then blues, swirling in an incomprehensible soup. I couldn't remember where I was or why I was there. It was just on the tip of my tongue, but all I knew for certain was I urgently needed to pull myself together. The spectrum of dancing colors suddenly converged, and my vision began to clear. I was lying on the sidewalk in front of Sarah's house. In my peripheral vision, it seemed like there were flashing lights everywhere, but when I turned my head, I could see that they were emanating from just two vehicles, an ambulance and a sheriff's cruiser. A 4-person emergency medical team was hurrying from the ambulance, bringing a stretcher and other equipment I couldn't identify. Melanie. I turned my head a little too quickly, causing the world to tilt drunkenly to one side before stabilizing. My head was throbbing right along with my arm, every heartbeat a sledgehammer against my skull. The EMT crew suddenly converged upon me, taking readings and addressing visible wounds. An annoyingly nasal woman with a clipboard was asking me a series of questions, looking down through a pair of glasses which were perched on the tip of her nose. "What's your name?" she asked. "Rich Morrow," I said. My voice sounded like it was coming from another dimension. She said, making a note. "Dwayne," I added. What? She said, looking over the rims of the glasses. People here call me Dwayne. It's my middle name, I said. I started to raise up on one elbow and try to look beyond the medical team. I wanted to see Melanie, to know that she was all right. I was gently but firmly eased back down to the sidewalk. Don't move, Mr. Morrow, just hold still, a male EMT said as he applied what amounted to liquid fire to the wound on my arm. This will need stitches, he said over his shoulder to another attendant.
Who's the President of the United States?
The bespectacled woman asked, shielding my eyes and shining a penlight into one, then another. I flinched from the sudden direct light. What the hell kind of question is that? Where's Melanie?
We have to check your orientation, the woman said. Can you answer the question?
The hell with the question. Where is Melanie? I was becoming agitated.
She's fine, the woman said in a soothing voice. She's talking with Deputy Tilton.
Knowing that Melanie was safe, I was able to relax and submit to the seemingly endless interrogation. After satisfying herself that I was properly oriented, questions regarding medical history followed. When it was finally over, 2 of the EMTs started to position the stretcher beside me. What's this? I asked. I don't need this. Melanie was suddenly there, peering over the woman's shoulder.
You're going, she said to me firmly. You hit your head pretty hard, and you'll need a tetanus shot and stitches for your arm.
I'm sure I'm fine, I said stubbornly, trying again to raise up on my elbows. The world didn't capsize this time, which I took as a positive sign. The EMTs again gently but firmly kept me from sitting up.
Damn it, I groused.
Damn it, nothing. You're going, Melanie said again. I sighed with resignation, allowing the squad to lift me onto the stretcher and then load me into the ambulance. Melanie rode with me, and although I found it comforting, I suspected her motivation was she didn't trust me to behave if it were just me and the ambulance crew. And she would have been right. I probably would have jumped out of the back of the ambulance the first time it slowed. I hate hospitals and everything about them. I have no patience for the inevitable eternal wait to which all non-critical patients are subjected. I have even less patience for the all-important insurance paperwork which must be completed prior to admission. I hate the smell of a hospital, the curious blend of disinfectant, floor wax, and incontinence. For all of these reasons, and many more I will refrain from detailing, I was feeling claustrophobic and cornered by the time we had entered the emergency department. 3 hours later, I was released. Concussion had been ruled out. My lower lip had been split open and was swollen, pulsing in rhythm with the gash in my arm. As a preventative measure against tetanus, a mustachioed and heavy-set middle-aged nurse named Hildy stuck me with the longest needle I'd ever seen. I had flinched when she punctured my skin, and she told me that if I tensed, it would only hurt worse.
Stop being a baby,
she had whined, driving the needle home. It hurt worse than the knife wound, and that had required several stitches. No permanent damage had been done, though. Afterward, Deputy Roland Tilton intercepted me as I met up with Melanie in the hospital's lobby. He was a middle-aged, heavy-set redneck with bright orange hair piled onto his head in a pompadour. He projected self-importance, constantly hiking up his pants to draw attention to the gun he had holstered to his side. I find it more than a little alarming that bullies and brawlers gravitate toward law enforcement as a career choice. I'm not saying all policemen are that way, or even the majority of them are, but I know of more than enough to be nervous. I was sure this guy had made a small fortune in grade school, terrorizing students and stealing lunch money. Sheriff's Department, Mr. He squinted and consulted his clipboard at arm's length. Morrow, is it? That's right, I said. I'm Deputy Tilton from the sheriff's office. I need to get your story about what happened this afternoon, he said, leading me over to the bank of maroon plastic chairs in the waiting room. I really didn't see much. It happened so fast, I said. I gave the deputy a description of the assailant to the best of my ability, but even to me it sounded like I was describing Johnny Cash with pantyhose on his head. You have any idea who this might have been? He asked. None whatsoever. I don't live here. I live near Grove City. I'm in town for the funeral of a friend, I said. The deputy glanced at Melanie. And the friend would be your husband? He asked, and she nodded. What were the two of you doing today? He asked. Went to lunch, I answered. He glanced at each of us and made a secret note on his clipboard. Quietly, but loudly enough to be heard, he muttered, "Kind of quick to be going out on a date, don't you think?"
What?
It wasn't a date, it was lunch. Looks to me like you're pretty familiar with the concept, I said, eyeballing his substantial paunch. I didn't know what the deputy was implying, but I didn't like it. I didn't care much for him either. "Watch your mouth, buddy," the cop said, instinctively sucking in his gut. "I ain't got patience for smart-ass punks like you." "Yeah, and I don't have patience for dumbass questions," I said, my eyes fixed on his. His ruddy complexion had deepened to plum.
"Boys,"
Melanie said sharply,
"this is ridiculous. Deputy Tilton, Dwayne was my husband's best friend years ago, and he wanted to hear what Ryan had been up to in the time since they'd last seen each other."
"You don't have to tell him that," I said, still indignant. "He's the cop. Make him earn his paycheck." Tilton's eyes glowed like embers. "If you don't watch it, I'm going to—"
"Both of you shut up,"
Melanie said, more sharply than before.
"We're in a hospital, for God's sake."
Her eyes said she meant business. Tilton and I regressed to conciliatory kindergartners, looking at our feet and mumbling apologies. "How long have the two of you known each other?" Tilton asked Melanie.
"We met yesterday," she answered.
Tilton jotted another secret note on his clipboard. Just watching him was firing me back up. It was almost like I could read his mind. He hadn't ruled out Melanie as a suspect, alibi or not, and suddenly, here I am. Friend, lover, co-conspirator, who knew? But I knew that Tilton was hoping for something juicy, scandalous, and incriminating. "Are you going to be in town for a while?" he asked me gruffly. "A couple of weeks anyway," I said. "Don't leave the county without checking with us first," he said. "What?" I exploded again. "What are you saying? Do you think I had something to do with this?" "I like to keep all my players on the board, that's all," he said, tugging the bill of his hat. "I got your address and phone from Mrs. McGregor while you were in with the doctor. If I need anything else, I'll be in touch." He swaggered off like a rooster, pulling as much of his tubular belly up into his chest cavity as he possibly could without rendering his vital organs useless. "What an ass," I muttered.
"I know,"
Melanie said with a weary smile.
"I'm glad you weren't out here when he was taking my statement. You'd have been arrested for assaulting an officer. I think he'd like nothing more than to pin Ryan's death on me, the unhappy wife. He knows that Ryan and I were having difficulties, and that seems to be all the motive he needs. To hell with the truth, I guess. I don't know. I've asked him to keep it quiet from Sarah, but as subtle as he seems to be, I'll bet he spills it all to her before the day is over, looking for more of my hidden motivations." I looked at the clock on the wall behind the nurse's station. It was already 6:15. "I guess we should call a cab," I said. "No need," she said, her smile brightening. "One of the nurses here lives just past Brenner Hollow, and when she clocked out a couple of hours ago, she took me back to pick up my car." We walked to the parking lot in silence, save for the obligatory, "Does it hurt much?" The sun had set, and the cool October air was revitalizing. Melanie led us to a rusted silver Mazda, the same car that I had seen parked at various angles in Sarah's front yard. As we lurched from the hospital parking lot, I frantically snapped my seatbelt into place. "So, what happened?" I asked. "I went into the house and I had just put my purse down when that guy grabbed me from behind. I didn't even get a look at him until after you came in. He was saying, 'Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it?' And he started choking me," she said, shuddering at the vivid memory of the serrated knife blade. "It? What's it?" I asked. "I don't have any idea." Well, I guess random burglary is out. Whoever that guy is, he was looking for something pretty specific. "I should think so. After he hit you, he bolted for the woods. I didn't even try to follow because I knew he had stabbed you and I didn't know how bad it was," she said, jerking the steering wheel sharply to the right and missing a parked car by a distance that can only be measured in an atomic level. "Tilton was very noncommittal. He didn't rule out burglary, but unless he's a complete moron, he has to see that this is all connected." "Complicates his plan to frame you, doesn't it?" I asked. She grinned and nodded her head. She roared to a screeching halt, the grill of her car frosting up the rear bumper of the van in front of us. "Are you free for a little while longer?" she asked. "I'm supposed to meet an old school buddy tonight around 9, but other than that, yeah. Why?" "If you don't mind, I'd like to have you go with me to check my house. If whoever attacked us was looking for something, he He may have gone to my house too, she said. Sure. What about Ryan's new place? I asked. Good point, she said. Where'd you learn those kung fu moves? I asked. Charlie's Angels, she replied without hesitation. We stopped at Ryan's apartment on Mackenzie Drive first. It was a small studio joined by a common roof to dozens of other identical small studios. Melanie took the key from her purse and began to insert it in the lock, but the door swung open lazily, the dark recesses of the empty room looming beyond. Well, shit, she said. I cautiously reached into the dark room and felt along the wall until I found a light switch and flipped it on. A bare bulb dangling on a wire from the center of the ceiling flared to life, coating the room in a gloomy 40-watt haze. No knife-wielding maniac rushed out to greet us. The vacant apartment consisted of one room that had been divided into a living area and a kitchenette by a built-in island. The island was home to 6 long drawers, all of which had been pulled out and lay scattered around the room. Beyond was the kitchenette, with its bank of smaller drawers also pulled askew. He's been here, Melanie said. At the far end of the kitchen was a door leading to the miniature bathroom. Its vanity had been left standing open, but the shelves inside were completely empty. It'll be hard to tell if anything's missing if Ryan hadn't actually moved in yet, I said. Melanie had discovered a rumpled sleeping bag in the front corner of the living area. She pulled it away from the corner, exposing a full ashtray and a mighty collection of spent beer bottles. He may not have moved his stuff, but it looks like he was sleeping here, she said. She absently pulled the sleeping bag to her nose and inhaled, territorially inspecting for Ryan's scent. She grimaced and tossed it aside. I noticed there was a large number of marijuana roaches in the ashtray. Sleeping and staying wasted, I observed. Typical of Ryan, Melanie said. He specialized in running from problems. This would have been his way of coping with being kicked out. Did he do a lot of drugs? I asked. It was directly proportional to what was going on in his life. It was his solution for unhappiness. Lately, he'd been pretty unhappy, if that tells you anything. What could the burglar have wanted? I rhetorically wondered aloud. I don't know. It's not like we were wealthy. We were barely scraping by. I doubt he had any luck here, though, whatever he was looking for. If he knew that Ryan had rented this place, he would have searched here first, I would think. And if he had found it, he obviously wouldn't have gone out to Sarah's, Melanie said. We better check your house, I said. I tried to pull the door closed, but the latching mechanism had been destroyed by whomever had broken in. I said a small prayer before buckling myself back into the car. Melanie peeled away from the curb, causing an oncoming car to test its brakes and horn. Are you sure you have a driver's license? I asked. She just giggled and accelerated. Melanie lived in a small white cottage on Munsterman Lane. The porch light washed the shadows away from the front of the building, making our approach less foreboding. This time the front door was latched and locked. I followed Melanie as she opened the door and stepped in. The interior was very tidy with a sparse collection of older but well-maintained furniture. Like Ryan's apartment, the house's first floor was one room, subdivided by well-placed shelving units. Unlike the apartment, the house was bigger, with an area designated as a dining room in addition to the living area and kitchen. A set of stairs extended from the rear of the living room to a finished attic, where the bedrooms were. Melanie had left several table lamps on throughout the house, which made our inspection of the dwelling less formidable. There was nothing in any of the rooms to suggest that the house had been violated. All drawers remained tucked neatly in place. Melanie could see nothing out of the ordinary on the surfaces either. I guess our friend hasn't made it here yet, she said. I hope that you and Jasmine aren't planning to stay here alone, I said. She shook her head, then resumed scanning the room, still looking for anything amiss. No, we were going to stay at Sarah's. After today, I don't see how that's much safer, I said. I really don't think it's a big deal as long as Sarah, Jasmine, and I are all there together. We walked in on that goon earlier, interrupting his search. He could have come in the dead of night and killed us all in our sleep if that was his plan. No, I don't think that's the goal, she said. Yeah, but we have every reason to believe that he killed Ryan, I said. Well, at least at Sarah's you have a shotgun for protection. She looked at me quizzically. Shotgun? Yeah. Right before the guy sliced my arm, you said you had called the police and loaded Sarah's shotgun, I reminded her. Oh, I was just bullshitting, she said, the corners of her mouth turning up slyly.
Bullshitting? I said, stunned.
I figured he'd head for the hills if he thought I was about to pump his ass full of buckshot, she said.
You're nuts. What if he'd had a gun? He could have called your bluff and Sarah would have been attending both of our funerals next. Even though I spoke with indignation, I was secretly impressed with Melanie's resourcefulness. She had physically tangled with the intruder, eventually freeing herself and calling the police. I had managed to get stuck with a knife and hit in the mouth.
He didn't, she said. Well, what now?
I looked at my watch. It was almost 8 o'clock. You better run me out to get my car. I want to grab a shower before I meet my buddy, Doug Boggs. He's a licensed PI, and I thought he might have some pointers on how to proceed, I said.
Sounds like a good idea, Melanie said.
Do you have someplace you can stay other than Sarah's while I'm gone? I asked.
I'll go over to my sister's, she said,
jotting the phone number down on a scrap of paper and handing it to me.
You can get hold of me there if you need to.
We walked out of the house, and Melanie secured the door behind us.
I'm glad you were there today, she said softly.
Me too. We got back into the little Mazda, and Melanie launched us into traffic, doing her best to keep the car confined to the correct lane. Chapter 6. I arrived at McTavish's pub at a little past 9. Although I wasn't very late, I hoped I hadn't missed Doug. I had stopped at my parents' house to wash the antiseptic hospital smell off me and change into fresh clothes. Dexter, miffed that I had left him alone all day, refused to acknowledge my presence the entire time I was there. Stubborn cat. I fed him anyway. It was a Friday night, and the noise of the crowd was more elevated than I had expected. Tall tables filled the room, with equally stilted stools positioned in fours around them. The lighting was dark and rich, as was the coloring of the cherry walls and the long bar which ran the entire length of the southern wall. In Columbus, this would have been an upscale, trendy bar where middle-class coworkers might converge after a long week's work to share a drink or two before heading home for the weekend. In Limont, the crowd was made up of river rats, giving the pub an atmosphere of near danger, as if a brawl could erupt at any moment. It had been years since I had last been in McTavish's, and what I was seeing now was a bastardization of my fond memories. Even the music was louder and more abrasive than I remembered. Doug Boggs sat at a tall table toward the back of the bar. He looked like a poor man's Columbo, and that's some sad shit. He was wearing the obligatory tan trench coat and was chewing mercilessly on a half-eaten cigar. Dark specks of tobacco stuck to his lips and teeth. He was working so hard to look cool and relaxed that I couldn't keep the grin from overpowering my face. It hurt my busted lip. I elbowed my way through a group of raucous college athletes who were boisterously celebrating a smashing victory in whatever sport it was they played. I pulled a stool up to Doug's table and sat down. Doug's expression changed abruptly when his eyes focused on my battered face. "What happened to you? Wreck your car?" "No, nothing like that. Ran into a little trouble earlier today," I said. "Trouble? What kind of trouble?" His ears perked up and his face became comically serious. He had heard the magic word. "Ryan's mother asked me to try to figure out what happened to him. She doesn't think that the police are giving the case much priority," I said. "Why in the world would she ask you? You're not trained. Why wouldn't she hire a private dick? Hey, maybe you could recommend me. I could be real reasonable with my rates." "Ah, a capitalist at work." "Slow down, Doug. I'm not in a position to do that. Sarah asked me as a personal favor, and I think she's too vulnerable now for me to attempt to slough her off onto someone else," I said. I realized that I had, in fact, asked Sarah to do that very thing, hire Doug and have him investigate this whole mess. His reputation had preceded him, however, and she had flatly refused. "Well, what you're doing is insane. You've been at this, 1 day, and look at you," he said. He took a swig from his long-neck Budweiser and grimaced. "Damn amateurs. That's all we need. Everybody's out to play the hero, and all that happens is civilians get underfoot when they should be home, letting us professionals handle shit like this." God, this was going to be one of the longest conversations of my life. I had to keep a tight rein on both my mouth and my temper if I wanted to get anything useful out of Doug. Frankly, I was regretting that I had called him at all. For him to know his ass from a hole in the ground was a real crapshoot. "Look, Doug, if there was any other way I thought I could handle this, I would. But Sarah's like a second mother to me. There's no way I could tell her no," I said.
If you're so close, maybe you should hire the detective for her, he said, taking another swig from his beer. I looked around for the waitress. Maybe dulling my senses with a beer or two might make this conversation more palatable. I didn't see one within shouting distance. I turned back around to face Doug. I can't afford that. Besides, some bastard sliced me with a knife, I said, laying my bandaged left arm on the table. Popped me in the mouth. I want to know why. You want to know why? I'll tell you why. You're putting your nose in where it don't belong and stirring things up. You're bound to get it smacked. You ain't qualified to handle this. I could give you a real good rate since we're buddies and all, he said. The waitress finally appeared. Hey, Dougie, she said. Want another? Doug nodded. The waitress turned to face me, smiling warmly. How about you, darling? What'll it... She stopped in her tracks, the smile faltering before falling altogether. It was Sonia Bivens. Apparently, the hostility directed at me during Ryan's internment had not been born of that occasion. I smiled as warmly as I could. I didn't know why she hated me so much, but I really wanted to find out. For someone to be angry with me or dislike me is fine, but I can't stand it when I don't know why. It eats away at me. Hi, Sonia. I'll take one of the same, I said. She nodded curtly and dissolved into the crowd behind her. What did you do to her? Doug asked. Nothing. I haven't seen her in years. She had a similar reaction to me at the funeral, I said. Sonia's a real nice gal. I'm fond of her. Hard-working, too. Lives out on Turner's Ridge with her boy. Makes ends meet all on her own. She doesn't take a dislike to someone easily, Doug said. Well, I wish I knew what was up. Maybe you could find out. I'd be glad to check into it for you. I believe I have a contract out in the car. Oh, for God's sake, Doug, give it a rest, I said, exasperated and feeling my self-control slipping away. Sarah's not going to hire you. I'm not going to hire you. I don't know anyone who plans to hire you. You're shaking the wrong tree. I came to see you because I was hoping you might have some tips or pointers as to how I might proceed with my investigation. Well, that's easy, he said. You shouldn't. You're not qualified. You're stuck in a rut there, buddy, I said. Let's move past that point, okay? Let's say you were hired to pursue this. What type of strategy would you develop? Doug shifted uncomfortably on his stool. You're asking me to share professional technique. I've been through training. I've been licensed. I can't just be giving out all that information free of charge. I got bills too, you know. A different waitress brought us our beers. Sonia had apparently decided that she would just as soon not have to deal with me again. I couldn't imagine for the life of me what I had done to make her so angry. I knew I was going to have to find out at some point, but I had no idea how if Sonia remained so unapproachable. Doug whistled and shook his head. She won't even come back to the table, guy. Whatever you did, you ain't getting off the hook anytime soon. I thought about trying again to elicit tactical information and decided it was pointless. I had miscalculated how Doug would respond to my request. I figured he would have been honored and proud to have a captive audience, receptive to any sleuthing suggestions that he may have to offer. Instead, he was an opportunist to the core, offering no information without a price. I suspected he desperately wanted part of the action. Trailing two-timing husbands and wives to their secret rendezvous at seedy motels would get old after a while. Landing this case would give him an opportunity for action and adventure, maybe even the opportunity to shoot a real live person. I listened for a while to his never-ending exploits, most of which climaxed with, "But then I lost him or her." His stories took me from his early days in law enforcement, which had come to a premature end due to his chronic foot problems, to his present self-employed status. He didn't offer me much opportunity to speak, which was just fine with me. I didn't feel like rehashing the last 15 years. I was tired and sore, and my head still hurt a little. The rumble of the crowd wasn't helping. I involuntarily zoned out after about 15 minutes of The Adventures of Doug Boggs. The last thing I heard Doug say involved a case in which he was going through garbage cans for evidence and stuck his arm into a trash bag loaded with spoiled raw meat. This guy was living a thrill a minute, let me tell you. Without being too obvious, I let my focus drift to the rest of the bar. Being only 100 miles from Columbus, I still find it amazing how much different the people can be from here to there. The crowd was predominantly aged 30 to 50, all white,
all dressed like they were waiting for a bus bound for Nashville. The country music was out of place in an Irish pub, yet was the only choice in Lymont. Chris Stapleton, Hank Williams Jr., and Miranda Lambert were particular favorites tonight. Their songs played repeatedly. The men in the bar shared a universal expression, one that said not to mess with them or their ladies. The ladies wore tight jeans with seams that were suggestively intimate. Most had platinum-bleached hair teased into a train wreck on top of their heads. Big hair had been in Lymont for as long as I could remember. There was an occasional brunette or redhead sprinkled throughout the crowd, but they were in the minority. I scanned the crowd looking for familiar faces. When I was 18, the guys and I had come here all the time. We weren't legally old enough to get in, but Donald McTavish, the owner of the bar, had been fond of all of us and had let us in anyway. The police didn't come down on underage drinking then like they do now, but McTavish still made us confine our drinking to the storeroom in the back, and then get the hell out as soon as we were drunk. First, he had always made sure we weren't driving, though. We thought he was the coolest adult we knew. We had known all the regulars and most of the semi-regulars. Tonight, I didn't immediately see anyone else I knew. Donald McTavish had died of a heart attack 10 years ago, so I didn't expect to see him, but I thought there might be someone else here from my past. Lymont was a pretty small town. I could see Sonia Bivens in the far corner, casting angry, furtive glances in my direction. She reminded me of Carla from Cheers. I thought I saw a familiar face at the back of the bar, but when I looked again, it was gone. Tucked away at a corner table by the door, however, I saw Monica Billingsley, sipping a fruity beverage through a slim red straw. She was dressed above the crowd, in a casual black pantsuit with a matching jacket. She was adorned with tasteful pieces of highly polished gold, earrings, necklace, and rings. She sat alone, staring out through the plate glass window at the street beyond. I didn't think that McTavish's was her kind of place. She seemed more like a country club socializer, rubbing elbows with the upper crust. I could see her now, issuing phony, high society laughs in response to whatever Biffy, Muffy, Bitsy, or Tipsy had to say. The Lymont elite, plopping down on overstuffed couches and sipping. Chardonnay, looking down their collective noses at the rest of us common folk. I wondered why she was here. I might have been able to believe that her husband Lincoln had wanted to stop by, but he wasn't anywhere in sight. I tuned back into Doug, who was saying something about not underestimating the power of a .22 caliber, because he had been shot in the foot once and it had hurt like hell. "Hang on a minute, Doug," I interrupted. "I see Monica Billingsley over there. Does she come here often?" Doug craned his neck to look over my shoulder to where Monica sat. "Can't say that I ever seen her in here before," he said. "No siree." "I didn't think so," I said. "Excuse me." I got up and worked my way through the crowded midsection of the bar. People were still pouring in the door, and no one seemed to be leaving. "Watch it, asshole!" a cowboy yelled at me as I accidentally jarred his drinking arm. I offered apologies and moved on. He was still berating my mother as I went. Monica looked like she was in another world. Her gaze never strayed away from the plate glass window. As I got closer, I suddenly realized that she looked afraid. It was as though she were here against her will, forced to sit among the riffraff. She couldn't bear to make eye contact with the masses, because if she did, they would know exactly how she felt about them. They might attack. She had probably already planned her course of escape, a carefully aimed chair thrown through the plate glass window and then onto the street. Freedom. I caught her attention as I pulled a stool up to her table. She started visibly when she recognized me. "What in the hell are you doing here?" she demanded. "Are you following me or something?" "Should I be?" "You know, I'm not going to stand for you harassing me. Everything is history, dead and buried, and I do mean that literally. I don't see why you want to keep raking this up," she said, taking another sip from her drink. Her hand was shaking. I smiled. "Believe it or not, I'm not here because of you. I came to meet Doug Boggs and saw you sitting here. I just came up to say hi." She studied me skeptically, trying to determine if I was telling the truth. "Hi?" she asked dubiously. "But now that you mention it, what are you doing here?" "Doesn't seem like the type of place you'd go," I said. "You don't know anything about the type of place I'd go. The truth of the matter is, I'm here to meet a friend," she said. Anyone I'd know? Her temper flared.
You have got one hell of a lot of nerve. Who do you think you are? I don't owe you explanations about anything.
You can't blame a guy for trying, I said, grinning.
Get away from my table or I'm screaming rape,
she said. Her expression promised I'd spend the night in jail. Fine, I said. I could see that our fragile, temporary truce from that morning had been shattered. I could also see that Monica was, indeed, afraid. I didn't know who it was she was planning to meet, but I thought it would be interesting to stick around and find out. I headed back to my own table and stopped abruptly when I got there. Doug's mother, Loretta, was standing beside him, reading him the riot act while he slumped away from her, embarrassment evident on his face. Loretta was one ugly woman. She was short and squat with the body of a troll. Her hair was the color of urine, and her makeup was a thick application of primary colors. Her heavily black-lined eyes were slits in the lumpy folds of her face, her jowls sagging like a loaded diaper. Her arm was jabbing in the air in front of Doug's face, and her lips were flapping nonstop.
We have work bright and early tomorrow morning, Dougie. You got no business being in a place like this at all,
she was saying, her voice easily cutting through the noise of the bar.
But Ma, nothing. You tell your little friends that you have to go home now. You'll be grumpy in the morning if you don't get to bed, and I don't want to be late. Now don't sass me, she snapped, latching onto Doug's arm.
Doug noticed I had returned and was thoroughly mortified. I couldn't hide my amusement, which didn't help him in the least.
Ma, you can't just come in here and...
Loretta flared instantly.
I can't do what? I can do any damn thing I want. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be here at all.
Good evening, Mrs. Boggs, I said. Loretta noticed me, and for a moment she relaxed her clutches on Doug's arm.
Why, if it ain't Dwayne Morrow, you growed up right nice. What are you doing in a place like this?
Whoops. Apparently she did not approve. Doug and I were just catching up on old times, I said.
Well, you could do that over a cup of coffee and a donut at the Big Boy, she said, looking at me with disapproval.
Doug said petulantly, Ma, I'm not a little boy anymore. Stop treating me like one.
I'll stop treating you like one when you stop acting like one. Good Lord, what would your father say?
She had him by the arm again and was dragging him off the stool. It's okay, Doug, I said. We can do this some other time. Doug mumbled something, but Loretta already had him moving toward the door.
I hope to see you at church on Sunday, Dwayne, Loretta called back over her shoulder. You need to spend more time in a house of God and less in a place like this.
Then they were gone. I pulled my stool back up to the table and reclaimed my beer. What had I been thinking? Even if Doug had offered any advice, I was sure my own instincts would be a better option in almost any given instance. Still yet, if I hadn't come, I wouldn't have seen Monica, and I found her presence intriguing. I swiveled around to look back at her table. She was gone. Her glass was empty, save for a frothy pink residue that was lazily sliding toward the bottom. Damn it. I didn't see where she had gone. I scanned the room but didn't see her anywhere. I finished my beer and pulled my coat back on. I looked forward to curling up in bed and sleeping for the next 100 hours. As I got to my feet, I noticed Sonia Bivens at the far end of the bar. She was pulling a navy coat over her uniform. It appeared that she was off for the evening. I stalled for a minute, giving her time to collect the rest of her things and head out into the night air. I followed behind. McTavish's had a parking lot directly beside its building, a poorly lit stage prepared for muggers and rapists. Sonia was unlocking the driver's door of her red VW Beetle when I rounded the corner. Will you please wait a minute? I asked in the most user-friendly voice I had. Please?
Oh, shit, she said with a sigh. What in the hell do you want?
Well, first of all, I'd like to know why you're so pissed at me. I've been thinking and I can't come up with anything, I said. Her gaze warmed the air by noticeable degrees.
Look, it's nothing. You're nothing to me.
If I were nothing to you, you wouldn't be this angry.
For shit's sake, the funeral's over. Don't you have a home to go to?
I persisted. I didn't know that you and Ryan were close.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that there's a lot you didn't know about Ryan.
I'd have to agree, I said. I can't tell you how much that bothers me. I don't have any way of going back and fixing things. I would if I could. I hope you know that. She looked at me with narrowed eyes.
I really doubt that. I really do. If nothing had happened to Ryan, you wouldn't be standing here right now. You know, I just don't understand it. How can good friends not speak anymore? How does a thing like that happen? I remember the 4 of you in high school. Ryan, you, Donnie, and Mickey. You were together all the time. You disrupted classes and spearheaded trouble everywhere you went. The 4 of you entertained the rest of us all the way through graduation. I never had any friends like that in school. Don't get me wrong, I had friends. Just not friends like that. No one that close. I can't for the life of me understand how all that can just stop one day. I was silent for a minute. Her words were brutally valid. Sometimes people that are close to you just slip away. One day they're right beside you, and then suddenly it's 10, 15 years later and they're gone. They've been gone for a long, long time, and you don't know how or why it happened. Maybe it's because I moved away. Maybe our interests became different. I really don't know, I said. Still sounds like a pretty shitty reason to me for abandoning someone who was supposed to be your best friend, Sonia said. Well, you know it's a two-way street. Ryan never called me either. Of course not. He was very proud. Hated to need anything or anyone, she said bitterly. How did you and Ryan come to be close? I asked. That ain't none of your goddamn business, she snapped. You keep your nose out of my life, you hear me? I sure to hell don't owe you anything. She slid down into the driver's seat. No, but maybe you owe it to Ryan, I said. What are you talking about? She asked. Sarah McGregor asked me to check around, try to find out what happened to Ryan, I said. Sonia roared with laughter. Oh, that's a treat! I guess that's why you were in here with Dougie, huh? Collaborating over a series of clues? The two of you are a real-life Mutt and Jeff. She slammed her door and turned the ignition. After a dubious groan, the car puttered to life in an exhalation of black, oily smoke. I stepped away from the car as Sonia backed up, not trusting her to steer clear of me. The car backfired and lurched out of the parking lot, its lawnmower engine fading into the distance as Sonia sped away. I was no closer to understanding her hostility than before. I made a mental note to ask around about her relationship with Ryan. As much as I couldn't see the two of them together, her behavior indicated they were more than casual acquaintances. I was exhausted. I got into my Optima and drove home slowly. My brain had reached its saturation point and I ached all over. I thought of Melanie's golden hair and smiling eyes and immediately felt guilty. Still, I hoped I would see her again soon. Chapter 7. I was selfish and lazy that weekend. The weather was dry, if still gray and gloomy. Saturday, I elected to stay home and watch old movies on A&E, nursing my wounds and napping intermittently. Mercifully, my mood had lightened by Sunday. Good old-fashioned blues, replacing the crushing, gut-wrenching kind. I conveniently rationalized my lethargy with the Christian idiom, Sunday is the day of rest. Around 3 p.m, the phone rang, pulling me from a half-doze in my father's recliner. I snatched up the cordless and mumbled, "Hello? Dwayne?" A female voice, identity not registering. Yeah, I said. You sound like hell. Silence. You don't know who this is, do you? The female voice asked coyly. Oh, how I hate this game. What kind of perversity causes a person to seek pleasure in listening to someone uncomfortably squirm, grasping for a piece of information that has obviously been misfiled? It's the same perversity which makes me answer, "Sure I do. How are you today?" There was a soft chuckle, and then I did know who it was on the other end. Melanie. I brightened at the mental image of her giggling like a schoolgirl, baiting me for as long as she could. Melanie? Good, she said brightly. You sound like you were sleeping. No, just watching the boob tube. Sarah's making a big meal today. Would you like to come? She asked. Although the idea of spending the evening with Melanie was inviting, I couldn't tolerate the thought of being surrounded by the inevitable sense of bereavement that hung around the McGregor family like a storm cloud. I do not enjoy public commiseration and decline participation whenever possible. Thanks, but I'll have to pass. I already agreed to go to my aunt's for dinner, I lied. Oh, okay, Melanie said. Anything to report? I hadn't come up with anything at all. I'd spent the weekend indoors. Even though I wasn't being paid for this assignment,
and I shouldn't feel obligated to pound the pavement every single minute of the day, I somehow felt guilty, like a schoolboy who had been busted for not doing his homework. I decided on, no, nothing yet.
So what's your plan for tomorrow?
I was thinking about going up to Ashland, see if I could get a hold of some people from Sarah's list, I said.
If you'd like, I could go with you. I'm not due to go back to work until a week from tomorrow. I could show you where all these places are, she suggested.
Yeah, that'd be great. What about Jasmine?
I'll call Molly. She's my sister. She was talking about taking her boys to the mall in Barbersville, and I'm sure she wouldn't mind if Jazz tagged along. I don't intend to send her back to school until I return to work anyway.
I'll pick you up tomorrow morning at, say, 9, I suggested.
That'll work, she said. See you then.
She disconnected. I retrieved my legal pad from where I had stuffed it under the couch and sat at the dining room table. Riley Burkus, Jed Grogan, and Roger Burchett were all Ashland residents. I decided I should make a list of preliminary questions so I wouldn't appear totally inept. I would ask the nature of each relationship and how long it had been since each had seen Ryan. Had anything been unusual about his recent behavior? I would need to ask their whereabouts for the evening of Sunday, October 1st. I realized I had never bothered to ask either Melanie or Sarah when the police had estimated the time of Ryan's death, without which alibis wouldn't mean much to me. The casual viewer of Murder, She Wrote would have known to ask for time of death. I suspected even Doug Boggs would have thought of it. Oh well, I would have the opportunity to ask Melanie on the way to Ashland. Of course, I was operating under the assumption that the gentleman would cheerfully volunteer the information I was after, rather than tell me to piss up a rope, Dick Tracy. Jed Grogan and Roger Burchett were former employers. For some reason, Roger's name was familiar, but I couldn't seem to place him. I suspected he and Jed might have some interesting tidbits to offer in respect to Ryan's behavior patterns, but I expected the real dirt to be available from Ryan's old buddy, Riley Burkus. The likelihood of Riley spilling the beans was dubious. Melanie had categorized him as a real son of a bitch. During our high school years, I had run around with a number of Ryan's friends from outside of Midland who had fit Riley's profile, and I didn't look forward to trying to persuade Mr. Burkus into divulging personal information. Based on Melanie's description, he would be difficult. If he felt the same about Melanie as she did about him, her presence with me might be a hindrance rather than a help. I put my pencil down and sighed, rubbing my eyes. I knew that to find the truth would be a walk on the dark side, and who knew what any of these people were truly like. Ryan had possessed a gift for finding common ground with absolutely anyone, regardless of financial status or personality. It had often made him the most popular person at any given event, but had just as often made me, Mickey, and Donnie wonder what in the world Ryan had seen in some of these people. I was heading for the kitchen when the house phone rang. I plucked the receiver from the wall extension and stretched the cord to its limit, attempting to reach the refrigerator. "Hello?" I said, wedging the phone into the crook of my neck and straining to get my fingers around the handle of the door. Damn, just out of reach. "Dwayne Morrow," a monotone said. "Matt Morrow," I replied, returning the monotone. "Dwayne Morrow. Matt Morrow." It was my older brother, participating in a goof-headed tradition we had begun years earlier, repeating each other's names back and forth at intervals throughout any telephone conversation. I don't know why we do it, but we do, and if someday we didn't, I suspect it would be because one of us was dead. "What are you doing there?" Matt asked. Like myself, Matt had also moved to Columbus, although he had managed to sandwich 4.5 years of college in between his Limont years and now. "Took a little vacation after a long job," I said. I didn't intend to go into details about my current Hardy Boys adventure. It was highly probable Matt would tell me how stupid I was to get involved in something like this, a fact I already knew but didn't need to hear. "Where's Mom?" Matt asked. I paused and smiled inwardly. That was so typical of Matt. Mom had been talking non-stop about this Mount Rushmore vacation, and it had all skimmed over Matt's head like a stone across water. Mount Rushmore? Remember?" "Oh, yeah, that's right," he said. "So where's Dad?" I sighed. "He's in Vegas, picking up some hookers." "Dwayne Morrow. Matt Morrow." "I see. Well, it was actually you I was trying to find. What did you do? Leave your cell phone at your house?" asked Matt. I realized I hadn't even seen my cell phone in days. I usually carried it with me everywhere I went, but in Lymont, reception was poor except on the highway. When I had left on Thursday morning, I had been a zombie, collecting clothing and toiletries in a daze. I probably had left my cell phone on its little charging stand in my living room. I guess I must have, I said. Never occurred to you to check your voicemail? It had not. My life in Columbus seemed a million miles away, and I hadn't even given it a thought. This was totally irresponsible on my part. Although I was on vacation, I had told several of my key clients that in case of an emergency, they could leave a voicemail for me, and I would promptly return any calls. I've been busy. Why? What's your point? I asked. Some lady named Donna Nelson called me today looking for you, he said. Donna Nelson was the office manager of a small distribution center called Marty's Gifts. Their trade was mail order, small boutique catalogs shipped in bulk to the bored suburban housewives of the Midwest. They had only been in business a couple of years, and although small, they were growing steadily. Marty Timberlake was the hardworking entrepreneur who had founded the company, busting her ass day in and day out to oversee all aspects of operation, from buying to shipping to advertising. I had an enormous amount of respect for the lady. I had assumed maintenance duties for their file servers and workstation PCs after upgrading their system capacity to handle the new influx of business. It had been a decent paying gig, and I had earned a healthy bonus by beating the projected completion date by 5 days. Why would Donna Nelson be calling you? I asked. How would she even know who you are? I wondered that too. She said you had given my number in case of emergency back when you were working on some project for her company. Oh, I said. I guess that's possible. What did she want? She was frantic. Some kind of catastrophe happened. Computers on fire and such? I don't know. I wasn't really listening, Matt said. What? Oh no, did she actually say fire, or are you just making that part up? I'm pretty sure that part is true. Shit. This was going to put a kink in my schedule. I knew, without Matt saying, that Donna had left a number for me to call, and I knew when I did, she would need me immediately. Vacation or not, I would have to go. Marty's was one of my biggest clients, paying me a monthly maintenance fee to be available at a moment's notice. I take it your vacation's over then? Matt asked. I muttered something even I didn't understand. What are you doing down there anyway? Eating all of Mom and Dad's food? Matt asked. I was holding a loaf of bread and attempting to reach the refrigerator from another angle. Spooky. No, actually, I came down for a funeral. Ryan McGregor was killed last week. No way! Ryan? Oh man, I'm sorry, Matt said, dropping the witticisms. He knew Ryan and I had been close. What happened? Car crash? No, actually he was murdered, I said, slowly letting out a long breath. Murdered? Yeah, I was pretty shocked too. Who did it? Don't know. You mean the police haven't arrested anyone? Was it random? What was the motive? Aren't there any suspects at all? Matt was firing off questions rapidly, and I couldn't answer any of them. I don't know much of anything. I went to the funeral last Thursday and was just going to stay through until my high school reunion a week from Wednesday, I said. You're actually going to go to one of those things? I laughed half-heartedly. Yeah, would you believe I planned to go because I hadn't spoken to Ryan in roughly 15 years and wanted to catch up? Well, it's too late for that. The bell has rung and school is out. I didn't realize the two of you had lost touch, Matt said. I didn't either. I thanked Matt for relaying Donna's message and replaced the receiver. I decided to finish my exploration of the refrigerator before returning Donna's call. I hastily constructed a bologna and cheese sandwich and grabbed a bag of potato chips from the pantry. Add 1 cold can of Pepsi and dinner was served. I took the cordless phone to the dining room table with me and dialed the number Matt had given me. The phone was snatched up in half a ring, and Donna snapped. Yes? Hi, Donna. It's Dwayne Morrow, I said. Dwayne who? She asked, both impatient and irritated. I had forgotten I wasn't called Dwayne by my professional contacts. Somehow, Dwayne Morrow, computer analyst, hadn't seemed refined enough when I had started my consulting business. Something about the name Dwayne made me feel like a hayseed. Sorry, old habit. It's Rich Morrow. My brother called and said you were trying to reach me. Oh, thank God, she said, her frustration giving way immediately. It is disaster time around here. What happened? I asked. Wastebasket fire last Friday night.
burned out half of the customer service area and the computer room behind it, she said. Marty had authorized evening overtime for a few employees to keep up with the holiday crunch. Lenny Williams, one of our old-timers, frequently stayed longer than the others and locked up when he left. What we didn't know was that he had been smoking at his desk after everyone was gone. Apparently, he emptied his ashtray into the trash right before he left and didn't stick around long enough to see that it was smoldering. Damn old fool. Anyway, Rich, I know you're on vacation, but we are so far up shit creek that this could cost the company the whole holiday season, if not its entire future. Marty's got some investors on the line, but they're waiting to see fourth quarter figures before committing, and if we can't process anything, well, you can do the math. Marty wants you because you're familiar with our setup. She knows it's asking a lot, but she's willing to pay you 2.5 times your normal rate if you can get us back together as quickly as possible. 2.5 times my normal rate was incentive with a hard-on. I began mentally shuffling my agenda to incorporate the job at hand. What will this entail? I asked. Hey, you're the tech, not me. Marty wants you to set up a makeshift customer service area in the lunchroom while the construction crew works on rebuilding the real thing. Between the time it takes for the insurance company to pay and the construction crew to build, we will lose Christmas for sure. Our website was showing tremendous growth this year too, but we're offline until you can get us set back up. I'm perforating an ulcer thinking of the dollars we're losing while our server is down, Donna said. She sounded exhausted, like she hadn't slept in years. I'm sure she felt that way too. Okay, so I'll need to run new cables and restore your files from backup. Oh, please tell me the backup had been running. Donna laughed wearily. Well, yes and no. I have Wednesday night's backup, but we got an incomplete one on Thursday because our internet went down when somebody crashed into a utility pole. So that means we lost everything from Thursday and, of course, everything from Friday. But I think we can do a fair job reconstructing the orders from the shipping printouts, which mercifully survived. Accounts payable and accounts receivable will be a little harder to rebuild, but it can be done. Okay, the server is toast, but how about all the workstations? I asked. They're all gone. The ones closest to the fire's point of origin just completely melted. The others were fried from smoke damage and the intense heat. Wow. Marty realizes what kind of money will be involved in just replacing the equipment, right? She's a realist, and she trusts you, which is why she insisted I try to find you. She doesn't know enough about computers to keep from being unnecessarily upgraded by some profit-motivated and commissioned salesman. She's always been very pleased with your work here, Donna said. Well, thanks. I do what I can, I said. Truthfully, I always felt awkward receiving praise for doing a job that didn't seem like work to me. So you'll come? Donna asked hopefully. I suspected that if I refused, I would hear actual begging. Of course, Donna. I can be there tomorrow morning. At, say, 8? Donna's relief was mixed with raw eagerness. I laughed. Let's make it 9. I have a long drive ahead of me tonight, and my electronics supplier doesn't open until 10 anyway. That will still give me an hour to inspect the damage and see exactly what it is we need. How long do you think it will take to get us back up and running? That's impossible to say without seeing the extent of the damage, and I don't want to raise your hopes, but if all goes well, I should be able to get the server up and running tomorrow and maybe some workstations by Tuesday. I'll just keep adding more each day until things are running halfway normal. You should be prepared to do business on pen and paper in the meanwhile, I said. Oh my God, Rich. You are a total lifesaver, a saint. Saint Rich, the most beautiful man on earth. I want to bear your child. No, really. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, I said and disconnected the call. I dialed Sarah's number immediately afterward. On the third ring, the receiver at the other end was lifted clumsily, and Jasmine's tiny voice said, Hello? Hi. Is your mommy in? I asked. Hello? Is your mommy there? Hello? The phone changed hands then, and Melanie said, Hello? Hi, it's Dwayne. I've had a change of plans, I said. Oh? Yes, there's been an emergency with one of the companies I consult for in Columbus. I have to go back and bail them out. We'll need to reschedule tomorrow's activities for sure, and I don't know exactly how long I'll be away, I said. Oh, Melanie said, the disappointment evident in her voice. Really, it's okay. Sarah had no business putting you in this position anyway. What? I don't want you to feel like you have to make up excuses just because,
Whoa, this is no excuse. It's a 5-alarm fire, literally, for my client. I'll be back as soon as I can. I'm not bailing on you, I said.
That's fine, she said flatly. Her tone of voice told me that she still didn't believe me. Call sometime if you get a chance.
Mel, I'm not bailing on you, I insisted. I gave her my home number and cell phone in case she needed to get in touch while I was gone. I hung up the phone feeling like I'd betrayed Melanie's faith in me, and I was more disturbed by that than perhaps I should have been. I didn't want to be the one causing Melanie any more anxiety, stress, or hurt after the platter which had already been served across the counter to her. I looked at the clock and saw that it was almost 5 o'clock. I quickly gathered my belongings and stuffed them in my overnight bag. Dexter spied my activity and became eager, his little kitten brain registering all the signs of going home. Tucking him under one arm, I took him out to the car, placing him in the back seat. I threw my overnight bag into the trunk and was off, driving away from Limont and back into my own world, where Dwayne Morrow didn't exist, and Rich Morrow could save the day by restoring a computer system instead of by solving a murder. It seemed infinitely safer, and I couldn't help but feel a little cowardly as I drove north. I knew I'd be back, but Melanie didn't believe it, and that disturbed me. I wanted her to believe in me. Just before I reached Limont's city limit, I noticed my fuel gauge was hovering just above E. Fortunately, Pump and Save loomed on the horizon, just before the population gave way to mile after mile of empty farmland. I slowed my Optima and turned on my right signal, easing into the parking lot. Just as the nose of my car cleared the curb, a small white Toyota leapt away from the twin rows of self-serve pumps, its trajectory mapped for a collision course with my hood. I slammed on my brakes and cut my steering wheel hard to the right, trying to veer out of the Toyota's path. By then, the driver of the Toyota had slammed on the brakes, the tires crying out in anguish. I closed my eyes and braced for impact. The impact never came. The Toyota's anti-lock brakes had ground the car's progress to a halt a hair's width from my front quarter panel. I suddenly realized that my lungs were burning from holding my breath. I let it go in a slow, shaky exhalation. The adrenaline surged mightily through my veins, reducing my limbs to a mass of quivering, uncontrollable jelly. I looked up at the other driver, a pretty young woman with a mane of chestnut hair. She looked completely mortified, and judging from the diameter of her eyes, she was currently an adrenaline junkie too. Recognition flashed across our faces simultaneously. It was Rachel Cox, one of Monica's former high school henchmen. In the early years of school, Rachel had been pleasant enough, but once junior high had rolled around, Rachel had discovered the power her family's money afforded her and had gravitated toward the social elite within the 7th grade. There weren't that many from which to choose, making the clique all the more elite. Positioned center stage in the spotlight had been Monica Gable, nee Billingsley, always supporting the latest in hairstyles and fashion. Rachel was a born follower, and she had absorbed Monica's snotty attitude like a Kleenex. She had spent the remainder of her high school career jumping whenever Monica barked. Anything to remain in the circle of light with her bitch idol. In retrospect, it was really pretty pathetic. Because I had already been subjected to varying degrees of Monica's lingering hostility, I subconsciously tensed up, waiting for Rachel to erupt from her little white car and give me a few choice words. Instead, she smiled nervously and put her car in reverse, returning to her position by the pump to make room for me to get through. I parked on the opposite side of the pump and turned off the engine. Rachel was already out of her car, looking flustered and, if I was not mistaken, genuinely sorry.
"Oh, God, Dwayne," she said. "I'm so sorry. I about nailed you, didn't I?"
"Well," I said, letting my voice trail off. I continued about my business, flipping open the fuel door and uncorking the tank.
I did. God,"
she said, putting one hand on her hip and massaging her temple with the other. I hated to admit it, but she looked great, dressed in faded Levi's and a thick beige pullover. There's an undeniable and universal desire to see old enemies gain 100 pounds, go bald, or maybe even fall victim to some other disfiguring accident. But Rachel hadn't done any of these things. If anything, she looked even better. Rats. "Really, it's okay. No contact was made, so there can't possibly be any damage," I said. "Except for maybe to my heart."
"I really am sorry," she said.
I looked up from where I had been industriously pumping the gas. Something was completely out of place about the way she was looking at me. There was no superiority. There was no disgust. There was no hint of ulterior motive. What I was seeing in Rachel's face was actual concern. I didn't know the appropriate response. "Don't worry about it," I said. Rachel finally relaxed and allowed herself to smile.
"I don't think I've seen you once since graduation."
"Yes, it has been a long time," I said absently. The nozzle shut itself off, the gas tank having reached its capacity.
"Are you going to the reunion?" she asked.
"I'm planning to," I said, returning the nozzle to its resting place on the side of the pump.
"Good. I'd really like a chance to talk to you. I have to dash right now, though. My daughter's gymnastics class is getting out in just a few minutes, and I have to get her," she said, opening the door to her car and lowering herself into the seat. She rolled her window down and hung her head out. "It really is nice to see you again."
I looked at her with bewilderment. What had the pod people done with the shrew I had known? Her smile was still genuine. She rolled her window up and gave a little wave, exiting the lot more carefully this time. I twisted the cap back on my tank, wondering what had brought about this amazing metamorphosis in Rachel. I wouldn't have thought it possible, but I actually looked forward to hearing what she had to say at the reunion. Chapter 8. I don't know exactly how much time and distance passed before I began to suspect I was being tailed. Night had fallen, and all headlights looked the same when blinding you through the rear view. I first noticed the white Pontiac Aztek when it followed me from US 23 into the Burger King parking lot in Circleville, about 30 miles south of Columbus. I went through the drive-thru, getting a Whopper value meal, but the Pontiac opted instead to park in the lot. This, in itself, didn't strike me as odd. Why would it? Lots of people dine in rather than brave eating in their cars. If it weren't for pure laziness, I'm sure I would too, because I always seem to get a sandwich fully loaded with condiments, just waiting to spew out the back end and down the front of my shirt as soon as I take that first bite. My attention perked up, however, when the Pontiac resumed its position behind me on the highway, following me out of the lot. I suppose the driver had had enough time to go in for a carryout order, and the timing was just coincidental. But I made a mental note to stay alert. I didn't know anyone who drove a car like the Pontiac. It was an oddly shaped SUV with a prominent front end, blunted tailgate, and entirely too much glass, differentiating it somewhat from the rest of the vehicles on the road. I hadn't seen the driver, and the glare from the headlights only allowed me to see a dark figure at the wheel. I couldn't even tell if it was a he or a she. I drove another 10 miles, wondering if my mind was running away with me, paranoia overtaking common sense. I thought of the knife-wielding assailant swinging his blade in a wide arc, and my arm throbbed on cue, reminding me of what happens when you play with fire. I decided it was better to be a little bit paranoid than a whole lot dead. I punched the Optima's accelerator to the floor and quickly leapt ahead of the Pontiac. Traffic had thickened as we approached Columbus, weekend travelers returning home and such, and I zipped back and forth between the cars and the two northbound lanes, trying to put as much distance as I could between me and the other car. I reached the I-270 exit at the southern tip of the city and glanced in my rear view. If the Pontiac was still behind me, I would continue north on 23 and speed like hell, hoping to attract the attention of the highway patrol or one of Columbus's finest, in effect gaining my own personal armed guard. I had apparently lost the car in my maneuvering, however, so I took the exit and proceeded west on I-270. As I merged onto the interstate, I began to relax. The closest car I could see in the rear view was football field lengths behind me. I giggled uncontrollably, once again feeling the surge of adrenaline bulldoze its way through my circulatory system before subsiding like a passing wave in the ocean. I was a total mental case. Was this what I was going to be reduced to? Every shadow a boogeyman? Every car a menacing threat? It seemed both absurd and frighteningly realistic. How easy it would be to tumble into a world of total paranoia, giving way to the certain knowledge that every passing stranger carried a lethal weapon and was waiting for the smallest indication that your guard was down before attacking. Ultimately, there would be no point in leaving the house. Just lock the doors, choose a corner, and cower. What a life that would be. Amazing what being stabbed does to one's perception of safety. Now I felt ridiculous. I had likely elevated my blood pressure over some backwater farm guy who simply had the urge for a BK broiler and strawberry milkshake. That's some real scary stuff. I turned the radio on and tuned to WNCI, a top 40 favorite. I try to stay semi-informed when it comes to popular music. The residents of Limont are far more interested in what's coming out of Nashville, but I stubbornly resist the music, even though some of it isn't half bad. I thought about swinging by and seeing Matt, but he lived on the north side of town, a good 20 miles from my house. I'd been on the road for over 2 hours, and I wanted to be home. The day had remained cold and gloomy, and I looked forward to taking a nice, hot shower and burrowing into my own sofa to read the latest Stephen King until I fell asleep. I exited west onto Georgesville Road without even realizing it. Dexter stretched lazily across the passenger seat, his head cracking open for an enormous yawn. I scratched his soft black underbelly, and a deep rumbling rhythmically emitted from his throat. Dwayne or Rich, it was all the same to him. He was the master and I the faithful servant. After a few miles, I turned south on Norton Road and took the first right at Alkire. The new city growth immediately west of the interstate only lasted about this far before giving way to fields and farmland, stretching out across the horizon as far as the eye could see. The flat-chested geography of central Ohio was starkly different from that of southern Ohio, where towns were nestled into steep hills and the resulting narrow valleys. I drove on with heavy eyes, feeling like I needed a nap. The steady hum of the Optima's motor was lulling and hypnotic, and it was a good thing I was only a few miles from my house. I signaled right and turned onto my road, a narrow dirt path called Orrin Way. As I began to accelerate, I happened to look into my rearview mirror. A car was just approaching the intersection of Orrin and Alkire. It was traveling slowly, and for a moment I was sure my tail was back, slowing to turn onto the road behind me. The hunter recaptures the game. But the car moved on, continuing west on Alkire at its sluggish crawl. Grandpa Joe out for a Sunday drive. Still yet, I watched the car's taillights continue in the dark night. Just before they disappeared entirely, the partially obscured light of the moon flitted across the surface of the vehicle. It wasn't long enough or bright enough to illuminate much of anything, but was exactly right for setting my imagination back in motion. I could have sworn that what I saw was the unique shape of the Pontiac Aztec. There were several messages waiting in my voicemail. Several were from my brother trying to help Donna locate me, some were hang-ups, and one was from an auto dialer urging me to hold the line until their busy representative could share an important message. In my opinion, telemarketers deserve their own special subdivision in hell, a place where the telephone never stops ringing and every call is an urgent plea to switch long-distance carriers or participate in a friendly survey. The final message was a surprise. The pause was a little longer than usual, as if the caller wasn't sure if she wished to leave a message. But then, Melanie's voice, soft and thin, spoke. Dwayne? Hi, it's me, Mel. I just wanted to apologize for being short earlier. I know you were doing what you can, and it's wrong of me to lay some guilt trip on you. I don't know. It just hit me wrong or something. I haven't been able to count on too many people in this lifetime, and I don't know. I just guess I thought you were running out on me before... Never mind, it's stupid. But I did want to tell you I was sorry. Please call me when you get back into town. Jazz and I are staying at Sarah's for a while longer. I look forward to seeing you. Bye. Her voice warmed me, letting me know her faith in me had been restored. Right or wrong, it was very important for me to know that. I stepped back into my professional persona like flipping a switch. Long days spent replacing the damaged workstations as quickly as possible. I had no time to think about Ryan's murder except in the evenings, when I returned home to an empty house and my mind was too tired to defend itself. I touched base with Melanie on Tuesday evening. "Dwayne!" she exclaimed enthusiastically with instant recognition. "It's good to hear from you. How are things going up in the big city?" "The situation is under control. Marty's gifts will survive the holiday season after all. I still have another day's work ahead of me, but I'm pretty sure I'll be back by tomorrow night or Friday morning. What's going on with you? Am I foolish to wonder if the police have solved the case yet?"
Beyond foolish. Sarah wasn't kidding when she said they didn't seem too interested. I did run into your buddy and mine, Deputy Tilton, at the laundromat. He spent the entire time staring at me. It was really creepy, and the damnedest thing is, that's exactly how he wanted it to be. I think he was hoping to make me nervous. For what, I don't know. Maybe he thought I'd lose my senses and drop the murder weapon from my clothes basket or something. I don't know, Melanie said with a sigh. I thought you were at your sister's. Isn't that a good enough alibi? Apparently not. I guess he thinks she's covering for me or something. He just wants to close the case. Too much work involved, I said. Yeah, well, I guess a person's innocence shouldn't interfere with that jackass's ability to reduce his workload. When he did finally speak to me, it was only to ask where you were. You should have heard the tone of his voice. I have no doubt he has chosen to believe that we are co-conspirators in Ryan's murder. He wasn't too thrilled when I told him you were back in Columbus. He nearly had a stroke saying how you were supposed to call him before you went anywhere. I hope I didn't get you in trouble, she said. Pfft, I said, waving away Melanie's concerns. I'm not worried about Tilton. If it was urgent that he get in touch, he'd be able to. It's not like I'm hiding out. I know, but he's looking to make trouble for both of us if he can. I can just feel it. I knew what she was talking about. For men like Tilton, everything was a ratio. Open cases to closed cases, solved to unsolved, scotch to water, so forth and so on. Justice did not matter to him. People did not matter to him. Just running good, solid numbers. We have nothing to be worried about. We aren't guilty, no matter how much Deputy Tilton wants us to be, I said. Well, nonetheless, he wants you to call him the minute you're back in town. Yeah, and I want to win the lottery, but I don't see that happening either. All he wants is a chance to read me the riot act, and I am not a masochist. Everything else okay? I asked. Melanie sighed again. I guess. You guess? Melanie was silent for a moment, and when she spoke again, her voice was almost lowered to a whisper. It's Jazz. Jasmine? I asked, alarmed. Is she all right? Did something happen to her? Oh, no, nothing like that. She just seems to be drawing into herself more and more each day. She doesn't hardly speak anymore, and when she does, it's a full-fledged tantrum. She's having a terrible time coping, and if she doesn't show some signs of coming around soon, I think I'm going to have to take her to a child psychologist, Melanie said. That may not be a bad idea in any event, I said. Experts say that children are very resilient, but this whole mess has got to be more than even the most well-adjusted child can handle. I suppose. Sarah tells me that I'm overreacting, but it's killing me to see my baby this way. I know this doesn't help much, but time is the big healer, and there's nothing much you can do in that respect but wait, I said. Melanie fell silent again. After a moment, she said quietly, Take me out of here? I wasn't sure that I heard her correctly. Huh? When you get back, take me out of here. I don't care where, anywhere. Let's go out and pretend none of this is real. Let's go eat. Let's go dancing. I really don't care. I've spent so many days in this gloomy little house dealing with piece after piece of emotional baggage. I feel like I could scream. I want an evening where I don't have to think about anything at all. Was I hearing correctly? Was Melanie asking me out on a date? I wanted to leave right then, drive the distance between Columbus and Lymont at warp speed, and whisk her off for a night of distraction. I decided I was grafting my own desires on Melanie's intention. She had barely been widowed for a week, and I was sure simple escape was her prime motivation. A burning need to get away from everyone and everything. I was equally certain that she would have been appropriately mortified if she could read the thoughts running through my brain like that of a hormonally charged-up teenager. Yeah, we can do that, I said, trying to keep from sounding overeager. Promise? Promise. Melanie sighed again. I'll feel better when you're back down here. I know this will sound crazy, but ever since that nut job attacked us, I've felt, I don't know, like I'm being watched or something. I thought it might be better to stay out here with Sarah, but Brenner Hollow is just short of being haunted at night, if you know what I mean. It's kicking my imagination into overdrive. I thought of my own phantom tale and debated telling Melanie about the Pontiac. I decided against it for fear of escalating her own paranoia. Instead, I promised her I would phone the minute I arrived in town, and then ended the call,
reluctantly sending Melanie back to her funereal existence. It was Wednesday afternoon when recent events in Limont followed me to Columbus. I left MGDC around noon to pick up some lunch at McDonald's. I drove along Concourse Boulevard, a two-lane street that led away from the cluster of businesses, and toward Avery Road, a north-south thoroughfare with fast food restaurants lined up nearly alphabetically. I was in good spirits, seeing the end of my project on the horizon and singing fictional lyrics to the song currently on the radio. As I approached Avery, I noticed that my low fuel indicator had come on at some point over the course of the morning. A gas superstore sat on the corner of Concourse and Avery, and I slowed to enter the lot. My caterwauling stopped abruptly, as if my own internal power source had been unplugged. I jabbed frantically at the power button on my radio, making contact on the third try. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, and my double take had undoubtedly been comical if observed. The gas station consisted of a food mart under a large red, white, and blue canopy, and 12 self-serve pumps, one row of 6 on each side of the central building. There was a fair amount of mid-morning traffic pulled in to refuel, but what caught my eye was the vehicle in the farthest corner of the parking lot, partially obscured by pump number 12. It was a white Pontiac Aztek, held together mostly by rust and, in some places, duct tape. The license plate indicated the car was from Scioto County, a large, poor region of southern Ohio with only 2 sizable cities within its county limits: Portsmouth and Limont. All of the rationalizing I had been doing to convince myself the Pontiac had been a figment of my imagination washed away like so much rainwater. This was no coincidence. This car had followed me to Columbus. Had it visited Monday night? Tuesday night? Just because I hadn't awakened to detect it, the probability was high that my shadow had been uncomfortably close during the entirety of the last several days. I quickly pulled my car to the opposite side of the canopy, keeping the bank of gas pumps between me and the glass-fronted food mart. I hadn't seen a driver through the windshield of the Pontiac, nor had I seen anyone pumping fuel into it, so I assumed my mystery guest was inside the building. I didn't want whoever it was to catch sight of me and bolt before I had a chance to see who it was, so I continued around to the back of the building, where the only break in the cinder block facade was a windowless employee entrance. The positioning was ideal. The nose of my car pointed straight at the pump, which was partially obscuring the Pontiac. The driver wouldn't be able to see me until it was too late. I thought about calling the police on my cell phone, but discounted that possibility almost immediately. What could I tell them? This was a free country, and the driver of the Pontiac had done nothing specifically illegal. Still, the owner could be the masked knifeman who had so recently busted my mouth and stuck me in the arm. My mouth had nearly healed, so much so that no one at Marty's had even noticed. My arm, however, was still bandaged, and I was wearing long sleeves to conceal it. For a moment, I didn't know what I would do if the driver was my assailant. Call the police? Run him down with my car? I'm sure he wouldn't be wearing a mask, so I would have to make my choice carefully, only after determining that he was indeed the culprit. The animal in me didn't want to share his apprehension with the police. I wanted to inflict a few injuries on that bastard personally. Time crawled by, and tension thickened with the passing of each second. Finally, a short, stocky figure in a military-issue camouflage jacket strutted toward the Pontiac. He wore a black knit cap on his head, covering his hair and any other unique identifiers which might have shown from my vantage point. The element of surprise was still with me, so I lit from my car and began striding across the parking lot to intercept G.I. Joe before he got in his own vehicle. I grabbed him by the shoulder and whirled him around. It was Doug Boggs, his eyes widening as they brought my face into focus. For all of his bragging, I would have at least expected some attempt at self-defense, but instead, he turned into jelly, his arms raising to shield himself from whatever I might have in mind. Doug? I was incredulous. For a second, my hand relaxed on his shoulder, not expecting this to be the face of my stalker. Hey! Hey! Doug said, slapping the air in front of his face, trying to dislodge my hand from its resting place. Without another word, he squirmed sideways in an attempt to get back into his car. I clamped down on his shoulder and pushed him hard against the Pontiac's side. Rust flecks showered down as Doug made contact with the compromised metal, and the resultant thump caught the attention of 2 other patrons who had been busily filling their tanks.
"Just what in the hell do you think you're doing?" I demanded.
A nervous smile danced across his face, his cognitive factory working overtime to manufacture a palatable tale.
My aunt! See, my aunt lives."
"Bullshit!" I exclaimed. "You've been following me since I came back Sunday night. What's the deal?" Doug's face flooded red, his stumbling speech erupting in fragments.
No, man, no way. Why would I want to follow you? My aunt lives."
I pulled him toward me and then slammed him back against the car, hard enough to leave an ass-shaped dent in the driver's door. "Bullshit! I saw you Sunday evening in Circleville. I saw you driving by my house Sunday night. Hellfire! If this is the best covert surveillance you can do, I think it's in your best interest to find a new career. God damn it, what in the hell do you think you're doing?" One of the 2 other customers had hurriedly recorked her gas tank and zipped away, while the other one had gone inside the food mart and was now conversing urgently with the cashier, indicating the pump where I had Doug pinned against his car. Doug's eyes were enormous. The cold air around us did nothing to diminish the rivulets of sweat pouring down his forehead.
"All right, man, all right,"
he finally said, raising his hands palm up as if to admit defeat.
I'm on assignment."
"Assignment?"
Don't bother asking, because I won't tell you," he said, stubbornly jutting his bottom lip out like a petulant child.
"Someone has hired you to watch me?" I asked.
Yes."
"Who?" I asked anyway. He sighed and whined.
"I told you not to ask me. It's privileged information."
I suspected that I could pound the holy living hell out of him and extract a full confession in short order, but the cashier from the food mart, a Herculean tower of muscle tissue and bones, came striding out of the building with an aluminum ball bat clutched in his enormous hand, his fine blonde hair billowing with each determined step. His expression was no nonsense, so I knew my time for interrogation was rapidly drawing to a close. "All right, listen to me," I hissed, roughly pulling Doug to me by his coat collar, my nose about 1 inch from his. "We are going to talk about this, but later, when I get back to Limont. Let me be clear about one thing. A few days ago, I buried a friend whose murderer may have also attacked me with a knife the day after the funeral. You could say that I'm a little jumpy. If I see you creeping around, following me again, I will pound you into the ground. Now get your incompetent ass back in that shit heap and get the fuck away from me as fast as you can." I shoved him roughly against the car one last time before Food Mart security plucked me off my feet by the neckline of my coat. I am not a small man, but the mighty giant tossed me backward like I was a child. I landed on my backside, the behemoth towering over me, half cocking the bat and glaring at me menacingly. Doug scattered like a fart in the wind, into his Pontiac and out of the parking lot with as much speed as he could muster. I raised my own hands, palm up, toward the gas station employee. "Sorry, man," I said. "I didn't mean for that to happen. I don't mean to cause any more trouble." "You damn well better not," Thor said, his face unforgiving. "Now get the hell off this property before I call the cops." I smiled sheepishly and went back to my car. I supposed that filling my tank before I left would be out of the question. I drove away, hoping that my remaining puddle of gas would be sufficient to reach the next fueling station. By the time I returned to MGDC, I was fuming. I couldn't get that creepy little Doug Boggs off my mind. I couldn't see why anyone would pay to have me followed. Moreover, I couldn't believe Doug would have accepted the assignment in the first place. We had gone to school together, for God's sake. Ultimately, I decided the slimeball would spy on his own pudgy mother if the price was right. Surprisingly, anger kicked my work output into high gear, and I made a tremendous amount of progress by quitting time. According to my original schedule, I should still have 5 computers to set up on Thursday, and that was if nothing went astray. I had surpassed my goal and had only 3 computers to finish by the time Donna stopped in at 8 o'clock for a progress report before she headed home. She looked very tired, the enormous number of hours she had put in over the course of the last few days taking its toll in the lines of her face and the bags beneath her eyes. "Wow," she said. "Looks like you're almost done. Damn, you're good. You know, I was thinking, I said. Is anyone working late tonight?
Meredith came in to work till midnight. Why?
I think I'll stay and finish these last 3 units, I said.
Oh, bored with us already?
Donna asked, raising an eyebrow in jest. I forced a grin. There's just a lot of things going on back home in Lymont, and I'd like to get back as soon as I can. Donna smiled.
Hey, that works for me. Just build the office at your convenience. We'll want you to come back once the construction crew has rebuilt so you can move the workstations back to their permanent positions.
Just give me a call.
Thank you so much, Rich, Donna said, stepping forward and taking my hand. You have no idea how much we appreciate everything you've done.
Another satisfied customer. I had to work like a madman to wrap up by midnight, but when Meredith signaled time to go, I was just finishing with the last machine. I knew I wouldn't be able to think clearly until after I had seen Doug and found out who had hired him, and the thought of spending another day in Columbus seemed torturous. As I headed home, I realized that Dexter was way past due for his dinner. He would be crabby and loud, and rightfully so. Occasionally, I looked in my rearview mirror to make certain that Doug wasn't following me again. I swear to God, I don't know what I would have done to him if he had been, but traffic was light, and the Pontiac was nowhere to be found. 35 minutes later, I was on Oren Way, the only car on the visible horizon. I had turned the radio on and was beginning to unwind just a little. Having the job done at MGDC was more of a relief than I had expected. I had worked a 12-hour shift on both Monday and Tuesday, and tonight I had worked 16 hours. It was difficult to sustain a working level of rage when I could barely hold my head up. I wanted to go home and crawl into bed, sleep a little later than I had been sleeping, but only a little, for I had much to accomplish on Thursday. I knew just where to find Doug Boggs when I was good and ready, but I desperately needed to rest first, revitalize my mental processes. In my current aggravated and exhausted stupor, my inner animal lay too close below the surface. One wrong word from Doug, and Deputy Tilton would get his wish, hauling me away for the murder of one bumbling private eye. My house loomed, isolated and dark, on the horizon. A dilapidated barn sat 100 yards behind my house, a structure that had come with the property, yet I rarely used. My riding lawnmower was parked there, and that was about it. The moonlight shone on the age-old, flecking white paint, giving the building an ominous and menacing look. I had never considered it before, but there was a real, potential creep-out factor at work here. I had passed my closest neighbor a mile back, and it was at least that far beyond to the next one. This had been one of the major selling points of the property for me. It was close enough to the city for accessibility, yet remote in a way reminiscent of the backwoods at home. Of course, there weren't nearly as many trees, and the land was almost entirely flat, but I had never considered the similarities between my property and Sarah's on Brenner Hollow. Both were remote ports in the storm. It made me think of the movie Alien. In space, no one can hear you scream. I pulled into my driveway and tried to shake away the willies I had allowed to descend. This was my house, for God's sake. This was my sanctuary. I was safe because I was on base. Dexter sat like a statue on the big country porch which ran the entire length of the front of the house. This did nothing to relieve my anxiety. Dexter was strictly an indoor cat. What was he doing out here? I got out of my car and ran to the porch. It was covered with slivers of shattered glass, twinkling like diamonds in the moonlight. Dexter was sitting carefully amongst the wreckage, jagged shards surrounding him on all sides. My storm door flapped weightlessly on its hinges, relieved of the glass panes which had once hung securely in place. The front door was open, glass from its 9-pane window broken inward and scattered like a glittering trail into my living room, an invitation into the dark recesses of the house which lay beyond. Chapter 9. The night was eerily silent. Fatigue and adrenaline combined in an unrequested cocktail, altering my perception of the scene and reminding me ominously how nightmares feel. The wind swept fallen leaves across my yard and away from the few tall oaks from which they had descended, whispering insistently to each other as they scuttled by. I had never before noticed the property's almost total lack of nighttime exterior lighting. An exhausted vapor light burned at the pinnacle of the barn's roof, throwing a puddle of white illumination like a dim spotlight on a stage which was in front of the barn's wooden slatted door. Still yet, The barn was significantly detached from the house, and the resulting contrast made the house seem all the more enshrouded and forbidding. I dialed 911 on my cell phone and reported the break-in to a monotone female dispatcher. When I told the operator that I wasn't sure if the burglar was still on the premises, I was advised to stay in my car until the police arrived, which should be within half an hour. After disconnecting, I cautiously approached the porch and plucked Dexter from his position amongst the rubble. He squeaked in protest as I hurriedly carried him back to the Optima and put him in the back seat. Dinner would have to wait. I leaned with my back against the side of the car, staring at my house, searching for signs of any activity whatsoever lurking behind the dark windows. My home, my refuge, my sanctuary had been brutally violated. As shadows swallowed whole mouthfuls of detail, making the house appear both unfamiliar and perilous, I wondered how I had ever felt safe here. The thought shook me to my very center. Would I ever be able to relax my guard enough to sleep here again? I had loved this house from the first moment I had seen it, never once feeling unsettled by the remoteness of its location. In space, no one can hear you scream. Like a spark to gasoline, I was suddenly furious my safe haven had been ripped away. I could remain passive and wait for the police, or I could take action, reclaiming what rightfully belonged to me. I went to the rear of the car and opened the trunk. Underneath the miniature spare tire, a crowbar was nestled into position beneath the car's jack. I did not own a gun, and of the options currently available, the crowbar seemed like the best bet. I carefully closed the trunk, making as little sound as possible. I examined the facade of the house once more, scanning for signs of activity. The windows remained dark and empty, and I proceeded up the front stairs to the porch, careful to avoid the glass confetti which covered its surface. I paused at the door, listening for footfalls or other evidence of an intruder. I clenched the crowbar in a death grip, prepared to bash anyone who might dare to present himself unexpectedly. I stepped across the threshold, and the sounds of the night wind were muffled within the confines of the house. The sudden quiet was disorienting, and my ears rang with the comparative silence. I was careful not to touch anything as I passed, leaving the front door standing open in the position in which I had found it. I didn't want the hinges to unexpectedly cry out in protest and give my presence away. The front door opened into my large, dark living room. Confirmation of the break-in was everywhere. My comfortable, overstuffed furniture lay in ruin, stuffing ripped from the cushions and scattered on the floor like cotton candy. Books and DVDs lay scattered around the room, discs separated from their cases and tossed like frisbees about the room. I kept the lights off and moved forward slowly, quietly. Finding the living room, which I had known like the back of my hand, was now a minefield. Broken bits of furniture lying hidden in the shadows and waiting to trip me up at every turn. I passed through to the hallway, which was as dark as a black hole. The shadows were impenetrable, creating countless places where an intruder might hide. My heart was racing, and my knuckles were white, straining against the crowbar. With conscious effort, I moved toward the end of the hall one step at a time, straining to hear even the slightest of sounds. The silence was thick and claustrophobic. In space, no one can hear you scream. As I approached the foot of the stairs, the silence gave way to a soft, rhythmic noise, soft only because of its distance. Thwack, thwack, thwack. 3 short, sharp raps, a short pause, and then the cycle began anew. A hammer? Possibly. I took several tentative steps up the stairs and paused, listening. It sounded like a hammer. Judging from the condition of the living room, destruction was now ensuing upstairs, a piece of furniture or perhaps a wall being bashed and broken. My grip was still tight on the crowbar, but my hand had grown hot and sweaty, and perspiration beaded on my forehead. I should go back to my car. The police would be here soon enough. They were trained for this shit. I didn't believe for a minute that this was a random burglary. After everything that had happened in Limont, the attempted break-in at Sarah's and the successful one at Ryan's new apartment, coincidence seemed entirely improbable. The masked marauder who had previously attacked Melanie and me might be lurking in my bedroom, searching for whatever it was he so desperately needed, and the cords in my neck stood out as tension wound me up like a clock spring. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The cadence of the hammering was insistent, determined to find the juicy center under the hard candy shell. I ascended the steps slowly and steadily, keeping as close to the outer edge of each step as possible. I read somewhere this reduces squeaking. I kept my back pressed against the wall and my eyes fixed on the dark hallway above as I climbed the remaining stairs. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Oddly, the noise was both a beacon and a comfort. As long as I could hear the hammering, I could relax about what might be lurking in the shadows of the hall. After all, the intruder couldn't be in two places at the same time. From this distance, the noise was louder, coming from within my own bedroom. A cold chill raced through me, begging me one last time to reconsider my actions before I got my head blown off. And then it passed, leaving me once again engulfed in rage. This bastard had torn my house apart. Now he was in my bedroom, the most personal of all personal space, hammering, breaking, destroying. The muscles in my arm were flexing involuntarily, causing the crowbar to strike my leg in harmony with the pounding. I crossed the hall and stopped at the door to my bedroom. The door was ajar, but no light spilled out. Thwack, thwack, thwack. I held my breath and waited, listening for the next round of the familiar 3 blows. When I heard the first, I slowly pushed the door open with my left hand, prepared to use the crowbar in my right at the slightest provocation. I exhaled a great sigh of relief. The room was empty. The sounds were emanating from a standing fan which had been toppled in the corner of the room. Its oscillating mechanism had shattered, and the head of the fan was beating itself into the floor with each pass of the internal workings. Thwack, thwack, thwack. I lowered the crowbar and walked across the room to turn the fan off. It fell into silence with the rest of the house. I surveyed the room. It had been compromised as well. My king-size mattress had been slashed like the living room furniture, exposed springs and stuffing spilling out onto the floor. Drawers had been pulled from my dresser, tossed into the middle of the room, and, in many cases, broken into splintery fragments. Holes had been punched randomly throughout the plaster of the walls, exposing the wooden skeleton of the structure beneath. I had seen so little of the house, and yet, already the damage was enormous. It was hard to believe that I had been in this very room just 18 hours ago getting dressed for work. I had left my dwelling utterly defenseless as I drove to join the morning circus. I was infuriated, not only with the intruder, but with myself as well. I had lived in the house for a year, amassing electronic playthings the whole while, and still had not installed a burglar alarm. Somewhere deep inside of me, there is a pure and innocent child who stubbornly continues to believe that man is basically good. I had felt I was far enough from the city not to require the customary anti-burglary package that could be found in many Columbus apartments and homes. I had been wrong. While insurance could restore my walls, replace my furniture, and subtly raise my premiums for having done so, it couldn't replace the necessary safety of home. My home, which had been pillaged, plundered, and left to die. I had been so preoccupied with my irate thoughts that the first few footfalls, soft against the floor downstairs, totally eluded me. It wasn't until they began ascending the stairs that I realized with a start someone was coming up the stairs toward me. My grip on the crowbar tightened immediately, and my heart kicked into an up-tempo rhythm. The footfalls echoed in the stairwell, phantom footfalls mere seconds behind the real thing. Was it 2 people? I couldn't be sure. I inched toward the doorway, the arm with the crowbar cocked and ready. The footsteps grew louder, and soon the phantom set had evolved into its own distinct pattern. It was 2 people. Shit. I looked around the room, frantically looking for something, anything other than the crowbar to use as a weapon. A crowbar is no match against a handgun. Even if the intruders were unarmed, which was highly unlikely, there were 2 of them. I could only hit one at a time. There was nothing but broken bits of this and that, no more effective than the crowbar would be. I was perspiring again, salty droplets falling from my armpit and trailing down my side. The footsteps drew nearer, ascending the final few steps. I could hear the intruders whispering to each other, but the words fell meaningless before reaching my ears. The only thing I could think of was to go out the window and onto the roof. I crossed the room quickly, realizing that time was running out. I had nearly reached the window when I tripped over a large piece of wooden wreckage which had been obscured in the shadow of my bed. I went down hard, feeling splinters biting into my palms as I tried to stop myself from smashing my face. The resultant noise was enormous, instantly alerting the two who were now in the hallway. I attempted to stand, but before I could even fully regain my balance, a hand closed around the collar of my coat at the nape of my neck and pulled me fully erect. Another invisible hand thrust the short, blunt muzzle of a gun into my back. "Drop it, motherfucker!" a man's angry voice bellowed. I realized I was still holding the crowbar in a death grip. "I said drop it!" I obeyed, allowing the crowbar to fall to the floor with a jangle. I raised my hands over my head. The hand at my neck released and opted for a hold on my shoulder, turning me around suddenly to face him. It was a policeman. The feeling of relief was so powerful I laughed out loud. The square-faced officer who stood face to face with me did not understand my exultation, however, and continued to look stern and unyielding, gun firmly trained on my midsection. A female officer with short, dark hair stood behind him, her gun drawn and trained on me as well. Her confusion was evident, and my laughter rolled into great, whooping gales. The police officers had come and gone, certifying the premises to be burglar-free. Officer John Harris had lectured me at length for a multitude of consumer errors I had committed, which had, in essence, enabled my robber. No security system, valuables in plain sight through the windows, substandard locks on both doors and windows. The list went on and on. He had reminded me of my own stupidity in entering the house without waiting for him and his partner. I wouldn't have been surprised if Officer Harris had decided to lock me up for reckless endangerment of myself. Officer Serena Blake had been more sympathetic, focusing more on the destruction of my property and the impact it was bound to have. She had completed the police report and had given me a copy to file with my insurance company. After the officers had departed, I was left standing in the ruin of what had once been my furniture. I had turned the lights on throughout the house, chasing all of the shadows out of the corners. The chaos was gut-wrenching. The burglar had visited every room in the house, rendering havoc without prejudice. The 3 computers I had situated on the desk in my study had been removed, yet a very expensive imaging device had been left behind. Whoever had been here wasn't familiar with the value of computer equipment. It was almost as if the computers had been an afterthought, not the main purpose. It was nearly 3 a.m. I could barely hold my head up, but I couldn't go to bed until I had tended to a few things. I carefully swept up the glass from the floor in my foyer and from my porch, disposing the fragments into a large plastic outdoor trash can. Officer Harris had brought back a piece of weathered plywood from the barn after he had inspected it for intruders. He had recommended I use it to cover the missing panes of glass on my front door. After I had secured the plywood to the 9-pane with hammer and nails, I went out to the car and collected Dexter. He had curled into a fuzzy ball on the back seat and was visibly startled when I opened the back door. We returned to the house, me clutching him almost as much as he was clutching me. I was grateful Dexter hadn't been hurt during the housebreak. We entered the house, and I shut the door, securing the deadbolt which Officer Harris had assured me was entirely inadequate. I fed Dexter a generous helping of nauseatingly fishy-smelling cat food and kicked a path up to my bedroom. I stood for a moment, just taking the disaster zone in. My bed was uninhabitable, springs and stuffing exposed. I created a mattress of comforters and blankets in an area I had cleared on the floor. I stripped down to my boxers and crawled into a puddle of bedclothes. I left the hall light on and the bedroom door cracked open. I couldn't bear the thought of being swallowed up once again by the shadows of the night. I lay awake for a long time, completely exhausted yet unable to surrender to sleep. I hadn't told the police officers about any of the events in Lymont. I didn't really see the point, because the intruder had not found what he was looking for and had undoubtedly returned to Lymont already. There didn't seem to be a lot of sense in clouding the jurisdiction of this matter. The mad scavenger hunt, which had included Ryan's apartment and Sarah's cottage, had now been extended to my property. Something was missing, and someone wanted it back awfully badly. My computers were little bonuses, relatively easy to transport and easily profitable on the black market. My crucial data had been backed up to the cloud, of course, so I wasn't concerned with the loss of any information. What kind of computer professional would I be if I didn't adhere to one of the most important concepts of data security? My homeowner's insurance would replace the CPUs, but I'm sure that there were hundreds of little things. Desktop themes I had arranged or little utility programs I had downloaded from the internet, which I had not backed up because of their relative unimportance. I had once set up a home computer for Donna Nelson and her young son, Max. Max had been so excited about the computer, and since I was bringing this magical device into their home, I was a bona fide hero. He had drawn a picture of me while I worked, a hysterical caricature in which I had an enormous, bulbous head, to hold my computer brain, according to Max, and ragged scrawls of lime green hair. I had taped the picture to the front of my main computer. It was gone with the machine. I couldn't ignore the obvious connection to Doug Boggs. His presence couldn't possibly be coincidental with the timing of this burglary. I didn't for a minute believe Doug was responsible himself. He wanted to be a super sleuth, and super sleuths had the highest regard for the law. Undoubtedly, his employer had been responsible, using Doug to determine my daily routines and then striking while the coast was clear. My desire to beat the truth out of Doug had risen to a fevered pitch, but there was much to attend to before I would have the opportunity to interrogate him. I manually gave exhaustion the upper hand by swallowing 2 sleeping pills, something I almost never do, and finally fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. I woke at 10 o'clock, anxious to get through the necessary duties of the morning so I could get underway to Lymont. I called my insurance agent and informed her of the vandalism. When she told me that an adjuster would need to come out, I told her that I had an urgent appointment out of town and would need to leave as soon as possible. She assured me that a claims rep would be out around 1 and would take as little of my time as possible. I passed the time ridding my house of debris strewn throughout. I would have some major shopping to do before this place would look like much more than a hollowed-out old shell. I took a lunch break around noon and prepared a bologna sandwich with mustard and pickle. I washed it down with a cold can of Mountain Dew. The drowsing effect of the sleeping pills had lingered well into the morning, but the food seemed to help reconnect me to reality. I decided to check in with Melanie. She answered on the first ring.
Hello?
Hey, it's me, I said.
Dwayne, I was hoping it would be you. Are you back in town?
She asked, her voice sunny and warm. Sorry, no, I said. Had a little episode here last night. Her tone changed to concern like a flipped light switch. What's wrong? I think our attacker paid me a visit.
Oh my God. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine. I wasn't here at the time, but he ripped my house to shreds, I said.
Oh no. Oh God, she said. None of this would be happening to you if Sarah hadn't gotten you involved.
That's irrelevant, I said. Now I am involved. Is everything all right with you? Melanie paused.
I don't know. It's like I said before. I'm just creeped out all the time now. I see something in every shadow. I don't know how much longer I can stay out here with Sarah. It's like the setting to every horror movie I've ever seen, you know? I don't know what I was thinking, staying this close to the scene of the crime.
Have you been back to your house? Any signs of entry? I asked.
I went over 2 days ago, and I didn't see anything unusual. I didn't go in, though. I just drove by. Do you think it will be broken into?
I'm almost sure of it. Don't go back there by yourself, okay?
I won't.
There's more. I ran into Doug Boggs up here yesterday morning, I said.
Doug Boggs?
She said, pondering the name.
He sounds familiar.
He was at the funeral. He's a former classmate of mine and Ryan's.
Isn't he a private investigator?
If you want to call it that.
What was he doing in Columbus?
Melanie asked. Following me.
What?
Melanie's voice rose an octave.
Following you? What in the world for?
Someone hired him. He wouldn't say who, at least not yet. But I find this all just a little too coincidental.
Do you think he's the one who broke into your house?
No, he's too by the books. He may be stupid, but I don't think even he would have come back here and trashed my place after I had run into him. It would be too obvious, and I don't see any real motivation, I said.
Maybe he wasn't just hired to follow you. Maybe he was also hired to find whatever it was the knife guy was looking for here at Sarah's, she suggested.
I hadn't considered that, but my gut instinct still told me that Doug wasn't the one. I suppose it's possible, but I really don't think so. What could Ryan have had that would be this important to recover?
Or valuable.
Yeah, but value is in the eye of the beholder. I mean, he could have had a bag of cash just lying around somewhere, or he could have had some sort of evidence of, I don't know, A murder or theft or political corruption?
You read way too much. I don't think that Ryan was involved in political intrigue, Melanie said.
I know, but my point is it could be anything. Every question leads to another. I think that if we could find out what this guy is looking for and get our hands on it first, we could bring the killer right to us. Melanie was silent for a second.
There's a pleasant thought. But that's a mighty big if. How are we supposed to find something that we can't even identify when someone who knows exactly what he's looking for can't seem to turn up anything?
For the same reason Sarah asked me to do this in the first place. I've never had a better friend than Ryan McGregor. 15 years is a long time, but I understand how his mind worked then. You understand how his mind worked since. Between us, maybe we can figure out what this item is and where it's stashed, I said. If we can find enough evidence, maybe we can forego the whole killer coming to us part and turn matters over to the police. Melanie abruptly shifted gears.
Deputy Tilton took me down to the station yesterday.
What for?
He's still persisting with his treatment of me as a suspect. He made a big show of taking my fingerprints and detaining me for the better part of the afternoon. He was really grilling me about my relationship with Ryan. Said he knew that Ryan was being unfaithful and how that must have really cheesed me off. Toward the end, he moved on to you, trying to say that there was more to us than what there is.
That little remark hurt a little. I was consistently surprised at my powerful reactions to Melanie. She was affecting me on a level that was unfamiliar territory. The timing sucked. What was his point? I asked.
Intimidation. I have never in my life had someone automatically dislike me the way Tilton does. I don't know how to react, she said.
Just remember, it's nothing personal. The fat bastard is just trying to do his job like the rest of us. I'm sure you're nothing more than a case number.
Maybe,
she said. A series of 3 sharp raps sounded against my front door. I think the insurance adjuster is here, I said, rising from where I sat at the table. Just as soon as I'm done, I'll be heading to Lymont.
Okay. Stop by when you get into town. I arranged for my sister to watch jazz this afternoon because I'd hoped you would be here early enough for us to maybe go to Ashland, she said.
Maybe, if there's time. First, I need to go to Doug Boggs' office and find out how he's involved in all of this.
Be careful.
I will. I hung up the phone and answered the door. A jolly-faced, white-haired man waited on the porch, clipboard in hand, ready to catalog the losses in my house. Chapter 10. The adjuster was quite expedient and had gone by 2 o'clock. I confirmed he had my cell number in case he needed to reach me and gave him my parents' number as a backup. I advised him I would be out of town until late the next week. Once again, I packed for travel, gathering clothes and cat, then reloaded the Optima. I made sure to pack my cell phone and charger this time. The weather had warmed into the mid-50s. After the latest cold spell, it felt like summer. I opted for a long-sleeved sweatshirt and jeans and threw my winter coat in the back seat. I wanted to catch Doug Boggs at his office, if possible. Hopefully, he wouldn't be out spying on some other poor hapless fool, although I suspected that even if he was, he wouldn't be difficult to flush out. He held the first real key to this puzzle. I would get him to talk one way or the other. I drove south on US 23 too quickly. I was pulled over twice for speeding, once in South Bloomfield and again just north of Waverly. I normally observe the speed limit diligently, but my desire to be back in Lymont was too great to adhere to any stupid and inconvenient traffic laws. It was Friday, and my parents were due home. I realized I had left in a hurry the previous Sunday, and I hadn't cleaned up my mess in the kitchen. My mother would be less than thrilled to be greeted with a kitchen full of dirty dishes. I dialed their number on my cell phone, and after a ring and a half, the answering machine picked up. They weren't home yet. I left a brief message telling them I was sorry about the kitchen and I would see them later. I reached Lymont at around 4:30 and made a beeline to the downtown area. Doug Boggs, P.I., kept his storefront on the top floor of a seedy little shithole on 2nd Street. I parked my car and approached the building. The Pontiac Aztec was parked in the side lot. The ding I had put in the driver's door with Doug's backside was still visible, and it brought me a small sense of satisfaction. The building had been in its prime back in the 1940s, and the decades since had seen the building deteriorate and run down to its current sad state. The brick facade was filthy, with much of the side covered with colorful and inventive, if obscene, graffiti. Doug's outdoor advertisement was laughable, a flashing sign with an arrow pointing toward the building. It was the type of sign that sat in front of every convenience store in America, with plastic rails for arranging removable block letters. Eggs, 89 cents. Wieners, 2 for 1. Wick welcome. This one read, Doug Boggs, Master Detective, cheap but good, walk-ins welcome. The lower floor of the building housed 2 separate businesses, a florist and a real estate broker. Private entrances to each of these businesses were at opposite corners of the building. In the center of the building, a recessed doorway, marked with Doug Boggs, Master Detective, come on in, opened onto a staircase which led to a third private entrance at the second-floor landing. I ascended the narrow little set of stairs and paused outside the door to Doug's office. As impatient as I had been to get here, I hadn't really formulated a plan of attack. I decided the direct approach was the only way to catch Doug as off guard as possible, although I knew he would probably be expecting me to come eventually. I opened the office door and entered the drab lobby. Loretta, Doug's mother, was manning a secretarial desk just inside the door. She was dressed like a gaily colored clown, her bleached blonde hair pulled up into a tall beehive. As soon as she caught sight of me, she immediately pressed the office intercom.
Code red,
she said with authority. Oh, cut the crap, Loretta, I said. You've been watching too much TV. I continued past her to the only door at the rear of the room. Doug's name was emblazoned on a wood-grain plaque beside it. Pay dirt. I opened the door and entered the office, moving decisively toward Doug. He was already on his feet, squirming and shrinking away. I boiled over with anger. This little moron had cost me all of the possessions in my house. I was as sure of it as I was of the nose on my face. He knew every little thing I wanted to know, and he would tell me all of it. I crossed the room and went right up on top of Doug's desk on my knees. I swung my right fist and busted Doug in the nose, drawing blood as well as a frightened yelp. Doug fell back into his chair and covered his tender snout with both hands, yipping like a wounded pup. I backed down off the top of the desk and started to go around for another strike when Loretta suddenly hurtled herself onto my back. Short and round, this little troll must have weighed about 200 pounds. I was thrown off balance and stumbled forward against the desk.
You leave my Dougie alone,
she shrieked, making my eardrums ring. The fact that any glass remained intact in the room after her shrill exclamation was a scientific anomaly. I tried to shake her off, but she had sunk her fire-engine-red fingernails into the arms of my sweatshirt, hanging on for all she was worth. The next thing I knew, she was actually biting my shoulder, sinking her vicious little fangs through the shirt and locking on like a pit bull. I cried out and dropped backwards, taking the beast down with me. I landed on her with my full weight, knocking the wind out of her as she struck the floor, pinning her beneath me. I rolled off her and got back to my feet, my eyes darting from Doug, who was still cowering in his chair, to Loretta, who was struggling to lift her bulk up from the floor.
If you don't get the hell out of here, I'll call the police,
she shrieked, finally regaining vertical stature and heading for the outer office.
Fine.
You do, and I'll tell the Columbus police that Doug had been stalking me the day my house was broken into and torn apart, I said. I think they'll find the timing a little more than coincidental. Doug's eyes widened.
What?
He stammered.
What break-in?
Loretta stopped in the doorway and turned around, regarding me with total vicious contempt. When I went home last night, my house had been vandalized. Totally ripped up, I said. I didn't tell the police about you following me, although I'm sure it would have made your next few days pretty interesting. Lots of explaining to do. Care to start?
Are you going to hit me again?
Doug asked pathetically, dabbing at blood that still trickled from his nostril. That depends on what you have to say, I said.
You want me to call the police?
Loretta asked, her hands on her rotund hips. Her eyebrows were furrowed into tiny little slashes in her forehead. The damn vampire had had a taste of my blood and now wanted to finish the job. I wondered if I was going to require an inoculation.
No,
Doug said, waving his hand toward her.
Go back out to your desk, Ma. I want to hear what Dwayne has to say.
Loretta's eyes narrowed and her mouth collapsed into a jagged line cut into the folds of her face. A sausage finger jabbed out, its red talon tip pointing directly at me.
If you so much as yell at my boy, they will have to pick you out from neath my fingernails. Got me?
She fixed me with a deadly glare and backed out of the office, pulling the door closed behind her.
I swear to you, man,
said Doug, regaining a modicum of composure,
I didn't know anything about no break-in.
He pulled his chair back up to his desk and blotted at his congealing nose with a tissue. I chose one of the set of orange bucket chairs across the desk from him and sat down. I believe you, I said, but I have to know who hired you. This was no random act. I think your employer is involved. Doug sighed with exasperation. I can't give you that information. It's a violation of my professional principles. To hell with your professional principles, I snapped. If you hadn't taken this assignment, maybe my house would still be in one piece. I think you owe me. If I hadn't taken the assignment, someone else would have. Maybe, but someone else didn't. You did. My belongings are totally lost, Doug. The bastard punched holes through my walls, trashed my furniture. I could have implicated your involvement, enough so to have caused you a whole lot of trouble. I elected not to do that because I thought we might be able to reach an understanding between us. You were played for a fool, you know. The information you supplied directly abetted the perpetrator. He knew exactly when to strike thanks to you. What makes you think the break-in is anyway related to my client? Because someone broke into Sarah's house and stuck a knife in my arm on the way out. Ryan's place has been vandalized too. This bastard is looking for something and getting pretty desperate to find it. He was willing to hire you and then track me all the way to Columbus, I said. Doug sat at his desk, interlacing his fingers together and scratching the tip of his nose with his forefingers. He seemed deeply torn, whether to help me or protect the confidentiality of his client. He ended up saying nothing, just shaking his head. Doug, I mean it. You better spill. I will not only implicate you in the break-in of my house, but I'll make up a whole bunch of shit while I'm at it, keeping you busy answering to the Columbus PD for the next several weeks. I'll press charges against your mother, too. The dirty old bat bit me. I'm sure they can line up the bite marks with her dental records. I'll make it my personal mission to trip you up at every turn, and I can make your life hell for a good long time, trust me, I said. Doug groaned and rolled his eyes, and then thunked his head down face first on his metal desk. All right, he moaned from the cover of his blotter. But you do what you can to keep my name out of it. I'll do my best, I said. He lifted his head and looked at me, ashamed and defeated. At least I can take satisfaction in knowing that once I've told you, your little theory won't hold water. How so? Doug sighed and shifted in his chair. It was Sonia Bivens. I've known her for years. Hell, you've known her for years. She isn't capable of the things you say. I let the information sink in. Sonia Bivens? I don't understand. Clue me in. I can't, Doug said, shrugging. Don't have any details. Bullshit, I countered. It's the truth, he insisted. I asked her why she was interested in following you, but she told me it wasn't important. She paid me in cold, hard cash, man. My office rent is due, and I gotta put spending money in Ma's hands to keep her happy. Business ain't been great. So you sold out a friend without a moment's consideration? How very ethical. Doug's reaction was a little surprising. He jumped to his feet, suddenly animated and angry. Friend? How in the hell were you my friend? I was the scrawny runt who tagged along behind all you guys in high school, always the last one picked for basketball, always the first one to be set up as the butt of one of your stupid-ass jokes. Now you want something out of me, so we're like best buddies, is that it? Don't get me wrong, it's not like we're enemies, but friends? I don't think so. You were just another assignment. Food on my table. I reflected on Doug's words. It was true that in high school he had often been the victim of harmless pranks, but he had always seemed to relish the role, reacting to his various dilemmas with hilarity. Ryan, Donnie, Mickey, and I had thought of him as a faithful little mascot, which, although somewhat degrading, was always in the spirit of fun. We had truly believed that Doug was as happy with his role as we had been with his various antics. True, he had been a little scary with the whole right to bear arms issue, and maybe that was why we had kept him at a distance. His maturity had peaked at age 10, and when we had been interested in talking about girls, he had still wanted to play war in the woods. He had been given our silent approval, yet not invited to stand shoulder to shoulder with us. The more I thought about it, the more mortified I became. Who were we to pass judgment? We had literally used Doug throughout high school as a frisky dog would use a chew toy. I'm sorry you see things that way. I never meant to use you, I said, but I see your point. Still, don't you find it odd that Sonia wanted to hire you to follow me? Oh, sure, he said. I thought it was real odd. I saw how she reacted to you at McTavish's, so I figured she had her reasons. Maybe you could clue me on what they might be? I have no idea. I'm completely in the dark. The last time I laid eyes on Sonia was our high school graduation. I can't say that I ever knew her very well. Well, I did. Maybe not so much in school, but after. She worked at McTavish's for years, and I've always stopped there for my evening constitutional. She and I became right friendly, he said. That's why I'm sure you must be wrong. It doesn't make any sense. She's got a little 5-year-old boy she's trying to raise. She barely makes ends meet. She wouldn't risk everything over a stupid break-in. If she's barely making ends meet, how did she afford to pay for your services? I asked. Doug's ears turned beet red. I didn't ask. I see. I had to pay my damn rent, I told you. So you did. Well, I'm telling you that my hunch is that Sonia knows more about this than you're willing to give her credit for, I said. What's her address? Look, I've told you all I'm going to tell you, Doug said. I don't know anything more anyway, but if your aim is to go over and stir up trouble for Sonia, I don't want no part of it. You can find out where she lives your own damn self. It ain't classified information. Fine, I said briskly. Loretta poked her head in the door, scowling at us. Is everything all right in here? She demanded. Fine, Ma. Dwayne was just leaving, Doug said. As I stood, I said, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't call Sonia and warn her off. She hasn't been even remotely civil to me either time I've seen her since the funeral. If you let her know I want to talk to her, she'll bolt. I'm not making you any promises, Doug said. Yeah, but to call and warn her would be to admit what a fuck-up you are, Dougie boy, I said. Can't even keep a client's identity confidential. You bastard, he said. Loretta looked at me with a fury fueled by maternal instinct. Her bloodlust had reawakened, and I expected her to jump me at any moment and sink her teeth back into my flesh. Maybe, I said, but I promise you that I will try to avoid disclosing that little factoid if you promise me this one little thing. Doug snorted, and I turned to leave. I cut as wide a path around Loretta as I could, not wanting her to catch the scent of fresh blood flowing just beneath the surface of my skin. Her liberally applied makeup was dulled by the fierce red glow of her own enhanced coloring. I descended the narrow steps and returned to my car, which I had parked on the street. Dexter was napping in the back seat and decided to join me in the front as I pulled away from the curb. Hey, old fella, I said, scratching him underneath his chin. I think it's time we get you out of this car and settled in somewhere, huh? He purred blissfully and wedged himself tightly beside my leg. I headed out to my parents' house, wanting to drop off my clothes and my cat. While there, I could consult the local white pages and try to track down an address for Sonia Bivens. I tried my cell phone to call Melanie and update her on events, but my phone was out of range. The surrounding hills made maintaining reception next to impossible. Sonia Bivens. I searched every corner of my mind, trying to dredge up any reason whatsoever for Sonia to have me followed. I'd been perplexed by her attitude toward me from our first exchange at the funeral. I couldn't come up with any reason for her open hostility. She and I were going to have a talk, but I didn't expect it to go at all well. It was almost 6 o'clock when I parked in my parents' empty driveway. Apparently, they were still not back. The house was dark and deserted. I transported my clothes into my old bedroom and brought Dexter in. He roamed the house while I prepared a bowl of cat food and a fresh litter box for him. I picked up the cordless phone and called Melanie. She listened while I relayed the events of the past hour. The woman actually bit you? She said incredulously. Got the scar to prove it, I said, wandering around the kitchen and straightening the mess I had made last Sunday. What kind of person bites? So what about this Sonia Bivens? Any thoughts? None whatsoever, I said. Was Ryan involved with her in some way? Not that I know of. The name is vaguely familiar, but I might have seen it in a yearbook or something. It certainly doesn't strike me as a name I've heard frequently, or even recently, she said. I'm going out to see her just as soon as I can figure out where she lives, I said, loading the last of my crusty supper dishes into the dishwasher. Pick me up first, Melanie said. I don't think that's a good idea. Oh, come on. Don't tell me you're going to start pulling some macho bullshit on me. I can handle myself. I have as much right to go as you do. It's not that, I assure you, I said. It's just that I don't know what to expect from Sonia. I'm going to play devil's advocate now and hope this isn't out of line, but what if Ryan was having an affair with Sonia? Do you think she's apt to volunteer anything with Ryan's widow staring her in the face? Melanie was silent for a moment. I don't like it, she finally said. Well, I don't like it either, but it just makes sense to me that you should stay away. I'll stop by as soon as I finish, I promise, I said. You'd better. I'm tired of sitting around waiting. I'm not good at it. Besides, Sarah went out to the Legion with some of the girls from work, and Jazz is with my sister for the night. I'm sitting here in this spook house all by myself, and I'm about to go crazy, she said. I'll try to be quick, I promise. I disconnected and went into the living room, taking the white pages from the telephone stand and sitting in my father's recliner, switching on the reading lamp as I sat. There were about 20 Bivens in the phone book. No Sonias, but 3 S. Bivens. I called each one, trying to determine which one was right. As it turned out, none of them were. There was no hint of recognition at the mention of Sonia's name either, so I assumed that I wasn't speaking with anyone who belonged in her family tree. I was momentarily blocked. In a flash of inspiration, I retrieved my appointment book from my travel bag and found Kate Jenkins' number. While I didn't look forward to being drawn into another of her pleas for me to join the decorating committee for the reunion, I knew that she had lived in Lymont the entirety of her life. In school, she had always kept her nose firmly rooted in everyone else's business. I thought the odds were good she might be able to give me Sonia's current address. Oh, Dwayne, it's nice to hear from you, Kate said after we had exchanged greetings. You are still planning to attend our little party, I hope. Yes, of course I am. Well, good. I suppose it's too much to hope. I'm afraid it is, Kate, I said, cutting her off. I just wanted to ask you a quick question. I've been trying to track down Sonia Bivens. Sonia? Whatever for? I ignored the temptation to tell Kate it was none of her damn business. I have something that belongs to her. Do you know where she lives? Out on Turner's Ridge. Small little trailer about 3 miles down on the right. She drives one of those little Volkswagen bugs. Poor thing, Kate said. Poor thing? Well, yes. Got herself in trouble a while back. Now she's got that little boy to raise without a daddy. It's a real shame. She's poor as dirt. I would have never expected her to get into trouble, she said disapprovingly. I always thought she was a good girl. At least she has the good sense to live by herself now and not in sin with the next guy who comes along. My patience was wearing thin with Kate's pious attitude. She had changed so very little since high school. We were all on a stairway to heaven or a highway to hell, and Kate knew with absolute certainty which applied to each of us. It was nauseating. Thanks, Kate, I managed. You've been a big help. I terminated the call before she had the opportunity to say more. Truthfully, she had been a big help. She had not only told me where Sonia lived, but she had also volunteered the information that Sonia lived with her son and no one else. That would be beneficial. I didn't need to worry about 2 adversaries when I went to visit. I had halfway expected there to be a husband or boyfriend, one with a grinning skull tattooed on his right shoulder, a hunting knife easily accessible. If Kate knew her gossip, and I suspected she did, she would have volunteered the name of any boyfriend. I pinned a note on the refrigerator for my parents and bid Dexter adieu. I returned to my car and drove out into the hills. Sonia would not be receptive to seeing me. I tried to figure out how to secure her cooperation, but didn't really have a clue. As I drove through the night, I sensed that this encounter would be my most daunting yet. Chapter 11. The increase in temperature had brought a storm front along with it. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and an occasional flicker of lightning danced across the night sky. The wind had picked up strength, sending fallen leaves dancing haphazardly across the road in front of me. It was shaping up to be a real gully washer. Turner's Ridge was a narrow dirt road that wound its way along the peak of Turner Hill. Geographically speaking, the landscape was beautiful, with thick foliage in the summertime and an elevation which afforded a breathtaking view of the surrounding community. Economically speaking, however, the area was a slum, its ramshackle trailers springing forth like fungus which had firmly taken root. It was stereotypical white trash, complete with the occasional abandoned car propped up on cinder blocks in front of the rusting square structures that the residents of Turner's Ridge were forced to call home. Much like Brunner Hollow, the lots here were large and remote, neighbors separated by miles of woodland. I drove slowly, keeping my eye open for Sonia's VW. I didn't really expect to find it. It was highly likely that she would be working. Friday night is traditionally a big tip night for waiters and waitresses. I didn't want to question her at McTavish's, though, unless there was no other alternative. She could hide behind her duties all evening and slip out the back when I wasn't paying attention. Still, I hoped to be able to at least discern which trailer was hers by a name on the mailbox or something. As I crested the next little hill, I braked suddenly. The beat-up red VW Beetle I recognized as Sonia's was parked in the next driveway on the right. There were no other cars in the drive. The trailer was smaller than most and shaped like an oversized tin of ham turned over on its side. A weather-worn wooden stoop had been constructed in the front of the door, its floorboards bowed and sagging. A rusted awning provided limited cover to the porch. A window in the front of the structure glowed orange. Tires had been strewn about the grassless mud pit of a front yard. A wobbly clothesline spun in the center, forgotten undergarments flapping like flags in the wind. I slowed my car and pulled off to the side of the road several hundred yards before reaching Sonia's driveway. I didn't want to alert her to my presence by shining headlights across the front of her home as I pulled into the drive. I got out of the car and approached the trailer, absorbing every detail of my surroundings. The element of surprise may be mine, but I was unfamiliar with the geography. It was Sonia's home court advantage. I had felt prematurely safe, assuming that Sonia would, at most, be here with her little boy. But just because Kate Jenkins had stated that Sonia lived alone didn't mean she might not have company. Big, knife-wielding company. There had to be a connection, and again I had reacted without properly plotting my course. If my hands had been registered lethal weapons, maybe I could afford to act swiftly and think later. Now, it seemed kind of reckless and dumb. Nevertheless, I carefully mounted the rotting stairs and paused on the porch. A low rumble of thunder rolled through the hills and lingered, hovering in what seemed to be the space directly below me. After a moment of perplexity, it dawned on me that this was not thunder. A large, black, ferocious-looking beast dragged itself from underneath the porch, sliding its enormous body out and up in one fluid motion. The dog turned to face me, its head lowered and hackles raised. Ropey globs of saliva spilled from the corners of its jowls. Yellowed and broken teeth gnashed together, ready to rip me to shreds. Its eyes promised death would be slow and painful. I froze. I'll admit that I have no great love for dogs. It's not like I kick puppies or anything, but I've always connected better with cats. As a small child, I had been terrified of dogs because our pet, a German shepherd named Coco, had loved everyone in the family but me, preferring to use me as a chew toy. I had learned the worst thing you can do when confronted with an unfriendly dog is panic and show alarm. The canine capacity for detecting fear is startling in its acuity. The dog glared, continuing its drooling, low-pitched growl. It took a tentative step toward me, still crouched and prepared to strike. I allowed my eyes to wander to the objects on the porch. There wasn't much to choose from. A plastic lawn chair, a mop bucket, and a mop. I could use the handle of the mop if I could reach it. A brilliant bolt of lightning illuminated the sky, followed almost instantly by deafening thunder. The dog was startled and momentarily averted his attention to the road behind him. I quickly reached across the porch and grabbed the mop. There was nothing wrong with the dog's peripheral vision. As it detected my motion, it whirled back around toward me and launched into a frenzy of furious barking, punctuated with growls and spraying dog spittle. It advanced until I slammed the end of the mop handle onto the ground between us. The mongrel had closed the distance and had me backed up against the door of the trailer. I couldn't see any way around getting a bite or two taken out of my hide. So much for the element of surprise. I frantically beat my elbow against the door behind me. I could hear a great deal of clatter from within the trailer, and a yellow bulb sprang to life on the porch. The door opened behind me, and I didn't dare take my eyes off of the vicious animal. Sonia yelled, "Nark! You get back under the porch! I'm so sorry, so sorry." Nark? Oh, the dog's name was Nark. He snarled one last warning to me before slinking back into his subterranean lair. His master had spoken. Once I turned around and Sonia recognized me, though, she might put out an instant kill order to her faithful hellhound. I took my chances and turned around anyway. "I hope that my dog didn't—" Her voice trailed off as she recognized me. The lines in her face made her appear 10 years older than she was. Her Brillo-pad mousy brown hair had been pulled into a harsh knot at the nape of her neck, her head covered by a red bandana. She was wearing flea market blue jeans with a cream-colored strapless halter, exposing her midriff in a surprisingly tantalizing way. In school, Sonia had always been considered sort of asexual. Not good, not bad, not anything. But now here she was, all grown up and worldly beyond her years. The complexity of her life showed in her tired eyes, and she wasn't at all happy to see me.
"What in the hell are you doing here? Get the fuck off my property! And I mean now, damn it!" she ordered.
The creature under the stoop snarled anew.
"I could have Narc out here in 2 seconds to rip you to shreds. Now get out of here!"
"We need to talk," I said. "Now either you can talk to me or you can talk to the police after I tell them about how you hired Doug Boggs to help you trash my house yesterday." Okay, I didn't try to protect him very hard, but the hell with Doug Boggs anyway, the creepy little shit. The skies opened up and rain fell in great sheets, hammering at the tin roof of the trailer. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, vibrating through the necrotic wood beneath my feet. In that flash of lightning, I saw something new in Sonia's expression, something other than anger. It was a touch of fear. She hadn't reacted to my accusation with denial or shock. Instead, she had fallen silent, her anger draining away, her shoulders drooping and anxiety flooding over her features.
"I'm so sorry about that," she mumbled. "He wasn't supposed to do that. He wasn't."
She shook her head and looked down at her feet. I was baffled by her change in demeanor. "He who? Doug?" I asked. Sonia just shook her head stiffly, sniffling. I felt like I was dealing with a real-life Sybil here. The aggressive and defiant Sonia was nowhere to be found. In her place was this striking replica, minus all the tough talk and attitude. She looked up at me, and her eyes were pleading.
"Please, you have to go."
"What is it that you're looking for?" I asked. She folded her arms and pressed her lips firmly together. "It's me or the police," I said. She sighed and stepped aside, motioning me into her home.
"Can we make this quick?"
"I don't know. Can we?" I asked. I stepped inside to the miniature living area. It was cluttered and smelled musty, with orange shag carpeting that hadn't been common since the 1970s. A lumpy sofa hid beneath a mauve furniture cover. An old, overstuffed recliner was wedged into a corner, effectively squelching its reclinability. A wood-burning stove occupied one end of the small room, spilling an enormous amount of heat into the cramped quarters. It was sweltering. Sonia closed the door and turned to face me.
"What is it you want to know? But before you ask anything, you should know that I won't talk about what happened yesterday. I'm so sorry about your house. It really wasn't supposed to happen that way,"
she said, as if to reassure me of her good intentions. "I'm supposed to take comfort in that? Whoops, I didn't mean to. All is forgiven? Don't you think I deserve a little more than that? My house is destroyed," I said.
"You're better off not knowing. It doesn't matter anymore. You're out of it now, and you should just stay out."
"Out of what? What in the world are you talking about?" Sonia just shook her head again. A peal of thunder shook the metal cage in which we stood. She wandered over to the window and looked outside. The rain was falling with a vengeance, and several small leaks had formed in the roof of the trailer. This place was a real shit heap. I was getting frustrated. Who was Sonia protecting? Why was she so reluctant to talk? Her remorse about the vandalism of my house seemed genuine. I decided to try a different approach. "How did you and Ryan come to be friends? I don't recall that you hung out together in high school."
"Yeah, well, life goes on after high school, even for us little people," she said bitterly.
"You know, I just don't understand you," I said. "I don't recall ever doing anything to you to make you feel this way about me."
"Look, it's nothing. Forget about it. Me and Ryan worked together at Benny's Billiards in Ashland about 8 years or so ago. We thought it was real funny, you know, 2 former classmates working side by side in a city that's 50 miles away from home."
She shrugged her shoulders.
"I don't know. We just became friends. It's not that unusual, is it?"
"No, not at all," I said. "You've stayed friends since then?"
"Yeah," she said. "I, for one, know how to maintain a friendship."
"What do you mean by that?"
"For God's sake, in 15 years, you didn't even call him," she said. You were supposed to be his buddy, his pal, his comrade. You just went away.
That's not fair, I said. Ryan could have called me too, but he didn't.
Does that make you feel better? She challenged. Does it ease your guilt?
Actually, no, it doesn't. But when did you become personal champion of Ryan McGregor anyway? I asked. She turned away, her eyes clouding up. Thunder boomed again, and the smell of ozone hung in the air.
We were very close, she said softly.
Yeah, well, so were we, I countered. A paper-thin door at the far side of the living room squeaked open, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. A scrawny little monkey child with a bush of reddish-blonde hair peered out from behind the door.
Mama? Yes, sugar?
Sonia's face softened perceptibly as she looked at her child. The boy reflected innocence and purity undeserving of the hard life he lived.
I'm having dreams, he said. Oh, darling, it's just the storm. It's okay, Mama's right here. Go on back to bed, she said.
He lingered, shifting from foot to foot, unwilling to return by himself. Sonia sighed and held up a finger to me, indicating she would be right back. She lifted the boy into her arms and carried him back into his room. I sat down in what had once been a recliner. Its frame was broken, and the chair sagged dangerously to one side. The storm continued to pound at the roof of the trailer. It was no wonder the child couldn't sleep. This was like Chinese water torture. The wood stove continued to dispense thick heat into the cramped quarters, and I felt claustrophobic. I wanted to go outside and stand in the pouring rain, letting the water cool me down. After a few moments, Sonia returned, pulling the door shut behind her.
Sorry, the weather scares him.
She sat down on the lumpy mauve sofa, beneath a window overlooking the muddy front yard. What's his name? I asked.
Ryan, she said. And before you ask, no, he isn't Ryan's son. But I did name the boy after Ryan.
I guess you two were close, I said.
My family cut me off when they found out I was pregnant. I couldn't find a job for the longest time, and when I finally did get hired at Benny's, I was 5 months along and living in my car. I never asked Ryan for help. Lord God, I never asked anyone for help. But he just started doing things. He found this place, she said, indicating the trailer. He made sure I wasn't alone while I was going through my pregnancy. He even went into the delivery room with me. Naming my child after him doesn't seem like nearly enough.
She began to quietly cry. I'm sorry, I said. I didn't know how to comfort this woman. She could switch from venomous snake to wounded bird in the blink of an eye. I wasn't surprised at Ryan's good-natured contributions to Sonia's well-being. Ryan would have done anything for someone he cared about. His kindness was never selfish, nor offered only with repayment in mind. It would have broken his heart to see Sonia pregnant and living in her car. It didn't surprise me that he would keep this relationship from Melanie. I really had no idea what type of wife Melanie had been. She could have been the extremely jealous type, the type who could never accept a man-woman relationship in any context other than sexual. I had a hard time believing that could be true, but it was worth consideration. And even if she hadn't felt that way, maybe Ryan had feared she would and been afraid to test the waters. I began tentatively, I do feel awful about losing all this time with Ryan. I know what kind of guy he was. It's sad, Time goes by and people just sort of drift off. You don't even know what's happening. 15 years have come and gone, and I'll never have the chance to fix the relationship between us that I let go. You have to believe me when I say that it kills me. Her eyes were still leaking when she looked at me. Her expression remained soft. I know, she said with a shaky voice. I'm sorry about this whole mess. I've been so angry about Ryan's murder. It's just easier to try to blame someone. Anyone. We sat in silence for a moment, Sonia sniffling and drying her eyes. So what do you think of his wife? I asked. Melanie? She shrugged. She's nice enough. That's all? Well, what do you want me to say? How was their marriage? I asked. I tried to convince myself that there was no selfish motivation behind my question. It was all right, I guess.
All right? Sonia sighed. It's as good as you get when you're not in love. Are you saying they weren't in love anymore, or they never were in the first place? I asked. He got her pregnant after a one-night stand. I don't exactly think you'd call that a match made in heaven. Do you think she loved him? I'm sure she did. All the girls fell for Ryan. He just never seemed to find what he was looking for in them. I think he tried to make it work with Melanie. He felt like he owed it to Jasmine, I guess, Sonia said. So many families were based on this foolhardy premise, parents subjecting their children to far more damage than they ever would have if they had never gotten together in the first place. It was a tragically familiar pattern. We sat in silence again, having exhausted the small, irrelevant topics. Lightning flared, and the lights in the trailer flickered off and then reluctantly back on. Whew, it's really coming down, Sonia noted absently. So why do you suppose someone would want to kill Ryan? I asked. Sonia turned away from me and looked out the window into the front yard. The rain drummed persistently on the roof. Finally, she said, Did you know that Ryan came here every Sunday between 3 and 7? I have no idea what he told Melanie, but I can only think of a handful of times that he missed. He would tell me about his week, and I would tell him about mine. He always brought sacks just chock full of groceries, and I would whip us up a royal feast. He would play with little Ryan while I cooked and watch sports if the TV antenna was cooperating, which wasn't all that often. Sometimes I wondered if I was in love with him, too. He was so good with my son and so thoughtful with me. Yet in all the years I knew him, he never once acted out of line with me, never even tested the waters. For a while, that sort of bothered me, like I wasn't good enough or something. So once, I asked him, and you know what he said? I smiled politely and shook my head. He told me that he had never been able to maintain a good relationship after he had had sex with a woman. He told me that our friendship was too important to him to mess up with any of that other stuff. I have to tell you, if I had heard that load of crap from some other asshole, I would have known I was getting blown off. Difference is, Ryan really meant it. I've no doubt about that. And our friendship was as important to me as it was to him, so that was good enough for me. He was like my best friend and brother, my Sunday family. I can't believe I'm never going to spend another one with him, she said. Tears were pooling in the corners of her eyes, threatening to spill over once again. So doesn't that make you want to get to the bottom of Ryan's murder all the more? I implored. Help me. Sonia turned her head back toward me. The tears found a path down her cheeks, which were beginning to look puffy. She shook her head slowly, her face imploring me to press no further. Whoever did this needs to be caught, Sonia, I persisted. Ryan deserves closure. He can't possibly have that if his murderer is out riding around Limont without a care in the world. Dwayne, you don't understand, she said. It's so complicated. Then tell me. Maybe I will understand, I said. Maybe I can help. She shook her head again, sniffling into a tissue. No. No one can help. It's dangerous to me. It's dangerous to my boy. It's dangerous to you. I can't help you with this. Ryan changed after you left. Oh, he was still the same guy way deep down, but he did things he wasn't proud of to get by. Things I think he'd be embarrassed by if you knew. I can't disrespect him like that, no. Sonia, please, I begged. You know more than you're saying, and I am begging you to trust me. Outside, the wind gusted and whistled against the tin walls. Thunder boomed and the lights flickered again. The temperature inside the trailer was stifling, the wood stove spewing forth its relentless heat. Perspiration had formed at all possible locations along my body, and I felt a little lightheaded. Abruptly, Nark began to bark aggressively. Sonia sat bolt upright on the couch, her eyes dancing back and forth in a panic. The tension in the room tightened like a vice, turning my stomach queasy. The sense of foreboding was almost a solid thing, embracing me and smothering me in its hot armpit. What's wrong? I asked. Sonia waved her hand to shush me. She tentatively peered over the back of the couch and through the window which looked out onto the front yard.
The glass had fogged from the condensation brought on by the storm. Rain was still falling in sheets, having turned the muddy front yard into a literal swamp. The old tires had collected overflowing pools in their centers, runoff spilling over the sides and collecting in puddles around the edges. Lightning briefly illuminated the night sky, which served as a backdrop for leafless, angry trees twisting and raging in the wind. A clap of thunder vibrated through the floor, and I jumped at the sudden noise. I wanted Sonia to get down from the window, get her head away from the window. The dog had fallen silent. Sonia peered out on the porch and sat back down on the couch, exhaling raggedly and visibly relaxing.
It's okay. Nark went back underneath the porch. Must have been a rabbit or something.
Who in the hell did you think it was? I demanded.
You really need to just go, Sonia said. I've told you everything I'm going to.
This is bullshit, Sonia, I said. Something very wrong is going on here, and all you've done is pique my curiosity. You can't possibly expect— Shh, she demanded, waving her arm frantically at me again. I fell silent almost immediately, my sense of danger still heightened from before. Nark was barking again, insistently, his yowls intermingling with horrifically threatening growls. I could feel each individual hair stand up on my arms and neck. Sonia got up from the couch and slowly went to the front door.
What in the hell are you doing?
I demanded in a loud whisper. She just waved her hand, gesturing for me to be quiet. I had involuntarily sunk down in the chair, not entirely comfortable with being visible through the window. I could hear my breath drawing in and wheezing out.
Sonia, you are nuts. Get away.
Shh, she insisted. Her hand was approaching the doorknob now, fingers slowly encircling the tarnished brass knob. I wanted to stop her, scream at her, tell her not to, but I was frozen in place, watching with a sort of transfixed horror. Sonia slowly opened the door and peered out from behind it, looking out into the front yard. Nark had pulled himself out from under the porch and was standing at attention in the soupy swamp, growling and snarling. Lightning rippled across the sky, briefly illuminating the night woods. There were so many shadows, so many hiding places. A low rumble shook the trailer and the lights went off again. With the lights off, it was easier to see the yard when the next bolt of lightning flared. If anyone was there, he was well hidden. Sonia slowly came around from behind the door, standing in the open doorframe and peering out into the stormy night. The only light in the trailer was an orange glow cast through the teeth of the wood-burning stove. The rain fell with fury, and another bright flash of lightning seared the sky. Thunder roared immediately, and Sonia's silhouette jumped in surprise. The lights in the trailer flickered and came back on, burning dimly and unsteadily. Sonia turned around to face me. Red roses were blooming across her chest, drawing their color from her whitening face. I didn't understand, and neither did Sonia. She looked down at herself, surprised, like she had spilled spaghetti sauce on herself, and she began to flick the stains with her fingertips, trying to brush them off and onto the floor. She suddenly lifted her face, her eyes wide with horror and locking onto mine. An anguished wail spilled halfway from her lips before grotesquely strangling in a liquid froth. She fell to the floor, not gracefully but like a stone, stiff and unyielding. The open doorway lay beyond Sonia. Rain beat down on the wet earth, falling like pins against the roof of the trailer. Lightning crashed overhead and thunder chased it away. Nark growled menacingly, instinctively sensing the danger still at hand. Chapter 12. I slid out of the chair and pressed myself to the ground. Sonia lay face down on the floor just inside the open door. I couldn't tell if she was breathing or not, but she appeared to be losing a significant amount of blood. I couldn't believe I was here, trapped in the middle of a horror flick. The sound of the gunshots had been lost in the raging storm, which was finally ebbing in ferocity. The rain had slowed to a drizzle, and the frantic pattering on the tin roof of the trailer had dribbled away. Nark had fallen silent, and when I raised up on my elbows, I didn't see him on the small porch. The night echoed with the sound of water droplets falling from the treetops to the earth below. I concentrated, listening for movement outside. The trailer didn't appear to have a back door. With the front door serving as both entrance and exit, I was effectively caged in the little sardine can. I looked around the room for anything I could use as a weapon, but I was too panicked to be resourceful. My eyes would lock onto useless items like catalogs or throw pillows. I remained flat on my stomach, shrinking away like a frightened mouse. Just then, Sonia struggled to lift her face toward me. Her body didn't move at all, and she seemed to have trouble with the mere weight of her own head. A trickle of blood had seeped down from the corner of her mouth to her chin. Her eyes spasmed, squinting and unsquinting.
Little Ryan,
she croaked, her words moist and pulpy. Her face dropped abruptly back into the shag carpeting. Sonia needed help immediately, and immediately might already be too late. I pulled my cell phone from my pocket and checked its display panel. Lymont is traditionally horrible for cell phone reception. Miraculously, the panel reflected one small blip of signal strength. I quickly dialed 911.
911 operator, please state your emergency.
There's a woman who's shot. I don't know, she might be dead, but there's someone out there with a gun, I blithered.
Sir, you're calling on a cell phone. I can't get a fix on your location. Can you tell me where you are?
Turner's Ridge. I don't know the exact address. Turn right off McMillan and go a few miles. It's a trailer on the right. It's Sonia Bivens' place. There's tires in the front yard. I disconnected, afraid to stay on any longer. While I was talking, I couldn't hear what was going on outside. The thunder was off in the distance now, the storm having finally passed. There was still no noise from the dog, which was disquieting. The sweltering heat of the trailer was spilling out into the night through the open door, and a welcome cool breeze sporadically passed through. The little boy lay in the next room, and for Sonia's sake, I forced myself to push down my fear and bury it as deeply as possible. I didn't have time to think. I had to react. I crawled across the floor, barely rising up at all. The carpet smelled of mold and disease, and the soft floor groaned in protest as I scooted along. I worked my way toward the door through which Sonia had earlier carried her son. I had nearly reached it when it squeaked open. The little boy stood in his pajamas, rubbing his eyes. He saw his mother and immediately wailed, lurching toward her. I reached up and snagged him around the waist, pulling him down to me. I quickly shuffled on my knees through the door and into his bedroom, the kicking and screaming child tucked securely under my arm. I pushed the door closed behind us and switched the light off, throwing us into darkness. I didn't want anyone lurking outside to be able to see us plainly through the curtainless window on the back wall. I shook the child sharply, causing his hysteria to momentarily pause. "Listen to me, Ryan," I said firmly, my face very close to the boy's. "I've called for help for your mama. The police are on their way. There's nothing we can do for her out there. I'm not going to lie to you. We're in a little bit of trouble. You have to trust me. Hang on to me and do what I say, and I'll get us out of here." The boy started to moan again, and I raised a finger to his mouth. "No," I said. "You have to be quiet. Bite your bottom lip. Squeeze my hand. Do whatever, but I have to be able to hear, okay?" The boy clutched his thin arms around me and pressed his face into my side, nodding. Thank goodness he wasn't resisting me. I don't think I could have managed otherwise. I listened. Narc was back, outside the front door and growling. I looked around the dark room. It was thick with clutter, indiscernible shapes casting shadows in the small, cramped space. The window I had noticed before appeared to be the only option out of the structure. I stood and crossed the room, stumbling over various objects as I went. I examined the window and found that it was a safety pane, designed to be pushed out in the event of a fire. The resulting gap would be tight, and we would only be able to pass single file. I tried to loosen the child's grip on me, but he clung tighter, resisting my efforts. "Listen, little buddy," I said. "We have to go through this window. We can't make it together, so you've got to work with me." Ryan frantically shook his head, his little face still buried in my side. Suddenly, clearly, hesitant footfalls sounded on the wooden front porch. I released the locking mechanism and pushed the window out. It slipped through my fingers, falling, and I held my breath, waiting for the clatter of breaking glass. The window fell into soft mud, however, and the resultant sound was dull. I wrenched the child loose and thrust him through the opening, offering no more chance for resistance. The footfalls were in the living room now, tentatively moving closer to the thin barrier between me and the gunman. I tumbled through the window gracelessly, narrowly missing the pane of glass which lay in the muddy yard below. Ryan latched back on immediately, clutching me in a death grip. I got to my feet as quickly as my battered body would allow and progressed along the rear of the trailer. Ryan was tucked against me on one side, with my other side pressed against the wet tin wall. My tennis shoes slipped and sank in the mud, giant clots amassing with each step. It was like walking in marshmallow cream. I could hear movement from within the trailer. The footfalls were slow and heavy, the sound of hard soles, maybe boots, clomping across the floor. As we approached the far corner of the trailer, working our way slowly to the side of the property nearest my car, light flared on in the room from which we had just come. I knew our time was limited. The gaping hole in the wall where a window had once been would be a dead giveaway. I accelerated my pace, rounding the corner and heading down the muddy driveway. I kept my arm locked tightly around Ryan. My car was several hundred yards ahead, parked off to the side of the road. If I could just get to the car. As I neared the end of the driveway, I heard a clatter of activity on the porch. I wanted to duck my head and run, but I involuntarily paused, shielding the child with my body as I looked back at the trailer. My heart stopped. A masked figure dressed in black stood in the doorframe, his right arm longer than his left by approximately the length of a handgun. His head shifted quickly from left to right, and then he spotted us. Aggressively, he launched from the porch, his pistol arm raising as he moved forward. We were dead. The car was still too far away. The assailant would have to be the world's worst marksman for there to be any prayer at all of saving the child and myself. Just as the shooter's feet made contact with the sloppy yard, Nark suddenly reappeared, as if sent by my own personal guardian angel. His approach was different from his earlier agitation. His keen canine instincts had already acted as judge, jury, and executioner. He knew who the villain in this scenario was. His attack was silent and brutal. He assaulted the gunman from the rear, throwing him off balance and down into the mud. I derived a great deal of satisfaction hearing the bastard cry out in total terror as the dog snarled and snapped. I didn't waste time relishing this minor victory, however. The burden of responsibility for Sonia's little boy had been temporarily thrust upon me, and I had to get him to safety. I turned and ran as fast as I could toward my car, locking my arm tightly around Ryan. Once I had reached the end of the driveway, the ground solidified slightly, making my escape easier. As I neared my car, I fished my keys out of my pocket and began frantically pressing the unlock button on the key fob. The dome light clicked on, and I heard the familiar pop of the lock mechanism disengaging. As I pulled the handle of the driver's door, a mosquito-like hum zipped past the tip of my nose at terminal velocity, followed by a sharp crack. I chanced to look back briefly, only long enough to see the gunman was back on his feet and I'd fired off a quick shot in our direction. Roughly, I tossed the boy into the front seat. He tumbled across the bench seat and struck his head on the hard plastic of the passenger door. It hurt, but he would live. That is, he would if we could get the hell out of here. I was in the car and had the key in the ignition in one fluid movement. The engine engaged immediately. The car was facing the direction of Sonia's trailer, and I most certainly did not want to drive toward the shooter. I popped the column shift into reverse and stomped on the gas pedal. The car's front tires spun wildly in the mud. Panic flooded my chest, making it difficult to breathe. I expected a bullet at any minute to pierce the windshield and create one of those gruesome blooming roses on my forehead. I glanced up and saw that Nark once again had hold of the man's leg. The dog's jaws clamped into the denim of his black jeans. I eased off the gas and slowly tried again. The car responded this time, pulling away from the sloppy berm. Once I had cleared the bog, I stomped the pedal again, rocketing backward and away from Sonia's trailer. It is remarkably difficult to drive at high speed in reverse, and my car weaved wildly from side to side. I was rapidly approaching the small hill from which I had first spotted Sonia's VW. If another vehicle were to suddenly crest the hill, we would have no choice but to collide. I said a quick little prayer and rocketed up and over the slope. Mercifully, no one waited to greet us. After what seemed like an eternity of this crazed backwards driving, I came upon the property of Sonia's closest neighbor, another ramshackle trailer, only this one a double-wide. I borrowed the tail end of their driveway to correct my trajectory, and soon was driving forward off of Turner's Ridge. Ryan was sitting as close to me as he possibly could and still allow me the ability to drive. He was crying in horrible, guttural moans, calling again and again for his mama, and my heart was breaking. I turned left on McMillan and ramped down the dark, wet pavement. The clock on my dashboard indicated that it was a few minutes past 8. A convenience store was located at the bend in the road about a mile ahead. I pushed the car as hard as I could on the winding, wet tarmac. Soon, a fluorescent street sign beckoned on the right side of the horizon. A sheriff's car whizzed past, its bubble lights pulsing and its siren wailing. I breathed a sigh of relief as I saw the ambulance directly behind it. I didn't know if it was too late for Sonia, but I felt better knowing that whatever opportunity she had was blazing toward her with a police escort. I pulled into the parking lot of the convenience store and turned off my car. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel, and the pitiable cries of the little boy nestled in my armpit were crushing my soul. My pulse was racing, and I consciously slowed my breathing, trying to regain control of my racing senses. 2 more police cars roared by, and the convenience store attendant came to the glass-fronted entrance. He was a spindly, bald man, straining to see what the source of all this frantic activity was. Shakily, I got out of the car and carried Ryan with me. As I approached the store, the clerk held the door open for us.
"There's a hell of a racket going by," he said. "Wonder where the fire's at."
As I crossed the threshold, my legs turned into jelly, wobbling with uncontrollable tremors. I dropped to a knee and rested my head against the boy. The old man instantly went on alert.
"Look, we don't need no trouble out here," he said.
"Please, just call the police for me. Tell them I have the boy here," I said.
"The boy?"
He bent down like a curious bird, looking down his nose and through his glasses at Ryan.
"Isn't that the Bivens boy?"
His voice was both cautious and suspicious. I nodded. "Please, just call the police." An hour later, I sat in an uncomfortable metal chair across a wood-grain folding table from Deputy Roland Tilton. Tilton's chair was padded and tilted back, accommodating his rounded midsection like a fat pet sitting on his lap. We sat in awkward silence, Tilton enjoying every minute of it. We were in an interrogation room at the Limont PD. Tilton had done everything within his legal power to make this little visit as uncomfortable for me as he possibly could. 2 police cars had arrived shortly after the store owner had called. Initially, Ryan had refused to go to the female officer assigned to his care. He had eventually surrendered to the insistent, sweet-faced lady, but the look on his face had conveyed unadulterated terror. His little life had been thrown into complete turmoil in a matter of moments. Once Tilton had gotten word that I was somehow involved, he had my ass hauled post-haste into headquarters, where he could self-importantly own the room. I didn't think it was possible, but I found him more repugnant today than I had upon our previous encounter. Sonia was still hanging on, if only by a thread. She had lost a frightening amount of blood and had gone into shock, her vitals dropping to nearly nothing. She had been taken to Limont Memorial, where she was in emergency surgery, surgeons working frantically to repair the damage that had been done by the gunshots which had ripped through her. Poor Nark had not fared so well. He had been shot 5 times and died a hero, protecting his mistress and young master. I couldn't believe how this affected me, when only a short time ago I had been afraid the dog was going to rip me to shreds. Tilton studied me with hard eyes, his fingers steepled beneath his nose. He took a deep breath and sighed, his hands falling away from his face. "I don't like this one bit," he finally said. "2 brutal crimes, and every time I look around, there you are." "Hey, I don't like it any more than you do. It's not like I asked to be involved," I said. "And still yet, here you are," said Tilton. "What were you doing out there?" "I was there to see an old classmate," I said. "Let's cut the shit, Mr. Morrow, okay?" Tilton said, leaning forward and leering. "Whatever it is you're up to, you better just put it out here on the table. There's no such thing as a coincidence like this." I sat back in the hard chair, stubbornly weighing my options. My dislike for this man was clouding my better judgment. The police should be fully apprised of what had happened, and still I resisted telling him. I realized how ridiculous and obstinate I was being. I opened my mouth and the story of my last several days spilled forth, focusing on the break-in at my house in Grove City and progressing to the evening's activities at Sonia's trailer. I hypothesized about a connection to my earlier attack at Sarah's house. I left Doug Boggs' name out of it, however, deciding I could do at least this much to protect his anonymity. His involvement seemed inconsequential. I also omitted the part where Sarah asked for my help because she didn't think the police were doing a very good job. I thought it would be inappropriate and poorly received. When I was finished, Tilton sat silent for a moment, reclining in his chair and absorbing the information I had relayed. So, what you're telling me is that you've been running around playing Sherlock Holmes? I was getting that a lot. I rolled my eyes and looked down. I guess that's one way of looking at it. Suddenly, Tilton started to laugh, great whooping gales which rolled from the depths of his diaphragm and echoed against the cinder-block walls. What a load of horse shit, he finally managed to say. Pardon? I asked. The single word sent Tilton into a second convulsive wave of laughter. If you think I'm going to swallow the fact that you're a good guy here, you've lost your mind, he said. What do you mean? I've seen you and Miss McGregor together. I've seen the way you look at her. I've seen how she smiles at you. There's something going on there, he said, staring intently at me. I felt my cheeks involuntarily burn red. I'd never even met Melanie until after the funeral, I said. I don't understand your preoccupation with me and Melanie anyway, I continued. If I understand correctly, she was at her sister's the night Ryan was murdered. I was in Columbus that night at a movie with a friend. Exactly how are you trying to connect us to the crime? I know you were in Columbus, Tilton said. I checked. But how is it you're so sure Melanie was at her sister's? I paused. She told me? You're saying she wasn't at her sister's? I asked. Oh, she was there all right, Tilton said, leaning back in his chair and putting his feet up on the table. He was trying to look casual, but instead looked precarious and uncomfortable. But she took a little run to the grocery store that evening at just about the time in question. What you're saying is that she took an evening jaunt across town to murder her husband before going back to her sister's with a gallon of milk? I asked incredulously. The window of opportunity is big enough. Ryan knew who shot him. The shot was point blank. There was no sign of struggle in the car. Who better to put him at ease than his own wife, he suggested. That's ridiculous, I said. Okay, then what about the attack on us at Sarah's house last week? I thrust my nearly healed arm out to illustrate. How do you account for that? Tilton smiled. Nobody saw this mysterious boogeyman except for the two of you. What? You think I had Melanie punch me in the mouth and slice my arm for effect? I've seen stranger things, he said, and you had ample opportunity to drive back to Grove City and stage the little break-in at your house. Why would I do a thing like that? I demanded. Oh, please, Mr. Morrow. To divert suspicion, he said with disgust. His mind was clearly made up. This is unbelievable. Are you charging me with something? I demanded. Should I have a lawyer here? Tilton placed his feet back on the floor and leaned across the table, grinning viciously. You think you need a lawyer? Now you cut the shit, Tilton. Either you charge me or I'm walking out of here. I won't listen to another minute of your amateur hour detective drama. You'll do yourself a gigantic favor by focusing your attention on the facts at hand and forget about this movie of the week crap. Tilton studied me in silence. My face felt flushed and I could hear my heart beating in my ears. Finally, he said, You can go, but stay close, and I mean it. If I hear about you taking any more trips without my knowledge, I'll see to it that you're brought back in handcuffs in a squad car. Do you hear me? I nodded. I have to go to Ashland tomorrow. Why? Shopping. Tilton's disbelief was evident, but I couldn't allow him to entirely pin me in. I had a lot of people to see in Ashland. Tilton had more or less outlined his course of action, and it scared the hell out of me. He was willing to dismiss the facts in order to suit his version of the crimes. My mere presence had been woven into the tale with enough conviction to distress me. I had a terrifying glimpse of a possible future. Arrested, tried, and convicted for a murder I did not commit. Tilton would be orgasmically happy. My own little investigation seemed to be the only real hope I had of unequivocally clearing myself in the eyes of the idiot who was currently heading up the official one. Fine, he said. You'll be back tomorrow evening? Yes. Good. You might want to keep that lawyer's phone number handy. If Sonia Bivens doesn't make it, doesn't have the opportunity to tell me you didn't do this to her, I'll have your ass in a jail cell so fast your teeth will rattle, he said. You really think I could have shot her? Her boy says you two were arguing. We weren't arguing, I countered. Our discussion may have gotten a little animated in a few places, but never once were we arguing. That isn't what the boy says. This is the same boy who wouldn't let go of me when your officers arrived, right? The little boy who clung to me like his life depended on it, right? Don't you think he would have been terrified of me if he thought I did that to his mother? Tilton didn't answer. Instead, he stood, signaling our conversation was over. Where is Ryan? I asked, rising from my chair and grabbing my coat. His grandmother picked him up, the deputy said gruffly. That surprised me. Sonia had indicated that she had had a falling out with her family when they had discovered her pregnancy. Maybe out of this tragic event an old family wound might begin to heal. I'd like to see him again, make sure he's all right, I stated. The child and I had shared an extraordinarily traumatic evening, and I felt an obligation to both the child and his mother. All things considered, you really should stay clear of the boy. I don't need you intimidating him, Tilton said. We walked toward the door. As I was passing through, Tilton added, You better keep your nose clean, Mr. Morrow. I'm going to be watching you very closely. I don't like you. I don't trust you. I will get to the bottom of this, and you can mark my words, if you're hiding something, and my gut instinct tells me that you are, I'll be on you like a swarm of flies on cow shit. You got me? I was seething. I wanted to pop off with a comment about how sizable an instinct from his gut must be, but I wanted to be out of this place more than I wanted to tangle with the obstinate deputy. I bit my tongue, lowered my head, and exited the room. As I crossed the parking lot toward my car, I realized my legs were shaking again. As furious as I was at Deputy Tilton, I was more afraid of the allegations he was manufacturing. My commitment to getting to the bottom of all this was renewed, and my motivation was far more personal than before. As much as I wanted to see Ryan's killer brought to justice, I now felt as if I needed to save my own skin as well. I had to find a way to dismantle Tilton's theories before he managed to make a believer of the county prosecutor. I felt like time was running out. Chapter 13. It was almost 11 by the time I had gotten out of the police station. I drove to my parents' house slowly, stopping a block away to check my appearance in the rearview mirror. My parents would most certainly be home by now, and as much as I wanted to see them, I didn't want to worry them unduly. My mother is a world-class worrywart. I would have to explain my bandaged arm for certain, and a little white lie had already taken shape, in which I had taken a tumble off my 10-speed while biking. The rear view revealed more than the damage to my arm, however. My face was lined and strained, and my eyes looked like they hadn't closed for sleep in months. There wasn't much I could do about that. I ran my fingers through my tousled hair and continued toward their house. Sure enough, my father's minivan was parked in the drive, and the lower level of the house blazed with light. I pulled into the driveway, and my mother met me at the door, Dexter contentedly tucked in her arms.
Look what I found when I got home, Mom said, nuzzling the black cat. She dearly loved all feline creatures, her own dear pet having passed away the previous year. She had not yet gotten a new cat. Dad was being stubborn, but she enjoyed lavishing attention over mine whenever the opportunity arose. Dexter, a people cat if there ever was one, soaked in the adulation like a thirsty, furry sponge. She then directed her attention to me, and her smile dropped abruptly, concern replacing her affability in a quick instant. "Oh, honey," she said. "What's wrong? You don't look good." I tried a grin. "Gee, thanks, Mom. It's nice to see you, too." She put Dexter down and gave me a hug. I tower over my mother, and my chin rested on the top of her dark brown curly head. "You know that's not what I mean. You just don't look well rested." "I just got done with an emergency assignment in Columbus, and I've been putting in a lot of hours," I said. It really wasn't a lie, just a convenient stretch of the truth. As she released her arms from around me, her hand detected the extra bulk from the bandage on my arm. "Did you hurt yourself?" she asked, pulling my coat sleeve up to maternally inspect her youngest child's boo-boo. "I'm fine, Mom, really," I said, gently extracting my arm from her thorough examination. "Just fell off my bike." "Who's at the door?" I heard my father call from the living room at the rear of the house.
He entered the room, dressed casually in jeans and a golf shirt. He, too, was shorter than I, although not nearly as much so as my mother. At 68, he was in remarkable physical condition, his body sculpted during his days in the military and maintained with iron discipline in the years since. He had lost the hair from the top of his head at a very early age, which had once made him look older than his years. He had endured countless ribbings from his friends and army buddies. Now they looked decades older than him, his bald head notwithstanding. "Well, hello, Dwayne," my father said, as was his customary greeting. I sighed. How in the world am I ever going to get people to call me Richard if my own parents won't? Dad rolled his eyes and said, "Richard, Dwayne, Richard. How's about I just say, hey you?" "If you do it consistently, that'd be just fine," I said.
"I don't see why Dwayne offends you so badly," my mother said. "You grew up as Dwayne, and all of your friends called you that."
"Hey, you two are the ones who named me Richard Dwayne. I don't see why it's so difficult to adjust to the first name instead of the middle one," I protested. "Besides, like I've told you a million times, Richard sounds so much more professional than Dwayne. Who's going to entrust their computer care to some Mayberry goober named Dwayne?" Yeah, Dad said. "So, what brings you down?" "My high school class is having a 15-year reunion on Wednesday," I said.
15 years, Mom said. "It can't possibly have been 15 years since you graduated high school."
"Damn," Dad said. "You're getting old." I grinned, and then my expression became somber. If it hadn't been for the notice of the reunion, I would have entirely missed Ryan McGregor's funeral. He was murdered a couple of weeks ago. The joviality dropped from their faces simultaneously.
"What?"
Mom asked, unable to believe her ears. "Murdered?" Dad asked at the same time. I relayed the story as succinctly as possible, sticking to bare-boned facts and generalities, omitting any part I was currently playing in the unfolding drama. "So the police have no idea who did it?" Dad asked. "Not yet."
"That's just unbelievable," Mom said, still in shock. "People don't get murdered in Limont."
"Well, this one did," I said.
"Oh, honey, I'm so sorry," Mom said, grasping me in another tight embrace. "You and Ryan were such good friends."
"I hadn't spoken with him since shortly after graduation."
"And that's supposed to make it hurt any less?" she asked.
I tried to smile, but could only manage to press my lips into a tight line. My mother has an amazing knack for reading me, and as usual, she was on target, doing her best to make me feel better.
"No wonder you look so drawn,"
she said, holding my face and stroking the bags underneath my eyes.
"You need a good night's sleep."
I smiled wanly. Not likely to get one, though. I've got to go to Ashland tomorrow. Mom raised an eyebrow, indicating I'd just said too much. I hadn't thought of a plausible excuse for going to Ashland yet. The shopping excuse would fall flat with my mother. She knew I wouldn't be apt to drive all the way to Ashland to make purchases I could easily make when I returned to Columbus. I decided to divert the conversation. "I've talked about this so much in the last several days, I don't think I can do it anymore. Why don't we go sit in the living room and you can tell me about your vacation? You two go on, and I'll be there in just a minute. I have to make a quick phone call." It was only a temporary reprieve, and I knew it, but it would buy me some time to formulate a plausible excuse. As my parents headed back to the living room, Dexter trotting along behind, I pulled out my cell phone and dialed Melanie's number. The phone was snatched up on the first ring.
"Hello?"
"Melanie, it's Dwayne," I said.
"Well, it's about time," she snapped. "Where in the hell have you been? You know, you're really starting to piss me off."
"I'm sorry," I said. "It's been a long evening. Obviously, I'm going to have to postpone."
"What?"
Melanie demanded. "Before you get all bent out of shape, listen to me. Sonia Bivens got shot tonight. I was standing right there when it happened," I said. Melanie stopped cold. I relayed the events of the evening while she listened intently. I didn't ask her if she had left her sister's house the night of Ryan's murder, as Deputy Tilton had suggested. Consciously, I had already determined there was no way that Melanie could be responsible for such acts of violence. If she was, she obviously had a partner, the man who knifed me, and that level of duplicity seemed unthinkable. Subconsciously, I was afraid to bring it up. I didn't want to suspect Melanie of any involvement. She was beautiful and personable and charming, and I couldn't bear the thought of spoiling her perfection by shrouding it in doubt. I did, however, feel obligated to tell her Tilton seemed hell-bent on considering us as prime suspects.
"Do you think Sonia will make it?" she asked.
"I hope to God so. She has a little boy who has no one else," I said.
"What possible reason can Tilton have to feel this way about us?"
"I have no idea. I suspect it's the easiest way to clear his caseload. Just bulldoze right through and make up the facts along the way," I said. "I think it's more important than ever that we find out who was behind this. I don't know how much time we have before Tilton starts trying to pursue his wild theories."
"Okay," she said. "So what time do you want to pick me up in the morning?"
I paused. "I'm not sure that's wise." Melanie was frustrated.
"Am I supposed to just sit here by the phone and wait for these little bulletins from you? I'm going crazy here. I thought I made myself plain about that. I don't play the helpless little woman very well. Tilton is looking for ways to connect us. If we go to Ashland together, it'll just fuel his speculation." "You think he's watching us?" she asked incredulously.
"I really don't know," I said. "I wouldn't put it past him." Melanie sighed, then said with grim determination,
"Either we go together or I'm going by myself."
"Melanie," I protested.
"I mean it," she said. "If you're worried about us being followed, we can meet up somewhere outside of Limont, like maybe the rest area at the Greenup Dam. We could go together from there. Personally, I think you're being paranoid."
"Mel, I saw a woman get shot tonight. I had to dodge a bullet myself to get her son to safety. I sat across from Tilton and listened to him make ugly insinuations about you and me and how plausible it was that we were responsible. I don't think I'm being paranoid," I said.
"I'm sorry," Melanie said. "You're right. Okay. What time do you want to meet at the dam?"
I sighed. Melanie was going, and there was nothing I could do about it. "Around 9. I'll call you right before I leave, and you should wait 20 minutes before you head out. That way I'll be sure to arrive before you."
"All right. Sarah's taking Jasmine to a family picnic at the factory tomorrow afternoon and then to a hayride in the evening. I'll be free all day."
"If anyone follows you, just drive on by. I'll watch for your car on the highway," I said.
"What if someone follows you?"
"I'll pull out of the parking lot as soon as I see your car and drive back the way I came. It's not very foolproof, but I guess it's better than nothing."
"I better not spend tomorrow morning sitting by this phone waiting," she warned.
"You won't. I promise," I said.
"You promised me you would come here tonight," she countered.
"That's not fair."
"Maybe not, but a promise is a very serious thing. You should never make a promise unless you're sure you can keep it. A person's word is everything."
"I'll call. I promise," I said.
"I'll talk to you then,"
she said, and hung up the phone. I turned around and was startled to find my father standing in the doorway. "How long have you been there?" I asked. "Long enough," he said. "You want to tell me about all this?" I thought about complaining about the invasion of my privacy, but I was too tired. I was also too tired to relive this evening again. I shook my head slowly. "No, I'd really rather not, Dad. It's nothing, really. I wouldn't want to worry you and Mom unnecessarily." "If I heard correctly, a woman was shot and the police are considering you a suspect. I think we're beyond worrying unnecessarily," he said. He glanced over his shoulder to make sure Mom was still in the living room. He knew full well she was prone to excessive anxiety where the safety of her children was concerned, and he didn't want her to overhear our conversation any more than I did. "It's been a really long evening, Dad. We can talk about it tomorrow, okay?" "If that's the way you want it. But I should tell you something. I'm assuming this whole thing revolves around Ryan McGregor's murder. As surprised as I was to hear about it, I can't say that I was entirely shocked," he said. "What do you mean?" Dad assumed a hushed tone reserved for information too scandalous to say aloud. "Ryan McGregor was involved in drugs. I think pretty big." "Huh?" I was stunned. I couldn't picture Ryan involved in drug trafficking. I mean, he dabbled with drugs in high school, but we all did a little pot here and there, nothing serious. Dealing the shit was entirely different. "You know I don't like idle gossip, so I hate to even say it, but that's what I heard. If he was running with people like that, you are getting in over your head," he said. I wanted to argue with Dad, tell him what he was saying couldn't possibly be true, but I knew better than to blindly spar with him. All of his years as sales manager with Pepsi had given him a frightening number of connections in town. His ear was so close to the ground, nothing passed him by. As a teen, it had been frustrating. I couldn't get away with much of anything. As much as I didn't want to believe him, his words were undoubtedly true. "You should leave this to the police," he added. "I know," I said. "I'll be careful. You know, I really am zonked. I think I'm going to go on to bed if that's all right." He studied me, concern evident on his face. "Tomorrow you'll tell me everything. In the meanwhile, I'm not kidding, stay out of this," he warned sternly. He returned to the family room to make apologies for me to Mom. I headed down the hallway to my bedroom, tossing this new information around in my head. Ryan's post-high school life was completely foreign and inaccessible to me. I couldn't think of any probable course that would have led Ryan into something this bad. Of course, Sarah had told me about Ryan's arrest for the rental scam he and Riley Burkus had perpetrated. That had been hard to believe, too. Maybe the concept of Ryan dealing drugs wasn't so off the wall after all. I set my alarm for 8:45, leaving a minimal amount of time before I would need to meet Melanie. I wanted to slip out undetected in the morning and avoid any more contact between me and the folks. I hated keeping things from them, but I couldn't get bogged down trying to explain the events of the past week to them when I needed to get out the door. I turned all the lights out and left my bedroom door open a crack so Dexter could find his way in the middle of the night. I lay awake, staring at the swirly pattern of the ceiling tiles, softly luminescent from the moonlight spilling in the window. The storm had passed and left the night quiet and serene. The wind was non-existent, and even the trees were able to rest their branches for a spell. I don't know how long I had been in bed when my mother poked her head into the room. My eyes snapped shut immediately, and I feigned sleep. She hovered for a minute, her motherly concern palpable in the air between us. Reluctantly, she backed out of the room and went back to her bedroom. I detested making my parents worry, but I knew that to tell them the truth would effectively convert my mother into a raving basket case. After what seemed like an eternity, I drifted off into a restless slumber, tossing and turning and dreaming vividly. It was my 17th summer. Ryan's mother had been sent to Detroit to learn a new automated system that was to be integrated into her department at the auto plant. She was to be gone for the entire week, and Ryan had convinced her that he was entirely capable of staying alone. It would be downright humiliating for him to have a babysitter. "All right," she said, "but your grandparents will be checking up. Don't think this is going to be one great big party." Ryan and I looked at each other, the corners of our mouths pointed ever so slightly upward. If Sarah hadn't been so busy packing, she surely would have seen the scheming look we exchanged. We knew full well that his grandparents would be tucked safely into bed at their own home by 10, and the rest of the evening was ours. My parents knew nothing of Sarah's travel plans and had extended permission for me to stay over a few nights. We stood at the end of the driveway and waved as Sarah drove off. Then we went inside to make plans. We were having a no-holds-barred party the next evening, and we had to get busy. We called everyone we knew, telling them to bring their pleasure. We told them to come no earlier than 11, allowing an extra cushion of time to ensure the grandparents would be long gone by the time the first partygoers arrived. Afterward, Ryan and I sprawled out in the living room on the sectional. "People are going to talk about this party for a long time after," Ryan said. "Oh yeah," I agreed. "There should be lots of beer, man. You drink much?" "Sure, plenty," I lied. Other than a foul-tasting sip from my father's can when he wasn't looking, I had never tasted alcohol before. "Yeah, right," Ryan said, frogging me on the arm. "Shit," I exclaimed, grabbing my arm. "Okay, maybe not plenty, but I've drank before." "Ever smoked a doobie?" he asked. Ryan and I had been sneaking cigarettes off and on since we had been 15, but never anything more than that. "No way, man," I said, shaking my head. "It's really no big deal," he said casually. "No big deal? You're full of shit. You know what Mr. Hayden says about drugs," I protested. Mr. Hayden was our phys ed and health teacher, prattling endlessly on the pitfalls of pot and pills. He relayed story after tragic story in which perfectly good teenagers were turned into either suicidal or homicidal maniacs. He was a walking, talking reefer madness. "Mr. Hayden is just doing his job. Marijuana is just a plant, man. It's all natural. It's not like cocaine or LSD or any of that shit. That stuff's all chemically processed and can be tampered with. Marijuana is every bit as natural as tobacco," he said matter-of-factly. I don't know, I hedged.
You are such a chicken shit, Ryan said. It's no wonder everyone at school thinks you're such a goody-goody. That was a low blow, and Ryan knew it. I resented the saccharine piety of the goody-goody image and all it entailed. I no more wanted to be a part of that group than I wanted to join the band kids. I'd do it, I said defiantly.
Sure you would, Ryan said, rolling his eyes.
I would, I insisted. I mean, it's not like anyone has ever overdosed on the stuff, right?
Right, Ryan agreed. He sat up suddenly on his end of the sectional.
You want to put your money where your mouth is?
My eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Ryan grinned and leapt to his feet, bounding off to his room and returning a second later with his right fist closed around something. He proffered it to me, and I held my hand out. He dropped a half-smoked joint into my palm. It reeked of a sweet, burnt pungency. I chuckled uncertainly. What do you want me to do with this? I asked.
Smoke it with me,
Ryan challenged. I was curious. There was no doubt. I was also scared shitless. Ryan sensed my reluctance immediately.
I knew you wouldn't,
he said, snatching the lengthy roach from my palm.
The hell I won't, I said. Light it.
Ryan did, and we passed the half-doobie back and forth until it was too small to handle. With each hit, I waited for the sudden high, that super-good feeling that the deviants at school had always claimed was to be found in marijuana. I didn't know what to expect. I hoped it wouldn't be too scary. So far, though, I felt entirely normal. Ryan, on the other hand, had fallen into fits of giggles, rolling around on the sectional and off onto the floor.
Oh my God, man, you look so damn serious.
He guffawed like a buffoon, clutching his stomach while tears streamed down from his eyes.
Should I call you sir?
Another explosion of laughter.
What's it supposed to feel like? I asked. You mean you don't feel it yet?
Ryan said through his laughter. I shook my head.
Just wait a bit, Dwayne.
Dwayne. More convulsive laughter.
Dwayne the bathtub, I'm drowning. Man, you're acting like a jackass, I said, standing up abruptly upon the realization my mouth was very dry. You got any soda? Fridge.
I walked through the hallway and into the kitchen. I snagged a can of Pepsi from the refrigerator and returned to the living room. Ryan had once again seated himself on the sectional, the cheesiest grin I'd ever seen pasted across his face. I was one step away from the couch when it happened. It felt like my left leg just dropped off. Not in a painful or bad way, as if there's a good way, but in a way that was tingly and weird and, above all else, hysterically funny. I fell forward onto the couch and rolled over so I was staring out into the room. Someone was pulling the strings which controlled my mouth. It felt as if the corners were going back under my ears, around and over top. The Cheshire Cat had nothing on me, by God. Ryan's mouth formed a perfect O. The strangest, most high-pitched giggle filled the room, and I realized it was coming from me.
You feel it, don't you? Ryan said. Oh my God.
What? Ryan asked, pulling himself across the couch to face me.
Deja vu, I exclaimed. I've seen you before.
We looked at each other and then burst into hard, gut-wrenching laughter. This was the first time I had ever smoked weed. I was a comic genius. Ryan was a perfect counterpart. I was so parched it felt like my whole head was made of sand. Soda never tasted so sweet. Then I discovered potato chips. Oh my sweet God, potato chips. Who knew that something so ordinary as plain potato chips could be such a culinary delight? Up to this point, my dream had been purely history, a non-fiction replay from the gigantic video file that was my life. The moments that followed were new, unfamiliar, and horrifying to me. The blue afternoon sky was suddenly blotted out by thunderheads raging in. Wind roared through Brenner Hollow, the trees shaking their leaves like frantic cheerleaders with hyperactive pom-poms. Lightning blazed through the sky, followed by roaring thunder. Our contagious frivolity had fizzled out, instantly replaced by white-hot terror.
What's going on, man?
Ryan asked, grabbing hold of my arm. I shook my head, watching the storm brew, the black sky growing blacker, the lightning flaring brighter, the thunder booming louder. It looked like we were bound for Oz, and the little house didn't even have a basement. My chest tightened as the rain fell in sheets, pelting the windows at the front of the house. There was a sliding glass door at the side of the room, opening out onto a small, covered wooden deck. The collecting darkness had swallowed most of the deck floor, only a few feet outside the door still visible. I looked back at Ryan, and my eyes riveted to the gruesome horror I saw. His glazed eyes stared vacantly at the sliding glass door. A bloody circular indentation was centered on his forehead, the back of his head a pulpy mess. I opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came out. I followed Ryan's empty gaze to the door. The door was now open, and framed within it was the masked assailant, dressed in his familiar black garb. He seemed bigger than before, filling the doorframe completely. In his right hand, a smoking pistol was pointed directly at me. In stark contrast to the black of his sweatshirt, a shapely white arm reached around from behind the gunman, tracing a trail up and down his midriff. Lightning lit the landscape, and when it faded, Melanie was standing beside the assassin, her body pressed centrally against his side. She looked at me with cold, hateful eyes. A devious smile played on her lips, and she leaned over to whisper something into her partner's ear. Through the slit in the mask, I could see him grinning viciously as Melanie spoke. He suddenly thrust his right arm out toward me, and I closed my eyes tightly, waiting for the gun to fire and cause my head to part company with my brains. I sat bolt upright in bed, breathing hard. I was covered with sweat, and I roughly tossed my blanket off and onto the floor. Dexter, who had been curled snugly next to me, yowled in protest as he was forcibly ejected with the blanket. The house was quiet, the sound of the furnace whirring softly in the background. I looked at my clock. It was 5 a.m. I had never put much stock in dream analysis. Sometimes a dream is just a dream, but this one had disturbed me deeply. Was my subconscious trying to warn me against Melanie? Chapter 14. The morning came mighty early, but was mercifully uneventful. I quietly spruced myself up and left the house, using my cell phone to call Melanie, as I had promised I would the night before. My stealthy departure had not awakened my parents, which saved me from having to tell any more fibs. I was thankful for that. I am not a good liar. The process feels wholly unnatural. I feel like people can look into my face and see the truth behind my eyes, especially when those people are my parents. I half expected to find Tilton parked across the street in his cruiser, having spent the night in surveillance. There were no suspicious vehicles of any sort, however. My parents' entire neighborhood was inhabited by long-term residents, and the cars I saw belonged only to them. I breathed a sigh of relief. The morning air was crisp, but the sun was shining brightly, blazing over the hills in the east. The sky was a brilliant blue, enhanced by billowy white marshmallow clouds. Overhead, blackbirds took flight, migrating from treetops on one side of the road to the other in numbers eerily reminiscent of Alfred Hitchcock's classic film. My nightmare had stayed with me into my waking hours. I could still taste the shock and outrage I had felt when I had seen Melanie with her body pressed against the gunman's. It hadn't been an emotion evoked of jealousy, but instead of raw anger. Anger at having been made a fool. A person's word is everything, Melanie had said just the night before. That was a little pearl of wisdom. To be used, deceived, and betrayed purposely by anyone is unforgivably dishonorable. Maybe that's why I'm such a poor liar. I never want to be perceived in that way. I just hoped with my entire soul Melanie was not capable of that kind of deceit. I had to continually remind myself that I barely knew her, and to blindly assume her innocence could prove foolhardy. I felt like I had conveniently lost my objectivity, and my dream had acted as a wake-up call. I drove east on US 52, slowing as I passed through Portsmouth and New Boston, then returning to highway speed on the other side. Dilapidated shells that had once housed mighty steel mills now lay in blackened abandonment along the right side of the road. Smokestacks poked up toward the heavens, dormant except for one lonely column which emitted a fierce blue flame. Apparently, something had managed to stay operational in this industrial graveyard. Beyond these structures was the Ohio River, muddied from all of the recent rainfall. Through my driver's side window on the left, the stark faces of hills, cut away to make room for the highway, came forward to meet the road time and again before falling away in hollows, valleys, and small municipalities. I passed Sciotaville, then Wheelersburg, and continued on toward the Greenup Locks and Dam. I routinely consulted my rearview mirror, looking for signs of being followed. I had gotten a little nervous back in New Boston when an old tan Dodge Aspen had tailed me closely for several miles. But then, as I had neared the end of the city limits, the car had turned into a gas station, putting a satisfactory end to my paranoid speculation. Traffic was light this morning, and I was satisfied the few cars behind and around me were of no consequence. I pulled off on the exit for the dam and took the first right, which deposited me down a curving ramp and into the parking lot of a roadside rest area. There were a few early morning travelers and overnight truckers shuffling about the premises, stretching their legs and visiting the facilities. At the rear of the lot, a public observation deck was accessible through a chain-link gate. A concrete planked sidewalk led to a spiral set of welded steel stairs which ascended to a concrete balcony above, allowing visitors to get a closer look at the electric generating mechanics of the hydro plant. I didn't have time for that today. I got out of my car and walked around it, leaning against the passenger side. No one seemed especially interested in my presence, and I felt certain now that I had not been followed. I watched cars exit the highway, keeping alert for Melanie's silver Mazda. I had asked for a 20-minute head start, but Melanie drove like a bat out of hell. I had seen her in action. I figured she would arrive within the next few minutes. Hopefully, it would be without accompaniment. I took deep breaths of the chilly morning air, trying to wake myself up a bit. I hadn't had time to make coffee before I had left my parents' house, and my system was going into shock from caffeine withdrawal. I took my cell phone from my jacket pocket and called Lymont Memorial Hospital to try and determine Sonia Bivens' condition. A crotchety militant nurse named Longbottom gruffly informed me that, unless I was family, she could not divulge any information. I mentally kicked myself for not saying I was related from the conversation's onset. Now there was no getting around this model employee, so I gave up after a few half-hearted attempts at appealing to the woman's sense of kindness and decency. I discovered she possessed neither when she abruptly disconnected. Try as I might, I couldn't shake off the imagery of the dream. I needed Melanie's help, no matter what her involvement in Ryan's murder may or may not be. She knew who the people on Sarah's list were. She knew how to find them. I just needed to stay objective, and it wasn't going to be easy. Less than 10 minutes later, Melanie's Mazda careened around the bend in the off-ramp, then swooped down the entrance to the rest area. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a ponytail, and she was singing animatedly with the radio, her ponytail swinging from side to side. She pulled into the space beside my Optima at full speed, stopping on a dime within inches of the front grille of a Cadillac parked facing hers. An elderly woman sat in the passenger seat of the Caddy, the blood having drained from her face into the floorboards, waiting for the inevitable impact that somehow didn't occur. Melanie smiled warmly and waved lightly with her fingertips at the woman. She then turned her car off and got out to join me in the parking lot. She wore form-fitting blue jeans and a powder blue sweatshirt. "Hey, fella," she called. "It's good to finally see you." She bridged the distance between us and gave me a warm hug. Her hair smelled like strawberries. I grinned at her. "It's good to see you too, Mel. How've things been?" Melanie shrugged. "Been better, been worse. But compared to you, I guess I'm doing pretty well. No one's shooting at me anyway. Jasmine's still acting very withdrawn, but Sarah thinks I should wait a little longer before sending her to a child psychologist. She says it's only natural for her to detach after losing her father, and I guess that she's right, but it's killing me to see my little girl this way." "I'm sorry, I'm sure it is," I said. "How are you doing?" "I'm okay. Trying to keep it all together for everyone else. What about you? Seems like everywhere you go, there's someone trying to kill you," said Melanie. "That's gotta suck." She grinned, causing me to relax as effectively as if she had used hypnosis. "So where do you want to start?" I asked. "McDonald's. I'm starving. If we hurry, we can just make breakfast," she said. "Do you want me to drive?" "Oh, no," I said automatically. She raised her eyebrows. "Are you saying something about the way I drive?" I grinned and walked around to the driver's side of my car. "Would you believe me if I said that it's because my car is bigger?" Her eyes narrowed and her mouth formed a comical scowl. I unlocked the doors with the remote on my keychain, and soon we were safely off, with she who should not drive belted into the passenger seat beside me. The Greenup Locks and Dam also served as a bridge across the Ohio River, crossing directly over the dam's regulatory mechanisms and linking US 52 in Ohio to US 23 in Kentucky. We crossed and headed for the nearest McDonald's, which was in Flatwoods. Several miles east of Flatwoods lay Ashland, our ultimate destination.
"Before I forget,"
said Melanie, flipping through the stations on the FM band,
"Sarah wants you to come to dinner tomorrow afternoon. She says she won't take no for an answer. She wants a first-hand account of everything that's been happening. It's at 2, so be there, okay?"
"Sure."
"Good,"
she said, settling on a channel featuring top 40 favorites.
"I also thought you might like to know Sonia Bivens made it through her surgery last night. She's not out of the woods yet, though. She slipped into a coma and her breathing is assisted. They're still not sure if she's going to make it. I guess she was a real mess."
I glanced across at Melanie in amazement. "How did you find this out? I tried to call just a bit ago and got nowhere because I wasn't a family member."
"I have my connections,"
said Melanie with a sly wink.
"My sister Molly is a nurse in ICU at Lymont Memorial. I asked her to find out about Sonia and call me. I thought you might appreciate the update."
"Thank you," I said, smiling at her. It would have eaten away at me all day. We drove along in silence, listening to the music from the radio. Melanie sang along with the songs she liked. Her voice was startlingly rich and clear with a range that suggested years of frequent practice. I couldn't prevent my gaze from frequently returning to her as she swayed ever so slightly with the beat, often singing the songs as well or better than the original artists. I could not even imagine Melanie putting a gun to Ryan's head and pulling the trigger. It was unthinkable. We pulled into McDonald's with only 10 minutes of breakfast time to spare. We settled into a booth in the back of the restaurant with our McMuffins and coffee, and for a few moments, our focus was entirely upon the food.
"So, what's our first stop?"
Melanie eventually asked between bites of her sandwich. "I thought we may want to start with Ryan's employers," I said, consulting my notepad. "Jed Grogan and Roger Burchett." Melanie nodded.
"Okay. We won't be able to catch Jed until tonight. The Ripper doesn't open until 7, but I think he goes in a couple hours before that to set up. Roger Burchett retired, so we won't be able to catch him at Benny's Billiards, but we should be able to track him through the phone book."
"How about Riley Burkus?" I asked. Melanie shuddered and took a sip of coffee. "I dread talking to him," she said. I raised an eyebrow. "Dread?" She nodded.
"Ryan was at his absolute worst when Riley was around. I wasn't fond of Riley and didn't make any big secret of it. Riley wasn't too wild about me either. He spent a good deal of time trying to convince Ryan that I was wrong for him and he should leave me. Should have never even married me, actually. Isn't it ironic that the bastard was actually right?"
She chuckled softly. "Do you think I should try to talk to Riley alone?" I asked. Melanie shook her head, taking another sip of her steaming coffee.
To Riley, you're a total stranger. You wouldn't have a prayer of getting anything out of him. Our chances may only be slightly better with me there, but they will still be better."
"Tell me about Riley," I said. "What is it that makes him such a bad guy?" Melanie squinched her face up and shuddered again.
"He just is. I don't know. He seems to take pleasure in other people's pain. He's a game player. He likes to stir people up and then step back and watch them go at each other. When he drinks, he's not just mean, but violent too. I learned a long time ago to take Jasmine and leave whenever Riley and Ryan started drinking together." I reflected over my next question, determined to phrase it casually. I wanted to gauge Melanie's honest reaction. "Did Ryan sell drugs?" Her head snapped up from her food and her eyes widened. "Drugs? Why would you think that Ryan was selling drugs?"
I had wanted a reaction and had, in fact, gotten one. But what did it mean? Was she startled that I had stumbled onto something about what she already knew? Or was she surprised at the suggestion Ryan might be capable of drug trafficking? Damn my inexperience. "It was suggested to me that he might be involved in something like that," I said. Melanie paused for a moment.
"If Ryan was selling drugs, I didn't know anything about it. But, to be honest, in the last year of our marriage, we were spending less and less time together. It's entirely possible that he was involved in something, and I just didn't know." "Who suggested this theory?"
"Actually, it was my father. He has a remarkable amount of connections in town, and his information is usually pretty reliable," I said. Melanie nodded slowly, reflecting on what had been said.
Do you think that's what they've been looking for? Drugs?
Maybe. Could be money. Could be both, I said, finishing my coffee. But either one would make sense. Maybe Ryan was shot because of a deal gone wrong.
I'm sure he wasn't dealing from our house, Melanie said. I ran a very tight ship. I knew every nook and cranny of that place like the back of my hand. If there had ever been drugs on the premises, I would have found them. I'm sure of it. We didn't have people stopping by for little private chats with Ryan either. Isn't that how it's done? People come by, visit for a few, then amscray with their stash after leaving payment on an end table?
Something like that, I said. But maybe Ryan was higher up the food chain, so to speak. Maybe he was involved in distributing larger amounts to folks who did the actual street dealing.
Wouldn't that require a significant amount of investment capital? I can assure you he didn't have that. We could barely afford groceries.
Sonia Bivens kept indicating that whatever was going on was big. She knew whoever it was who had trashed my house, but she wouldn't give me a name. Kept telling me that I was better off not knowing. She said that Ryan did things he wasn't proud of. It could all point to drugs, I said. Melanie said nothing, but after a moment, she slowly nodded.
I suppose it could be. But what could have happened that would have led to him getting shot? I mean, if Ryan were selling a large amount of dope to someone who suddenly decided he wanted to keep his money, as well as the drugs, he'd shoot Ryan, take everything, and that would be it, wouldn't it? Why would this person still be running around breaking into houses, tearing them apart? The guy with the knife, he kept saying, "Where the fuck is it?" Maybe it's not drugs at all. Maybe Ryan stumbled onto something that somehow incriminated someone. Maybe he was blackmailing somebody and the evidence is still out there somewhere.
It could be anything, I said with a discouraged sigh. It's odd, you know. I should be furious with Sonia Bivens. I know for a fact that she hired Doug Boggs to follow me to Columbus. My house was vandalized as a result of that, and she set the whole thing in motion. There's no doubt about that. But she was genuinely apologetic, said it wasn't supposed to go that far. I get the feeling that her involvement in all this isn't voluntary. Maybe Ryan's wasn't either. Melanie collected all of our waste onto the hard plastic tray and stood.
Let's see what we can do about tracking Roger Burchett down. It might be helpful to collect some facts before we start forming a hypothesis.
I don't know why, but that name sounds very familiar to me, I said, sifting through my memory for a connection.
It should,
said Melanie over her shoulder as she emptied the trash into the gigantic self-serve receptacle which stood beside the door.
Roger Burchett went to school with Ryan's father, Niles. They've been friends ever since. I think they may have invested in a business venture of some sort several years ago. If you spent much time with Ryan over at Niles and Cordelia's, odds are pretty good that you've met Roger before.
I used my cell phone to check whitepages.com. However, I quickly discovered there was no listing for either a Roger Burchett or R. Burchett. I was frustrated as we walked out into the parking lot. The temperature had risen significantly since we had entered the restaurant. It was shaping up to be one hell of a nice day. The scenery was painted in vivid Technicolor hues, drawing the Kentucky residents from their homes for one final outdoor fling before battening down the hatches against another harsh Midwest winter. I do remember Roger Burchett, I said, finally connecting the name with a face. Real easygoing, right? Big guy, but solid as a rock, with a haircut that's somewhere between a military's due and a pompadour.
Yeah, that's him. He was always very fond of Ryan. He'd known Ryan since he was a baby, Melanie said, getting into the car. I'm sure if he knows anything, he'll be more than willing to help. He moved into a new build a couple of years ago, but I have no idea where it is. Ryan and I never did come out to see Roger anyway. When we ran into each other, it was exactly that. We all happened to show up at Niles at the same time. I started the car, engaging a low heat setting and lowering my window a crack. I kept the car parked while we deliberated how to proceed. It shouldn't be any big deal to find out, should it? I said. We could just call Niles or Cordelia and ask, right? Melanie said. Right after the funeral, they both took time off work and flew to Europe. Believe me, it's just as well. To ask for Niles' help is to ask him to get involved, and Lord knows we don't want that. He'd be underfoot at every turn and about as subtle as a sledgehammer with any potential witnesses. Of course, Cordelia would spend all her free time criticizing every little thing we did. Bitter? Melanie looked at me sharply, then was visibly surprised as comprehension dawned. I never really thought about it much, but yeah, I guess I kind of am. They were Ryan's father and stepmother, so I guess I felt duty-bound to make a go of it, but after 10 years of seeing Ryan get crushed by falling short of Niall's ridiculously high standards, while Cordelia used every opportunity to remind both of them, well, let's just leave it that we're better off not having to deal with them on top of everything else, okay?
Fine with me, I said. You don't still happen to know the phone number of Benny's Billiards from when Ryan worked there, do you?
Never was any good with phone numbers, said Melanie. That's why I always write 'em down.
She extracted a relatively thick burgundy address book from her purse. She flipped to the B's and ran an index finger down a neatly inscribed columnar listing.
Here we go,
she said. I entered the number on my cell phone as she read it aloud. Benny's, this is Bill, came the gravelly voiced answer from the other end. Hi, I said, suddenly realizing that I had again acted without thinking and had no idea what to say. I decided to go for honest and direct. I'm looking for Roger Burchett. Can you help me? Roger don't work here no more. He ain't in years, said Bill curtly. Do you have any idea how I might get in touch with him? I asked, using my warmest, most courteous telephone voice. Melanie was looking at me as if I was from Mars. Bill was instantly suspicious. What the hell are you? Bill collector? Well, I don't reckon we got much more to say, huh? Click. Just as simple as that, I had torpedoed what should have been a very simple conversation.
What was that?
Melanie asked incredulously. I have no idea, I said, completely baffled. Some guy named Bill? He didn't give me time to say 2 words before he hung up on me. What do you suppose that was about?
Well, you lunkhead, Melanie said. From what I heard, you came across just like the Internal Revenue Service. What's the matter with you?
I knitted my brows. What?
Give me that,
she said, snatching the cell phone from my hand. She punched the redial button and waited for an answer.
Oh, hi, Bill.
She was using an exaggerated version of our own hillbilly dialect. To what end I couldn't begin to fathom, but she appeared to have a plan, which was more than I could say for myself, so I decided to sit back and watch her work.
My old man's from out west, don't you know? Don't know how to talk to strangers. I'm Roger Burchett's great niece Amber, and you just hung up on my husband, Hal. I ain't been back home to Ashland in years, not since Hal and I moved to California, but Hal had a business trip that brought him here, and we wanted to surprise everyone. I know that Uncle Roger has moved to this fancy new house he had built, but wouldn't you know, I grabbed the directions to his old place out in Davenport. I feel just like a silly little thing.
She giggled a hysterical, high-pitched squeal. I involuntarily shielded my ears. I realized I was staring at Melanie with my mouth hanging open and forced myself to snap it shut. Suddenly, Melanie started making flailing motions with her hands, indicating she wanted a pen and something to write upon. I returned her address book with its attached pen, and soon she was jotting down a series of directions as they were relayed over the phone. Her triumphant smile was interrupted only by occasional uh-huhs and ms.
Oh, now, Bill, you're just a darling. I can't tell you how much this means to me. I'll be sure and tell Uncle Roger what a sweet fella you are. Bye now.
Melanie lilted. She turned to me, her eyes victorious.
That's how you go about getting information.
Amber? I asked incredulously.
Well, I figure if I have to tell a little fib, I may as well make it a good one. It's fun, she said. And besides, I got the directions, didn't I?
I looked at her warily and put the car in gear, pulling out of the McDonald's parking lot and heading east on US 23 toward the Burchett residence. Chapter 15. We continued east, turning right onto a narrow county road just before reaching the Ashland Corporation limit. Bill's directions were not by road name, but rather by vague and unusual landmarks for which we stayed constantly alert. As we wound our way deeper and deeper into the Kentucky countryside, I began to lose all sense of direction. I would have difficulty finding my way back out without assistance. Melanie acted as my co-pilot, keeping a vigilant eye open for the roadside markers which were to guide our path. The landscape was breathtaking. The color of the Kentucky bluegrass had faded by degrees from the cooler fall temperatures, and the trees had already surrendered their leaves with the exception of the occasional evergreen, but it didn't take much by way of imagination to picture its beauty on a sunny summer afternoon. Roger Burchett had selected the location for his retirement haven with care. Signs of civilization faded the deeper we drove, the concrete pavement degenerating into a tar and gravel path several miles out. Incongruous power and phone lines dangled from utility poles, spoiling an otherwise flawless panorama.
"Slow down," Melanie said, consulting her legal pad. "Bill said that Roger's place was the next one on the right after a small shack with plastic Jesus stuff in the front yard."
On the horizon, a weather-beaten one-room shack appeared, its walls leaning uncertainly toward the road. A virtual cornucopia of tackiness inhabited the yard, which, for a centerpiece, offered an enormous plastic rendering of the baby Jesus stuffed into a milk crate with haphazard straw lining its bottom. A collection of 20 or so day-glow statues of the Virgin Mary stood guard over the synthetic child, and several more were acting as security at the perimeter of the property. It was eerie. A slender brick chimney rose from the center of the shack's roof, adorned with a crucifix, complete with the dying Savior and his various gruesome injuries reproduced in forensic detail.
"This has got to be the place he was talking about," Melanie said.
"We probably come all this way and Roger won't be home," I groused.
"We couldn't call first. We didn't have his number, remember?" Melanie said. "Bill said he used to have it when Roger was still managing the pool hall, but he didn't keep the same one when he moved. Now that Roger's retired, Bill only sees him when he stops in for a quick game of 8-ball.
We were one property away from Roger's, and I hadn't even begun to formulate our approach. I was feeling very disappointed with myself. Just the night before, I had been within yards of an attacker who had first shot Sonia Bivens and then had taken shots at me and her little boy. It had been through pure luck and the grace of God that we hadn't met our maker in a hail of bullets. It certainly didn't have anything to do with my own clever thinking. I was running around blindly, stirring up who knows what with all the grace of a bull in a china shop. I couldn't afford to continue this pattern of acting and then thinking. It felt dangerous and reckless, and now Melanie was traveling with me. I felt a sense of responsibility to her and should at least try to consult my noggin once in a while. We crested a hill and were suddenly afforded an aerial view of Roger Burchett's property, which was nestled at the bottom of the valley below. Estate might be a better word. His house was a massive 2-story colonial. A large stable sat several hundred yards behind the main building, serving as an entrance point to a large meadow beyond, enclosed by a split-rail fence. 3 horses were lazily killing time, standing motionless in the field save for the occasional thrash of a tail or shake of a head. Our view of the property was diminished as we descended the hill and brought the car level with the yard. The house was obscenely large, looming over us as we drew nearer. If Melanie had been correct in estimating Roger's age just north of 50 and retiring a few years ago, then he must have hit pay dirt sometime in his late 40s. I hadn't known him well, but from my recollection he had been neither wealthy nor poor. The implications of this colossal residence were staggering. Whatever had happened, Roger Burchett's standard of living had gone up, to say the least.
"Wow," said Melanie, spellbound. "This looks just like the house on Dallas. I had no idea."
As we traversed the driveway, which was also framed by split-rail fencing, I began to pick out cars parked in a miniature cobblestone parking lot between the house and the stable. There were a total of 4. 2 well-used imports, a shiny BMW and a mud-slathered Ford Expedition. A blue-jeaned cowboy exited the rear of the stable and went into the field, moseying toward the 3 lethargic horses. He didn't seem to care one way or the other that unannounced company was arriving. He went about his business, mounting one of the horses and trotting off into the distance. I parked beside the SUV, and Melanie and I got out of the car. I half expected to be met by security or attack dogs, but no one rushed forward to greet us. The view of the surrounding hills was spectacular. Gentle, grassy mounds rippling off to the horizon where they eventually met other, taller hills thick with evergreens. Personally, I was green with envy. When I had bought my house in Grove City, I had been looking for exactly this type of tranquil setting. As much as I loved my home, Roger Burchett's manor made mine look like an oversized doghouse. The front porch was a large half-circle of red brick, with rugged yet comfortable outdoor seating placed in small groupings here and there. White columns supported the overhead balcony, which was accessible by French doors on the second level. I pressed the doorbell and jumped slightly as the thunderous gong echoed beyond the door. Although I had been expecting hired help to answer the door, Roger Burchett did us the honor himself, looking tanned and robust, his silvery hair paying homage to Elvis. He wore a white jogging suit and tennis shoes, apparently ready for a quick run. "Melanie," he said, his face registering surprise. "Oh, my darling, I'm so sorry about Ryan." He crossed the threshold and wrapped Melanie in a big bear hug.
"Thank you, Roger," Melanie said, hugging him back. "It's been a real shock to everyone."
"I just can't believe it," Roger said, stepping back and surveying Melanie head to toe. "I was at the hospital the night Ryan was born, you know. Niles never could handle stress worth a damn. His first instinct is always to run. Well, you can't just run out when your wife has given birth, you know. I damn near had to sit on him at times just to keep him from bolting like a maniac into the parking lot. Oh, geez, listen to me ramble. A trip down memory lane is probably the last thing you want right now." Melanie smiled and lightly cupped Roger's face.
"You are such a nice guy,"
she said, her throat wavering, thick with emotion.
"Little trips down memory lane are all we have left. Don't apologize."
Roger cleared his constricted throat and dabbed at his eyes. His gaze then continued across the porch to me. "Hey, I know you," he said, almost accusingly. He stepped toward me, jabbing the air in my direction with a thick forefinger. "Yes, sir," I said, smiling politely and offering a hand. "My name's Dwayne Morrow. I used to run with Ryan when we were in school." "Yes, that's right. Good Lord, what's it been, 10 years? "More like 15, I said. Roger whistled in disbelief. "Where in the hell does all the time go? It seems like just yesterday you boys were too young to drive, but were doing it anyway." He shook his head with incredulity. "Well, for heaven's sake, let's not just stand out here on the porch. Come in, come in." He ushered us through the front door and into a foyer straight from lifestyles of the rich and famous. Genuine wood floors were accented by walls in neutral tones. Sports trophies intermingled curiously between copies of Hemingway and Fish and Stream on heavy wooden bookcases which lined the walls. An eclectic taste in literature, to be sure. The foyer ran straight through, past a grandiose staircase, and to the rear of the house, with a small sitting room immediately on the left side of the hall and a sewing room on the right. We continued on into the back of the house, where the foyer opened up into a vast family room on the left and a formal dining room on the right. Roger led us to the family room and gestured towards seating on plush, off-white furniture. The entire room was done in shades of beige and bone, with large windows looking out onto the grassy meadow beyond. "Would you like something to drink? Coffee? Pepsi?" Roger smiled, awaiting instruction.
"No, Rog, it's okay," Melanie said. "We're fine. We just had breakfast."
Satisfied that he had done his duty as host, Roger took a seat across the room from us in a mechanized recliner. Within its hugely padded arms, stereo equipment peeked out, offering to swallow a CD if music was desired. Speakers were buried somewhere in the headrest, and although no music was playing, the chair was emitting a burbling noise, as if water was leaking out of it and onto the floor. Apparently, it came equipped with all of those nature sounds which are supposed to help you relax and meditate. It was a lazy man's delight, full of everything one might need to get through the day without ever once having to move. I wouldn't have been surprised if the seat cushion underneath him could be removed to expose a toilet bowl, so he wouldn't have to be bothered even for that. "So, what brings you two out?" Roger asked, leaning forward in the chair and folding his fingers together. "It has to do with Ryan's murder," I said. "Sarah asked me to check around and see if I might be able to sniff something out. She doesn't think the police are too interested." "Are you a private eye?" he asked. "Hardly. For some reason, Sarah thinks I'm better equipped because Ryan and I were such good friends." "Well, it sounds foolish to me. Ask the wrong person the wrong question and you'll get your damned head blown off," he said, then turned to Melanie. "And you have a little girl that needs you more than ever now. You got no business putting yourself in any kind of danger whatsoever." Melanie smiled.
"Roger, I appreciate your concern. The deputy assigned to the case is trying to suggest that I am in some way responsible. Now that Dwayne is back in town, they're even trying to implicate him. We're doing what we feel we have to do. I won't do Jasmine any good in jail either.
Roger shook his head disapprovingly. I suppose there's nothing I can do about it. But for the record, I think you're both batshit crazy. Now, what can I help you with?
Ryan worked for you for some time, Melanie said. I know that you and he sometimes went out and shot pool and played cards and stuff. I was hoping you might have some insight into what he might have been involved in lately.
Ryan stopped working for me a few years ago, Roger said. I really didn't see too much of him after that. He seemed reluctant to say too much.
That's kind of odd, isn't it? I asked.
You've been friends with Niall since the beginning of time and were a semi-regular in his house. Didn't you run into Ryan there? Occasionally, but he pretty much kept his distance.
Melanie piped in. You know, it never occurred to me, but thinking back, I see what you mean. Anytime we were at Niall's together and Roger showed up, it wasn't long before we were on our way. What was all that about?
Roger shifted uncomfortably in his chair. It really seems like a moot point now, doesn't it? I hate to go into it.
Roger, I implored, it could be important. We're still trying to piece together motive.
Roger sighed and sat back in his chair, impatiently jabbing at buttons to silence the supposedly soothing, yet incredibly distracting, babbling brook gurgling from deep within the chair. After Ryan graduated high school, he had a hard time finding a job. He was dating some little girl named Tiffany, and he didn't have enough time to devote to both her and a job, too. He bled his parents dry for a while, always coming up with new reasons for needing cash. His car broke down more often than any vehicle I've ever seen. It wasn't like he was doing anything more than the normal teenage stuff, going to movies, taking his girlfriend out dancing, buying her little gifts. But the kid had no idea about financial responsibility. Eventually, he tapped Sarah out, drove her nearly to the point of having to declare bankruptcy. Niles gave him a much harder time before loaning him money. He knew that Ryan was having trouble adapting to grown-up reality, but he didn't seem to know how to fix the problem. Cordelia spent most of her time bitching at Niles because sooner or later he would cave. Eventually, she forced Niles to shut the cash machine down. Ryan despised Cordelia for a good long time over that one. But really it was a good thing. Ryan had to learn something about handling his own finances, and I don't think he would have budged until he was forced to. So there he was, forced to find work. He was very picky about what he'd do, refusing to work fast food, and that was about all Lamont had to offer. Niles asked me if I might have an opening available at Benny's, and I told him I would see what I could do. I really wanted to help out. Ryan was a good kid. We're all entitled to screw up at that age, you know? I thought the atmosphere would be good for him. It's casual, a good old boy type of place. I didn't put up with any bullshit from rowdies. If they wanted to fight, they could do it somewhere else. Benny's is not just some hole in the wall. Years of managing the billiard hall had left an indelible mark of pride Roger still proudly carried. I nodded. So how did he fit in? Roger smiled. It was good. He had a real gift with people, you know? I enjoyed having him around, and he seemed happy enough. So what went wrong? I asked. Roger shook his head, clearly disturbed by the story he was recounting. No matter how hard I tried, it was impossible to keep all of the roughnecks out of the place. Ryan started running around with a bad crew, and before long his entire personality seemed to shift. He was always on the verge of falling asleep, looked like hell. I suspected he was doing drugs, but I didn't know any way to bring it up. It was awkward because my oldest boy, Drew, really looked up to Ryan. Suddenly I had to put a stop to them hanging around together. I wouldn't have my boy drawn into it.
Do you think Ryan ever sold drugs? Melanie asked.
I know he did, said Roger. That's why I had to fire him. Melanie and I looked at each other, absorbing what Roger had just said.
He was selling them on the premises? I finally asked.
Roger nodded. Turned out that he had a regular line formed at the back door.
What type of drugs? I asked.
Pot and LSD, I think. I showed up unexpectedly one night when I was supposed to be out of town. My plans had changed at the last minute, and I decided to go in and catch up on some paperwork. I was stunned, I'll tell you.
You didn't have any indication at all that this was going on? Melanie asked.
Oh, sure, looking back, there were signs everywhere, but I didn't want to believe it. Ryan was like a son to me. During this same period of time, my pool table suddenly started making less money. I suspected Ryan was probably skimming off the top. He had a set of keys to the lockbox, you know. I had trusted him completely when he first started working for me. I mean, why wouldn't I? Roger shook his head sadly. What did Niles say? I asked. He never found out. Well, at least not from me, Roger said. I promised Ryan that I wouldn't tell his father if he promised me he would knock this shit off. I told him I couldn't have him working for me anymore, though. I told him I would put in a good word for him wherever he might apply, but that was the best I could do. I told him how disappointed I was and how betrayed I felt. Regardless of all this, I didn't see a lot of point in involving Niles. I'd seen the effect that Niles had on Ryan, and it's about a 50-50 crapshoot whether anything he said ever did any good anyway. I've seen it push Ryan in the wrong direction more than once. Did you talk to Sarah? I asked. No, said Roger, looking down at his hands. Now I really wish I had. I know that she had a much better line of communication with Ryan, but I didn't know her very well. I was always Niles' friend. I figured she would be real protective of her son. I didn't think she'd believe anything I had to say. Besides, there was still a part of me that wanted to believe Ryan, except that he was going to give up all this bullshit and learn from his mistakes. He immediately got involved in that rental fraud scam afterward, though, so I guess that just made me stupid and naive. So that's why he avoided you? Melanie asked. Roger nodded. Guilt, I guess. He couldn't really look me directly in the eye anymore. I think it was as difficult for me to see him squirm as it was for him to see me at all. A big part of our relationship died that day, and it still pisses me off. You think he was taking money from the pool tables to buy drugs? I asked. Again, Roger nodded. Short of putting up a video camera, I had no way of proving any differently. These were old tables with no type of internal counter. You push the coins in the slot and down come the balls. I never confronted him about that, though. I knew he'd deny it, and then he'd be a liar on top of everything else. That would just be too much. Our conversation then took a sideways turn into much less substantial territory. Roger asked about Jasmine, and Melanie asked about Roger's wife, Ruth, and their two boys, Drew and Lucas. As it turned out, Ruth had taken the boys to visit her mother in Michigan, and Roger did not get along well with his mother-in-law. Everyone had agreed it would be better for him to stay home and occupy himself. After a few more moments of idle chatter, I was ready to leave. I didn't have any more questions, and it had been too many years since the infrequent contact I had previously had with Roger when I lived in Limont. Small talk was degenerating rapidly into prattle about the weather, and I had places to go. As Roger was seeing us back to the door, Melanie stopped and turned to him, smiling sheepishly. I know that this is totally inappropriate, and I hope you won't think that I'm too awfully rude, but I can't help but ask. I wasn't aware that you were so, well off. I recall visiting your old house once or twice with Ryan, Niles, and Cordelia, and it was certainly a lot more modest. Did you hit the lotto? Roger laughed in a deep, booming baritone. Damn near. I had an uncle who I never knew, never met once, dropped dead and left this vast fortune to me out of the clear blue sky. I was his only living relative other than my boys. Go figure. I decided I'm too damned old to act humble, so now I'm enjoying life. I'm being a husband, I'm being a dad. It's great. Wow, Melanie said. I'm just surprised Niles and Cordelia didn't mention it. I haven't told them yet. I haven't told much of anyone, so I'd appreciate it if you could keep quiet. It's amazing how many friends and relatives come out of the woodwork when they find out you've suddenly found fortune. I don't want money to spoil our friendship. I couldn't tell you the last time Niles and Cordelia even came out to our place anyway. Cordelia hated to travel unless it was to someplace worthwhile, like Vegas or the Cayman Islands or Rio, you know. She would much rather play hostess. Frankly, that was fine with Ruthie and me. We had reached the front door and exchanged pleasantries again, Roger inviting us to stop by any time we were in the area. So what do you plan to do next? Roger asked as we stepped out onto the large porch. We've got a few more people to talk to here in Ashland, I said. We're going to see if we can reach Jed Grogan, Ryan's boss at the Ripper, and I guess he had a buddy, Riley Burkus. Melanie, didn't you say that Riley works at Benny's? Roger's expression fell flat. Riley Burkus? You should stay clear of that psycho.
Psycho? Melanie asked, surprised. I didn't much like him, but I always assumed you got along with him since he worked for you.
He didn't work at Benny's much longer than Ryan did. He was all over the place, emotionally. Sometimes he was all right, sometimes he was withdrawn and distant, but the worst was when he was angry. It only happened a few times, but I swear the look in that boy's eyes was terrifying. I'm not afraid of much, but I'm telling you, this guy is completely unpredictable, and that scares the hell out of me, said Roger.
So he doesn't work at Benny's anymore? I asked, to clarify.
Lord, no. I didn't look forward to having to fire him, but I was going to do it. I was opening the place up to a lawsuit because he was picking fights on the premises. Fortunately for me, I ended up not having to. He abruptly quit one day, and shortly afterward, I heard about the trouble he and Ryan had in Columbus with their little scheme, Roger said.
Do you have any idea where Riley might be working now? I asked.
I heard something about him working at a pizza shop on Front Street, but that's been some time ago. I didn't exactly want to keep tabs on Riley, if you know what I mean. I know that he came back to Ashland after he got out of jail, but that's about it. You should just stay away from him. He's not right. Roger tapped his temple as if to illustrate exactly where.
Do you know which pizza shop it was? Asked Melanie.
Yeah, I think it was Dominic's.
Thank you, Roger. Please tell Ruth and the kids I say hello.
Melanie leaned forward and gave Roger a kiss on the cheek. He smiled warmly. He was a very likable fellow. There's anything else I can do for you kids, just let me know, he said. I seized upon that opportunity to obtain his telephone number and commit it to the contacts in my cell phone. As we started out of the driveway, Roger tried to reason with us one last time. I know you're going to do what you're going to do, but I'm telling you, you need to be careful around Burkus. He isn't one of the good guys. We mumbled something appreciative and headed back up the long, winding driveway. The more Roger warned us about Riley, the more I wanted to talk to him. Whether we would actually glean any information from him was still up in the air, but whatever happened, I was sure it would prove interesting. Chapter 16. We got lost twice trying to weave our way back into civilization. I didn't think that was too awfully bad, considering how very turned around I had gotten driving in. As we passed the shack with the plastic religious diorama, I saw a hunchbacked little old lady with a kerchief pinned to her head, strolling about and watering all the Mary statues with a bright yellow can. If we returned in a few months, would the statues have grown taller? We drove into Ashland, joining the busy Saturday afternoon bustle. After a quick stop for directions and use of facilities at Speedway, we were soon parking the Optima curbside on Front Street, across from a rundown pizza shop which occupied a narrow slot in the middle of a decaying building which stood in a tight cluster with other decaying buildings. Many of the storefronts were vacant, with "For Lease" signs displayed in dirty windows. A thrift store was housed in the rightmost slot, and a bakery occupied the left. The second stories of all the buildings had been converted to cheap, low-income housing for Ashland's less affluent, doors between each business affording access via a narrow flight of stairs. A toothless, withered old man was squatted on the crumbling sidewalk in front of Dominic's Pizzeria, his filthy clothes washed only when rain fell. He wore a soiled baseball cap, its emblazoned team name obscured by years of grime. He was gumming on a nub of pizza crust, looking sadly like an abandoned dog who was begging for scraps by the door. Melanie and I passed him and entered the restaurant. Restaurant is entirely too generous. 3 lonely 2-seater tables sat willy-nilly in the small lobby. The air reeked of heady cheese, rancid mop water, and raw sewage. I scrunched my nose involuntarily at the smell of fecal matter, decidedly inappropriate for, well, any place. Thankfully, a wall divided the kitchen from the front area. I didn't think I could hold the contents of my stomach if I were to actually see the food prep area. A quick glance at Melanie told me the experience wasn't lost on her. Her look of tactile abhorrence would have been comical at any other time. A window had been cut into the dividing wall, affording a view of a sticky, avocado-green counter and a World War II-era cash register. A bell had tinkled as we entered, and soon, a short, fat, bald little man waddled up to the counter. He wore a sleeveless t-shirt which clung like a second skin to the bulges of his grossly obese stomach and breasts. Dark, matted hair coiled just below the thin material before making a quick getaway over his shoulders and down his back. His exposed skin was shiny with sweat and body oil, which had collected since his last shower, which, by my guess, would have been sometime in the prior year. "Can I help you?" he said through greenish-yellow teeth. As I stepped forward, I realized too late that the whole fecal aroma was generating like a powerhouse from this round little turd. Yes. We were trying to track down Riley Burkus," I said, trying to control my reflexive wince. Melanie jumped in before I had an opportunity to alienate another of Riley's acquaintances with my direct and apparently governmental approach.
"We went to school together."
She smiled and batted her eyelashes, the little minx. Mr. Stench glowed like a Christmas tree. "Don't work here no mo'," he said, rolling a nasty wad of tobacco from a hidden place in his jaw around the bottom of his teeth before finally depositing it in another hiding place on the opposite side of his face. The resultant trail of tobacco and brownish-orange slime was disgusting. It reminded me that tobacco as a whole was a thoroughly repugnant addiction, and I was glad I had laid cigarettes down. I wanted to tell this slugmo how vile he was so badly it hurt my teeth.
"Do you have any idea where he might work now? Or maybe where he lives?"
Melanie asked sweetly. "I ain't seen him in a while to talk to," the man said, delivering a high-velocity loogie into a can at his side. A brownish dribble oozed from the corner of his mouth. "Ugh. You might want to check upstairs. Apartment 4D. Letta Myler. Little street whore he diddles sometimes." He grinned lasciviously as if to let Melanie know he was all hers, any time, any place, any way. "Thank you," I said stiffly, taking Melanie's arm and heading back out the door. Once outside, I swallowed lungfuls of fresh air, trying to rid myself of the pungent odor of the shop. Should I ever find myself at a hotel in Ashland, hungry for pizza, I knew never to order from Dominic's. I stepped back on the sidewalk and examined the building. The doors which led to the upstairs apartments were marked with a wrought-iron letter centered above each. D was to the right of the pizza shop and just before the thrift shop. There were no fancy security devices here, no intercom to announce your arrival, nothing like that. The rickety door didn't even latch, but instead swung lazily on a rusty set of hinges. It had once been painted red, but that had been decades ago, and what was left of the color had faded to a dull orange. Someone had kicked through the bottom panel of the door, leaving a jagged doggy door in his aftermath. Melanie and I entered and ascended the stairs. There were 4 apartments at the top, 2 on each side of the non-illuminated foyer. Apartment numbers were spray-painted onto the doors with the guidance of stencils. I approached the second door on the right, which proclaimed itself to be number 4. I rapped a knuckle against the door. Inside, I could hear a shuffle of activity, followed by approaching footsteps.
"Who is it?"
came the shrill bark from the other side. "We're looking for Riley. Can we talk?" I called out. The door jerked open abruptly, its security chain still firmly in place. An anorexic head pushed its way through the crack, eyes bulging suspiciously. The sweet aroma of marijuana leaked out above the woman's head.
"Riley? What do you want with Riley?"
"We just need to talk to him, that's all," said Melanie. "Are you Letta?" The woman nodded quickly, then slammed the door. Melanie and I looked at each other, wondering if we had just been dismissed, but then came the sound of the chain sliding back and the door opened fully. Letta couldn't have been more than 19. Her face was hollowed by years of premature experience and heavy drug use. Her emaciated body could barely keep her pink spaghetti-strap halter top in place. Her bones were crudely outlined in paper-thin flesh. It was impossible to determine what her hair color had once been, but for now, it was a peroxide-burned white, frizzy and uneven. Her cut-off denim shorts were apparently designed for easy access.
"And just who the hell are you?"
Letta demanded of Melanie.
"Riley's new girlfriend?"
Melanie shook her head vehemently.
"No way. I'm married."
Letta snorted.
"You're not the law, are you? 'Cause if you are, you have to tell me, you know."
I shook my head. "Really, Letta, we don't mean to cause Riley any trouble. We'd just like to talk to him." Letta leaned against the doorframe, deliberating whether she wanted to help us or not. Finally, she said,
"Tell you what, I'll tell you where he is if you do a little favor for me."
"Aha, an opportunist." "What's that?" I asked dubiously.
"It's nothing hard. I just want you to tell Riley to stop by and see me. Tell him I'm sorry and I miss him," Letta said quietly. "It's scary down here by myself." "Did you and Riley have a fight?" Melanie asked. "Sort of," said Letta. "A couple of weeks ago, he caught me doing something he didn't like. He packed up his shit and left. He won't talk to me. I even tried stopping by his garage, and he told me if I didn't leave, he'd split my head open with a tire iron."
She laughed softly.
"He never hurt me bad, though."
Did that mean that sometimes he hurt her good?
"Okay," said Melanie. "I can do that. Did you say something about a garage?" "Yeah," the girl said. "He rented an old garage out on Cutter's Lane. He works on cars and big rigs mostly, but some farm equipment too. He has a little apartment right over top, kind of self-contained. What did you say your name was?" "Melanie, and this is Dwayne."
Melanie looped an arm around one of mine.
"You two are real pretty together. You're very lucky. Now, don't forget to tell Riley, okay?"
Her big eyes looked tragically hopeful. Melanie smiled and nodded, allowing Letta to assume whatever she would about our relationship. You two are real pretty together. I smiled inwardly. Letta closed the door on us, sliding the chain back into place. We went back to the Optima and re-entered traffic. It was after 3 o'clock, and we were both hungry. The experience at Dominic's steered us away from adventurous mom-and-pop cuisine, however, and we elected to dine in the relatively uniform safety of Burger King. As we ate messy Whoppers, Melanie consulted Google on her cell phone. She found an address for Burkus Garage and Towing on Cutter's Lane, which really told us nothing, but through the magic of GPS, we were soon on our way. At 4:15, we pulled into the drive of Burkus Garage and Towing. Cutter's Lane was another narrow little pathway cut into the Kentucky hillside. Riley wasn't apt to get much business from passers-by. More than likely, the bulk of his work was transacted under the table, as many country mechanics preferred. The garage was a large metal outbuilding, its tin ceiling rising to a point in the middle. Riley's personal quarters would be the loft that this raised ceiling allowed for. The grounds were a muddy swamp, with a few domestic vehicles parked about, as well as 3 semi-cabs. Light spilled out through the large open door which led to the vehicle bays inside. Creedence Clearwater Revival was playing loudly through crappy stereo speakers. Assorted clanks and clunks emanated from the building, evidence of work in progress. Melanie and I crossed the muddy clearing and entered the garage. Initially, I didn't see anyone inside. Bare bulbs cut harsh, uneven light down on the primitive workspace. A large, all-terrain vehicle was positioned over an underground service bay, and bright light from a hand lamp bled up from underneath the vehicle. The metallic clanging was coming from down there. I surveyed Riley's setup. No fancy diagnostic apparatuses here, no sir. Just your basic wrenches, sockets, and screwdrivers. The underground bays eliminated most of the need for hydraulic lifters, and heavy-duty manual jacks eliminated the rest. A handmade counter lined the wall on the left side of the building, with various tools and auto parts strewn about. An old portable stereo sat in the middle, giving it all she had. Toward the front of the building, a metal desk and straight-backed metal stool were positioned, with paperwork stacked everywhere in haphazard piles. A computer monitor was buried in the middle, showing evidence of a half-finished solitaire game. Toward the back of the building, metal stairs led up to what must be Riley's private quarters. There was the sudden clatter of a tool being dropped, followed by, "Motherfucker, shit!" And then Riley emerged from underneath the vehicle and pulled himself to his feet. If he was surprised to see us, he didn't give any sign. He was one cool cucumber. He was wiry and tall, wearing a blue-gray set of coveralls stained with motor oil. His bushy black hair protruded in greasy twigs from underneath an inverted ball cap. He had heavy stubble obscuring the lower half of his face. His eyes were coal black with an inquisitive glint. Ground-in dirt colored his hands shiny black, with pinkish fingernails winking out in contrast. He wiped his hands on his trouser legs and smiled. I expected to see jagged, rotting teeth, broken off and stained by tobacco. I was surprised to see perfectly straight, perfectly white, perfectly perfect teeth. The smile was clearly insincere, though, and made Riley look like a rattlesnake ready to strike. "Well, well, well," Riley said, walking across the room to face Melanie. Look what we have here, the little missus.
Riley, Melanie said coolly, shifting her gaze uncomfortably. Riley shot a quick look in my direction.
And who's this? The new guy you're fucking?
Hey, I said sharply. The woman's just lost her husband. How about a little respect? Riley produced another of his unsettling smiles, lifting his hands as if in surrender.
No need to get uptight, buddy. I'm sure Mel isn't offended, are you, babe?
He threw a greasy arm around Melanie and pulled her against him in a quick, awkward hug. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I am, Melanie said, pushing herself away from Riley. Get your hands off me. Riley stepped back and smiled, his hands on his hips, his gaze wandering back and forth between me and Melanie.
All right, then. This ain't a social call, I'm sure. Do you want to get to the point? I've got a lot of work to do here.
I understand that you and Ryan were good friends, I said. Riley looked at me in cold silence. I'm surprised I didn't see you at the funeral, I continued.
Yeah, well, I never much got the funeral thing, you know,
Riley said, turning around and walking over to his workspace along the wall. He picked up a mallet and started tapping the counter surface rhythmically, extremely annoying since the action was for the sole purpose of making noise.
I keep Ryan alive up here.
He tapped an index finger to his temple. It has been suggested that Ryan may have been involved in trafficking drugs, Melanie said. Would you know anything about that? Riley stopped tapping the mallet and turned around, his faux smile stretching broadly across his face.
Drugs? Why would you think I would know anything about something like that? No, sirree, ma'am. I keep my nose clean.
Cut the horseshit, Riley, Melanie said sharply. You knew Ryan probably better than anyone else lately. Aren't you interested in knowing why he was killed?
Is that what this is all about? Riley asked, raising his eyebrows exaggeratedly. You two playing cop or something?
Something like that, I said. Riley suddenly strode across the room, positioning himself within inches of my nose. His breath was foul, and up close his eyes burned with a troubling intensity.
I don't believe I know you, he said.
I felt the hot breath of his words go up my nose. It was purely animal instinct that forced me to stand my ground. The urge to take a step backward was almost compulsory, but I knew if I did, this game of dominance would be over. The last thing I wanted was for Riley to think I was intimidated by him. Dwayne Morrow, I said, keeping my voice steady and even, breathing up his nose to return the favor, although I doubted my breath was as foul. Glad to meet you. I offered a hand for shaking. He looked down at my hand and said nothing, nor did he accept it. After an awkward moment, he stepped back and turned his attention back to his workbench.
Dwayne Morrow, huh? Name's familiar. I think Ryan might have talked about you once or twice, he said, resuming his tapping with the mallet. You two are wasting your time. I mean, it's a shame Ryan's gone and all, but I don't know nothing that can help you. Even if I did, I don't know why you think I would.
You should, because you claim to be Ryan's friend, said Melanie. She was unable to keep her dislike for Riley from the tone of her voice. I'd think you'd do it for him.
Yeah, well, you claim to be his wife. Some wife, he snorted. Like a goddamn ball and chain you were. Always wanting to know where he was, what he was doing, who he was doing it with. God.
You know I wasn't like that, said Melanie heatedly. Ryan and I had a little girl. Sure, I wanted to know how to reach him in case of an emergency, but you make me sound mentally unstable.
Aren't you? Just a little too clingy from the get-go, said Riley.
He turned to me.
Did she tell you how she and Ryan got together? Little bitch got knocked up. Forced Ryan to marry her.
I did not, Melanie protested. Ryan wanted to get married. I mean, it's not like I didn't, but he was the one who asked.
She had this plan from the start, Riley continued, still talking to me. Her own family was loonier than a bunch of banjo-playing inbreds. She would have done anything to trap Ryan. Did she tell you that she stole him right out from underneath the nose of her own best friend? That's the kind of girl you're dealing with there, pal.
What in the hell is this? Melanie demanded. None of that is true, and you know it.
Are you trying to tell me that Ryan wasn't with your roommate Angie Finch when you went to bed with him?
Well, yes, but...
But nothing. You're a sloppy whore, Melanie,
said Riley, flashing another of his patented bastard grins. You know, all this name-calling is ridiculous. What is this, junior high? I interjected. Can't we put personal feelings aside for just a minute?
The one thing we all presumably had in common was Ryan McGregor, and now he's dead. I want to see whoever did it brought to justice. Don't you?
Well, sure, said Riley, turning back to his workbench. Why wouldn't I?
You sure as hell wouldn't if you were the one who done it, said Melanie accusingly.
Riley swiveled, his eyes igniting with self-righteous fury. You gonna come in here to my place of business and throw around wild accusations like that? Get the fuck out of here, the both of you. I don't need to take this shit. He waved his arms wildly, one of them still holding onto the mallet. And just so's you know, I already gave my statement to Deputy Tilton. I was camping with a buddy who testified to my whereabouts. I'm in the clear. How about you, Melanie? I hear he was shot from pretty close range. Even a helpless cunt like you couldn't miss from a distance like that. Melanie screeched in rage and hurled herself at Riley. He clutched the mallet tightly in his right hand, prepared to defend himself with it, if necessary. I was quick to intercept Melanie, not wanting this conversation to degenerate into a bloodbath. Come on, Mel, I said. Let's go. It's pretty apparent Riley doesn't have anything useful to offer. Riley snorted and headed back to the service bay. Melanie and I started for the door, then, almost on a whim, I turned back. By the way, Riley, do you know a Sonia Bivens? Riley's pause was nearly imperceptible. Then again, with the bastard smile. Doesn't ring no bells? Why? Oh, nothing. She was a friend of Ryan's too. I thought you might know her, I said. Riley pressed his lips into a tight line, appearing to concentrate on the name. Nope, don't think so. Ryan and I weren't no Siamese twins, you know. We each had our own friends, our own lives. Of course. I just thought I'd ask while we were here, I said. And Letta Myler asked us to tell you she'd like to see you sometime. Riley's reaction to that last bit was animated and outraged. Just what in the hell are you two doing? Are you running around checking up on me? Who in the hell do you think you are? I had damn well better not catch you poking around in my business, or so help me God, you'll wish you'd never laid eyes on Riley Burkus. You got me? I smiled, overwhelmingly elated that I'd finally touched a nerve with the son of a bitch. Didn't mean to step on your toes, pal, but you're a hard man to track down. And a lot of good it did you, too. Get the fuck off my property. Now! Riley advanced toward us menacingly, the mallet half raised in his right hand. Melanie and I turned to go. My eyes drifted over the items on the workbench and desk as I passed. I didn't know what I was looking for. A gun? A black mask? A hunting knife with a big serrated edge? Anything to prove that this asshole was guilty of something. Truth be told, I didn't believe he was our attacker. He was of approximately the right height, but his build was all wrong. He was too lanky. But I hadn't failed to notice his momentary hesitation before denying knowledge of Sonia Bivens. Instinctively, I knew he was lying through his perfect white teeth. As we approached the door, I paused, taking a hard look at the desk area. Riley looked up and barked, "That stuff's private property. Get the hell out!" We continued on, out into the late afternoon air. Cloud cover had moved in, dragging the temperature down by several degrees. Melanie and I returned to the Optima and headed back out onto Cutter's Lane.
That son of a bitch, Melanie spat. I don't know why we even wasted time talking to him. Did I really think he might want to help? Hell no. All he wanted was an opportunity to take his little jabs at me. What an ass.
Do you think he could be the one?
The one who killed Ryan? I would really wonder if it hadn't been for what he said. You know, about him being out with a buddy and Tilton knowing all about it.
He could be lying, I suggested.
It's too easy to check out. If we mentioned it to Tilton and it wasn't true, then it would immediately draw attention to Riley. Don't you think?
Maybe Riley's camping buddy is lying, providing a false alibi, I said. Melanie sighed.
There are a million maybes. We should probably bring it up the next time we see Tilton, and you know we inevitably will see him.
Yeah, well, one thing's for sure, I said, turning my headlights on to fight back the approaching dusk. Riley's lying about some things.
What do you mean?
Sonia Bivens. Did you see the way he paused when I asked if he knew her? I asked.
Well, I guess so. But I don't know that I would call that proof positive.
I proceeded to tell Melanie why I knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Riley did, in fact, know Sonia Bivens. As we had walked away from him, in that last instant before we had stepped back out into the late afternoon air, I had slowed to take a peek at what Riley had stored on his desk. Of utmost significance was a square, beige computer tower buried under a tall pile of newspapers. On the front of the machine was a gaily colored crayon rendering of me, as drawn by Donna Nelson's 5-year-old son, Max, peering across the desktop, its enormous head gilded with lime green Einstein hair waving at me like a flag. Chapter 17.
Are you absolutely certain it was your computer? Asked Melanie as we re-entered Ashland's corporation limit.
That little doodle would be hard to duplicate, I said. The assignment I just finished in Columbus, it was with the company Donna Nelson works for. A few years ago, I helped her set up her home computer, and her little boy gave me that as a present while I worked. It's always given me the biggest kick. I don't know why. I taped it right to the front of my CPU, sort of like a good luck charm. Melanie looked at me and smiled.
You're a real softy.
I squirmed uncomfortably. Braggadocio and pissing contests were never my thing. I believe women should pursue their social and personal goals with the same opportunity and ferocity as their male counterparts. Some fellows would find my attitude to be an abomination against the traditional male credo, but I didn't give a rat's ass. Still yet, years of societal conditioning made me involuntarily flinch at being called a softy.
So what do we do now?
Melanie asked, shifting in her seat to partially face me. I don't know, I said. My first instinct was to tell that bastard to give me my computer back, but something told me to play it cool and just ride it out. If Riley knows that we're onto him, it might become a lot more difficult to catch him doing anything wrong.
I should have known from the onset that Riley was involved in this, Melanie said. I know that people say you shouldn't judge someone, especially if you don't even know him, but I swear I believe people have a sort of internal something, you know? Picks up vibes from people. If you listen to it, it can steer you clear of a lot of trouble.
I knew exactly what she meant. Many years ago, I had learned to trust this internal mechanism without question. Only rarely had it proven fallible, and those incidents had numbered among the biggest disappointments in my life. If you can't trust yourself, who can you trust?
So you think Riley is the one who broke into your house? Melanie asked.
It seems pretty likely. I suppose he may not have done it himself, but he certainly has had contact with whoever it was. But my instincts tell me it was him. What I don't get is why would he hang on to the stuff? I would think it would be safer to sell it for whatever he could get out of it and wash his hands of anything connecting him to the theft, I said, turning right onto a busy downtown street.
Nobody said Riley was smart, Melanie said. He just probably saw a free computer for his shop.
We drove in silence for a few blocks as I mentally worked and reworked the phrasing of a question I knew I must ask. Melanie had told me that she had been at her sister's the evening Ryan had been shot. Deputy Tilton had suggested that she had taken a quick jaunt that night, allegedly to go to the grocery. Was it long enough to drive across town to Brenner Hollow? Had I any further reason to keep her on my list of suspects? My instincts were telling me all was good. Melanie was no more guilty of murder than the Pope was of drive-by shootings. Still, of all times for my instincts to be wrong, this could be the granddaddy of them all. I decided to proceed with caution. So, tell me about the night Ryan was murdered, I said, easing the car right to make another aimless loop of the city. We were really only killing time. It was only just 6, and since the Ripper didn't open until 7, we had decided to wait it out. Even if Jed Grogan went in early to set up, we would be underfoot, and he might be less likely to speak with us.
What do you mean? Did I wake up with a terrible foreboding that somehow the day would end in disaster? Melanie asked. No, nothing like that. He was killed sometime early on Sunday, so which day are you looking for? Saturday or Sunday?
Saturday. Did Ryan act peculiar in any way?
I didn't see Ryan on Saturday, remember? We had separated. He had rented his new apartment that past Wednesday and hadn't been staying with us. The last time I actually saw him was on Thursday afternoon. He stopped by to get some clothes and to take Jasmine out for a while. He did call on Saturday, though. He had been planning to take Jasmine to the movies Monday night, and he was wanting to set up times. Nothing unusual to report. He said that he had to be at work by 6.
At the Ripper?
That's right. He usually closed the place down, which would have put him back in Limont sometime between 3 and 4 in the morning, Melanie said.
What do the police estimate as his time of death? I asked.
They estimate between midnight and 1. And that struck me as unusual.
Didn't they check to see if he had been at work that evening?
It isn't exactly like Tilton is sharing information with me, Melanie said.
Well, I guess we'll find out soon enough when we talk to Jed Grogan. Melanie nodded her head. So you were at your place with Jasmine on Saturday night? I asked, knowing full well she hadn't been.
No, she said. I thought I told you this. I was at my sister Molly's. Her boys were having a bunch of their friends over for a sort of indoor campout. It was boy-girl, but the ratio was a little off, so Molly asked if I might bring Jasmine by. I figured, why not? Jazz would have a ball, and it would help get my mind off of things.
Oh, that's right, I said, as if my memory had just cleared up. So you were there all evening? Melanie nodded her head again.
Yep, chaperone number 2 I was. Molly and I took turns relieving each other from active duty in the trenches with all the little soldiers, which, believe me, became necessary after about a half hour. I didn't know how to proceed from here. Either Tilton was pulling my leg, or Melanie was lying. I knew which one I preferred to believe. Mercifully, Melanie came to my rescue, proving that neither scenario was true. Oh, I nearly forgot. I did go out right around midnight. We were making Rice Krispie squares, and there weren't enough marshmallows. Not a drop of milk, either. It was Molly's turn to watch the kids, so I drove down to Kroger real quick and picked up what we needed. I hadn't even given that a second thought, she said, rubbing her chin with her interlocked index fingers. This isn't good. I didn't even tell Tilton about that. If he were to find out, he would think for sure that I was trying to cover something up. Shit.
Tilton already knows, I said. He made sure I did, too. Melanie swiveled in her seat abruptly, anger in her eyes.
What? How long ago was this?
Oops, misstep. Just last night, when he was questioning me about Sonia Bivens. I sounded defensive, as if I had been justified in keeping this information to myself.
So we've been running around all day with you wondering if I snuck off to plant a bullet in my husband's head before returning home and making snack treats for a bunch of kids? You have got to be kidding me, she said with disgust.
Look, Melanie, I'm sorry, I said, but you have to put yourself in my place. I haven't known you very long. I have to keep an open mind when facts are being presented. I mean, think about it. What if you had stumbled onto something that made you wonder about me? Wouldn't you want to proceed carefully? Melanie was silent for a moment, staring out the passenger window at the passers-by on the sidewalk. The sun had set and the night sky was held partially at bay by storefront illumination and streetlights.
I suppose you're right,
she eventually said, quite reluctantly.
But let's get one thing straight, mister. In the future, if you have something to ask me, just come right out and ask, okay? I don't like games.
I nodded.
I promise. Remember what I said about promises, she reminded.
I nodded my head solemnly like an obedient child. As it neared 7, we headed over to the Ripper. It was right on US 23, on the eastern edge of the city. It had a small parking lot beside it where a building had once stood, and we had our choice of spaces as we pulled in. There were only about 5 other vehicles in the lot, which wasn't unusual, considering the bar hadn't quite opened yet. It was a large building, offering as true a club atmosphere as one might find in Ashland, Kentucky. While many of the local night spots were geared toward the country western crowd, the Ripper had opted for progressive dance music, aiming squarely for the college crowd. Bright, pulsing electronic lights of all colors adorned the outside of the building, lighting it up like a Hollywood movie premiere. Melanie placed a quick call to her sister, Molly, at Lymont Memorial Hospital. After a few minutes of chattering, which was disjointed and hard to follow, she disconnected the call.
I wanted to catch Molly before she was off for the evening. So far, Sonia Bivens is hanging on, she said.
Is she still in a coma? I asked. Melanie nodded.
But there haven't been any downward turns for her either, so that's good.
She could lay there in a coma for months. Years, I said.
Or she could wake up tomorrow.
One little conversation between Deputy Tilton and Sonia would exonerate me. I felt guilty for even thinking it, considering how much more important it was that she get well for the sake of her child. I got out of the car and went around to open the passenger door for Melanie. Shall we? The inside of the nightclub was very modern, with black walls and a silver-speckled ceiling. Tables were scattered in a neat, symmetrical pattern in a U-shaped lobby. The center of the room was dedicated to dancing, with shiny white flooring reflecting the sparkling, multicolored overhead lights. A formal bar lined the right wall, complete with counter, glasses, and alcoholic inventory for every taste. A stage where local bands channeled rock stars was positioned at the rear of the dance pit, and once a week, karaoke-driven aspirants seized control of the mic. Video monitors were bolted near the ceiling in each corner of the room, showing the cinematic renderings of each song as it blasted from the various speakers tucked throughout the room. Currently, Lady Gaga was gyrating to one of her more recent numbers. Besides us, there were only 3 other people visible in the bar. There was, of course, the bartender, polishing a glass as he allowed the rhythm of the song to prod him into a spontaneous groove, and a middle-aged couple, huddled together like teenagers at the table farthest from the door. If they had been any closer, she would have literally been sitting in the man's lap. They were oblivious to anything and everything except for each other. Melanie and I crossed over to the bar, where the handsome young bartender presented a store-bought smile. This, combined with his blonde hair, gave him the appearance of a walking, talking Ken doll. "Hey folks, how you doing? What'll it be?" He was still vigorously polishing the glass in his hand, but he had reduced his dancing to a slow simmer, his foot continuing to tap in cadence with the beat of the song.
Actually, we were looking for Jed Grogan. Is he here?
Melanie asked. "Yeah," the bartender said. "He's in his office. Let me give a call." He stepped away from us and consulted a multi-line phone positioned by the cash register. After a brief exchange, he returned. "He's on his way. Door's at the far end of the counter if you want to wait down there." He indicated the end of the bar near the empty stage. By the time Melanie and I reached the indicated destination, Jed Grogan had already emerged from his office. He was somewhere in his 50s, tall and thin, with a wisp of grayish hair like cotton batting pulled from one side of his head over to the other. His thick-rimmed glasses carried lenses of significant thickness. He wore navy dress slacks, a button-down, long-sleeve white shirt, and a navy and burgundy striped tie. Decidedly inappropriate attire for a place called the Ripper. He offered a hand and shook mine firmly. "Jed Grogan," he said crisply. "Was I expecting you?" His speech indicated he wasn't from these parts, maybe upstate New York. The tone was brisk and emotionally flat. I suspected he would say, "I love you," and kiss my ass with much the same inflection. "No, Mr. Grogan, no," I said. "My name is Dwayne Morrow. I hate to be rude," Jed interrupted, "but if you're trying to sell something, now isn't the time. I don't accept sales calls without an appointment."
"Oh, no," Melanie said. "It's nothing like that, really. My name is Melanie McGregor. My husband Ryan worked for you."
A flash of recognition crossed Grogan's face, followed by the customary look of condolence considered suitable to offer a grieving young widow. "Oh yes, miss. I was very sorry to hear about what happened. It's such a tragedy. Have the police caught whoever did it?"
"No, they haven't," said Melanie, taking Jed's outstretched hand.
He stepped back and looked at us uncomfortably. "So, was there something I could do for you?" "We don't really know," I said. "We're trying to get a handle on exactly what happened that evening." "And who are you again?" Jed adjusted the heavy glasses on the bridge of his nose as he struggled for my name. "It's Dwayne Morrow.
He's a detective I hired from Columbus,"
Melanie interrupted. I looked at her, but her expression was merely earnest. This girl was a regular improviser, weaving whole webs of fiction as the need suited her. Once again, I shut my yap and let her go on.
"I have to say, Jed, can I call you Jed?"
He nodded.
"I have to say, Jed, the Limont police have left much to be desired with their handling of this investigation. They act as if Ryan's death didn't even matter. I felt I had no choice but to hire Mr. Morrow if I really wanted to get to the bottom of this. We are simply attempting to piece together the facts."
"Well now, Mrs. McGregor," Grogan began.
"You can call me Melanie,"
Melanie said sweetly. "Okay, Melanie. I'm not sure what help I can be, but I'll certainly try," he said. "What kind of employee was Ryan?" I asked, easing onto one of the stools at the bar. Jed shrugged. "He wasn't the best I ever seen, but he wasn't the worst either. Showed up on time, got the job done reasonably well. The girls sure liked him." As he realized that he was relaying this information to Ryan's widow, he suddenly clasped his hand to his mouth in an involuntary gesture and brightened to a degree of crimson that outshone the overhead lighting by about a zillion watts. Melanie patted him on the arm reassuringly.
"It's okay, Jed. Ryan was charismatic. He always was. It certainly wasn't his fault, and I don't get jealous easily, okay?"
Jed nodded his head, and the color slowly began to recede from the high points of his face. "Did you ever think that maybe Ryan was messed up with drugs?" I asked. Jed looked up in surprise. "Ryan? Drugs? I don't think so. Believe me, in a place like this, I sure see my fair share of them. College kids come in here so cracked up they don't even know their own names. If Ryan was using drugs, he was able to stay on a pretty even keel while doing it. Of course, he only worked here for about a year or so, and I really hadn't gotten to know him all that well on a personal level. How about selling drugs? I asked. No way. I keep an eagle eye on the premises. I will not have my business turn into a hangout for drug pushers. I also have security who keep watch on the busy nights, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. I'm sure that the occasional joint gets smoked here and there, but let me assure you, if I find out about it, you are banned from the Ripper for life, he said firmly. But you didn't think Ryan had anything to do with that kind of thing, huh? I asked. He was taking evening classes at the community college. He didn't seem like the type to mess himself up. Melanie and I exchanged a look of surprise. Apparently, Ryan's academic agenda had been a well-kept secret. Did he hang around with anyone here whom you found unusual? I asked. Well, there was that Burkus fellow, came in an awful lot. Still does, actually. The Ripper doesn't really seem like his kind of place, you know? Like he'd be more at home in a biker bar, Jed said. Yes, we've had the pleasure of meeting Riley Burkus, I said with a tight smile. Ryan never seemed too happy to see him, always pulled him off to the side and talked in private. Raised voices once or twice. Not an argument, though. Burkus never stuck around long. I swear, some nights I think he stayed a little longer than others just to aggravate Ryan. Did Riley ever cause any trouble here? I asked. No, can't say that he did. Can't say that I would have put up with it either, if you know what I mean, Jed said. For a nerdy-looking man, he was very no-nonsense and self-confident. I had no doubt ruffians would neither intimidate nor overpower him easily. I admired that.
Did you ever know a lady by the name of Sonia Bivens? Melanie asked.
Sonia? Sure. She didn't come by real often, but I know she and Ryan were friends. I think they went to classes together at the college, Jed said. She's a real nice girl. I smiled and nodded my head. My. Sonia hadn't mentioned this connection, but it seemed quite natural that she wouldn't have. This was hers and Ryan's little secret, and I do not say that with condescension of any sort. It was actually quite admirable. They were helping each other brave adult education, a scary prospect that becomes more and more intimidating with each year that passes after high school. I should know. I've considered and rejected the idea. I'm stubborn, I don't listen to direction, and I'm pretty sure my way is the right way. That's no way to enter an academic relationship. For Ryan to announce to his family he had returned to school would be automatically placing an enormous expectation onto his shoulders, a duty to produce acceptable grades and see it through to completion. It would be additional pressure that was simply not needed. Did you ever get the idea Riley Burkus knew Sonia? I asked. Well, sure. I mean, they weren't always here together, but often enough, one or the other would already be here when the other arrived. They would sit together, Jed said. Did it seem like Sonia got along well enough with Riley? I asked. Jed raised his eyebrows and considered. I guess. I mean, they weren't overly friendly, but I'd say she may have been a bit warmer to him than Ryan was. The music was turned up a bit, countering the noise of the steadily growing crowd. A lively, crowd-pleasing Latin number from Ricky Martin pulsed forth, with the heartthrob moving like liquid sex on the monitors. Just moments ago, there had only been one other couple in the bar besides Melanie and me, but now there were at least 30 or 40 people in the club, ordering drinks and conversing loudly. Laughter was emitted at irregular intervals like tinkling bells. It was still a little early, and the people were still a little too sober, for the dance floor to have become populated. A few adventurous souls had ventured forth, mostly tall-haired women in flashy dresses, and one henpecked man who looked like he'd rather chew off his own foot than spend another minute on the dance floor. A short woman, who could have weighed no less than 300 pounds, contorted into impossible positions, offering herself to anyone who'd take her. Her dancing was little more than simulated masturbation, and grotesque as it was like passing a train wreck. You couldn't help but stare. We're starting to really pick up, Jed said, beginning to ease his way out of our conversation. Was there anything more the two of you wanted to know?
Actually, yes, Melanie said. As we said earlier, we're trying to sort of reconstruct what happened the night that Ryan was murdered. I spoke with him Saturday afternoon, but what happened later is a little unclear. The police are estimating the time of Ryan's death at somewhere between midnight and 1 o'clock in the morning. To me, that just doesn't make sense. He'd told me that he would be working that night, and if so, he wouldn't have even gotten back into Lymont until around 4 in the morning.
Jed looked a little surprised and confused. "The police did come to talk to you about this, didn't they?" I asked. Jed shook his head. "Why would they come talk to me?" This was ridiculous. Sarah had been absolutely correct. The Limont PD was doing a piss-poor job of handling this investigation. As unequipped as I had originally considered myself for Sarah's request, I was starting to look like a deductive Einstein compared to the incompetent goofballs who were officially overseeing this case. "Well, for starters, you were Ryan's boss," I said. "I would think they would have had a similar interest in the things that we've just asked you about." Jed just shrugged his shoulders. "Well, humor me then, okay? Did Ryan leave at his normal time that evening? Did he get sick and go early? Did he get a phone call that sent him flying out the door?" I asked, fishing for something, anything. The look of bewilderment on Jed's face only deepened. "Ryan wasn't here that night," he said.
Not at all?
Melanie asked. Jed shook his head. "Well, no. Not that I saw, anyhow. Why would he be? He quit his job a week before he was killed. I hadn't seen him since." Chapter 18. After Jed had excused himself to resume his executive duties, Melanie and I found an empty table in the foyer area. A way too cheerful waitress named Trixie took our drink orders, a fuzzy navel for Melanie, and a double shot of whiskey with a Coke chaser for me. We decided to kill a little time and unwind before heading back to Limont. Melanie had asked me once to take her away for an evening, and this was as close as we were likely to get anytime soon. "You had no idea that Ryan had quit?" I asked after we had settled in.
None whatsoever, but it's not exactly like I'm shocked. He worked at Benny's Billiards longer than anywhere else, and that was only for a few years. I can't even remember all of the jobs he's had. He's worked as a courier, but his car used too much gas, so it wasn't particularly profitable. He sold vacuum cleaners door to door. Oh, you name it, and he gave it a whirl. He even worked at a funeral home for about 2.5 minutes, she said.
"A funeral home?"
Yeah, but I'm not kidding. It was for an incredibly short period of time. He said that all the death and grieving was too much to have to face every day. I sure don't think I'd want to work in one. How about you?
"No way," I said. "I prefer to think that death is something that happens only to people in Europe." Melanie laughed. The sound was like music, and the corners of my mouth involuntarily lifted.
Thanks, I needed that, she said. So why don't you tell me a little something about yourself, Dwayne Morrow? You've been asking all the questions. I think it's time we turn the tables a little, don't you?
I smiled and shrugged. What's there to tell?
Well, for starters, what's all this Richard Morrow shit I keep hearing? Is that the name under which you commit your crimes? She asked, lazily stirring her drink with a thin red plastic straw.
It's just my name, I replied. Richard Dwayne Morrow.
Okay, so it is, Melanie said, taking a sip. But everyone here calls you Dwayne.
Yes, they do, I said, tossing back a shot and a gulp of Coke. I winced, not sure if it was from the whiskey or the Coke.
So what gives?
I earn my living working in information technology. I'm trying to project a professional image. I decided to go with Richard because it sounded better than Dwayne. It's like being a deputy named Barney, you know? It automatically suggests incompetence. The occupation and name just don't go together, I explained.
So what do your friends in Columbus call you? Melanie asked.
I paused for a second before replying. Rich?
Ah,
she said, taking another sip from her drink.
How do you know when to answer with that many first names?
Actually, I said, leaning forward as if to disclose a great secret, I don't have any friends in Columbus. I work, eat, and sleep. In a box. A cardboard box, but not the good corrugated kind, the paper-thin type. On the side of the road along I-270. I respond much more quickly to a honking car horn than to any of those names. Melanie giggled again. The alcohol was making her a little bit goofy. I'm not much of a drinker myself, and my cheeks felt flushed. The crowd had continued to swell, and the club was outright rocking now. The dance floor had filled to near capacity, and the latest single from a teen pop phenomenon was playing across the loudspeakers.
Okay, enough nonsense. You're ashamed of your name and will leave well enough alone, Melanie said.
I'm not ashamed, I began to protest, but Melanie cut me off with a wave of her hand.
I believe I said we'd leave well enough alone.
But,
nope. On to the next topic. What was it like growing up as Richard Morrow? She asked.
I scowled in frustration, then let her have her way. It was good. No deep, dark family secrets to share. My mother and father have been married for 37 years. They've lived in the same house my entire life. We were pretty typical middle class, at least according to how television tells you middle class should be. I have a sister named Gina, who's about 3.5 years older than me. She's a freelance journalist, trotting the globe and living in trenches, trying to be where the action is when it's actually happening.
Sounds exciting, Melanie said.
I think it sounds more so than it actually is, I said. Don't get me wrong. Gina has had some moderately successful articles published in several quite respectable publications, but I think the hit-miss ratio is pretty high toward the wrong end of the scale. Of course, she loves the travel and the first-hand experience with different cultures, so it's very rewarding for her on a personal level, if not a financial one. I don't think I could handle roughing it so much, though. Some of the places she has visited are disease-ridden hellholes. Oh, I also have a brother, Matthew, who's a year younger than Gina. He lives on the northwest side of Columbus, Dublin, and works as an investment banker. I see him pretty often when I'm at home, I said.
Girlfriend? Melanie asked.
Yes, actually, Matt has been living with Sheila Barker for the last year. Mom and Dad keep hoping they'll actually tie the knot. None of us have gotten married yet, and the folks seem to be getting a little antsy for grandkids, I said.
Not him, silly, Melanie said. You.
Me? I asked, surprised. No. Actually, no, I don't really date much.
Why not? You're pretty enough to look at, she said, her speech now reflecting a slight hint of alcoholic inspiration.
I could feel my ears burning like red-hot coals. Fortunately for me, the room was being assaulted from all sides by strobing multicolored lights, painting my face in a spectrum of colors perfect for camouflaging my embarrassment.
No, really. Why not?
Melanie persisted. I don't know. I work a lot. I don't go out that much, I said.
Don't you ever meet anyone at work?
Not so far, I said, smiling.
Hasn't there ever been anyone?
Not anything really real, you know? I could feel my cheeks continuing to warm from the whiskey. I dated a girl who lived right next door to my parents for a couple of years in high school. I couldn't help but laugh. Well, if you could call it that. I mean, we were completely serious about each other at the time, but you know how out of proportion your priorities are at 15. It seems silly now.
What happened?
Melanie asked, taking another slow sip from her drink. Her most simple motions were graceful and hypnotic. Her father lost his job when one of the local factories closed down. It's an old story in Limont. Anyway, they moved away and I haven't seen her since, I said.
Didn't you keep in touch at all? Melanie asked.
Remember? I'm not very good at that, I said. We tried to write for a while, but with proms approaching, it somehow became more important to move on with our own lives than to try and maintain some type of wartime relationship via correspondence. 18 was a long way off, and promising to love each other forever just wasn't realistic.
That's sad,
Melanie said, hanging her head momentarily before taking another sip of fuzzy navel.
And you know, the truth of the matter is, I know what you mean.
Somewhere my mind had jumped track, and I had no idea what she was talking about. Huh? Was my well-phrased inquiry.
About really, really real,
she said, turning introspective. I'm not following.
I don't think I've ever been in love for really, really, really real, she said. I mean, I loved Ryan. I did. But I think I was more taken by the image I'd created of him in my own mind. He was my hero, my knight on a white horse, you know? He helped me find the person who I am today. I could never repay him for all the wonderful things he did for me. And then there's Jasmine. She can be manipulative and ornery and foul-tempered. You wouldn't believe the holy terror this child can be when she really spreads her wings and flies. But she is the most precious gift I've ever been given, and without Ryan, there would be no Jasmine. I can't describe to you what joy a child can bring you, if it's your own, obviously. I don't know what the difference is, but it's a huge one. I'd always been pretty indifferent around young children, you know? Not really uncomfortable, but not entirely comfortable either. When my sister Molly had her first boy, I was, and I'm embarrassed to admit this, even a little jealous of him, I think. He was the reason why Molly and I couldn't run around and do things like we used to.
I hadn't gotten pregnant yet, so I didn't understand. You'll understand when you have kids someday. You'll see. She nodded her head as if to assure me of the accuracy of her assertion. Jasmine is a very sweet girl, I said. See? Now that's exactly the kind of bullshit remark that people make about children when they don't have them. But it's okay, she assured me, patting my arm. I promise, someday you'll see. I think you've had too much to drink, I said. Melanie burst into a loud guffaw, turning the heads of those seated nearest us. Under any other circumstances, I might have been completely mortified, but Melanie managed to look impossibly good even when belly laughing like a donkey. Her eyes sparkled under the aggressive lighting, and her smile was again contagious. The throbbing music segued from a track I had never heard into the latest comeback record from Cher, a techno-driven ass mover that acted as a catalyst on Melanie. Suddenly, she leapt to her feet, seized my arm, and pulled me out toward the dance floor. Damned if the soles of my shoes weren't defective or something, because I couldn't seem to find any traction when I tried to dig in and prevent myself from being introduced to the pulsating crowd. Come on, Melanie called over her shoulder, as if I had a choice. Let's dance. Melanie, I don't really... Oh, cut the crap, mister. I'm sure Rich can't dance, but I have a sneaking suspicion Dwayne sure as hell can, she yelled. And then we were amongst the people, Melanie looking confident and practiced, and me looking like a man who wanted to chew his own foot off. Somehow, the lights seemed even brighter out here than they had from our table. I don't know where all the people had come from, but the floor was packed from one end to the other, sweaty bodies keeping a tribal rhythm while swinging their extremities about in dangerously close proximity to one another. Occasionally, there was an accidental bodily contact, which, depending upon the temperament of the individuals involved, could result in swift, harsh words. But, true to Jed Grogan's testament, this was not a place for fighting. Somewhere over the course of the evening, security had increased in a number proportionate to the crowd. It wasn't intimidating, but rather reassuring. All of the half-dozen or so men were impossibly muscle-bound, wearing tight t-shirts and black slacks with walkie-talkies strapped to their belts. Any fool who dared to start trouble in here would have to answer to one of these brutes. That should be sufficient warning to anyone. Melanie was singing along with the track, her voice drowned out by the volume of the loudspeaker and the assorted noises of the grooving crowd around us. She was a complete natural, moving with graceful ease, entirely comfortable with what she was doing. I, on the other hand, stood frozen to the spot, afraid the slightest wrong motion might turn this insane mob against me, rendering me into a dismembered pile of parts in no time flat. Steady, boy, steady. No sudden moves. Melanie was making flailing motions with her arms, encouraging me to loosen up and give it a go. I rolled my eyes and looked around. There was a scrawny college boy having a seizure over in the corner. Oh, no, wait. He was dancing, I think. Encouraged, I looked around. The rotund woman, who had earlier been repulsively dry-humping the air, was now propelling an imaginary hula hoop at 400 miles per hour. The ripples this was causing in her gelatinous body were giving me motion sickness. On the other side of the room, a gigantically tall, stick-thin woman with moon-rimmed glasses and a permanent sneer like she was smelling rancid feet was hopping in place, straight up and down, her extra-long arms clasped together high above her angular head. Everywhere I looked, there was more of the same. These people were freaks. People who moved like Melanie were the rare exception in this hodgepodge collection of circus meat. I surely couldn't embarrass myself any worse than the middle-aged redneck in the center of the room who insisted upon striking a bad John Travolta pose at every given opportunity. I felt the tension and apprehension ebb, perhaps coaxed away by the gentle influence of the whiskey. In any case, before I knew it, I was really having fun. First, just flailing my arms with the beat while I wiggled my butt, my feet firmly rooted into position on the floor, the true dance of the white man. But it was progress, and Melanie seemed pleased. She continued to gradually encourage me, finally helping me find the courage to trust my legs not to pitch me to the ground, where I would immediately be trampled underfoot by the partying crowd. I didn't seem to have much faith in this crowd. Songs blended into each other, and I had no idea how long we had actually been out there. I had finally thrown all caution to the wind and was letting the music be my guide. I'm sure if I were to see a video replay of the event, I would never even go into a bar again, but it felt right.
and if I frightened anyone, they seemed to hide it well. Melanie was laughing and singing, appearing to have a good time as well. She managed to integrate some of her dance steps into mine without either of us getting hurt, and it soon became a challenge, linking one step into the next. Oh, it was nothing like cinematic choreography, where the dance floor would miraculously clear and leave a wide open space for us to do our thing while the crowd cheered us on. It was a very private game, contained in a relatively small amount of space enough only for Melanie and me. I had tuned out the rest of the room. I had never before this moment considered love at first sight. It's not that I didn't believe it was possible, it's just that I had never really thought about it. It didn't seem likely when considered academically, but there was nothing academic about the way I was feeling. It was powerful and magnetic, and I was drawn to Melanie as if she were singing me a sweet siren song. The music abruptly shifted tempo, slowing to a sexy, intimate beat, sending several from the dance floor back out in search of another drink. Those who stayed moved closely together, arms intertwining and bodies pressing together. Melanie and I opted to stay. We slid together as if we had done this countless times before, Melanie tucking her head under my chin and against my chest. She draped her arms around my neck, intermittently running a long, smooth fingernail up and down the nape of it. I could smell the heat of her body, sweet like flowers, radiating up from her perspiration-dampened body. My arms were wrapped snugly around her midsection, my hands resting comfortably low at the small of her back. She was amazingly firm and solid, athletic. I made a mental note to start doing sit-ups the following morning. For real this time. We swayed with the song, which was all too short. Before I knew it, it was winding down, heading for that final refrain. I stepped back and looked down into Melanie's beautiful green eyes. Her face was upturned, looking solemnly, inquisitively back at me. We moved together in perfect synchronicity, our lips meeting very softly, very gently. I was completely aware of the swell of her breasts pressed against me, as I am sure she knew exactly how aroused I was. But the kiss remained tender, exquisitely gentle. We were afraid to break the spell and lose the moment, as if it were a fragile soap bubble hanging in midair. The song ended, and we stepped back a pace or so, our arms lingering on each other's. Melanie was looking at her feet, and I cleared my throat uncomfortably. "I'm sorry," I said. "You know we can't do this. Not now." Melanie nodded jerkily. "I know. I'm sorry too. The timing's just not right." Melanie nodded again and then looked up at me with a bittersweet smile. "I really do understand. I agree with you. Damn it all." She did her best to laugh with conviction, but it sounded hollow and forced. I hoped we were not now destined to spend the rest of our time together in awkward silence. That would be even crueler yet. Nonetheless, it was in silence that we returned to our table, each focusing our attention on different parts of the room. I didn't want the evening to end this way, but didn't know what more to do. "You're coming to dinner then, tomorrow?" Melanie asked. "Nice weather we're having. How about them Bengals? Damn it." "Yeah," I said. "Who's left on the list, and when do you plan to see them?" Melanie asked. Well, I guess I didn't figure on doing much tomorrow, but on Monday I thought I'd go see that Peters guy," I said. "Myron," Melanie said, screwing her face up with distaste. "So what's the big deal with him? Is he going to be another Riley Burkus?" No, nothing like that. He's just, I don't know, he creeps me out." My eye caught sight of something across the bar, a flash of something familiar. A group of rowdy working-class women were passing through, so I had to wait for them to clear my field of vision before I could take another glance. Seated casually at the bar, drinking a Bud tall boy, was Riley Burkus, dressed in black jeans and a shapeless white t-shirt. He was leaning suggestively toward the young woman on the stool next to him, his lips moving with whatever it was he was saying. The woman looked straight ahead, her back facing us. Shiny black hair spilled down her back like spun silk. Her posture suggested that she would rather Riley go bother somebody else. From what I could see of her, she was way out of Riley's league. That, of course, did not preclude him from trying. Melanie caught my gaze and followed it, zeroing in on Riley. If he had seen us, he didn't give any indication. His attention was still firmly riveted to the brunette beside him.
"What do you think he's up to?"
Melanie asked. "Looks like he's trying to get laid," I said. As if his ears were burning, Riley suddenly looked up, his eyes locking onto mine. A vicious smile played across his lips, and he raised a hand, wiggling his fingers as if to say, "I see you." The brunette was distracted by Riley's sudden motion and turned to see to whom he was waving. I nearly fell off my chair when I realized that I had been staring at the back of Monica Billingsley. She was turning up in all of the oddest places. First at McTavish's when I had gone to meet Doug Boggs, and now at the Ripper, miles away from her home turf with Riley Burkus of all people. Neither place seemed up to her social standard, making her presence that much more incongruous. As recognition registered into full-fledged shock, Monica abruptly snatched her pocketbook from the bar, knocking over her drink in the process, and hightailed it out the door. I jumped up, running after her. Melanie was quick to follow, not entirely sure who it was we were after, but sensing the urgency of my action. The bustling crowd was now maddening, impeding our progress as we tried to pursue Monica out into the parking lot. I lost sight of Riley, who had disappeared from his seat, but it wasn't him I was interested in speaking with. We finally reached the door, pushing it open and emerging into the cool night air. I looked up and down the sidewalk, looking for any sign of Monica, but there was nothing to see. Many of the businesses in this city block had already closed for the evening, and pedestrian traffic had thinned accordingly. Monica would have stood out like a sore thumb in her tailored Armani digs, trotting down the sidewalk in her high heels. I proceeded toward the Ripper's parking lot with Melanie trailing a few paces behind.
"Who was that?"
she asked. Before I had time to answer, an engine roared to life at the back of the lot, headlights snapping on suddenly, and I realized I was in the direct path of a car which had no intention of slowing for a little speed bump like me. With one hand, I roughly pushed Melanie to one side as I jumped to the other, allowing Monica's sporty red Jaguar to lurch out of the parking lot and onto US 23, where it turned sharply to the left and sped off into the night, its engine purring like an excited cat. Melanie got up, dusting herself off.
"Who was that?"
she asked again.
"Are you all right? I didn't hurt you, did I?"
I was busy inspecting for signs of damage to Melanie's person.
"I would have been hurt a hell of a lot worse if that bitch had hit me with her car. Now who in the hell was that?"
she demanded. "It was Monica Billingsley, Ryan's high school sweetheart," I said.
"She's more than just that," Melanie said.
"Well, I guess so," I said, still fretting over Melanie's outward condition. Impatiently, she waved me away.
"No, you don't understand. She's the one I saw with Ryan that afternoon, the day I decided to file for divorce. She was the one he was kissing. That was the little red sports car."
Chapter 19. Melanie and I headed back to Limont. By the clock on the dash, it was nearly midnight. I couldn't believe we had been at the club for so long. Mostly we sat in uncomfortable silence, but occasionally we conversed about recent developments.
"So, tell me about her,"
Melanie said now. Monica Gable was Ryan's first true love. I guess I should say Monica Billingsley. That's her married name. She was a snotty, superior bitch from a super rich family. She thought she was above all the rest of us and could afford to carry the attitude. She and Ryan were inseparable throughout high school. We all really thought they'd get married. Until just before our senior year, I said.
"What happened?"
I didn't really feel at liberty to go into the details of the abortion. Some things should remain private between friends, even if one of them had died and wouldn't know the difference. They had a big fight and broke up. Pretty much seemed to hate each other after that.
"What did they fight about?"
Melanie asked. I stalled. You know, the same stupid things teenagers in love fight over. It was probably something infantile. Didn't Ryan ever tell you about Monica?
"I'm sure he mentioned stuff here and there, but we didn't sit around talking about all of his ex-girlfriends," she said.
Of course not.
"I don't recall ever seeing a picture of her, though. Does she look the same as she did in high school?"
Melanie asked. Pretty much. She's gained some weight. She may have had her boobs inflated a little, I said.
"She's beautiful,"
Melanie said softly, looking out the window at the silver guardrail passing by, its metallic finish glinting in the beams of my headlights. We were silent for a while longer. my eyes growing a little heavier than I would have preferred while zipping along at 65 miles per hour. I hadn't turned the radio on, and the car's cabin was warm and quiet. The engine was purring softly, and the sound of tires on pavement was lulling. I had to crack the window after several miles just to keep from bobbing in and out of consciousness.
"How are we going to find out what was going on between them?"
Melanie finally asked. "That's easy enough," I replied. "I'll just ask her."
"Do you think she'll tell you the truth?"
"I don't know. She doesn't like me very well, but I don't think she wants her husband to know about her past with Ryan. She certainly doesn't want him to know about what was going on recently. I might be able to use that as leverage to make her spill the beans," I said. Melanie glanced at me with an appreciative smile.
"Blackmail. There's hope for you yet, Dwayne Morrow."
I grinned as I pulled into the rest area at the Green Up Dam, parting ways as I delivered her back to her own car. It was very late, or early, depending upon your perspective, by the time I returned to my parents' house, nearly 1:30 in the morning. I knew that they would both be in bed, and this was a good thing. I still wasn't ready to go into any more detail with them about what was happening. I knew I couldn't hold out forever, but I somehow hoped everything might resolve itself before I had to unnecessarily upset my mother. If she knew what was going on, her blood pressure would jump so high she would probably have a stroke on the spot. My father would continue his campaign of silent disapproval, but I could deal with that. The thought I might literally worry my mother to death seemed entirely too possible. Dexter, in a grandiose display of snobbery, stood just outside my parents' partially open bedroom door, only long enough to ascertain I had seen him, before turning tail, nose in the air, and retreating into their dark room, leaving me on my own. Served me right. Damned inconsiderate human. I tried to remain silent as I hung my coat, removed my shoes, and headed for my old bedroom. The house was very quiet, a clock ticking methodically in the living room and sounding exaggeratedly loud by contrast. I stepped into my room and nearly had the door closed when I heard my mother's voice speaking from the other side.
"Babe," she said quietly, "can I come in?"
Shit. Busted. "Sure, Mom," I said, pulling the door open. Her face already showed evidence of worry which had undoubtedly occurred over the course of the day. "I'm sorry about dumping Dexter on you. Thanks for taking care of him," I added.
"Oh, pff," she said, waving it away. "You know I love that little fella. I also love my little fella."
She hugged me, and I felt 5 years old again. This is an inexplicable maternal power, one that cannot be stopped no matter how old we children get. My mother is a master at popping up with these little sentiments at embarrassing moments, such as around my coworkers or friends. But tonight, I didn't mind feeling 5 years old again, even if it was just for a few minutes.
"Talk to me," she said. "What's going on? I know your father knows something, but he won't tell me."
"Mom, really, it's nothing. I'm really beat, though. Do you think we might be able to chat in the morning?" She put her hands on her hips and scowled fiercely.
"You snuck out of here this morning before I even had a chance to see you. Are you planning to pull that maneuver again tomorrow?"
I smiled. "No, I promise. I do have plans in the afternoon. Sarah McGregor invited me to dinner, and I thought I'd go. But I promise we'll talk in the morning, okay?" She wasn't happy about it, but she acquiesced. I just simply couldn't go into it all again. After she went back to her bedroom, I stripped down to my boxers, tossing my clothes into a pile at the foot of my bed, and crawled between the covers, nestling into the warm depths of the comforter. I fell asleep relatively quickly, which was surprising considering the quantity of information Melanie and I had amassed during the day. I felt like I had walked away with more questions than answers. I halfway expected my brain to be uncooperative, stubbornly processing this new information against my body's fervent desire for a much-needed rest. Perhaps the after effect of the whiskey helped, because I was out within minutes of my head hitting the pillow. Sometime in the middle of the night, I had a brief, nonetheless disturbing dream. A gentle pecking sounded at my window, transporting me back in time to the night Ryan had come to tell me about Monica's pregnancy. My eyes were adjusting to the darkness of the room as I stumbled across, fumbling for the tie which held the window blind down. Was I being treated to a replay of that night because I had missed something pertinent? I fumbled for the dangling string, pulled it down and out to raise the blind. I leaned forward, expecting to see Ryan's panicked countenance through the pane of glass. Instead, grinning like a madman with his perfect white teeth, Riley Burkus stared savagely into my eyes, his intentions unknown to me, and my heart skidded to a stop. Riley's right hand began to move quickly at his side, and I instinctively backed away from the window, stumbling over an unseen obstacle in the dark and falling back onto the bed. I jumped up quickly, breathing rapidly and scanning the room. My heart was racing, and I could feel perspiration trickling down my forehead from my hairline. I was confused. I pinched myself, confirming that I was, in fact, awake. The line between the dream and reality had become blurred, and I began to wonder if I had been dreaming at all. I looked toward the window, and sure enough, the blind was raised. Had it been open or closed when I went to sleep? I couldn't remember. There was no sign of Riley Burkus on the other side, however, and while this momentarily calmed me, I began to worry that he was creeping around outside, or, worse yet, inside. I pulled on my jeans and crept barefooted and bare-chested out into the hallway. The house was still dark, the living room clock religiously counting the seconds out loud. Every shadow looked larger and longer, shrouding furniture and decor that I had seen a million times over, turning it all into things both mysterious and menacing. I was careful not to wake anyone, slipping into the kitchen and grabbing the largest knife I could find. I then went into the family room at the rear of the house, which had a door leading outside to the carport. The night air was cool against my bare skin, and goose flesh crawled across my chest and down my arms. The moon was blotted out by thick clouds, painting everything below in dark, gloomy, and surreal colors. The window to my room was on the same side of the house as the carport, but other than my father's minivan and my own car, there was nothing to see. I strained my ears, trying to sift suspicious noises out from the chatter of night bugs. There was nothing else to hear. I carefully circled the house, checking every possible shadow in which Riley might be hiding. It occurred to me I would look mighty suspicious myself to any of the neighbors who might happen to peer out their windows. I was shirtless, shoeless, and armed with a very large knife slinking around the property. I decided I must have been dreaming and quietly let myself back into the house. I deposited the knife back into the butcher block on the kitchen counter and went back to bed, feeling both paranoid and foolish. I was awakened around 10 o'clock in the morning by a sharp rapping on my bedroom door. "Son, you need to get dressed and come out here. There's someone here to see you," said my father. Son. It was said with the tone he used whenever, as a teenager, I had gotten into trouble. "Give me a minute," I called groggily. "I'll be right there." I quickly pulled on the clothes I had been wearing the evening before, rumpled though they were, and smelling strongly of stale perspiration. As I passed the dresser mirror, I noticed my hair was standing straight up in the back, and my face bore an impression left by the pillowcase seam. Tough shit, I thought. You wake me up, you get what you get. I plodded down the hallway, still in my bare feet. I saw my mother working feverishly in the kitchen, avoiding eye contact. Odd. I turned left into the front room, and immediately saw Deputy Tilton perched on the love seat, an unsettling grin on his face like the cat who ate the canary. My father stood near the doorway, giving me the look. We all know the look. It says, "You're in for it now." "I'll leave you gentlemen alone," Dad said solemnly before heading toward the rear of the house. "Good morning, Mr. Morrow," Tilton said solicitously. "Deputy Tilton?" I was as cool as ice. "Looks like you had a rough evening last night," he said, his cheesy smile still taunting me. I forced a smile and a blank look. "Not particularly." Tilton adjusted his fat ass on the plump beige cushion. "Is there something I can help you with this morning, Deputy?" I asked, my patience wearing thin. "Maybe." In his lap lay a large manila clasp envelope. His fingers were unable to keep still, fidgeting with it along its sides. I hoped he would get a very nasty paper cut. "I thought you might be able to shed some light on something for me." "What's that?" He lifted the flap of the envelope and slid out several full-page glossy prints. Even from where I stood, I could see what they were. Melanie and I dancing at the Ripper. Fast. Slow. a big Hollywood-style kiss captured for all eternity on Kodak paper. I shifted uncomfortably. You had us followed. It was a statement of fact, not a question. Tilton only grinned, cocky and self-assured. You want to tell me what you two strangers are up to? God, I hated this man. We went to Ashland yesterday. I told you I was going, I said. You didn't say anything about Mrs. McGregor going with you, he said, and I thought you said the two of you just met. I sighed in frustration. Melanie and I had inadvertently handed Tilton a piece of evidence, circumstantial and incorrect though it may be. Evidence which could help him to solidify his theory about us. We went to Ashland to try to talk to some people who knew Ryan, see if anyone had any ideas on what might have happened. Our last stop was the Ripper. Ryan used to work there. I know, he snapped defensively. After we spoke with Jed Grogan, Ryan's boss, we stayed for a little while to unwind. It had been a long day. I guess we had a little too much to drink because pretty soon we were out on the dance floor. One thing led to another, and we ended up kissing. Once. Quickly. That was all. Since you were having us tailed, you should be able to confirm that with your man, I said. Tilton sat back on the love seat and stared at me, furrowing his brows and contemplatively working at his chin with his big, meaty hand. He had tried to look casual in laying the glossy pictures across the other seat cushion, but their positioning was purely for effect. 3 perfect images of Melanie and I enjoying ourselves and each other in a way that was entirely inappropriate for a newly widowed woman and her dead husband's best friend. I couldn't believe we'd been so careless. So, I'm supposed to believe that the two of you are running around all amateur hour trying to solve this crime? He eventually asked. I nodded. Don't you think it's best left to professionals like myself? His inflection was flat and emotionless, but I sensed he was merely waiting for an opportunity to pounce. Although the temptation to laugh when he referred to himself as professional was very, very high, I felt it was in my best interest to contain myself. I'm sure you are doing a very thorough investigation, I managed. Then why are you and Mrs. McGregor playing crime fighter? Again, I sighed. I decided it would be better to be honest than simply stroke his ego. Because it seems to us there are a lot of things being overlooked. It's obvious you want to see Melanie and or myself held responsible for Ryan's murder, but you can't quite put it all together. What scares me is how close you're coming, and I know I didn't have anything to do with it. I feel like I need to figure out what happened before you find a way to arrest me and make it stick. I'm sure I wouldn't be the first innocent man to go to jail. Tilton resumed silent observation, a little trick he had probably learned at the academy to make his suspects unravel from pure tension. I couldn't help it. I felt myself beginning to go. I was shifting from foot to foot, trying so hard not to look guilty I knew it was defeating the purpose. It was not lost on Tilton. Come on, Mr. Morrow, he said. That's a nice little speech, but it's a little too tidy, don't you think? It's the truth! Too loud and in an octave above the one I intended. I may as well just confess to the Lindbergh kidnapping while I was at it. I cleared my throat and started again. Earlier in the day, we spoke with Roger Burchett, an old family friend and a well-respected resident of Ashland. He can confirm that we were asking questions regarding Ryan's death. We also spoke to Riley Burkus, a real asshole who used to run around with Ryan quite a bit. Have you spent much time looking into his background? He's got my computer. I told you about the break-in at my house in Grove City, remember? Well, he's got my computer. Tilton's smug gaze faltered momentarily. Are you sure about that? He asked. I'm sure I have the serial number on file somewhere at my house. If not there, I'm sure I could get it from the manufacturer. I registered it online, I said. I'd bet my eye teeth that if we compared the numbers I have on file with the numbers on the computer Riley has, they'd match. Riley Burkus has an airtight alibi for the night of the murder, Tilton said. I checked it out myself. He was camping with a buddy. They were together all evening. Ever occurred to you that the buddy might be lying? Who is he anyway? I asked. Tilton had taken enough of my insolence, apparently, and his attitude reverted to its hostile norm as if a switch had been flipped back over. Who in the hell are you to be telling me how to do my job? I am satisfied that Riley Burkus was not involved. I am not at liberty to divulge the name of his friend," he said with a clipped and jerky cadence. He had risen to his feet and started putting the pictures back into the manila envelope. "Not at liberty? Why the hell not?" I demanded. "Because it's none of your damn business, that's why the hell not. I'm not here to supply you with information. I believe it's supposed to be the other way around," he said. "I don't know anything more that could help you," I said. "Check out the computer. If nothing else, that would indicate that Riley was up to something, and this all has to be connected." Tilton snorted and headed for the front door. "Mr. Morrow, I still think you're full of shit. I don't know how you're involved, but you're blowing smoke up my ass so fast and hard that you must be involved in some way. Don't go anywhere. I'll go talk to this Burkus fellow, but I wouldn't put it past you to plant this allegedly stolen computer on him. I will find out the truth, Mr. Morrow." I prayed to God he would. I was feeling like the guest of honor at a witch burning. The next bit was going to be hard to get through, so I took a deep breath and began. "I have a favor to ask, Deputy Tilton, and I know that you have no reason to oblige. But if it isn't already too late, I would appreciate it very much if you could keep those pictures to yourself for a while. I don't see any reason why we should upset Ryan's mother or his daughter, do you?" He stopped at the door and turned, regarding me with squinted eyes. "I'm not making any promises. If I feel that I need to use these pictures, I will, in a minute." "I'm sure you will. But please, not unless you feel you absolutely must." I hated the imploring sound of my own voice. This arrogant bastard was enjoying the hell out of this, which his smirk practically broadcast. He snorted noncommittally and went through the front door and onto his cruiser. He had, of course, parked as conspicuously as possible, causing the neighbors to discreetly take positions by their windows to observe the trouble in the neighborhood. My mother would probably faint dead away when she saw. I hoped Dad was keeping her in the rear of the house. Tilton drove off, and I was surprised that he didn't flip on his siren and bubble lights just to complete the scene. I watched his taillights disappear around the corner and leaned against the doorframe, closing my eyes for a second. Only out of bed for moments, and I was already developing a whopper of a headache. It was when my eyes opened that I noticed it. The left rear tire on my car was flat as a pancake, the rear end leaning in the direction of the lifeless rubber balloon. Shit! This day was turning really bad really fast. I went out the door and across the yard, leaning down in the driveway near the flat tire. Upon closer examination, it became readily apparent that the tire was not merely flat. It had been hacked to shreds. The inner belting of the tire poked through the compromised rubber in several areas, looking like a slinky that had been coerced into a position beyond its physical capabilities. I stood up slowly and stepped back, examining my car more closely. The other 3 tires remained intact. However, a jagged racing stripe, carved freehand with something very sharp, ran the entire length of both sides of my car. Dazed, I walked stupidly around the car, once, twice, 3 times, my jaw hanging open like a moron. I retraced the path I had taken in the middle of the night, going back underneath the carport to my bedroom window. Apparently, I had missed it in the dark, but positioned squarely beneath my window was a small, round, plastic footstool that my father normally kept in the storage shed. It hadn't been a dream. Riley Burkus had stood over me while I slept, pecking at the window like a lunatic. My blood turned ice cold in an instant. If Riley had wanted to, he could have shot me in my sleep. At the realization, my stomach knotted and filled with acid. What if my father had seen Riley lurking around outside? What if my mother had seen him? Anyone crazy enough to travel all the way to Limont from Ashland, peek in a window and slash a tire just for fun, might also be crazy enough to kill someone who happened to see him doing it. The thought hadn't occurred to me until then. I was potentially putting my own parents in jeopardy just by staying with them. I would need to check into a motel until this was over. I moved the step stool away from the window, the mere sight of its position reminding me of how Riley had looked last night, his face mere inches from mine, separated only by a thin pane of glass. I shuddered. That done, I decided to go inside and make myself presentable. There was no more delaying the conversation I must have with my parents. but I thought I might be able to do a more concise job of it if I had a shower first. As I rounded the corner and approached the front porch, however, I saw I may have to wait on the shower. Mom and Dad were standing side by side in the doorframe, waiting to escort me like armed guards back into the house, where I could answer any and all questions they saw fit to ask. Chapter 20. It was an exhaustive interrogation. I sat at the dining room table while my mother paced around the room, absorbing the events of the last few days as I laid them out. My father stood unobtrusively in the corner, quietly sipping a steaming cup of coffee. By the time I was done, every last bit of color had drained from my mother's face.
"I can't believe this," she finally said. "Why would Sarah McGregor put you in this position?"
She didn't feel like she had anywhere else to turn, I said.
"That's ridiculous. She could have hired a private investigator. They're paid to do this type of thing. You even went to school with one. Oh, what's his name?"
"Doug Boggs, and I wouldn't hire him to mow my lawn." In recounting the last few days' activities, I had selectively omitted some minor details, among them Doug Boggs' involuntary participation in the vandalism of my property. I now truly believed he had been duped, and I didn't see any point in besmirching his reputation any more than he inevitably would someday do himself.
"Well, someone else then," Mom roared. "I don't care what you say. To ask you to get involved was unconscionable. I'll have a word with her about this, believe you me."
"You'll do nothing of the sort," I said evenly. "If nothing else, give the woman a break for not thinking clearly. Her son's just been murdered. She asked for my help, and I said I would do it. She didn't force me."
"Well, you just tell her you're through. I won't have my son running around getting shot at and stabbed."
Hot tears rolled from the corners of her eyes. "Mom, I'm sorry," I said quietly. "I made a promise, and I intend to see it through. And it's not just about that. This Deputy Tilton seems hell-bent on trying to implicate me in this crime. I wasn't even here. The fact that I found out about the funeral with barely enough notice to go was just dumb luck. But now, Tilton is stringing together circumstantial evidence and conjecture, and I don't like the picture he's painting. If I don't do something about it, who will? I sure as hell can't afford to hire a detective. Even if I could, it would take too long to bring him up to speed. It feels like this whole thing is unraveling fast." Mom had turned her back to me and folded her arms across her chest, sulking because she didn't have a better suggestion.
"Why in the world were you kissing that woman anyway?" she eventually said. "For heaven's sake, Dwayne, you have to know how that looks."
"It was a mistake," I agreed. "But don't blame it on Melanie. Things hadn't been good between her and Ryan for a long, long time. We both had a little bit to drink, and we got carried away. That doesn't make her loose or bad."
"I didn't say it did,"
Mom said stiffly, but her tone told me a different story. "Ah, but that would have to be a battle for another day." "I'm going to stay in a hotel until this thing blows over," I said, only to be greeted with a unified series of protests from both parents. I held up my hand to silence them. There's really no debating the point. Riley Burkus was here last night. He vandalized my car. I don't know how dangerous he is, but I will not put the two of you at risk. After a few more attempts at changing my mind, my mother very reluctantly resigned herself to the fact that this was how it was going to be. I arranged to leave Dexter with her as I feared I wouldn't be able to take care of him properly for the next few days. Then I went outside to change the pureed tire on my car. Afterward, as I was replacing the tools in my trunk, my father appeared at my side. "I want you to come back here for a second," he said, and headed for the cover of the carport at the end of the drive. I slammed the trunk closed and followed. The carport led to a full garage beyond it, and we stopped short of its door. "I want you to take this," he said, turning around and holding his hands out toward me. In one palm was a miniature little pistol, so small it looked like a toy, and in the other was a clip with 7 bullets, which slipped up into the handle of the gun. Not so much like a toy anymore. "Dad, I don't think this is a good idea," I protested. "I've never even fired a gun, and I hope to God you never have to," he said. "But you're involved in something where people are getting hurt, killed. You need something for protection." I can't take this, I said. I don't have any type of permit. That's all I'd need, to have Tilton find me concealing a firearm. Nonsense, Dad said. Put the gun in your glove box and lock the bullets in your trunk. If anyone comes across them, you just play dumb and say it must be mine. I borrowed your car. If you keep the ammo separate, it's not like having a concealed weapon. It's legal that way. Tilton can't say a thing. I must confess that I had no idea whether my father was correct or not. He is very old-school Republican, completely convinced what he was saying was not only true, but a constitutional right. He may have been right, but I have a lot to learn about the legalities of such things. I reluctantly took the gun and the ammunition. Some people might find a great deal of reassurance in arming themselves. I merely felt the gun's capacity for death as I handled the cool metal stock. It was a strange, ambivalent set of feelings, hoping that I would not have to use the gun at all while simultaneously hoping I could get the bullets from the trunk in time should I need them. Ultimately, though, I decided I was already in over my head, so I might as well go for broke, and I walked back to my car, storing the gun under my car's registration and the clip, wrapped in a handkerchief, in the spare tire compartment. I went inside the house and took a long, hot shower. The morning had passed in an unpleasant blur, and it was almost time to see Melanie again. I dreaded arriving at Sarah's house as I drove down Brenner Hollow. Had Deputy Tilton honored my request and steered clear of Sarah with the damning pictures? She would be justifiably offended by them. Sarah hadn't even known Melanie and Ryan were divorcing. The pictures would come as a shock, to say the least. Melanie hadn't called to warn me off, though, so I hoped I could consider that a good sign. I knocked on the storm door of Sarah's brown ranch house and poked my head into the living room. "Hello?" I called.
Come on in,
Sarah's voice came from the kitchen. As I entered, Melanie entered from the hallway, smiling but avoiding direct eye contact.
Hi, thanks for coming. Sarah's looking forward to a recap of our activities. She wouldn't let me tell her anything until you were here, too.
Where's Jasmine? I asked, looking around and seeing no sign of the little girl.
In her room, Melanie said. She's been spending a lot of time in there lately.
We walked toward the kitchen, where Sarah was working like a woman possessed. The air smelled delicious, full of the aromas of slow-cooking roast beef and baking bread. A large metal pot burbled on a red-hot electric burner, boiling potatoes which would later be transformed into Sarah's extraordinary mashed potatoes. Stuffing was already prepared in a smaller pan, covered, and set off to the side of the stovetop to keep warm while everything else finished up. "Hi, Sarah," I said. "Can I help you with anything?"
Dwayne, I'm glad you could make it. Yes, as a matter of fact, you can do something for me. Take Melanie out from underfoot for a moment. She's been driving me crazy all morning, Sarah said, laughing. Hey, I was just trying to help, Melanie protested. I know, sweetheart, I was just kidding, said Sarah. But truthfully, I almost have everything together. If you two would like to go set the table and get my granddaughter out of her room, I think that'll about do it.
Armed with plates, silverware, placemats, napkins, and glasses, Melanie and I went into the dining room to set 4 places at the oak table.
I checked in with the hospital again today, Melanie said as she arranged silverware. Sonia's condition hasn't changed. Molly says the longer she stays in a coma, the harder it is to come out of it.
I was discouraged. I wondered how Sonia's little boy was doing. The whole line of thinking was depressing, so I changed the subject. Did Tilton come to see you this morning? Melanie stopped and looked up at me, the fork in her hand hanging in the air.
Tilton? Why would he come to see me?
I sighed and lowered my voice. He did follow us yesterday. He's got pictures of us at the Ripper. Pictures we wouldn't want Sarah to see. The fork dropped with a clatter, and Melanie cradled her forehead in her hand.
Oh, no. Oh, God. I don't want to hurt her like that.
I waved my hand and shushed her. Her volume was rising, or at least it seemed like it to me. I asked him to hold off on showing Sarah the pictures if he could. I had my doubts about whether he would do it or not, but if he hasn't stopped by yet, I think we probably have a little time. I told him about Riley Burkus having my computer, and that seemed to divert his attention.
Well, good, Melanie exclaimed. It's about time that idiot follows up on a legitimate lead.
Yeah, but if Riley has fenced the computer or moved it somewhere before Tilton checks it out, he'll be right back, waving those pictures all over the place, I said. Something else, too. Something really weird. Riley was at my parents' house last night.
What?
Melanie asked, flabbergasted.
He just rang the bell?
No, I said, finishing with the last place setting. That would have been much better, believe me. He rapped on my window in the middle of the night. I have no idea why. Maybe to make sure I saw him. It scared the hell out of me. I thought it was a dream at first. It wasn't until after Tilton left this morning that I realized Riley had really been there. He slashed one of my tires all to shreds and put a pretty sizable gash along each side of the body. That guy's a wacko. Melanie was silent, clearly disturbed.
Riley's gotta be the one,
she finally said, her hands on her hips. He's certainly near the top of my list, too. But all we know for certain is he's involved, not that he necessarily pulled the trigger. If this is all about drugs, then Riley could be connected from that angle and having nothing directly to do with Ryan's murder, I said. Sarah came into the room then, bearing a large serving platter laden with slices of lean, pink roast beef.
Did you call Jasmine?
She asked. Melanie turned and went down the hall, while I trailed Sarah into the kitchen to help her bring out the rest of the food. Soon we were seated in front of a steamy, aromatic feast. Jasmine's face was pinched in silent defiance, her red curls spilling around her narrow little shoulders. She plopped into her chair with a thud, propping her chin on her elbows over her empty plate.
Jazz, I want you to meet an old family friend and a good friend of your daddy's, Dwayne Morrow,
Sarah said, indicating me. The child barely acknowledged the words, her feet kicking at the table leg below. It's nice to meet you, I said, smiling at the sight of Jasmine's downwardly turned face. I could just as easily have stuck my tongue out at her for all she would have known. To her, I wasn't even in the room.
Jasmine, say hello to Mr. Morrow,
Melanie said. I hated this. I was the reason she was about to get reprimanded by her mother. My popularity with Jasmine would soar. Melanie, it's okay, I said.
No,
she said, her voice firm.
No, it isn't. In our house, we believe in common courtesy, and Jasmine, you will speak.
May I go to my room? She said in a small, pathetic voice.
No, you may not,
Melanie said, the color in her cheeks rising. She stood and leaned across the table, filling Jasmine's plate with food. She set it in front of the sulking girl with a perfunctory thud and sat back in her own chair. The meal was eaten under a cloud of gloom, Melanie stewing while Jasmine pouted and picked at her food, never really eating much. Conversation consisted of lightweight, G-rated topics and was primarily carried between Sarah and me. Jasmine didn't say another word throughout the course of the dinner. Despite the sour mood which had descended, the food was excellent, and I ate like I hadn't eaten in days. As soon as the plates were cleared, Jasmine again requested to go to her room, and this time Melanie relented, resignedly sagging back into her chair. Jasmine was off in a flash, disappearing before her mother had a chance to change her mind.
You're doing all you can, Sarah assured Melanie. It's going to take some time, you know. She's never been the easiest child.
Melanie simply nodded her head, as if speaking would require too much effort. Sarah collected the dinner plates and returned with portions of a decadent chocolate confection which she served beneath a dollop of whipped cream and a bright red cherry. If I ate Sarah's cooking every day, I would weigh 400 pounds. Sarah settled back into her chair and raked a hand through her short, strawberry blonde hair. With Jasmine in her room, the adults could now speak freely.
So, tell me how it's going, Sarah said, taking a bite of dessert. Do you think you're making any headway?
We're making headway, all right, I said. I just don't know what it's all leading up to. I, for what seemed like the umpteenth time, recounted the events of the past few days, once again selectively editing the facts before giving them voice. It wasn't up to me to tell Sarah about Melanie and Ryan's failing relationship. If Melanie chose to volunteer that information, it was strictly her decision. I did tell Sarah everything that seemed important, however, including the possibility Ryan had been involved in drug running of some sort.
You never want to think your own child might be capable of something like that,
Sarah said after I had finished. So you think it's possible he was selling drugs? I asked.
I suppose it is, Sarah said. It sounds as though the list of names I gave you has been a help.
Yes, a big one, I said. I really feel like things are heating up. I'll bet Riley Burkus plays a big part in this. Did you know him? Sarah shrugged.
A little. He came over a few times with Ryan. I can't say I cared much for him. He was always very polite, but, it seemed forced. Not just forced, more like mockery. I don't know. But he and Ryan were mixed up in that fraud business in Columbus, so I wouldn't be surprised to learn the two of them had cooked up some new scheme that involved drugs. Is that what you suppose all those break-ins have been about? Drugs?
You mean like misplaced merchandise? Possibly. It could also be cash. Whatever it is, it's pretty obvious it hasn't been found yet. I would love to be the one to find it, I said. Melanie laughed dryly.
That's pretty tough when you don't even know what it is.
I nodded my head in agreement. Still, I have several more people to see. Maybe they'll shed some additional light.
Have you spoken with Mickey Rogers yet? Sarah asked.
I didn't know if he'd be around yet, I said, but I expect he'll be at the reunion on Wednesday. I'll talk to him then.
So, now what?
Sarah asked, pushing her empty pie plate away and wiping her fingers delicately on a napkin. Tomorrow I'm going to see Myron Peters, I said. I turned to Melanie. Do you want to go? She shook her head.
Can't. I'm sending Jasmine back to school tomorrow. I took a few more days off myself because I want to be available should it not go so well. With Jasmine, Besides, I'm behind with laundry, balancing my checkbook, and the really fun stuff. I've really got to force myself to get it done.
Okay. I figure I can catch the members of Ryan's bowling team down at the alley on Tuesday night. You did say he bowled on Tuesdays and Thursdays, right? I asked. Sarah nodded.
I can't tell you how grateful I am to you, Dwayne, she said. It really feels like you're getting somewhere with this. That Deputy Tilton isn't fit to wear his badge.
I smiled. It was nice to commiserate about a common enemy over chocolate pie. We passed the remainder of the time in idle chit-chat, Sarah telling raunchy jokes that she had heard at work, and Melanie and I laughing raucously at most all of them. We finished with cups of steaming coffee, a satisfying end to an overindulgent meal. Receiving a subtle signal from my bladder, I excused myself to go to the bathroom and use the facilities. On my return trip, I slowed as I passed the next door to the left of the bathroom. It was partially open, its exterior displaying colorful pastel cutouts of unicorns and rainbows that were clumsily affixed to the door with Scotch tape. The only light in the room was coming from a low wattage lamp positioned on the small nightstand by Jasmine's bed. Jasmine was sitting on the far corner of the mattress, her back to the door, staring through the window at the yard outside. I inserted myself into the doorframe. "Hi," I said, startling her. She turned halfway, looking at me expectantly. I wouldn't have been surprised if she ordered me out of the room, but she didn't. She just sat quietly on the edge of the bed, waiting for me to either say something else or return to the dining room and leave her alone. I took another step into the room. "I just wanted to tell you how sorry I am about what happened to your daddy," I said. "We were best friends all through high school, She offered a nearly imperceptible, forlorn little smile, as much response as I'd managed to elicit from her thus far. It was a step in the right direction. "Thanks," she said in a small voice. "Your mom says you're going back to school tomorrow," I continued. "Are you excited about seeing your friends?" She shook her head. "I hate school." "Really? Why would you hate school?" I asked. She shrugged her shoulders. "Everyone's going to ask me what happened." I paused. "Yes, they probably are. People are curious that way, Jasmine. I'm sorry, because I'm sure it probably won't be easy for you." She turned to face me. "Do you know what Grandma told me happened?" I shook my head. "She actually told me this. Jesus came down and kissed your daddy on the forehead. Can you believe that? I'm not two. Daddy got shot. I hear people talking. I'm small, but I'm not stupid." I couldn't help but grin just a little. The fire that burned in Melanie's eyes had been handed down to her little girl as well. With their temperaments so alike, Jasmine's teenage years were sure to be brutal for her mother. "Nobody thinks you're stupid, Jasmine. Your grandmother just wants to protect you. She can't help that. It's instinct. Nobody knows how to act. It's not every day that something like this happens. You gotta hang in there, kiddo." She nodded mutely.
I still don't want to go back to school.
I don't think there's much that can be done about that, I said. Jasmine sighed. I noticed that Jasmine had a horsehair dartboard mounted on one wall of her room. Of the 6 darts I could see, only one was actually on the board. The others were protruding from various points in the wall. Someone was a really awful shot. It looks like you've been practicing, I said, indicating the board.
Daddy was helping me, but we hadn't done it in a while. He said that it would help my motor vehicles.
Motor skills? I suggested.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I can help a little, I said, pulling the darts off the wall. I used to have a pretty good aim in my time. I was the king of dodgeball.
Dodgeball?
Jasmine asked vacantly.
What's that?
You mean you guys don't play dodgeball? I asked incredulously. Jasmine just shrugged. Schools had changed so much in the time since I had passed through the ranks. With modern society's heightened preoccupation with lawsuits and liability, it wasn't surprising school districts across the country had opted to eliminate as many contact sports from their curriculum as possible. Corporal punishment had also been abolished for the same reason. But are schools really better for it? I often wonder as I read about playground shootings and acts of violence generally unheard of when I was a student. Dodgeball had been one of my favorite recess and gym activities because I was amazingly good at it. Ryan, Mickey, and Donnie had dubbed me Dead-Eye Dwayne because of my unerring accuracy. The class would be divided into halves, one on each side of the gym, with the half-court mark acting as a foul line. A rubber four-square ball would be offered in a toss-up between the captains of the 2 opposing teams. From that point, the ball was hurtled at high velocity from one side of the gym to the other, players trying to nail each other before the ball hit the floor. If the opposing player caught the ball, the thrower had to sit out. If the opposing player was hit without catching it, he was out. More often than not, I would be the last player standing. This talent had also translated well to other things like bowling, pool, and darts, although it inexplicably abandoned me when it came to sports such as football, baseball, and basketball. I've often thought the difference might lie in the latter's reliance on teamwork, and I apparently offered my best competitive performance when flying solo. Never mind about dodgeball, I said. You want to work on darts for a while? Jasmine smiled, a little bigger this time, and nodded. I worked with her for the next hour, showing her how to balance the dart in her hand, how to follow through with the motion of the throw. She was an eager pupil, and I believed she was really beginning to show improvement after a little bit of basic instruction. I could almost hear the pocked wall thanking me. At some point, I looked up and saw Melanie standing quietly in the doorframe, observing us. I had no idea how long she had been there, standing watch and smiling contentedly. I returned the smile, and she soundlessly backed away, returning to the front of the house while I returned to the little scrimmage game Jasmine and I were halfway through playing. Chapter 21. I woke Monday around noon, disoriented and sore as hell. I had checked into Hank's Hideaway, which could also be called the Cinderblock Crap House, Sunday evening. It was a rundown little 50s-style motel out in the middle of nowhere on US 52. 15 pint-sized units, very affordable, hourly rates available. The clientele was an interesting mix of unfaithful spouses sneaking out for secret rendezvous and rough-looking biker types, loud, drunk, and obnoxious, always looking for the next party. The motel was very affordable, though, and I didn't plan to spend much time there. Still, the room had all the decorative flair of a prison cell. Nightstands were folding tray tables, radio, not television. The room itself was maybe 10 foot by 20, just large enough to accommodate the flat, narrow bed and tray table nightstands. Light was supplied by an antique office lamp on one of the stands. There was no telephone in the room. A small closet at the rear of the chamber served as a bathroom, grimy fixtures growing from rust stains on warped, termite-infested flooring. A shower stall the size of a phone booth was wedged in there somehow, its fixtures caked with years of lime deposits. Mildew had grown unchecked in every nook and crevice of the tile walls, spilling down to form a ring around the shower spigot as well. The bed was suitable as a medieval torture device. The mattress was like a sleeping bag with springs in it, poking me from every conceivable angle. The bed frame was a no-nonsense gunmetal gray welded affair with 3 support bars running the width of the bed below the mattress. One was positioned mid-calf, cutting the circulation from my lower extremities. One was at crotch level, causing the most innocent toss or turn to result in a gut-wrenching and crippling pain that only a man can understand. One was at neck level, causing me to involuntarily twist into a defensive sleeping position, which would prevent the malicious bed frame from decapitating me during the night. Considering my surroundings, my sleep was good. I woke feeling much better than I had in days. I rinsed off as best I could without actually touching anything in the bathroom, pulled on a pair of jeans and a sweater, and went out into the afternoon. It was another beautiful October day. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the temperatures had risen above what was considered normal for this time of year. I inhaled deeply, taking the autumn air deep into my lungs. My stomach was growling fiercely, requiring immediate attention, but it would have to wait. I had a few errands to run first. I got into the Optima and drove toward town. First, I looped around to Monica Billingsley's house. In all of the excitement Sunday morning, I had completely forgotten about trying to see her again. I wondered how she might explain her appearance at the Ripper on Saturday evening. It surely wasn't coincidence that Riley Burkus had chosen to hit on her. Her presence in the unfolding drama seemed hopelessly anachronistic. Monica did not seem like the type to associate with Riley, and yet there they were, side by side in an Ashland night spot. As I passed the front of her house, I saw no vehicles in the driveway, no sign of activity on the property. I decided I'd try back later and went on. My next stop was at a 2-pump gas station on the edge of town. I purchased a tire at a ridiculously inflated price and had a spindly, one-toothed man replace my miniature spare with my new acquisition. I never felt completely safe traveling on those undersized little gizmos. They look like they could pop at any second. Having done this, I headed over to a local eatery whose menu had not been affected by the country's current obsession with healthy cuisine. Locals frequented the establishment with guiltless irreverence, enjoying deep-fried fish, greasy hamburgers, juicy Philly steaks, and golden French fries. I ordered a double-decker cheeseburger with lettuce and tartar sauce and a side of shoestring onion rings, which were served in a bright red plastic basket. While I waited for my food to arrive, I consulted Google for a listing for Myron Peters, and this time was rewarded with the information I desired. His address was listed as 23 2nd Street, which should be easy enough to find. My curiosity had been aroused by Melanie's apparent revulsion to this individual. I wanted to see firsthand what it was that made her skin crawl. I returned to my table and was soon feasting on what was undoubtedly the best hamburger I had ever tasted in my life. After slamming the food down like a barbarian, I wiped the shine off my fingertips with a handful of napkins from the silver dispenser on the table. I retrieved my cell phone from my jacket pocket and called Sarah's number, hoping to catch Melanie in. She answered on the second ring. "Hey," I said.
"Hey yourself," she replied. "How's it going?"
"Just getting started," I said. "I'm about ready to head over to Myron Peters. I was wondering if you could do me a favor. Could you check in at the hospital?"
"I already did,"
interrupted Melanie.
"Sonia's condition hasn't changed."
"Oh," I said, disappointed. "Thanks for checking."
"I knew you'd want to know. You seem to have made a new friend yesterday."
I smiled. "Yeah, Jasmine's a good kid. It was great that she finally opened up to me a little."
"It seemed to lift her mood a bit, too. Thanks,"
Melanie said. "I'll call you after I talk to Myron, okay?"
"Okay."
I left a generous tip on the table for the waitress and paid my bill at the counter. My belly sufficiently bloated, I resumed my afternoon agenda. The area of 2nd Street in which Myron Peters lived consisted of narrow, 2-story townhouses, each a perfect clone of the other, constructed mere feet apart. Their wooden facades had at one time been white, but had now degenerated into weather-worn gray. Each house was set back from the road approximately 15 feet, enough room for little postage stamp front yards which were crowded with crabgrass and, in some cases, piles of trash. Many of the houses were unmarked, but even before I saw the 23 emblazoned by the front door, I knew that I had found Myron Peters' residence. I parked along the curb across the street, cutting my engine. Myron was in his little front yard, his back to the road, squatted over something and working at it with great fervor. He then stood abruptly, an axe in his hands, and began striking at what appeared to be a large tree stump protruding from the earth. I am a tall, broad-shouldered man, but compared to this guy, I was a toddler. His large, meaty hands wielded the axe as if it had all the weight of a fly swatter. Whack! 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 He was entirely bald on top, sweat glistening on his scalp in the overhead sunlight. A strip of long, straight brown hair ringed his head in a semicircle, hanging in strings to his shoulders. It, too, was wet with perspiration, droplets flying from the ends with each downward stroke of the axe. He was breathing hard, his face shiny and red. I wondered if now was really a good time to approach him. Perhaps I should wait until the axe had been put safely away. He stooped over the stump again, wrapping his arms around it and tugging with all his might. It didn't budge, so he attempted to rock it, the strain evident on his face. Melanie had told me that Peters was receiving disability for a back injury. Didn't he worry that someone might see him exerting himself like this, right out in the open, in his very own front yard? Myron must be a moron. His hold on the stump slipped, and he abruptly lurched forward, skinning his hand against the rough bark as he fumbled to regain his balance. Suddenly, he jumped up and started screaming like a maniac, flailing his arms and kicking the stump again and again. The intensity of the assault was frightening, and I didn't see how Peters kept from breaking his foot. I turned my ignition into auxiliary and lowered the power window a few inches. Myron's tirade wafted through easily, an angry barrage of words strung together without punctuation of any sort. I began to decipher some of what he was saying, and was surprised to find that he was not stringing obscenities together, but rather saying the types of things you might expect to hear from an angry child.
You're not nice! You're not nice at all! You gotta come out! Can't plant my pumpkins if you don't!
Then more of the kicking. As suddenly as it had started, it was over, the giant man falling into a heap beside the stump and bursting into hysterical tears. I was flabbergasted. I sat in the front seat of my car with my mouth hanging open like a fool. Melanie couldn't have been any more wrong about Myron Peters. He wasn't drawing physical disability, he was collecting for a mental one. I got out of my car and crossed the street, the big man's sobs helpless and pitiful as they drew the attention of several neighbors. Most of these people just made an appearance, taking note that it was only Myron, before returning to whatever it was they had been doing. A few younger ones snickered and pointed, and I shot them hostile stares which caused them to quickly disperse. I entered the little fenced yard and kneeled beside Myron. "What's the matter, guy?" I asked, placing a hand on his shoulder. He looked up at me, his face swollen from tears and his breath coming in awful racking wheezes. It was astounding to see the innocent child hidden in this man's oversized features. His inability to remove the stump had overloaded his circuits, causing him to manifest his frustration as a full-blown temper tantrum. Rather frightening when the tantrum thrower looks like Paul Bunyan with an axe, but it was all Myron could think to do. He indicated the stump, but couldn't manage words, his throat occupied with hiccuping sobs. "Do you have a shovel?" I asked, and Myron nodded his head slowly. "Let's go get it. I'll bet we can coax this sucker out of the ground yet." We spent the next hour digging and pulling, hacking at stubborn roots with the axe. Myron's emotions went back into check as we progressed, and he never once even thought to ask my name. I was helping with his impossible task, and that was all he needed to know. When the stump finally released its hold on the earth below, Myron laughed uncontrollably and clapped his hands in victory. "I sure am thirsty," he said, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Want a Pepsi?" "Sure do," I said with a grin. We went into the townhouse, Myron lumbering along in front of me toward the back of the house, where the kitchen presumably was. I stood in a very quaint living room, furnished in walnut pieces, which, although ancient, were in very good condition. The taste and decor suggested that his mother may have had a guiding hand in furniture selection, rose-colored floral prints being the prevalent choice in fabric. For that matter, his mother might be in the very next room, watching her soaps or reading a novel. I wasn't sure if Myron was competent to live by himself. Soon, Myron re-entered the room, a can of Pepsi in each hand, and a big goofy smile on his face. "I hope this is okay. I don't got no glasses," he said. "It's fine, Myron, thanks," I said, taking the can from him. His head swiveled up at the sound of his name. "You know my name. I don't remember you. Do I know you?" I smiled and popped the tab of my beverage. "No, we've never met." but I know about you from a friend we had in common, Ryan McGregor."
"Ryan?"
His eyes lit up like Christmas trees.
"Ryan talked about me? Oh."
He was undoubtedly pleased, his smile spreading like liquid butter. Abruptly, it fell away and his mood was broken, his face clouding over.
"Ryan's dead,"
he said softly. I nodded my head somberly. "I know. I went to his funeral. I'm Dwayne Morrow. Ryan and I were best friends in high school." Myron sat slack-jawed for a moment, the open can of soda in his hand tilted dangerously to one side.
"I wanted to go to the funeral. I didn't know how to get there." "Did you say Dwayne Morrow?"
"Uh-huh," I said. Myron smiled again.
"Ryan told me stories about you. You and him were brothers."
"No, not brothers, but very good friends," I corrected. Myron looked momentarily puzzled, then began vehemently shaking his head from side to side, the motion causing his soda to slosh through the open can top.
"No," he declared. "You're brothers, like me and Ryan were brothers."
I smiled and nodded. "Yeah, I guess we were." Myron took a long drink and belched loudly, giggling in the aftermath.
"Me and Ryan, we wanted to see who could burp the loudest. I always won."
He continued to giggle, genuinely pleased with himself. After a few moments, however, he fell silent again, staring at me with a look of complete and total vacancy. He looked like he was frozen in time, his eyes dark and glassy as his brain processed the next response, the next movement. I could see why Melanie would have been a little leery of him had she been caught in one of Myron's hollow gazes without benefit of the knowledge he was learning impaired.
"You and Ryan fished,"
Myron suddenly exclaimed, snapping out of his reverie.
"Didn't you?" "You did. He said you did."
"As a matter of fact, we did," I said.
"Let's fish,"
he stated perfunctorily, and got up, crossing the room to the nearly vertical staircase tucked in the corner. He thundered up the steps, and I could feel the vibration of his footfalls through the floorboards beneath my feet. Myron's erratic outbursts were unpredictable but non-threatening, and I was along for the ride, even if that meant an impromptu afternoon of fishing. I couldn't imagine what Ryan's connection could have been to this man, and wanted to hear what he had to offer without any coercion. I looked around the downstairs while Myron was away, surveying a tidy kitchen at the rear of the house, and a small pink bathroom tucked at the rear of the kitchen as an afterthought. There wasn't anyone else on the first floor. I could hear Myron's heavy footsteps lumbering back and forth overhead, but that was the only sound from that direction. Myron Peters appeared to be living a bachelor's life. I returned to the living room as he clomped back down the stairs, the overhead lighting fixture jiggling with each of his heavy steps. He had put on a beige, sleeveless insulated vest, rubber wading boots, and a flannel shirt. He carried 3 fishing poles in one hand and a large maroon tackle box in the other.
"Ain't got no bait," he said ruefully. "We can go outside and dig for worms."
"I've got an idea," I said. "Let's go to the bait store. Save ourselves some time." Myron was agreeable, and he was soon stuffed into the passenger seat of my car. My Optima is a decent-sized vehicle, ample room for passengers of most any size. Myron had proven to exceed that size restriction and was forced to slightly bow his head to keep it from resting against the roof of the car. I had never felt so puny in all my life. We stopped at Tip's Bait on the way out of Lymont, east on US 52, purchasing additional hooks, promising lures, several dozen night crawlers, and a tub of cheese and blood bait. Yes, it smells every bit as disgusting as it sounds. As we were loading the trunk, I paused for a moment, realizing I didn't have a fishing license. Oh well, I had a gun in my glove compartment too, so what's one more broken law amongst friends? We drove into the bottoms of West Portsmouth and found an unobtrusive place to perch ourselves along the bank of the Scioto River. The water level was up from all of the recent rainfall, its color like coffee with cream. We were relatively near the juncture of the Scioto and the Ohio rivers, where the undercurrent was purported to be wicked at several points. We took our chances and cast our lines anyway. Myron was pleased to be out, sharing the afternoon with a new friend. I let conversation ramble aimlessly for a while, but eventually began to coax it back toward what I wanted to know. "How long had you and Ryan been friends?" I asked.
"Since my mama died," he said, staring out toward the river. "My mama was a real pretty lady. I miss her too."
"How long has she been gone?" I asked sympathetically. He furrowed his brows, intently determined to accurately calculate the time, but eventually he just shrugged.
For a while.
Where did you meet Ryan?
At the death house,
Myron said, reeling in his line to reload it with bait and send it sailing back into the murky water. The death house?
Mm-hmm,
Myron said.
That's where they took my mama after she had the stroke.
A hospital? I ventured, but Myron shook his head.
They put her in the ground, he said.
The funeral home. Melanie had said that Ryan had worked for a funeral home at some point. Could that be it? Did Ryan work there? I asked, seeking confirmation. Myron nodded his head.
He was the only one I had there to help me, he said.
You don't have any other family? Myron shook his head.
Just me and Mama and Ryan. He came to see me every couple of days, brought me bread and cheese and milk and stuff. He put away my mail.
He blushed and looked at me sheepishly.
I don't read so good.
Well, I'll be. I could see it as clearly as if I had been standing there at the time. Myron had been devastated by the loss of his mother, frightened and alone during what must have been a prepaid funeral service attended by no one else. Ryan, heartbroken over this poor, innocent creature, had, without hesitation, stepped in to ensure Mrs. Peters' little boy would be cared for. He had made sure there were groceries in the house. He had seen that Myron's Social Security check was deposited and the bills were paid. And he had done all of this without ever saying a word to anyone, or at least to anyone close to him. This was the Ryan McGregor that I remembered, mischievous for sure, but willing to do everything in his power to help a friend in need, always with total selflessness. It was nice to hear this tale, so much better than the ones I had been hearing lately in which Ryan was peddling drugs or defrauding renters. We spent a couple of hours together making small talk and watching our lifeless fishing lines vigilantly. Myron's mother had spent years drilling basic instructions into her handicapped child's mind, doing her very best to ensure he would be able to function by himself, as he would surely have to someday. I found out over the course of the afternoon that there were no drinking glasses in the house, nor much of anything else made of glass, for that matter, because Myron was terribly clumsy, and had cut himself badly on several occasions. His mother had set about Myron-proofing the place after the last of these incidents. I understood completely I had now inherited the responsibility for Myron that Ryan had so quietly assumed. I wouldn't be able to stop in as often as Ryan apparently had, but I could make arrangements for my retired father to do the honors. I was pretty sure he would be agreeable. We stopped at McDonald's for dinner before heading back to Lymont. Myron ate 3 quarter-pounders with cheese, a large fry, and a supersized chocolate milkshake. My chicken salad seemed meager by comparison, but I was still half full from lunch. The sun was beginning its nightly descent into a reddening sky, disappearing behind the hills on the horizon. We drove to Myron's house in companionable silence, not complaining once about our inability to catch any fish, not even a tug on the lines. I walked Myron back into his townhouse, and he methodically paced the perimeter, turning on lamps to throw back the gloom. I followed him into his kitchen, poking into his cabinets and refrigerator to check his food supply as well as expiration dates on perishables. I would need to drop by tomorrow with some milk and eggs, as the freshness dates had passed on both. I tossed them into the garbage can so Myron wouldn't be tempted to treat himself to a bowl of food poisoning. His pantry was pretty well stocked with dry foods and canned goods, although I did add bread to the list after pitching a moldy loaf. True to Myron's word, there wasn't a single drinking glass in the cupboard, just one large plastic tumbler that had his name written on the outside in heavy black magic marker. Satisfied Myron would not starve before I could return the next day, I prepared to leave. It certainly was nice to meet you, Myron. I'll stop by tomorrow, okay?
Do you promise?
Myron asked eagerly, his eyes shining. Yes, I do, I said, taking his large hand in mine and giving it a firm shake. Myron smiled and then had another of his blank moments, his brain misfiring instead of processing. When he came to, he looked uneasy, shifting his weight from foot to foot.
Dwayne?
He asked pensively. Yes, Myron?
You and Ryan were best buddies, right? Brothers, right?
I nodded. Brothers. Myron's gaze shifted around the room.
I don't know what to do. He asked. Now he's...
Myron sighed heavily with frustration, his agitation growing. It's okay, Myron, I said soothingly. Just slow down. What did Ryan ask? Myron sighed again, then turned and went quickly into the kitchen, his shoulders hunched over. I was puzzled. Was I supposed to follow? Was I supposed to just leave now? What? Myron? I called, and he reappeared in the kitchen doorway almost instantly, a black nylon book bag clutched tightly in his right fist.
Ryan asked me to keep this, he said, thrusting the bag forward. He said he'd come back for it, but now he's dead. I don't know what to do with it. Do you know what to do with it?
Streetlights were activated by timers as the last strokes of color drained from the evening sky. I drove around aimlessly, strictly obeying the speed limit as well as every other traffic law I could remember. I most certainly did not want to be pulled over. I was drenched in a cold sweat, nervously checking my rearview mirror with frequency. I felt chilled all the way to the bone. My eyes involuntarily found their way back to the black book bag resting in my passenger seat. I didn't have a clue what to do with it. My cell phone bleated, causing my heart to skip a beat. I was afraid to relax my attention on the road for long enough to intercept the call. By the fifth ring, I managed to answer.
This has been a mighty busy day, Melanie said.
How so?
Someone tried to finish the job on Sonia Bivens tonight, she said.
What? Is she all right?
Yes, she's okay, but it's only through dumb luck. Someone slipped right into the ICU. I guess he was wearing scrubs or something. Cut the lines to Sonia's ventilator. The patient in the next bed coded simultaneously, and I guess the resulting pandemonium made the killer bolt. They were able to correct Sonia's equipment before any damage was done.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Doesn't the hospital have security? I demanded. Good Lord, the woman's a sitting duck in that bed. Apparently anyone can just waltz right on in wearing a Halloween costume from Walmart.
The police have stepped up security, said Melanie. They're moving Sonia into a private room where she will be guarded for the duration of her stay.
Did anyone get a good look at the guy? I asked.
No, the ICU went a little crazy with all the alarms sounding. Molly was right in the middle of all of it, or I wouldn't know this much. She says if you put a bunch of guys in aqua blue scrubs, they all start to look alike. Tilton will want to talk to you, you know. Ask your whereabouts.
Well, shit. I had spent the day fishing illegally in the Scioto River with a learning-disabled man whose testament to my whereabouts would most certainly be considered unreliable by Deputy Tilton. I felt like I was sinking in quicksand.
And that's not all,
Melanie added cryptically. There's more?
Uh-huh. We're batting 1,000 on break-ins now. My house got hit too, she said.
When?
Sometime between Sunday evening and this morning. I went out Sunday night after you left to pick up some of Jasmine's school clothes, and everything was fine. But my landlord called me at Sarah's today, absolutely fit to be tied. He'd been driving through the neighborhood when he noticed my front door was standing open, and quite a few of the windows had been broken out. He let himself in and told me the place had been demolished. I guess whole walls had been knocked down. The place was turned inside out. Whatever it is these guys are looking for, they're getting more and more desperate. It must be worth a fortune to somebody. My eyes wandered back to the black nylon bag on my passenger seat. Inside, filling it entirely to capacity, was parcel after translucent plastic parcel of a very fine, white powdery substance that I didn't mistake for one instant as flour. What Melanie had just said may have been the understatement of the century. Chapter 22. I don't know how long I drove around in a paranoid daze, time slipping away as I pondered improbable and impossible hiding places for the contraband in my possession. I certainly couldn't leave it with Myron, although I had to admit it was recklessly clever on Ryan's part. I doubted anyone would have thought to look in Myron's house, but to date, one person had been shot and 2 attempts had been made on another's life. I couldn't knowingly put Myron in that position. For the same reason, I couldn't stash it at my parents' or with anyone else for that matter. I couldn't draw anyone else unwittingly into this mess. I didn't want to take it back to the motel with me.
I had a feeling some of the tenants would sense the sweet white poison and descend upon me as I pulled into the parking lot, forcibly seizing the narcotics before ripping me to shreds. I contemplated the local geography, trying to come up with a cave or an old hollowed-out tree or something which might serve as an adequate hiding place for the bag, but every idea I had was followed with the notion that some Boy Scout or deer hunter might stumble across it. So I continued to drive, obeying the speed limit, keeping a careful eye on the road around me. At one point, I thought it might be better to park along the curb downtown and collect my thoughts, but I couldn't stay in one place for very long. It felt like everybody who passed was looking at me, and the expression on my face was saying too much. At one point, a police car followed me for several blocks before turning left at a cross street. I held my breath the entire time, conscious of every little involuntary jerk my hands made with the steering wheel. I'm sure from outside the car my path was straight and sure, but to me, it felt like I was weaving all over the road. I had to get rid of this stuff. I elected not to tell Melanie about my find, deciding it would be better to wait until we were face to face. Somehow, uttering the words aloud over a cell phone seemed an invitation to danger, as if I were being observed by invisible eyes and ears at all times. As careful as we had been, someone had followed Melanie and me to Ashland, and that had drastically reduced confidence in my ability to avoid surveillance. I watched the cars in my rear view, looking for anything out of the ordinary. When you have an inestimable fortune of what was presumably cocaine by your side, absolutely nothing seems ordinary. I had arranged to pick Melanie up the next evening at 6. She wanted to go with me when I spoke with Ryan's bowling chums. I told her that we would talk about Myron Peters then, piquing her interest but not offering an opportunity for questions. I contemplated taking the drugs to the police, but truthfully, I was afraid of Deputy Tilton. His thought processes were transparent, and his desire to see me behind bars was obvious. Turning the cocaine into any other member of the police force would simply attract Tilton's attention. I considered emptying the plastic baggies of cocaine into the river, sending it down the Scioto into the Ohio and on to the Mississippi. Although it initially sounded promising, I realized that the content of the black book bag was the key to ending the violence which had been occurring over the last 2 weeks. If I were to quietly dispose of it, interested parties would continue searching, eliminating whoever got in their way, certain this fortune in drugs was just behind the next door, stuffed inside the next wall, under the next rock. I couldn't fathom how many people might get hurt during the process, and I couldn't bear that guilt. Reluctantly, I discarded the idea. I used a half a tank of gas by the time I finally formulated a plan that seemed to hold water. I drove a winding path toward the bus station on the east side of town, doing the best I could to ensure I was not being followed. I parked the Optima along the curb and approached the imposing terminal, the book bag clutched in a death grip over my shoulder. The building was huge, divided down the middle by an open bay for the buses to enter from the rear, unload and reload, then exit from the front, rejoining traffic. On the left side of the building was a diner and ticket office. On the right, a parking garage and a mechanics bay. In Lymont's heyday, the depot had bristled with activity, commuters stopping for a bite to eat in the diner before heading off to their individual destinations. Now the station was mostly abandoned, its schedule of buses cut back to accommodate the trickle of business which it now saw. The diner had been closed and boarded up years ago, replaced by a row of self-serve snack machines. An elderly security guard catnapped in a folding chair by the entrance to the bay, observing nothing more than the backs of his eyelids. Unobserved, I walked through, passing the ticket counter where a hard-looking woman was hidden behind today's copy of the Lymont Times. She flipped a corner of the paper down long enough to look me over, but didn't seem particularly interested as I passed by. I cast a few furtive glances over my shoulder before ducking into the locker room at the rear of the building. If someone was trailing me, he was making a very stealthy job of it. The locker room was empty, its grimy yellowed tile reeking of incontinence and other delightfully aromatic spoilages. Once I passed through the door, my pace quickened, wanting to be done with the whole affair. I crossed the room to a row of metal pay lockers lining the rear wall. Many of them were available, bright orange key heads protruding from their locks. I chose one randomly, stuffed 50 cents into the slot and removed the key, securing the illegal cargo in the small metal cage. I emerged from the bus station a few moments later, feeling tension begin to ease as I put distance between me and the locker. I got back into my car and drove off. I looked at the clock on my dashboard and noted that it was almost 9:30. It felt much later than that. My nerves had been completely frazzled and I was prematurely exhausted. I wanted nothing more than to crawl back into the uncomfortable bed at my motel room and sleep for days, but I had to make another stop first. I pulled into Monica Billingsley's driveway at 9:45. There was still no sign of her red Jaguar, but the minivan was tucked under the carport. Light shone from the picture window at the front of the house, beaming a rectangle of light out into the front yard. I turned off my engine and approached the front door. The temperature had dropped after sunset, and I could see my breath wafting like tiny clouds into the night sky. From the vantage point of the front yard, I could see the smaller houses of Monica's neighbors, tucked below like foot soldiers to their queen. Even her geographical location was arrogant. I rang the bell, listening to the night bugs chirp. After a moment, a brilliant porch light came to life, blinding me. I shielded my eyes as the door opened. Lincoln Billingsley stood before me, looking rumpled and not fully conscious. His glasses sat slightly askew on the bridge of his nose. He was wearing navy polyester pants and a disheveled white t-shirt. His bony feet were encased in shiny navy nylon socks. He looked at me expectantly. "Yes?" "I'm sorry to bother you, Lincoln," I said. "You remember me?" He nodded his head curtly. "Dwayne Morrow, right?" I nodded in response. "I was wondering if I might be able to speak to Monica." His eyes narrowed suspiciously. "It is customary for a person to call before dropping by," he said disapprovingly, folding his thin arms across each other, barring my admission into his home. "I'm sorry," I said, trying to look sincere. "Normally I wouldn't have done that, but I didn't have your phone number. It's unlisted." He mulled that over for a second, knowing it was true, but not ready to let me off the hook just yet. "What did you want?" he asked. I smiled. "I wanted to speak with Monica. Is she in?" Lincoln's lips pinched together in an angry line. He glared at me with eyes like daggers, undoubtedly hoping he could will my head to explode. Eventually he said, "She's not home. She's not due back until Wednesday." "Where did she go?" "I thought she was helping Kate Jenkins with the reunion." "Isn't this a pretty bad time to just take off?" I persisted. "Monica took our daughter to visit her mother. As if it's any business of yours." "To Florida?" He looked at me with contempt. "No, not to Florida. Her mother flew into Columbus to visit with her sister, and Monica thought it would be more convenient for everybody if she just drove up there for a visit. The opportunity for them to see each other is infrequent, and it's just going to have to be Kate Jenkins' hard luck." I could imagine Kate's palpitations now, her committee losing one of its essential 3 members. "How come you didn't go?" I asked. I had crossed the line. "It's none of your damn business why I didn't go. What's with all the questions, Dwayne?" he asked, his voice cold and hard. I backpedaled, apologizing for my forthrightness. I wasn't really sorry. I wanted answers, and the only way I knew to get them was to ask questions. "We just didn't have an opportunity to completely catch up the other day," I lied. "She and Ryan McGregor dated back in high school, as I'm sure you know. Because Ryan and I were best friends, I spent a lot of time around Monica in high school. I was hoping we would get the opportunity to speak again." "Well, you'll have to wait until the reunion on Wednesday," Lincoln said, stepping back and beginning to close the door. I stopped it with my hand. "So she will be at the reunion then?" "Mr. Morrow, kindly get your hand off my door," he snapped, and I obliged. "Yes, she will be at that dumbass reunion. She's been talking about it for months. She wouldn't miss it for the world. Now get the fuck off my property before I call the police." I held up my hands in surrender, and Lincoln shut the door with explosive force. Touchy little geek. Hearing him drop an F-bomb was like hearing the Queen of England pass gas. I returned to my car and drove back across town, ready to call it a night. Monica was on the run, it would seem. No easier way to avoid questions than to make an impromptu trip north. I let myself into my depressing overnight quarters and crawled across the bed, struggling to find a position even remotely comfortable. I was rewarded for my hard day's work by a peaceful and dreamless sleep. I arranged for a visitation with my cat Tuesday afternoon. Dexter didn't appear to be suffering from my absence, however, slighting me at every opportunity in favor of my mother's affection. Mom spent the time taking little snipes at me, reminding me of how recklessly foolish I was. After a light lunch, Dad and I drove into town, collecting the items I had noted of which Myron Peters was in need. My father had readily accepted the position of surrogate caretaker, astounded by the story I had told him. Myron was jubilant upon my return, pleased I had brought a new friend for him to play with. As a team, we successfully chopped the tree stump in the front yard into kindling for Myron's wood stove. I felt an immense sense of relief as I watched Myron and my father form a rudimentary bond. After dropping Dad back off at his house, I drove out to Brenner Hollow. It was a little early, but I didn't think Melanie would mind. I parked in the drive behind Sarah's four-wheel drive and crossed the front yard. As I neared the door, Jasmine emerged from around the side of the house, her red pigtails bouncing as she ran.
"Dwayne!"
she called, bridging the distance between us before stopping short and smiling coyly at me.
"Did you come back to play darts?"
I smiled and patted her on top of her little head. "Some other time, little buddy. Your mom and I have some things to do tonight."
"Oh,"
she said, disappointed for an instant. Then her mind shifted gears, and she was off, racing back from where she had come, but not before doing a spontaneous cartwheel designed to impress the audience. It did. I clapped enthusiastically. Melanie met me at the door, comfortable in blue jeans and a cream cashmere pullover. Her golden hair spilled freely around her freshly scrubbed face.
"You ready?"
she asked, and I nodded.
"Jasmine, I'm leaving."
Jasmine returned, attempting to repeat her earlier feat of gymnastics, but this time landing unceremoniously on her butt. Melanie crossed the yard and helped her daughter up, brushing grass from Jasmine's backside.
"Now you be good for Grandma, okay? Don't give her any trouble when it comes to bath time. I'll be out for a little while with Dwayne, and I doubt if I'll see you before you go to bed. Give me a kiss."
Jasmine raised up on her tiptoes and softly kissed Melanie's cheek, throwing her arms around her mother in a tight hug. Melanie returned the embrace, kissing her daughter on the top of her head.
"Come in and kiss me goodnight when you get home, okay?"
Jasmine asked, peering up at her mother with round blue eyes.
"I will,"
said Melanie with a smile.
"Promise?"
I promise.
"Now I have to go,"
said Melanie, extracting herself from the child's arms and sending her on her way with a pat to the bottom. We exited the driveway and headed down Brenner Hollow, Jasmine standing in the yard and waving until we had disappeared from sight. Melanie sighed.
"She hates it when I'm away for very long. She thinks I'm not going to come back."
"I suppose that's natural after what happened to Ryan," I said.
"It breaks my heart. I don't like seeing my baby afraid of anything," she said.
I filled Melanie in on the events of the previous day, starting with her misconception about Myron Peters. She was completely mortified by her grossly unfair prejudgment of the man.
"He's special needs? I had absolutely no idea,"
she said, staring off through the passenger side window. "I can see why you felt the way you did, though," I said, hoping to ease her conscience. "He's a big guy. Physically, he's really very intimidating. He also has these little blank spells where he stares off into space and says nothing. It would be creepy if you didn't know what was going on."
"That's no excuse," Melanie said softly. "I made a snap judgment based on his appearance. People do that kind of thing every day, and I know it's wrong. I teach my daughter it's wrong. What a hypocrite I am."
"Don't be too hard on yourself, Mel," I said. "What's done is done, and there doesn't seem to be any damage caused by it." She nodded mutely, but I could see she was still troubled. People generally don't like to confront the dark sides of themselves, preferring to rationalize their poor behavior however necessary. I had the feeling that Melanie was not into rationalization and would chew upon this misstep for days. There wasn't much I could do to prevent it. "The evening certainly ended interestingly enough," I said, ready to change the subject.
"How so?"
"I found what everyone's been looking for," I said, emerging from Brenner Hollow onto the highway. I had Melanie's full attention.
"You what?"
"Ryan had left it with Myron, of all people," I said. "It was drugs. Lots of drugs." Melanie was silent, pondering the information.
"What did you do with them?"
she asked. "I stored them at the bus station in a rental locker. I didn't want to keep them anywhere near me."
Can't we just deliver them to Tilton? She asked.
I don't think that would be smart. He's still after us, so I don't think it's a good idea to put evidence in his hands.
What do you mean? She asked. It's not ours.
Yeah, according to us, I said. I don't know. I just don't want to do anything hasty. You can't unring a bell. We returned to the Belmont to grab a bite to eat before heading over to the bowling alley. The league didn't start until 8, and it was only about 6:30. The restaurant was a little more crowded than it had been last time, a half-dozen tables seated with hungry patrons. The same disinterested waitress took our orders, ambling back to the kitchen at her usual languid pace. So what did Tilton have to say last night? I asked.
A bunch of pointed questions, nothing new, Melanie replied. He surveyed the damage to my house with a very critical eye, making no secret of the fact he thought you and I were trying to snow him. There weren't any witnesses, so there's a pretty wide time frame in which the break-in could have happened.
Didn't you say a lot of windows had been broken out? I asked. How does a thing like that happen without attracting the attention of neighbors?
The house to the left of mine is vacant. Has been for some time. The house on the other side is owned by a little old lady who's deaf as a doorknob. She wouldn't have heard it if it had been her own windows shattering. Munsterman Lane is pretty wide, and the houses on the opposite side of the street are set back from the road. It's not all that unusual no one heard or saw anything, given the circumstances, she replied. Well, at least now we know what they're looking for.
We fell into silence as the waitress brought our soft drinks, then loped off in the direction of another table. I just can't believe Ryan was involved in something this big, I said. Doesn't it take some serious money to fund a venture like this, even if only temporarily? I can't imagine Ryan would have been carrying around that kind of stash based on credit. Melanie shook her head.
I have no idea how it works. I don't want to know. Ryan was always looking for ways to make a fast buck, but this seems way out of his league.
Obviously, he's got partners. Why else would someone be so desperate to recover the book bag? I asked. I was being careful to avoid words such as drugs, cocaine, contraband. None of the other restaurant patrons looked remotely interested in our conversation, but one could never be too sure. Maybe Ryan was in over his head, partners wanting more than he had originally been willing to offer. You don't just mess around with people like that. Melanie nodded her head, reflecting.
Did you get an opportunity to speak to Monica?
Nope, I said. Would you believe that she turned tail and left town? Melanie's eyebrows arched. For good? No, I said. At least, I don't think so. Her husband told me she had driven to Columbus with their daughter to intercept her mother, who's visiting a sister there. It seemed awfully convenient to me, but I didn't really have the opportunity to pursue the issue any further. Lincoln Billingsley wasn't too happy with my late-night visit. He reminded me of my manners, or lack thereof, and the conversation more or less went downhill from there.
Do you think he's involved?
Melanie asked. I shrugged my shoulders. Could be, but I doubt it. During the conversation I had with Monica a couple of weeks ago, she was quick to gloss over my reasons for being there when Lincoln came out to where we were standing. She said he knew about hers and Ryan's past, but not everything. Melanie's head lifted from the plastic straw she had been nursing.
Everything? What do you mean, everything?
I'd put my foot in it again. After all that had happened, I didn't see any way to keep from telling Melanie now. When we were between our junior and senior years in high school, Monica got pregnant. She ended up terminating the pregnancy. The waitress returned with plates of Swiss steak and mashed potatoes. We again put our conversation on pause until she had moved on.
I had no idea,
Melanie eventually said. I didn't see the point in bringing it up. It didn't seem important, I said, seeking absolution for withholding information. She smiled at me wanly.
Hey, it was before my time. It's just hard to believe that Jasmine could have had an older brother or sister. Obviously, Monica and Ryan were still seeing each other. I saw them kissing that afternoon, and believe me, it wasn't some social peck on the cheek. I wonder how long that had been going on.
I don't know, but it suggests to me Lincoln and Monica weren't very happy together either, I said.
Monica has money, Melanie noted. Maybe she bankrolled this whole thing.
I pondered, then scrunched up my face and shook my head. Financially, it's possible, but I have a real hard time seeing Monica involved. She's more the white glove type, you know? Would never risk her own reputation.
Yeah, well, What would her snobby friends think if they knew she was running around with Ryan? Melanie asked. Frequently unemployed, served time in prison. I don't think they'd be too awfully impressed by that either.
Melanie was right. The truth of Monica's involvement was bound to be an interesting tale. Because of her sudden departure, questioning her further would have to wait until the reunion. We fell into silence, concentrating on our food, digesting calories and information, giving each equal attention. Chapter 23. We arrived at Starburst Lanes and Lounge at 7:45. It was a small bowling alley, offering only 12 lanes from which to choose. The equipment was antique. Above-ground returns hurtled balls back through a narrow groove in the floor. Ones that were chipped often jumped track and roared like runaway trains the wrong direction down the neighboring lane. The automatic metal pin setters creaked and screeched in protest as they were repeatedly forced to do their jobs, sweeping away overturned wooden pins and replacing them with a fresh, upright set. The lanes ran like horizontal stripes from the front of the building all the way to the rear on the left-hand side. Locker rooms and facilities were in the rear and to the right. A semicircular service desk sat midway along the right wall, offering aged rental shoes and a place to complain when your ball didn't come back. A barely lit cocktail lounge was immediately to the right of the front door, bleary-eyed Lyamont residents guzzling beer and hoping to hook up with one another for quick one-night stands. The bowling alley was hopping with activity. An earlier league was wrapping up, its members repacking their shoes or returning them to the front desk, while the 8 o'clock league began unpacking their gear. A couple of teams hadn't quite finished yet, and they were continuing their games. The hollow sound of wooden pins being bulldozed intermingled with raucous laughter and animated conversation, filling the room and assaulting the ears. Melanie and I stood near the front desk, trying to stay out of the way. The carpeted pathway between the lanes and the front desk was thick with people milling from one side of the building to the other, stopping abruptly to chat with each other and thoughtlessly block the entire throughway. The mix of people was diverse, both young and old, male and female. It was a casual league, its members dressed in t-shirts and jeans versus matching team jerseys. The league followed a set of rules called no tap, in which knocking down 9 or more pins constituted a strike. It was not a league for the serious bowler. It was designed purely to be fun. Since we had no idea what they looked like, finding Susan Wheeler, Dan Ryder, Paul Burke, and Rita Wiggins among this dissimilar collection of people was going to be difficult, at least until the first league cleared out. After about 20 minutes, the crowd had thinned. The 8 o'clock league had taken the lanes, freeing up the lobby so Melanie and I could finally walk from one end of the building to the other. We started at lane number 1, studying the names on the overhead digital scoring system. We had reached lane number 5 when a realization suddenly occurred to me. I stopped Melanie by her elbow. "Each team has 4 members," I said, pointing to the scoreboard above our heads. "Yeah, so? We're looking for 4 people," she said. "And if Ryan bowled with them, he would be number 5, I said. Melanie mulled that for a moment. "Maybe some teams have a spare, in case someone doesn't show?" "Maybe," I said. We continued on, finding the names we were seeking over lane number 10. Well, finding most of them anyway. In order, the names on the transparency read Paul B., Susan, Danny Boy, Crystal. "Well, it's 3 out of 4, Melanie said. "It has to be them." I vaguely recognized the 2 male faces from the funeral. Apparently, they hadn't stopped to introduce themselves to Melanie. A dark-haired woman was launching a bright blue ball down the lane, giving her best effort at a 7-10 split. "Field goal!" roared a redneck from the opposing team as the ball passed cleanly between the pins. Both teams burst into laughter, gently ribbing the dark-haired woman as she returned to her seat. I would have guessed her age to be a few years older than mine, somewhere between 35 and 40. Overhead, the gutter ball was attributed to the score belonging to Susan. Dan Ryder launched his ball, the pins nearly exploding from the impact. At best guess, he was in his mid-40s, tall and burly with a baseball cap perched atop his head. I suspected it was covering a receding hairline Dan had, as of yet, refused to acknowledge. He was jovial and loud, high-fiving with a young, bespectacled, presumably Paul Burke. There was no sign of the 4th team member, the one called Crystal. Melanie and I approached Susan as she took a healthy draw from a bottle of Bud Light. Just as we had almost reached her, she threw her head over her shoulder and yelled,
Crystal, get your butt over here. It's your turn.
To the left of the front desk, 2 dated video games were being roughly manipulated by rowdy-looking teenage boys. They were flanked on each side by doe-eyed girls, worshipping everything about them and their rebel ways. It was such an old song. One of the 2 girls, an anorexic cluster of bones with long white hair, turned her head sharply, glaring at Susan.
Mom, I'll be right there. You don't have to scream like a maniac.
She grabbed her fella by his greasy chin and stuck her tongue into his open mouth before heading over to the lane. Her hair was teased up and sprayed into an ozone-depleting nest, and her makeup had been applied in harsh, heavy-handed strokes, the colors standing garishly out against her pale skin. She swaggered lazily over to the ball return, shoved her fingers into a black house ball, and loped the remaining few steps to the foul line. Her arm reared back in a half-hearted swing, and she launched the ball. She turned around before the ball had even hit the gutter, returning to Prince Charming at the video game and possessively shoving a hand in the back pocket of his blue jeans.
Damn it, Crystal, Susan shouted. If you're not going to do this right, just say so. I can get someone else to take your place.
She turned around and sighed, hitting a vape pen. Kids. Melanie stepped forward, proffering a hand in greeting.
Susan Wheeler?
She asked. Susan nodded, her eyes waiting expectantly.
I'm Melanie McGregor, Ryan's wife.
Susan's face warmed instantly. She stood and took Melanie's hand in both of her own.
Oh, Melanie, honey, I'm so sorry about Ryan. Hell, we all are. He was such a good guy. I just can't even believe it.
Melanie smiled.
Thank you, that's very kind. This is Dwayne Morrow, she said, indicating me. He and Ryan were friends from way back.
Susan smiled at me and nodded.
Nice to meet you.
Same to you, I said.
I don't recall you ever come down to see us bowl before,
Susan said, turning to Melanie.
No, I really wasn't much into bowling, Melanie said. Couldn't hit the broadside of a barn with a bowling ball.
Susan laughed.
Well, you couldn't possibly be any worse than that daughter of mine, she said, indicating Crystal. That one's got a real attitude problem. She's 15 and thinks she knows everything there is to know about everything. I'm scared half to death she's going to get herself into trouble, running around with old Billy the Kid over there.
I have a 10-year-old daughter myself, Melanie said.
Of course. Jasmine, isn't it? Ryan always had pictures, and he brought her down a couple of times. That one's a real spitfire, you know,
said Susan.
Believe me, I know, said Melanie, grinning with pride.
That little girl was the light in her daddy's eyes, let me tell you. It's such an awful shame.
Susan's face clouded over.
I couldn't make it to the funeral. I had to work. I'm glad to have the chance to tell you how sorry I am.
The 2 women hugged, offering each other support while eyes became misty.
Thank you,
Melanie said, her voice thick. Susan dabbed at her eyes and laughed off the last of her grief.
So, what brings you down tonight?
I need to know what happened to him that night, Susan, Melanie said. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I don't believe the police are doing all they can to get to the bottom of this.
Well, that's no surprise. Half the law enforcement in this town is related to the other half. Training consists of being born into the family. I've never seen so many half-wit badge-wearing yahoos in all my life, said Susan.
Sue, it's your turn, Dan yelled back from the pit. Susan excused herself and quickly added a 9-pin strike to her score. Much frivolity ensued.
Okay, she said upon returning. So you want to know what happened to Ryan the night he was killed? What good will talking to us do? Last time we saw him was on Thursday night. Wasn't he killed on a Saturday?
Yes, I said, but we're getting a little desperate. We've been talking to people who were part of Ryan's normal routine, trying to determine if he seemed out of the ordinary in any way that last week. Susan reflected, then slowly shook her head.
I can't say that he did. Seemed perfectly normal to me. You could ask the guys, though. Maybe he told them something that he didn't share with me. But it wasn't like there was something really obvious weighing on his mind, affecting his mood.
I notice your daughter is subbing, I said.
Yes, she said. We haven't found a permanent replacement for Ryan's spot yet.
What about Rita Wiggins? I asked. Susan looked at me with a puzzled expression.
Rita Wiggins? Why would I ask her?
I was under the impression that she was already a member of the team, I said.
So was I,
added Melanie.
I guess I sort of assumed she was maybe even the captain of the team. She called fairly often for Ryan, always said it had to do with the league.
Susan fumbled awkwardly.
Oh, well, I guess that's sort of true. Rita Wiggins works in the lounge. She and Ryan were friendly."
I thanked Susan, and Melanie and I stepped away from the lane. "Did Ryan actually say that Rita Wiggins was on his team?" I asked.
"I'm absolutely sure of it," said Melanie.
"Well, then I think we need to pay Miss Wiggins a visit," I said. We walked across to the lounge, stopping at a window cut into the paneled wall to allow bowlers easy access to alcohol. It opened into the bartender's space, affording a glimpse of a wide variety of bottled liquor lined up neatly on shelving below the counter. On the other side of the bar, customers had pulled up stools and propped themselves, some looking back into the dimly lit interior of the bar, while others stared rudely ahead at Melanie and me. A short, powerfully built man stepped up to the window, wiping his hands on a towel. His rust-colored hair had been sheared by an electric shaver into a no-nonsense military cut. A thick, red mustache lay on his upper lip like a fat caterpillar.
"What'll it be?"
he barked, his voice like sandpaper. "Rita working tonight?" I asked, trying to sound casual. It didn't work. His radar detected trouble, and his guard went up automatically.
"Who wants to know?"
he asked.
"Me! That's who wants to know,"
Melanie said angrily. She leaned forward aggressively, getting right into the face of the bartender.
"She was messing around with my husband, and I want a word, okay?"
"You're Ryan's wife?"
the bartender asked, the question slipping out before his lips clamped shut again.
She's not in."
"Are you just telling me this to get rid of me?"
Melanie demanded.
"'Cause if I have to, I'll ask every damn person in this bar if she's here. I swear to God."
No, he said, shaking his head. "That's really not necessary, miss. She called off tonight."
"Where does she live?"
Melanie asked. I stood back and watched her go. She wasn't taking no for an answer, and it was working. The bartender stalled, fidgeting with the towel in his hands.
I don't think I can give the addresses of my workers, especially seeing the state you're in," he said.
"Hey, Susan!"
Melanie shrieked, causing my ear nearest her to ring in protest.
"Where does Rita Wiggins live?"
Susan turned and bellowed.
"Over the dry cleaners on 4th.
Melanie turned back to the bartender, eyes glittering, smiling with satisfaction. She took my arm and led me quickly out of the bowling alley. When we reached the parking lot, Melanie's pace returned to normal. I leaned forward to see the look on her face, trying to determine how upset she might actually be. What I saw wasn't anger or despair, just disappointment. "Are you all right?" I asked softly.
"Uh-huh."
Melanie nodded.
"It's just a little bit of a surprise, that's all. I mean, really, he'd been carrying on with Monica Billingsley for who knows how long. Why should another affair shock me? For all I know, he may have had hundreds."
"I'm sorry," I said, and she put an arm around me, leaning against my side as we approached the Optima. Ryan hadn't been good enough for her. Wait, that's a little too harsh. Ryan hadn't been right for her, any more than Melanie had been right for him. Their marriage had been born of obligation, not love, and that had doomed it from its inception. I think that under normal circumstances, Melanie and Ryan might have been great friends. I think that Melanie realized this as well. "So, if you don't mind me asking," I added, "what was all that with the bartender? You acted like you would have torn Rita Wiggins from limb to limb if she had been standing there." Melanie shrugged.
"Felt like the easiest way to get a response."
As I opened the passenger door for her and ensured that all her fingers were in the car before closing it, I consciously realized I was falling in love with Melanie McGregor. The So Clean Dry Cleaners was not so very far from Myron Peters' townhouse, only a few blocks away. It wouldn't have surprised me to see Myron washing his denims in one of the coin-op machines, but the sole occupant was an elderly woman in the process of folding bed sheets. Her movements were jerky but businesslike, and she had the fitted sheet beat into submission in no time flat. I could never fold fitted sheets worth a damn. The building was wooden with a glass-fronted first floor which opened into the dry cleaners. Along the eastern wall of the structure, steep wooden stairs led to a landing at the second floor. I bet the stairs would be hell in the wintertime. The landing offered a choice of 2 doors side by side, leading into small apartments sharing the upper floor of the building. The door on the right was open with a screen door clasped in place, keeping the bugs out and allowing the cool night air to seep in. I also noticed the sweet exhaust of marijuana wafting through from the sparsely furnished living room beyond. I could hear a baby crying furiously inside, its shrill timbre making my ears bleed. The door on the left had a for rent sign tucked into the screen, a phone number written in precise block letters at the bottom. The room beyond was dark and vacant. I started to knock on the screen door, but Melanie stopped my hand mid-flight. The baby was beginning to settle, its shrieks reduced to moaning punctuation marks and gurgles. Soon, sweet silence was restored, and an angular young woman appeared in the small living room. She caught sight of us and instantly froze in her tracks. She was exquisite. Wild, brunette hair danced about her head in spiral curls. She wore cut-off jean shorts and a halter top, barely capable of handling her impressively ample breasts. Her nipples pressed urgently against the white fabric of the shirt, acting like magnets to my eyes. It wasn't lost on her. Her dark eyebrows were arched inquisitively, her mouth pursed like a luscious red cherry. Her posture oozed sexuality, and every move she made was designed to make me want her more. Slowly, she approached the door, hips swaying lazily from side to side, long, tan legs singing their siren song. "Yes?" she asked simply, her voice low and throaty. Coupled with her looks, the voice was a perfect fit. "Rita Wiggins?" I asked, my voice sounding curiously high in my own ears. "Yes," she said, the corners of her mouth lifting ever so slightly. That is me." I laughed suddenly, a high-pitched giggle that brought instant mortification. I could feel my cheeks burn red.
"Oh, for God's sake," Melanie said, punching me in the arm. "Hi, I'm Melanie McGregor, Ryan's wife. I think you and I need to talk about a few things."
Rita was unflinching, registering neither shock nor anger at Melanie's announcement. She folded her arms underneath her breasts and tilted her head, studying us through the mesh of the screen door.
"I know who you are," she said finally. "Can we come in, or do we have to stand out here all night? It's cold," said Melanie testily.
Rita shrugged her shoulders and unlatched the screen, granting admission. The living room furniture consisted of mismatched pieces collected from yard sales or thrift shops. There was no underlying theme to the room, no personalized touches, no pictures of friends and family, no pictures at all. From a metal stand in the corner, a small television set offered a silent sitcom, the sound muted. A love seat rested along one wall, offering seating for two. Rita gracefully deposited herself on one end, smiling as she patted the other cushion as an invitation to me. Melanie, who was apparently supposed to sit in the remaining chair, crossed the room and promptly took the seat next to Rita, causing Rita to pull her fingers back before Melanie crushed them. I leaned my rear end against the overstuffed arm of the chair and observed. It felt like a cat fight could break out at any moment.
"What's your name, handsome?"
Rita asked me, winking and pursing her lips. Melanie bristled.
"He's Dwayne Morrow, and forget about him for a second, all right? You and I need to talk," she said, inserting her head into the path of Rita's smoldering gaze. "Can you cool yourself off for a minute?"
Rita sighed, a pouting look on her olive-skinned features.
Fine. What do you want?" "I understand that you and my husband were acquaintances," said Melanie.
Rita smiled and closed her eyes, rolling her head back on her shoulders and stretching her firm neck. When her eyes reopened, she was looking at Melanie coyly.
"Yes," she said. "You could say that Ryan and I were acquainted."
Melanie sighed in frustration.
"Good Lord, Rita. Do we have to make this some stupid game? You know and I know you were sleeping with my husband."
Rita's smile hardened.
"I hope to hell you haven't come down here thinking you're going to make trouble for me. I can hold my own and ain't afraid of a little bitch like you."
"It's not like that at all," I said, my voice still sounding off-key. "We're trying to find out what happened to Ryan, that's all. We were down at the bowling alley and your name came up. Can you tell us about your relationship with Ryan? How did you meet him?" Rita's glare turned from Melanie to me, where it softened like butter melting on a hot roll.
"For you, I'll talk. But if she makes one move toward me—"
She jabbed a finger in Melanie's direction. "She won't," I said. "Forget about her. Talk to me."
"Okay, sugar. What do you want to know?"
She was undressing me with her eyes, and I was powerless to do anything but return the favor. "Where did the two of you meet? The bowling alley?" I asked, my mouth hot and dry. Rita smiled and extended her leg, making gentle contact with my calf.
"Not the bowling alley. I mean, sure, we saw each other often enough down there, but we met at my brother's," she said.
How long ago? I asked. She smiled, secret knowledge playing behind her eyes.
I'd have to say a little over 2 years ago. Riley was having a World Series party, invited a bunch of his buddies.
Did you say Riley? Melanie interjected. As in Riley Burkus? Riley Burkus is your brother? Rita's sickly sweet smile faltered but persevered.
Uh-huh. Do you know Riley?
She asked with baby doll innocence. Yes, we've had the pleasure, I said.
Anyway, Ryan and I have been together ever since,
she said, her eyes drifting over to Melanie to gauge her reaction.
Sorry, hon. He was going to divorce you and marry me.
There was no sincerity in her voice, however. Rita Wiggins wanted to make Melanie angry. Your last name is Wiggins, not Burkus, I observed. Have you been married? Rita laughed sexily from the back of her throat.
Riley and I don't have the same father. Hell, none of us did. Mom was a very easy lady to get to know.
None of you? How many of you are there? I asked.
6 altogether. I don't see the others much, but me and Riley were always tight. 3 boys and 3 girls. Raleigh and Peggy and Tina and Shermie. And Riley and me, of course. All the others are way older. Riley and I are only a year apart. He looks out for me, you know. He's a good guy, she said.
A squeak from the rear of the room averted my attention. A door was slowly swinging open, and I tensed automatically. I had assumed we were alone in the apartment, and the last thing I wanted to see was Riley Burkus emerging from the doorway, his too-perfect smile mocking me and Melanie as he carved his initials into my forehead. Instead, a short little toddler hobbled out into the room, ambling unevenly toward his mother.
Jordan,
Rita chastised,
what am I going to do with you?
She looked up at me with resignation.
He learned how the latch works, and now I can't get him to stay in his crib.
Melanie and I froze, staring at the little boy who was trotting along, making happy baby noises. His soft hair was red. His big round eyes were like sky-blue china saucers. Rita scooped him up and swiveled him around.
This is my little boy, Jordan. Ryan was his daddy.
Chapter 24. She could be lying, I said as I turned north on the highway.
You saw the boy,
Melanie said, hot tears streaming from her eyes.
He may as well have had Ryan McGregor stamped on his forehead. Oh, God.
She put her head down into her hands and fought off the urge to sob. I drove in silence, unable to help. It was one thing to know your husband had been having an affair. It was quite another to find out he had conceived a child outside the marriage. Melanie's tears were angry. She was frustrated that Ryan's son was 1.5 years old and she had never suspected a thing.
God, I must look like an idiot,
she said, turning her eyes heavenward and shaking her head.
How many people knew about Ryan's son? I was walking around like some big green vegetable. Why didn't anyone tell me?
Maybe no one knows about it. Obviously, Riley does, but I don't imagine he'd be in any big hurry to share the news, I said.
Actually, I'm surprised he didn't run right to my front door, announcing it at the top of his lungs. He thought Ryan should leave me, remember? This would have been a perfect opportunity. What about the people at the bowling alley? You could tell by the way Susan acted that she knew something was going on between Ryan and Rita. When Rita turned up pregnant, don't you think she suspected who the father was?
I'm sure she did, I said. But was Susan supposed to call you? Think about it, Mel. If the same thing was going on with someone you knew. Hell, she didn't even know you. She knew of you. Would you have been so quick to stick your nose into it? Melanie scowled and fell silent.
I suppose not,
she finally said. Of course not. It's an awkward position to be in. Most people are just going to let it go, figure it isn't any of their business.
But they'll talk about it just fine behind my back,
said Melanie bitterly, staring out the passenger window as the last few blocks of Limont gave way to empty cornfields. I didn't say anything. Melanie was right. It was the stuff which made rumor mills turn. I'm sure our visit with Susan Wheeler had already started a whole new chain of speculation amongst League members. When we're bored with everything else, we can always turn on each other. Melanie didn't need to be reminded of this. Her husband had made a fool of her, whatever his reasons may have been.
I wonder how long it would have gone on if I hadn't seen him with Monica, Melanie continued.
Why didn't he just ask me for a divorce? It would have been the most respectable thing he could have done.
We'll never know that, I said gently. Ryan may have wanted to find a way to break it to Jasmine.
What, at her sweet 16 birthday party?
Look, there's still a lot we don't know about this. Of course, Rita says she and Ryan were going to be married. We have no way of knowing how Ryan felt about her, but I'd have to think that if this child was born a year and a half ago and Ryan hadn't hooked up with Rita in all this time, he wasn't in any big hurry.
Well, why the hell should he be? He had me at home, Monica Billingsley on one side and Rita Wiggins on the other.
I'll bet he thought he was some pretty hot shit, Melanie spit out. We drove the rest of the way in silence, Melanie's anger raising the temperature in the car by degrees. I parked in Sarah's driveway behind Melanie's car and walked her to the door. Tomorrow night's the reunion, I said, pausing outside. Do you want to go? Melanie shook her head.
I don't think that would be a good idea. Tilton already thinks we're an item. Half the town probably would by the end of the evening if we went together.
I nodded. I suppose you're right. I should get a chance to talk to Mickey Rogers. Kate Jenkins told me she expected him to come. He's the only one left on the list we haven't spoken to, although I have to admit, I don't expect he'll have a lot to offer. Last I heard, my mother said he was working as some kind of executive in New York. He probably hadn't seen Ryan in as many years as I had.
Mickey Rogers, Melanie repeated. Didn't you and Ryan run around with him in school?
Thick as thieves, I said. And Donnie, too, but he passed away several years ago.
It's funny, Melanie said. Ryan talked about you pretty frequently. I don't recall him talking about Mickey, maybe ever.
That was funny. Another night in the hellhole. That evening, I wasn't so fortunate as to drop quickly off to sleep. I lay awake, listening to a couple of intoxicated idiots in the parking lot threatening to kick each other's asses, while a dumpy, middle-aged couple copulated right outside my door. My mind was swirling. Why wouldn't Ryan talk about Mickey? Surely some of his stories would have had to include him. He was an integral part of our group, as was Donnie. I could understand why Ryan hadn't chosen to elaborate about Donnie. Donnie had suffered a lethal reaction to an ingestion of LSD. Speaking of him always made me face mortality, if only for one ugly second. I felt as if we should have been able to step in and alter his path. It was an exercise in futility to list the possibilities. If only I had helped Donnie. If only I had helped Ryan. I thought of Melanie, tough as nails, pushed to the breaking point this evening. It wasn't something I enjoyed seeing. I felt helpless, wanting to hold her and comfort her, knowing I couldn't. Had it been my imagination, or had she bristled visibly when Rita was flirting with me? I enjoyed a guilty smile. I hoped I wouldn't have to stay in the motel much longer. The grimy walls were closing in on me, and I worried roaches were violating me in the night. The bathroom sink had developed a steady drip, emulating a wall clock ticking away the seconds. The reunion would be the following evening at 7, and oddly enough, I still found myself looking forward to it. The last few weeks had reconnected me with my past, and the opportunity to share a bittersweet evening with some of the folks I had seen daily for 13 years, well, I found the idea oddly appealing. I finally fell asleep around 2 in the morning, the outdoor lovers having reached their various climaxes before drifting off into obnoxiously loud slumber. Wednesday brought Indian summer, the sun shining brightly and the temperature warmer than it had been in weeks. I surprised myself by waking at 10, feeling rested and ready to go. Again, I tidied up as quickly as possible without actually touching the bathroom fixtures and dressed in jeans and a sweatshirt. I was dismayed to discover the clothes I had brought to wear to the reunion, heavy brown corduroys and a beige sweater, had been twisted into knots during all my travels. I was planning to go to Mom and Dad's to get ready anyway, but now I would have to leave enough time to wash and dry my clothes. Oh well, I owed the time to my cat. I had just stuffed the garments back into the bag from which they had come when my cell phone bleeped. It was Melanie.
Thought you might want to start the day off with some good news for a change, she said, her voice brighter than the evening before.
What's that?
Sonia Bivens regained consciousness this morning. My sister called me as soon as she could. Technically, she's not allowed to talk about it since they increased security in the ward, she said.
That's fantastic, I said and laughed. Now that goddamn Tilton will know I didn't have anything to do with her shooting.
Whoa there, cowboy, Melanie said. I said she regained consciousness. I didn't say she stayed that way.
I groaned in disappointment.
But don't get too discouraged. This is very promising. She may come in and out of consciousness for a few days yet, but it looks like she'll make it, she said.
I wondered if Sonia would even remember what had happened that night, and immediately chastised myself for being so selfish. Sonia just needed to recover. To hell with talking to the police or anything like that. She had a son who needed her.
Something else interesting happened, Melanie said.
What's that?
Sonia had a visitor.
Someone tried to kill her again?
No, nothing like that. This visitor didn't make it anywhere near her, but I guess he caused quite a scene at the nurse's desk, frightened them enough that security was called. He kept saying that Sonia was his old lady, and he had a right to see her. She's been in the hospital for how many days now? This is the first time the guy visits. When the security officers tell him he better leave quietly, he tries a different approach. He tells them he needs to find his son, says he's the father of Sonia's boy and has a perfect right to know where the boy is, Melanie said.
And? I prodded.
The officers sent him on his way. I guess they asked for ID, but he just went ballistic and they threw him out. Molly heard the scoop through the grapevine. Knowing how interested we are in Sonia Bivens, she got an idea. She went to the hospital's maternity ward and took a peek at the birth certificates, assuming that Sonia Bivens had given birth locally. Guess who the father of little Ryan Bivens is?
Tell me.
Riley Ray Burkus.
Riley Burkus was turning up everywhere, and I wanted to know why. He was the common thread tying everyone together. I suspected plenty, but I had nothing concrete. I didn't have long to wait. I finished loading my travel bag, hitched it over my shoulder, and headed for the exit. I opened the door and jumped about a foot back. Leaning in the doorway, looking like he had been patiently waiting there for hours, Riley Burkus blocked my path. He immediately stepped into the room, taking advantage of my impulse to step backward, and closed the door. He wore black jeans and cowboy boots, a large red and black flannel shirt hanging from his wiry frame. He looked at me with amusement, his black eyes twinkling. "Riley?" I said, trying not to sound alarmed. "What do you want? How did you even know where to find me?" Riley grinned with superiority. I could see a similarity between his and Rita's facial structure that I hadn't noticed before. "I know a lot of things, Dwayne." A knot had formed on my stomach and my legs felt unreliable. I forced myself to calm down, sensing that any weakness on my part could cause Riley to strike. Did he put a gun to Ryan's head? Did he pull the trigger? Was he about to do the same thing to me? I thought of the miniature gun in my glove box, its bullets stowed safely in the trunk. A lot of good they were doing me now. "What do you want, Riley?" I asked sharply. Riley leaned against the wall and stared at the ceiling, stretching the awkward silence into pure agony. Finally, he said, "I hear you've been by to see my sister." I nodded. "So?" In a flash, he had crossed the little room and thrust his face within inches of my own. I could smell his breakfast on his hot breath. "I don't like it when people get Rita upset, you understand me? I don't like it one bit." I held my ground. She didn't seem upset last night. Matter of fact, I think she kinda liked me. Riley whirled around and paced off in the other direction. "Liked you? Is that what you think? You're gonna sneak back after a while and see if she'll let you fuck her? Is that it? Melanie not good enough? That doesn't surprise me. Slappy whore's probably so damned hollowed out. Hey," I interjected, cutting him off. "Lay off Melanie, okay?" He smiled viciously. He had struck a nerve and he knew it. "Stay away from Rita," he warned. "I would kill for her." I had no doubt that he would. "Is there anything else, Riley?" I asked. "If not, I've got places to be." I held the door open to usher him out. Riley's smile faltered and he lowered his head, walking toward the door. He paused as he passed, lifting his head and looking directly into my eyes. When he spoke, his voice was soft but menacing. "I know you know where it is. It doesn't belong to you. You want to let me return it to its rightful owner?" I was unprepared to answer. I regained composure as quickly as possible and said, "What in the hell are you talking about, Riley?" His look was venomous. "You sure you want to play it this way, city boy?" "Either speak English or get the fuck out of my face," I said. Riley's lips pressed together in frustration, his eyebrows furrowing angrily. Then his expression cleared, and the pearly white smile presented itself again. Every time I saw that smile, I knew that Riley Burkus was plotting my death. The bigger the smile, the more gruesome my outcome. "We'll be seeing each other again, real soon," he said. Then he continued out into the sunlit early afternoon. I closed the door and watched from the window until he disappeared from view. I tried Melanie as I drove to my parents', but there was no answer at her end. I felt a moment of panic before considering she may actually have some errands of her own. Nonetheless, I drove by Sarah's house and saw Melanie's car wasn't parked in the drive. I wanted to tell her about Riley. His connection to the drugs was a tangible thing now. It hadn't really surprised me, but I also knew better than to think Riley was alone in all this, masterminding the whole thing. He didn't have the financial means to fully negotiate a deal of this size. I continued on to my parents' house, thinking how wonderful it was Sonia had woken up, even if only temporarily. I felt renewed confidence she would make a full recovery. I wondered how a girl like Sonia got mixed up with a guy like Riley. She hadn't spoken of him once during our brief conversation, their current relationship apparently not even worth mentioning. Or had she intentionally avoided mentioning him? What I wouldn't give to be able to pull a chair up and have a little chat with her right now. Dexter actually seemed glad to see me, chirping and purring at my ankles as soon as I entered the house. Mom came into the living room, drying her hands on a dish towel. "Hi," I said. "Where's Dad? I didn't see his car in the driveway."
"Hey, babe," Mom said, rising to her tiptoes to plant a kiss on my cheek. "He went down to help Myron Peters get his flues cleaned out. I guess your father got to looking at that old wood stove Myron's been using to heat the place, and it badly needed a cleaning."
"So Dad and Myron are hitting it off pretty well?" I asked.
"Seem to be," Mom said. "And it's just as well, too. Gets the man out from underfoot once in a while."
She grinned at me.
"So how are you doing? Getting any closer to being out of this whole mess?"
"I don't know," I said. "A little more information has surfaced, but I haven't gotten it strung together by any means. It's just a baffling collection of facts. There's something bothering me, too. Something someone said, but I can't put my finger on it."
"Do you even know who said it?"
Mom asked. I shook my head. It's probably nothing. I'm paranoid as hell now, and everything everyone does seems off-kilter, you know? Dexter's ears perked, and he stood at attention on the back of the couch, freezing momentarily before bounding to the front door. The knob turned, and Dad entered, his clothing and face soiled with black soot. It is amazing how much more sensitive a cat's hearing is. Dexter heard Dad before he had even touched the doorknob. "That boy is something else," Dad said, kicking his shoes off and removing his coat. "Half the smoke from that wood stove was blowing right back in his face. I'm going to have to keep a close eye on that one." I smiled appreciatively. "Thanks for watching out for him, Dad. It's very good of you." He mumbled something awkwardly and headed for the bathroom where he could clean up. I carried my clothing to the washing machine, Dexter trotting along after me. I set the clothes for a short wash cycle, merely needing to coax the knots out of them. After I had started the machine, I sat in my father's recliner, kicking my feet up and giving Dexter a lap to invade. Mom sat across from me on the couch, perusing the TV guide.
"So your reunion's tonight?" she asked.
"Uh-huh."
"That'll be nice. Take your mind off things for a little while," she said. "Your father and I just went to his 50th high school reunion. Can you believe that? 50 years. It's really interesting to see what's become of the people who were so important to you during your formative years. Some of it is very tragic."
"Like with Ryan and Donnie," I said.
"Yes, like Ryan and Donnie," she agreed. "But some of it is really wonderful. Classmates who went on to achieve things you never thought they possibly would. Of course, at your father's reunion, most of the people had adult children by now, so there was another whole generation of tragedy and success. It was very interesting, and I didn't even go to school with these people. It was a lot of fun to watch your father, though. As he ran into his old buddies, I could see the boy in his face he must have been. I didn't know him then, so I kind of felt privileged to get a peek.
It's going to be hard, I said. 2 of my best buddies are dead. I don't see how the occasion can be anything but melancholy. Mom fell silent and selected a channel on the flat-screen television. Andy Griffith was keeping Mayberry in stitches as I closed my eyes and leaned back. Before I knew it, I was catnapping, a cat napping in my lap with me. I dreamed in snapshots, images of my past popping up and playing out quickly before being replaced with others. Ryan standing outside our American literature classroom windows, the power trimmer he had boosted from the maintenance closet roaring loudly and held high over his head, swinging the gas-powered hedger from side to side and disrupting the class as only a true showman could. Mickey scoring the winning basket of the state championship, the ball teetering precariously on the rim before dropping through just as the buzzer sounded, the sound of the crowd roaring to life and rushing the floor. It was just like a Disney movie. Donnie preparing a legal brief as to why it was unconstitutional for old Mrs. Brubaker to assign the voluminous amounts of nightly homework in American history she had always felt compelled to do. Her response had been first amusement, then more homework. Monica screaming at all of us in the middle of the cafeteria, derogatory names spilling freely because she wanted to go out with Ryan on Friday night and Ryan wanted to go out with us. Jill and Rachel sitting nearby, smirking while their leader publicly castrated us. Mickey, Donnie, and I had squirmed uncomfortably in silence, listening to every venomous and hateful thing Monica had to offer. We've been instructed from birth that hitting a girl is wrong, but as Monica had gouged on and on, I had wanted to bust her squarely in the mouth. Doug Boggs, tripping over his own feet as he had entered the cafeteria, falling face first into his own lunch and chipping a tooth in the process. I awoke with a start, my father shaking me by the shoulder. "You're going to sleep right through the reunion if you don't get going," he said. My head was foggy. "What time is it?" 5:45. I literally jumped out of the chair. "Good Lord, I've got to get my clothes in the dryer."
"Would you relax?" Mom said, entering from the kitchen. "I've taken care of it."
She indicated a clothing rack where my corduroys and sweater were neatly hung. I sighed in relief. "Thanks, Mom." My yawn disintegrated into a groan. "I'm not sure if this is such a good idea. I don't even know if I even want to go."
"Of course you do," Mom said, plucking my clothes from the rack and offering them to me. "Cords and a sweater?" she asked disapprovingly.
"Well, what did you expect? It's casual. I don't know if I can face everyone asking about Ryan. It will be like being at his funeral all over again," I said.
"Well, there's bound to be some talk about it. It's only natural," Mom said. "But, on the plus side, you'll get a chance to speak with Mickey Rogers again."
I smiled. "It's been a long time. How long would you say he's been living in New York?"
"Oh, for years now. Almost 10, I'd guess," Mom said.
Dad looked at her oddly, then said, "What in the world are you talking about, Joe?"
"The Rogers boy," Mom said. "Oh, for heaven's sake, Todd. You know him. You know his parents, too. The boy's a real higher up at Reebok or Nike."
"I know who you're talking about," said Dad, "but you don't. Mickey Rogers doesn't work for Nike. His older brother Tom does. Tom was in classes with Matthew." Mom made a funny high-pitched noise as she realized her error.
"Oh, I do that all the time with you boys and your friends," she said.
It was true. My older brother's classmates and those of mine had always been entirely interchangeable to her. "So if Tom's the one who's in New York, then where's Mickey been?" I asked. "Right here in Lamont," said Dad. "Didn't finish college after his basketball career hit a slump. He's been working down at Yellow Cab with his old man for as long as I can remember." I headed to the shower, digesting this new data. Mickey had been right here in town, and yet his and Ryan's friendship had somehow ceased to exist. If it hadn't, Melanie would surely have met him upon occasion. It was baffling. We had once all been so close. How could things get so screwed up? How could we have abandoned each other? Chapter 25. Reunion. Additional Halloween decorations had been added to neighborhood yards since I had first driven through Limont 2 weeks earlier. Glowing orange jack-o'-lanterns winked at me from doorsteps, cotton batting was strung through the bared tree limbs like cobwebs, and straw-stuffed scarecrows leaned limply against trees, completely soulless in Dad's old coveralls. I had a fleeting thought that Kate Jenkins might have seized upon the holiday as a theme for the reunion, and cringed as the picture of a haunted carnival came to mind, the bingo hall dimly lit with things waiting inside to reach out and grab you. I was relieved to see the hall was brightly lit, its structure reminiscent of, though larger than, the barn, which was in my own backyard. The hall was located on a desolate stretch of US 52, east of Limont. The bright red building was set back from the road, and a large parking lot stretched like a gravel beach in front of it. Near the top of the building, bingo was displayed in 3-foot-wide letters. In smaller print below, it read, Thursday through Saturday, 7 till we're done. I was a little late. It was 20 after 7, but I was surprised at the number of cars already in the parking lot. I could see couples, some with children, drifting from their cars to the building as I pulled in. I spotted a black Lexus with a temporary tag straddling 2 parking spaces, and just for meanness, parked a little closer to it than I needed to. As I walked toward the building, I could hear the sounds of Def Leppard spilling out through the gymnasium-style doors each time they opened. I smiled. I hadn't heard that song in years. I pulled the doors open and entered. I had to give Kate Jenkins credit. She had done a magnificent job. Pastel streamers arced through the open rafters and spilled down to the floor below, while delicately tinted overhead lighting provided soft ambience. Multicolored balloons hung mostly in bunches, although some floated freely through the air. The large room was arranged in sections, half reserved entirely for the children who had come. Basketballs and jump ropes and volleyballs lay in a pile at that end of the room, parents working in shifts to monitor the built-in daycare. The other half of the room had been halved again, one side belonging to the prerequisite dance floor inhabited by a few ambitious hot steppers, and the other end devoted to dining and conversation. Most of the crowd had assembled there. Neat little square tables were placed like a checkerboard, the tablecloths alternating between powder blue and soft pink. Someone had dragged out a mirrored disco ball, and it hung slightly off-center over the middle of the dance floor, light reflecting from it and casting a field of stars against the ceiling. Pictures of our senior class officers hung on the wall. Monica Gable, secretary. Kate Pritchett, treasurer. Ryan McGregor, vice president. Dwayne Morrow, president. My picture was awful, taken in the aftermath of a particularly wicked acne assault. It had been blown up to enormous proportions, as had the portraits of my fellow officers. They all looked fine. It was all I could do to resist the temptation to rip the picture down and rend it into 1,000 pieces. Surrounding these oversized portraits were 8x10s of everyone else in the class, the boys trying to look presentable in their father's suit jackets, and the girls wearing carefully selected dresses or sweaters, putting their best face forward to be commemorated for all eternity in the Midland Valley High Annual. I milled about the room unobtrusively. Close to 30 children cavorted in their pen, giggling and chatting loudly amongst themselves. I recognized Kate Jenkins, stooped in the corner with a blonde little girl, inspecting an apparent whoopsie on her hand. The little girl had been crying, but was bravely trying to pull it together, wiping away tears with the back of her free hand. Kate had aged well, not at all what I had expected. She had broadened a bit, but looked physically fit, her dark brown hair cut short to frame her oval face. For some reason, I had pictured her as dowdy and frumpish, her hair in rollers and her body hidden under a tattered terrycloth bathrobe. Her eyes sparkled as she helped the little girl and smiled down at her. I realized this must be her little girl, Misty, of whom she had spoken earlier. A hand caught my elbow, and I turned. Dwayne Morrow? Oh my God, I don't believe it. It was Chad Patterson, one of the contributing writers to the school newspaper, which I had edited during my senior year. He introduced me to his lovely wife Pamela, whom he had met in Hawaii while he had been stationed there with the Marines. They hadn't had any children yet, but one was on the way, and Pamela absolutely glowed in her 3rd month of pregnancy. And thus I was pulled into the ritual of reunion. Time passed quickly as I ran into people I had known, people I had forgotten about, and people I had hoped to never see again. Some of the successes came as no surprise. Darby Kramer, our shy and studious valedictorian, had graduated medical school, was nearly finished with law school, and was currently completing a much sought-after internship with the chief medical examiner's office in Richmond, Virginia. He had just purchased a new Lexus beside which some asshole in a red Optima had parked too closely. Nancy Brenner was enjoying a moderate level of success, writing soft porn romance novels penned under an alias. Now that was surprising. I enjoyed watching the blood run from Kate Jenkins' face when she found out. Many had opted for status quo, enjoying their family lives and satisfied to merely stay afloat. One of the guys from the basketball team, Billy Miller, had crashed and burned, degenerating into an alcoholic mess. He peddled insurance and, as a matter of fact, spent a good deal of the evening passing out business cards and trying to strum up some new business. He was abrasive, obnoxious, and loud, passing like a cloud of bad gas from table to table. Billy wasn't the only entrepreneur in the room, though. Several capitalists seized the opportunity to peddle their assorted wares, trading business cards and adding contacts to their cell phones. Jill Beaumont, one of Monica's 2 high school toadies and charter member of the reunion committee, was working the room too, but what she was offering was salvation. She had married Reverend Morton Thompson, the inspirational new leader of hers and Monica's holy rolling congregation, and now enjoyed a different pedestal from which to look down her nose at others. Her platinum blonde hair was teased and sprayed into a hard little football helmet around her head, reminiscent of a beehive but lacking the volume. She was tall and angular and wore a simple blue dress that Donna Reed would have been proud to call her own. I saw her start toward me on more than one occasion and had managed to make myself disappear before she arrived. I knew it was only a matter of time, though, before she reminded me I was a heathen in need of saving. Spouses smiled politely and shook hands with alumni, relegating themselves to the sidelines while classmates squealed and hugged and chatted like long-lost lovers. I told of my self-employment time and again until I was sick of the sound of my own voice. Married? No. Children? No. Have I been a good boy? Mostly. I kept an ever-vigilant eye open for Mickey Rogers and Monica Billingsley. I spotted Mickey across the room after about an hour, but by the time I extricated myself from the conversation I was in, he had disappeared. Monica had yet to show, and I was hoping Lincoln hadn't been blowing smoke up my ass about her fervent desire to attend. A large banquet table had been placed along the eastern wall, offering punch and finger foods to the guests. As I helped myself to a glass, Kate Jenkins breezed by, stopping to grab a cracker and pop it into her mouth before brushing the crumbs from her fingertips. She saw me, and her face lit up.
"Oh, Dwayne, you did make it this time,"
she squealed, devouring me in an uncomfortable embrace. I'm not much of a social hugger. "Yes," I said, smiling and pulling free. "You did a really wonderful job, Kate." She snorted.
"I don't know about that. Nothing turned out the way it was supposed to. I never could find a replacement for the band on such short notice. Well, I did find a replacement, but they were really awful, truly."
She whinnied like a horse and covered her mouth as her cheeks turned bright red.
"How would you have felt about polka for mood music?"
I laughed, picturing the baffled faces that would have filled the room. "Well, I think what you've done is fine."
"I'm so disappointed, though. I'd hoped to at least find a DJ, but I didn't even manage that. You wouldn't believe the type of money they wanted. One of Rachel's boys offered to do it, but all he had was heavy metal, and I didn't think that was appropriate either. I settled on some anthology CDs I found up to Walmart, from our time, you know, and brought a 5-disc CD changer. Pressed the shuffle button, and voila! Instant party mix."
Kate beamed at her own ingenuity, even if she professed disappointment. "Well, I think it's very nice," I repeated.
"It almost turned into a disaster," Kate added. "Would you believe that Monica took off on me not 3 days before the reunion? You wouldn't believe the extra work that caused for Jill and myself. Sometimes I just can't understand the way that girl's mind works. She was there for all of the committee planning and organizing, but when it was time for us to roll up our sleeves and actually start doing something, she's off like the breeze." She clucked disapprovingly. "Is she coming tonight?" I asked. "I haven't seen her yet." "Oh, yes, she was here earlier this evening, asking about Mickey Rogers. I haven't seen him yet, have you?"
All of the dots were connecting, but to what end? Monica was seeking out Mickey Rogers, and I was seeking out both of them. "I saw him, but only from across the room," I replied. I smiled politely to Kate and excused myself, making the rounds again. In the far corner of the room, I could see Doug Boggs, underdressed in jeans and a Cincinnati Bengals jersey. He had taken Chad Patterson and his wife hostage, talking animatedly about himself, no doubt. He carried a glass in one hand, occasionally making sweeping gestures with it and nearly spraying Chad and his wife with fruit punch. They looked like deer caught in headlights, ready to bolt at the first opportunity. Luckily for them, I had a particular effect on Doug Boggs. As I slowly approached and he caught sight of me, he excused himself in mid-sentence, running off like a frightened rabbit. He wasn't sure if I was ready to play nice yet, and I think I liked it that way. I maliciously wondered if his pit bull mother was waiting somewhere in the building, acting as his date and chaperone. Still no sign of Mickey or Monica. With each pass around the room, I ran into people with whom I hadn't yet reacquainted, and my patience was running thin as I paused time and again to smile and go through the motions. I hoped I wasn't being too inadvertently rude to my former classmates, but I couldn't help but be distracted. Midway through the evening, Rachel Cox sought me out and pulled me aside.
Dwayne, I'm so glad to see you. Do you remember me?
Her chestnut hair was pulled into a chignon, and she wore a knee-length red sleeveless dress. A strand of white pearls was draped gracefully around her long, tanned neck. Of course, you just about ran me down at the gas station a couple of weeks ago, I rudely reminded her. She winced.
I was hoping you'd forgotten that part, at least, she said with a grin. My mind was a million miles away. I'm so sorry.
I laughed. I'm just giving you a hard time, Rachel. Is it still... I let my voice trail off, hoping she would supply me with her current surname.
It's still Cox, she said with a smile. I never did get married. Now I hope that you're not one of those sanctimonious types who's going to remind me that having children out of wedlock is a mortal sin. I hear that at every opportunity from Jill.
No, I said. Who am I to judge anyone about anything? I realized that the change I had noted in Rachel 2 weeks ago was still present, removing harsh lines from a face which I had grown up detesting.
Like I told you at the gas station, I was really hoping we might get an opportunity to talk tonight, she said.
Truthfully, my mind was only half with her. I was continuing to scan the room for any sign of Mickey or Monica. I said distractedly, having no luck whatsoever in spotting my quarry.
Look, she said, I don't blame you for being less than enthusiastic to see me. I was a real bitch to you and the other guys when we were in school. I really hoped I would have the opportunity to tell you how sorry I am.
She had my attention now. Rachel had always been so brainless in school. Not stupid, but unwilling to make her own choices. She had followed Monica's every directive, laughing on cue, insulting on cue, wounding countless others on cue. That was a lot of years ago, I said.
Yes, it was, she agreed. And a lot can happen to a person in the time between. My father was arrested and convicted for embezzlement, thus blacklisting the entire Cox family from the social circle to which we had become accustomed. My father had a serious gambling problem we didn't know about, pissing away the family fortune over a matter of years. He got himself in pretty deep, and I guess he thought he could pull the embezzlement off. I don't know. People do a lot of crazy things when they think they don't have any other choice.
From some mouths, this story would have begged for pity, asking its listener to grieve for the poor little rich family who had finally behaved so poorly that all of its toys had been taken away. But Rachel spoke only of fact, not requiring my sympathy, only my attention.
Obviously, Monica and Jill dropped me like a hot potato, she continued. I was an untouchable, our family moving from the house where I grew up to a small apartment on 5th Street. Believe me, I know now that the neighborhood on 5th Street could be a hell of a lot worse, but at the time, it seemed like we had moved to the projects. My family completely disintegrated. I had no friends and no one to turn to. I met a sailor named Bart Blasco when I was 19. He was on leave and visiting his family in West Portsmouth. He was about halfway through a 6-month tour of duty. He was a big, loud drunk who liked to hit me a lot, but I absolutely insisted upon staying with him when he returned to town for good. We had 3 babies together, one right after the other. 2 boys and a girl.
She pulled pictures up on her cell phone.
This is Trina, Terry, and Timmy.
I nodded approvingly as the proud mother showed off her handsome family. I noted there were no pictures of Bart Blasco, however.
One night, she continued, after a particularly long night of drinking with his buddies, Bart nearly strangled me in our living room. Timmy, our oldest, was trying to stop him and ended up with a severely fractured arm. The next day, I cut that bastard out of my life for good. I thought I deserved better than that. I thought my kids deserved way better than that.
Sounds like you've really been through a lot, I commented.
The reason I'm telling you all of this is because I want you to understand, she said. I had no concept of how hard the real world could be. Monica, Jill, and I were mercilessly cruel to so many people in high school. It makes me sick to my stomach to think of how poorly I behaved. I had some girls completely scared to death of me. I sent Sonia Bivens home in tears more than once, making fun of her high-water jeans. How was I to know they were the best her family could do? More to the point, why should I care? We just knew we were so cool, born leaders, you know? No one crossed us, and it was as if we were drunk with power. It seems so stupid now. I mean, look at us. Monica is married to a man she doesn't even love. Jill found her purpose in the church, passing judgment on everyone as if she's got a direct connection with the big guy upstairs. Me, well, let's just say I have been appropriately humbled. I made myself a promise I would find every last person I treated like shit and offer a sincere, heartfelt apology. You were pretty high on the list. Some people haven't let me off the hook, you know. Doug Boggs still avoids me every time he sees me.
I smiled. Believe me, that's his loss. So Monica and Jill have continued to snub you? I asked.
Jill? Not so much. She's more interested in adding me to her husband's congregation. I think she sees me as a project. Monica never came around, though. In her eyes, I had instantly been demoted to the rank and file, she said. It really chapped my ass, too. She was probably the biggest hypocrite of all.
How so?
Her family disowned her shortly after graduation, left her completely high and dry. I never heard for certain what had happened, but there was talk of an abortion, Rachel said. She went on a mission, determined to find herself a wealthy husband. Enter Lincoln Billingsley.
I guess I didn't realize his family was so well off, I said. I mean, I knew they were comfortable, but...
Old money, Rachel said. They didn't flaunt their wealth like my family did. Talk about a mismatch. You remember Lincoln in school, don't you? Very bookwormish, not even remotely outgoing. And Monica, the biggest diva from Midland. Everyone knew she was after him for his money. His own family suspected, but Monica's family name was still prestigious in Lamont, even though her parents had moved on to Florida. She had not been ousted from the social stratosphere as I had been, but she would have been soon enough if she didn't replenish her cash holdings in a hurry. There's been talk she intentionally got herself pregnant to lure Lincoln into the marriage. I wouldn't begin to speculate if that's true or not, but one thing I can tell you for sure, she never stopped seeing Ryan. I thought it was horribly disrespectful to both Lincoln and Ryan's wife. What is her name?
Melanie, I supplied, listening intently.
That's right, she went on. I don't think Ryan and Monica were still romantic. Hell, I don't even think they were still friends. But their, physical relationship continued like they had never broken up.
You're absolutely sure of this?
I didn't mean to upset you,
she said quickly.
I know you and Ryan were close, and I didn't mean anything against him. It's just that Monica cast me off because I lost my financial means and dated someone she considered below her standard. In effect, it was the same thing that she was doing.
Her eyes widened and she smacked her own forehead.
This isn't coming out right at all. I don't mean Ryan wasn't good enough for Monica. I just mean that according to the standard by which she judged people, he wasn't.
It's okay, I said. I understand what you mean.
And I don't care how nice of a guy Ryan was. Running around on his wife like that is just wrong, she added.
I agree, I said. Over her shoulder, I caught sight of Mickey Rogers' profile. He was conversing with Doug Boggs, looking very little like the Mickey Rogers I had known. His once athletic body had drooped and expanded, at least 40 pounds having been added to his large frame. His thick brown hair had thinned and receded, showing bits of white scalp peeking out from amongst its strands. I turned back to Rachel. It's been great to see you, Rachel, and I mean that. I really respect what you're doing, trying to set things right with people after all this time. She smiled.
I sleep better at night.
I hope you won't think I'm rude, I said, but I see Mickey Rogers over there. I've been trying to catch up with him all evening and haven't had a chance. Would you mind? She shook her head.
Not at all. I hope I get a chance to speak with Mickey, too. I treated him like shit, too.
I turned back to where Mickey had been standing. Again, he had disappeared. A guy as large as Mickey should stand out in a crowd. A connection suddenly formed in my mind. The night I had gone to see Doug Boggs at McTavish's, I thought I had seen a familiar face at the back of the bar, just before I noticed Monica sitting at a table in the front. When I had turned back, the face had disappeared. I was relatively certain it was Mickey Rogers I had seen that night. Had he been there to see Monica, caught sight of me, and taken the back door out? It was certainly possible. Kate had said that Monica was looking for Mickey earlier. In high school, Monica had regarded Mickey with the same contempt she held for the rest of us. I saw him again, chatting with one of the former cheerleaders near the front exit. I took several steps in his direction, but his conversation ended and he headed for the door. "Mickey!" I called out. We were still at least 50 feet apart, and I hoped my voice would carry over the noise of the crowd. He stopped and turned, all expression dropping from his face as soon as he saw me. He looked as though he had absolutely no idea what to do. A nervous smile played across his face, and he lifted a finger as if to say, "Just a minute," then ducked out the door as quickly as possible. I nearly collided with Kate Jenkins in my haste to follow. She gave a startled exclamation as I lent a hand to stabilize her balance, then resumed course. By God, Mickey Rogers wasn't going to get away from me this time. In the parking lot, there were several small groups of people who had carried their conversation outdoors to be continued over cigarettes. The cars in the parking lot sat quietly, the dim overhead light casting its ghostly pallor over them. I had no idea what type of vehicle Mickey Rogers drove. I scanned the parking lot from left to right, trying to detect brake lights or reverse lights. Eventually, I saw what I was looking for. Near the mouth of the parking lot, a small two-door hatchback lurched backward and then forward, out of the parking lot in a flurry of airborne gravel. It veered to the west, heading toward Limont. Damn it! As I was about to go back inside and grab my coat and car keys, I spotted movement in the reflection of Mickey's receding taillights. Someone was running after the car, falling behind as the car accelerated on the highway. I hurried across to the mouth of the lot just as Monica Billingsley was returning from the road, gasping for breath, her lungs wheezing in protest. She was crying, tears rolling down her face. When she saw me, she collapsed in the gravel, bawling in thick, racking sobs. I knelt beside her. "Monica?" I asked, tentatively attempting to touch her shoulder. She jerked away like she had been bitten. "Are you hurt? Should I call the police?" "No," she said firmly. "Are you all right then?" I asked dubiously. "Things will never be all right again," she said, continuing to sob. Chapter 26. Several curious onlookers from the smoking groups cautiously approached, but I waved them away. "It's okay," I called. "She slipped and fell. We're fine." Dubiously, they looked at each other before returning to their posts, their cigarettes glowing like orange lightning bugs. I managed to get Monica back on her feet and guided her over to where my car was parked. She leaned against the quarter panel and continued to sob. Strands of her black hair spilled out from her coif and stuck to her glistening cheeks. She wore a navy power suit and skirt, both soiled heavily from her tantrum in the gravel. She had popped a button from the top of her vest, and her cleavage threatened to spill right out into the parking lot. "Leave me alone," she said, a little more loudly than I appreciated. "Hey," I barked, getting her attention. "Keep your voice down." "I'll do nothing of the sort." "If you keep it up, someone's going to call the police," I said. "You said you didn't want that, so it's me or the police. Take your pick." Monica fell silent, her bottom lip protruding slightly. She was my age, and yet when I looked at her, all I saw was a spoiled and pathetic little girl. She began to cry again, more quietly this time, hugging herself tightly. "I want to know what's going on," I said. "Every time I turn around, there you are. McTavish's, then the Ripper. I don't believe in that much coincidence." Monica snorted wetly. "I don't have to tell you a goddamn thing. It's a free country. I can go where I want to go." "Do you want to tell me about Riley Burkus?" She lifted her gaze, avoiding mine entirely, her lips pressed together tightly. "Did you kill Ryan McGregor?" I asked bluntly. Her head pivoted sharply, her eyes glowing like hot coals. "No, I didn't kill Ryan McGregor. How can you even ask me something like that? You loved him?" I asked, but I had lost her again. She was examining imaginary birds flying overhead. I know about the drugs, I said quietly. Her reaction to this was immediate, her eyes widening impossibly as she attempted to launch herself away from my car. I caught her in the crook of my arm and eased her back into place. I expected her to scream, but all she could do was utter broken little sounds from the back of her throat. I shook her sharply by the shoulders and got very close to her face. Monica, I'm done screwing around. Ryan is dead. Sonia Bivens has been shot. How much more has to happen? I'm not interested in causing trouble for you. I'm interested in finding out why someone put a bullet in Ryan's brain. I know that you and Ryan were still seeing each other. I've heard it from 2 different people. I know you can help me. Now, either talk to me, or I'm going to feel compelled to have a little chat with Lincoln about your extramarital activities. She deflated like a balloon, sagging back against my quarter panel and adding a fresh stripe of dust to the back of her suit jacket.
I'm so screwed,
she said softly. I gave her a moment to compose herself.
Yes, I still loved Ryan. I've never stopped. He didn't love me anymore, though. I guess I always knew that. I spent money on him, took him places, offered myself to him whenever he wanted, which was more often than you might think. After the abortion, things fell apart at my house. I watched myself die in my parents' eyes. Hardly anyone knew about it, but my parents were extremely paranoid it would all come out. After about a year, they decided they needed a change of scenery and moved to Florida. I wasn't invited.
They cut you off completely? I asked. Lincoln told me you just went to Columbus to meet your mother and visit. Monica's expression was wistful.
Mom and Dad have taken an interest in my little girl. We do, upon occasion, take Brenna up and leave her with my aunt so they have access.
Doesn't Lincoln find that odd?
He knows my parents and I have had a falling out. He just doesn't know why. He thinks it's by my choice that I don't see them, she said.
So you've never loved Lincoln? She looked at me with contempt.
What kind of fairy tale world did you grow up in, Dwayne? I had to look out for myself. No one was going to do it for me. My parents pulled up stakes and left town. The only thing they left me was the house.
Well, that's no small gift, I said. She sniffed.
Oh, sure, the house is paid for, but what about property taxes? What about repairs? What about clothes? What about food?
What about a job? I suggested. She looked at me like I was a moron, a well-practiced and often exercised expression.
I don't work. None of the Gable women have ever had to work.
So instead, you trap Lincoln Billingsley into a bad marriage, take his money, and continue as if you hadn't lost a thing?
13 years I've put into that marriage, and now...
She trailed off, unable to continue speculating about her uncertain future. Okay, I prodded. So you and Ryan continued seeing each other. How do the drugs come into play?
I don't know exactly when Ryan got involved with drugs. Riley Burkus was always getting him to do things he wouldn't normally have done. About a month ago, Ryan and I met for one of our afternoons. He was agitated and out of sorts, and before long, I was ready to drop him off and go back home. Before I did, he told me he had gotten in way over his head with some very bad people. He was afraid his life was in danger. Of course, I thought he was pulling my chain, trying to sound dangerous and sexy. We always liked a little danger, she said, smiling wickedly. He said he had a big favor to ask. No, not just a big favor, an enormous favor. He needed to borrow some money, and I'm not just talking about $20, Monica said.
How much? She paused, reluctant to divulge.
Let's just say that I borrowed heavily from one of my husband's accounts.
So you just did it? No questions asked?
At first, no, she said. I told him he would have to get out of his own mess and leave me the hell out of it. But then Riley stopped by and showed me something that changed my mind. He had several 8x10 black and white glossies of Ryan and me enjoying each other.
Riley was blackmailing you? I asked, unable to keep the disbelief from my tone. She nodded her head silently. You're losing me. Didn't you think that Lincoln would notice his money had been withdrawn? Didn't you think Riley would just keep hitting you up for cash? I asked.
Riley wasn't trying to bleed me dry with the pictures. He just needed access to the cash for long enough to buy this drug shipment and then turn around and sell it up north. A buyer had already been arranged.
He offered to give me the pictures and the negatives in exchange for a not-so-small loan, a loan that was to be repaid with interest, she said. Didn't you worry that he might have duplicates made before he surrendered the negatives to you?
I didn't look that far ahead, okay?
Monica said exasperatedly.
All I could see were the pictures in front of my face. I think Lincoln would have gotten the idea loud and clear. Ryan really believed that Riley had been as caught up in this whole mess as he had been. They were committed to making this sale, and Ryan was afraid without my money they'd end up dead. Before this, they had been selling a little weed here and there. You remember how Ryan was. It was easy money, and that was the kind he liked best. Little to no work involved, just a little bit of danger. When Riley told Ryan about the opportunity for something bigger, something far more profitable, I think Ryan's appetite was whetted. Ryan figured Riley's connections were probably organized crime because he was talking about something really, really big. A small-time hood like Riley doesn't get very far without some major backing. So what did they need your money for? I asked. Riley told Ryan that he was required to make a deposit on the transaction. Give him a vested interest in the outcome, you know.
Isn't that how it works? She asked, looking at me expectantly. This may come as a surprise to you, Monica, but I've never sold so much as a joint in my entire life. I have no idea how it works. What went wrong?
I don't know many details about the actual deal,
she said, and I looked at her skeptically.
Really? The only thing I wanted to know was when I was to pick up my money. It needed to be back within the month or Lincoln would have noticed it was missing.
How much are we talking? I persisted. After a moment of silence, Monica softly said,
$60,000.
You don't think that Lincoln would notice a $60,000 withdrawal even if it had eventually been redeposited?
I took the money from a mutual fund. I planned to deposit it into another. We transfer funds like that fairly often. Lincoln might question the delay in crediting the money, but I think he would assume it was paperwork and such, she said.
Kind of risky.
I had no choice, okay? At least that way he'd never see those pictures, she said hotly.
So then Ryan was killed. What did you do? I asked.
I panicked, she said. The payoff was supposed to be a few days after Ryan was shot. I didn't want to talk to Riley, but I didn't think I had any choice. I arranged to meet him at McTavish's the night I saw you. I knew by then you were poking your nose around, and I didn't want you to see me and Riley together.
Did you eventually talk to him?
Yes, I met him the next day. He told me to relax, that everything was fine. He said that whatever Ryan had been killed over it had nothing to do with our mutual business. He said that his buyer was a little spooked by all the police activity surrounding Ryan's death, so he had pushed back the exchange by a couple of weeks. I totally freaked out. We are right to the wire on timing. I've got to get that money back into the accounts. But Riley was real smug, told me I really didn't have any choice in the matter.
What about the night that I saw you at the Ripper together? I asked.
I have no idea.
What do you mean? I asked, perplexed.
Riley didn't tell me why he wanted to see me, only that it was urgent I come. I flew to Ashland like a bat out of hell, thinking that maybe he had my money.
He didn't?
I don't know. I'd only been there for a couple of minutes when he came up beside me and leaned against the bar. He had only said a few words when I noticed he was watching something across the room. I followed his gaze, and there you were, sitting with Ryan's widow. I think you know the rest, she said.
She removed a cigarette from a crumpled pack of Virginia Slims and lit it with nervous fingers. You didn't speak to Riley again after that?
I left town. I didn't want to run into you again. I didn't want to have this conversation, she said, taking a long drag from her cigarette.
So why did you come back tonight? Surely you knew I'd be at the reunion, I said.
I had to take the chance. I hoped to just breeze in and breeze out. See, this was my rendezvous, she said.
Your rendezvous? I repeated. She nodded.
When Riley rescheduled the repayment, he rescheduled it for tonight.
Here? I asked with astonishment. Riley didn't even go to Midland.
No, but Mickey Rogers did, she said.
I was silent for a moment. Mickey, I finally said. So he's involved in all of this too?
I guess so, Monica said with a shrug. I have no idea how. I haven't spoken to Mickey in years. Ryan hadn't spoken to him since the night Donnie died. I was completely surprised when Riley told me that Mickey would be bringing my money to me tonight.
Back up, I said. Ryan hadn't spoken to Mickey since the night Donnie died? What does one have to do with the other? Monica cleared her throat and took another puff of mentholated smoke into her lungs. Next to no one knows this, she said quietly, but Ryan was haunted by it. I don't know why he finally shared it with me, of all people, but I don't think he could keep it to himself any longer. The night that Donnie overdosed, he had been running around with Ryan, Mickey, and Riley. They were there when he died? I was stunned. That wasn't how the story had been relayed at all. He had been found in his car, parked in front of his parents' house. He had stormed out the previous evening after a terrible argument with them. His death had been ruled an accidental overdose. Monica nodded. I guess Ryan had been drinking and had passed out when it actually happened. But Mickey and Riley had been there. I guess there was no question that Donnie was dead, so they parked his car in front of his parents' house and scooted his body from the passenger seat to the driver's seat. Then they took off. No one ever knew they were together. They had been partying in an old abandoned barn out on Brenner. There could have been a million witnesses, I said. But there weren't. Mickey couldn't hardly stand to see Ryan after that. It was a constant reminder of that night, she said. Ryan never talked about it either, other than to me. He said they were so scared. They had no idea what to do after Donnie overdosed. I shook off the picture Monica was painting. Not wanting to see my two best friends as they had been, manipulating the corpse of my other best friend away from the scene of the accident and depositing him near his parents' doorstep before cowardly fading into the distance. I decided to bring the conversation back to the present. Okay, so Mickey was supposed to bring your money. Did he? She laughed pathetically, and the sound morphed back into wailing. No. I mean, I only just saw him when he came out into the parking lot. He just about knocked me down. I guess he was trying to get away from you. I tried to keep up with him, but he kept telling me, not now, and then he was gone. If I don't have that money in the bank by tomorrow, I'm toast. Where does Mickey Rogers live? I asked. Out on Turner's Ridge, she said. It's really just a little shack. Close to Sonia Bivens? Monica thought for a moment. I think he's a couple of houses beyond hers, yes. I drove along Turner's Ridge slowly, flashing back to the last evening I had been there. The memory of the gunman wrestling with Sonia's big dog played at the corners of my mind, making the hair along my neckline and on my arms bristle. It was nearly 10:30. Mickey had gotten a 20-minute head start, and I had no way of knowing for sure he had been heading back to his home, but it was the only place that I knew to try. I slowed the car as I passed Sonia's trailer, sitting dark and empty behind the front yard filled with discarded tires. I hoped that she might be able to safely return home soon. I continued on. The next structure on the right was a small log cabin. A decades-old Ford van was parked in the drive, but no sign of the small hatchback I had seen exiting the bingo hall's parking lot. I continued on. The next property was occupied by a small, square, wood-framed house. It was in desperate need of repair, its roof sagging hazardously and light from inside shining through cracks in the outer wall. I knew that I had hit pay dirt. A dark blue Ford Festiva was pulled straight into the front yard, its hatchback raised. I could see no activity around the car, but the front door of the house was partially open. I cut my headlights and pulled to the side of the road. I bridged the distance quickly, crossing through the driveway and walking past the hatchback. Some clothing had been thrown haphazardly in the back seat. It looked as though Mickey was preparing to make a sudden getaway. I eased onto the porch and held my breath, pressing against the outer wall and listening for sounds from inside. I could hear heavy footsteps, crossing from one end of the house to the other. Mickey was in a real hurry to get out of here. Carefully, I peeked through the partially open door. The inside of the house consisted of one small room. The room was sparsely furnished, with a fold-out couch placed against the western wall and a card table tucked back into the corner kitchenette. Mickey was standing at the far end, clad in blue jeans and a sleeveless ribbed t-shirt, the extra weight he had gained swelling around his belt line like a life preserver. His back was to me, stuffing clothing into an old gym bag, his arms pumping like pistons. It only took a second before I recognized the tattoo on his right shoulder. I swear, I think the grinning skull actually winked at me. The intruder in Sarah's house, the one who assaulted Melanie and stabbed me, it was none other than my old pal, Mickey Rogers. I saw red. Sometimes fury causes me to act without thinking, and this was one of those times. I was across the room before Mickey even knew I had entered. I didn't give a moment's consideration to the possibility he might be armed. Luckily for me, he wasn't. My first punch caught him between the mouth and nose, blood vessels bursting like piñatas. My second punch landed on the side of his face, knocking his head against the wall. Dazed, he lost his footing and started to slide down. I caught him by his neck and pulled him upright, leaning an elbow against his Adam's apple. "You fucking stabbed me!" I spit at him, my hot breath in his face. He moved his mouth as if to speak, but I was holding him too tightly by the throat for anything to come out. "Did you shoot Ryan too?" I demanded. "How about Sonia? She's just a couple doors down. Easy prey." His face was turning red, and I realized I needed to relax my grip, just a bit. "No, man, no," he pleaded. "I didn't kill anybody, I swear to God. Please, give me a chance to explain, please." "Why don't you start with why you stabbed me?" I pushed him roughly to the side where he toppled over onto the open sleeper sofa. "I didn't want to hurt you, Dwayne," he said earnestly. "I swear to God." "You've got one hell of a funny way of showing it," I said, standing menacingly over him. "I didn't expect to see you. I panicked. I had to get out of there. I aimed for your arm. I didn't want to hurt you," he implored. "Well," I said, "very considerate of you. What's going on, Mickey? What's your involvement? Are you and Riley Burkus buddies now, or do you just do business together?" "Riley Burkus is a psycho, man," Mickey said. "We're not buddies." "That's not what I heard," I said. "Monica told me you, Ryan, and Riley were having a regular old boys' night out the evening that Donnie overdosed. She told me that was about the time you stopped hanging around with Ryan. What happened?" Mickey's eyes flitted from side to side, desperately seeking escape. He looked like a caged animal, and I braced myself, expecting him to rush me at any moment. I was unprepared when, out of complete frustration, Mickey burst into tears. Awful, wrenching wails. Eventually, he found his voice again. "I'll never forget that night as long as I live. You'd already moved to Columbus, and I was going to school at UK. I'd come up for the weekend. I called Ryan, and we planned to go out to Peterman's barn on Brenner. Do you remember the one? Big, empty, and set back from the road. Donnie was coming, and Ryan was bringing a new friend, Riley Burkus. I know it sounds stupid, but we were filming a little horror movie. Ryan's dad had just bought a new camcorder, and back then that was a big deal. They were still pretty pricey, and not too many people had them. Ryan had managed to borrow it, and we were going to go out to Peterman's, get trashed, and make the next part of Friday the 13th. It sounded just like something we would have done, only with Riley taking my place within the group. So what happened? Riley didn't hit it off too well with Donnie. He thought Donnie was a baby. Remember how Donnie was toward the end of school? Real flaky? We all drank too much, and Donnie just kept going further and further over the top. Riley wanted to talk about all the girls he had laid while Donnie was screaming and running around like an idiot. We tried to film some scenes in the barn, but Donnie kept wrecking them, laughing, farting, doing something to ruin the shot. Riley just about ripped him apart after a while, but me and Ryan talked him down. We put the camera away and settled in for an evening of drinking. Mickey paused, swallowing a lump in his throat. When he spoke again, his voice was shaky and uneven. Eventually, Ryan passed out. Me and Riley were pretty much talking to each other while Donnie entertained himself, throwing rocks at empty bottles, singing goddamn campfire songs. Riley asked me if I had ever smoked weed before, and I told him occasionally Ryan and I had. We smoked a joint together, but Donnie refused any part of it. Riley pulled me aside and gave me a small pouch of powder. He told me it was just like what you got out of a joint, you know? The stuff that gets you high. He dared me to slip it into Donnie's drink when he wasn't looking. Mickey's voice broke then, and he paused to collect himself. I looked at him blankly, waiting for him to continue. "Don't you see?" he eventually said. "That was the LSD that Donnie overdosed on. He didn't kill himself. I killed him. Oh my God, I killed him." He put his face in his hands and blubbered loudly. "It sounds like Riley Burkus killed him." "But he used me to do it," Mickey exclaimed. "We were all so scared. Riley too, or at least I thought so at the time. I had no idea what had happened. The evening had just turned out horribly wrong. I was at college on scholarship. It would have ruined my career.
Riley had taken charge, telling us what to do with Donnie, how to get rid of him. We had gone to Peterson's in 2 cars, so Ryan and Riley followed while I drove Donnie back in his own car to the front of his house. It's a miracle no one saw us. Donnie had been having so many emotional problems lately that his parents didn't even question his suicide. Since then, I hadn't been able to talk to Ryan. Every time I saw him, I saw Donnie's dead face, his eyes all glassy, foam running out of the corner of his mouth. I did that to him.
You stopped seeing Ryan and yet you maintained a relationship with Riley? I asked.
Not by choice. That son of a bitch had me by the short hairs. At some point, he had turned the camcorder back on. He had planned the whole damn thing. He captured everything on videotape, starting with me slipping that damned acid into Donnie's drink while Donnie's back was turned.
He's been blackmailing you? I asked. What for?
Obviously not money, Mickey said bitterly, indicating his meager surroundings. My future bottomed out right after Donnie died. I lost my basketball scholarship with UK because my game got so poor. I couldn't concentrate on the game. I couldn't concentrate on my classes. I moved back to Limont and became Riley's slave, his lackey, his henchman. He didn't ask me to do things very often, but when he did, I knew I'd better jump.
Did Ryan know about the videotape?
Mickey shook his head. Ryan had been asleep when the whole thing went down. At first, I couldn't bring myself to tell him, and then Riley warned me not to.
What was Riley's motivation? I don't understand, I said.
When I say Riley Burkus is a psychopath, it's not just a figure of speech, Mickey said. He lies as easily as he breathes, positioning people just where he wants them. If he had half an opportunity to get dirt on someone, he was all over it like stink on shit. I'm sure he had something on Ryan too, but I don't know what it was. Then he constructed scenarios and put all his players in motion.
What sort of things did he ask you to do? I asked.
Mostly drug exchanges. I was the method of transport, he said.
How did you get involved in what's been going on the last few weeks?
It all started with Riley dropping by, telling me he had another job for me to do. I was to pick up a Chevy Celebrity that he would leave for me in the Portsmouth Municipal parking lot. You know, the one on 3rd. He said there would be a black bag stuffed under the passenger seat. I was to drive out to the rest area at the Green Up Dam, be there by 10 sharp. He said to wear a ski mask and something dark.
Yes, I've seen the disguise, I interrupted. Go on.
He said someone would come along and let himself into the front seat. He would also be carrying a black bag. He would exchange his for mine and then be on his way. I was to leave the car where I found it in Portsmouth, and Riley would take it from there. You can imagine how surprised I was when it was Ryan who got into my car that night, he said.
Ryan? I asked. This didn't make sense. According to Monica, Riley and Ryan were buying the drugs. Mickey was telling me he and Riley were selling the drugs. That put Riley at both ends of the transaction. I smelled a big, pearly-toothed rat. Did he recognize you?
No,
Mickey said, dabbing at the drying blood from beneath his nose.
And I didn't say anything either. I was afraid if Ryan knew it was me, it would lead to too many questions. I still couldn't tell him about Donnie.
Okay, so now Riley has you returning Monica's money to her, I said. He looked at me stupidly. He had no idea what I was talking about. Monica told me you were supposed to meet her at the reunion, have something for her, I prodded. It was to no avail. Mickey's expression was as blank as a fresh sheet of paper.
Monica? He repeated. Monica Billingsley? What does she have to do with all of this?
It was beginning to make sense now. Riley was playing both ends against the middle. Somehow, he already had the drugs in his possession, free and clear, when he proposed this plan to Ryan. He had used Ryan to extort money from Monica, never intending to repay a dime. I had no idea what his ultimate plan may have been. There was enough contraband in that knapsack to retire on if he could recover it. Somewhere, something had gone wrong, and Ryan had ended up dead. A cold shiver crawled up my spine. Mickey was still looking stupidly at me. So who killed Ryan? I mused aloud.
Well, who do you think? Mickey exploded. Riley Burkus, of course.
Riley has an alibi, I said. He was camping with a buddy. Of course, that's assuming his buddy isn't lying for him.
Well, I can assure you his buddy is lying for him, said Mickey. His buddy is yours truly.
I was flabbergasted. You've known all this time that Riley killed Ryan, and you haven't said a word?
Riley called me the day after Ryan was shot, before I had heard anything about it, and asked me what I had been doing all weekend. I had holed up for a John Wayne weekend on TNT, hadn't been anywhere. He told me that if anyone asked, he and I had been camping all weekend. He told me where, when we got there, and when we left. He didn't offer any more explanation than that. Sure enough, some cop came out here knocking on my door later that afternoon. He said he needed to verify that Riley Burkus and I had been together the previous evening. I told him we were, just like Riley had said. The cop didn't tell me anything about Ryan. He just took my answer and was on his way. I didn't hear about it for a couple of days, and when I did, I about shit myself. Riley had called me in the meanwhile, asking me to do a couple of break-ins for him. He said the book bag had been stolen out of the Chevy and he had to find it. He said he hadn't discounted the possibility I had stolen it from him, and if I knew what was in my best interest, I would find that bag as quickly as possible.
So I have you to thank for trashing my house? I asked. He looked at me quizzically.
I haven't been anywhere near your house. You ran into me at Sarah's, and I also went through an apartment Ryan had rented. Apparently he and his old lady were on the outs. I never found anything, though.
What made you decide to cut and run? I asked, indicating his duffel bag on the edge of the bed.
I knew from where Riley was sending me that I was looking for the bag Ryan had taken from my car that night. When I heard Ryan had been murdered the same night that I provided Riley with an alibi, well, it doesn't take a genius to figure out what happened. I keep hoping Riley will just go away, leave me alone, he said bitterly. But I'm really afraid he's eventually going to kill me too.
I don't understand why Riley would have even had you and Ryan meet in the first place, I said. Wasn't that taking an awful chance? You could have told Ryan that night it was you. The two of you could have unraveled Riley's plan right there.
You'd have to know Riley to understand, Mickey said. This is what he thrives on. He's the puppet master. We're all his little puppets. He's pulling the strings. The game isn't nearly so much fun if he doesn't take some chances along the way. The quickest way to kill someone is to walk up, draw a gun, pull the trigger. No thought, no hesitation. Thing is, there's no sport in that method. Riley is quite a sportsman.
My cell phone rang shrilly, causing both of us to jump. I snatched it out of my pocket, keeping a careful eye on Mickey, who had leaned forward on the bed as if to stand. "What?" I barked into the earpiece. My blood ran cold. Melanie was hysterical. She was crying and trying to talk, but it was meshing together into nonsense. The only word I could decipher was Riley. "Melanie? Slow down. I can't understand a word."
"That bastard has Jasmine!" she shrieked. "Oh my God, what are we going to do? You have to come here. You have to come here immediately."
"Of course," I said, beginning to pace. "I'll be right there. Did he say what he wants?"
"You're to meet him at midnight at the Green Up Dam rest area. Take that goddamn stuff. He left instructions. They're for you. Oh God, we have to go. Get here."
"I'll be right there," I assured, disconnecting the call. I turned back to Mickey, who had risen to his feet while I was on the phone, trying to get the gist of the conversation. "Your good buddy Riley has now kidnapped Ryan's 10-year-old daughter. What do you have to say about that?" I barked. I turned and headed for the door. I didn't hear him coming. First, his hand was on my shoulder, whirling me around.
"No more innocent victims,"
he said solemnly, and the last thing I saw before dropping into involuntary unconsciousness was his right hand approaching like a high-velocity 3D special effect. Chapter 27. I was only out for a few minutes, but it was long enough for Mickey Rogers to make a hasty departure. My jaw throbbed from the force of his punch, and I was extremely pissed. This made twice he had laid me out. I hurried to my car and sped toward Brenner Hollow. My dashboard clock said it was 11:15, and I was running short on time. Melanie met me in the yard, her eyes swollen and wet. Sarah was right behind her, her face squirreled up with worry. Melanie threw herself into my arms, sobbing with an intensity I felt throughout her entire body.
"My God, Dwayne," she said, "what are we going to do?"
"Are you absolutely certain it was Riley who called?" I asked. She nodded.
"He didn't say his name, but I knew who it was. He came in right through Jasmine's window and took her. She had gone to bed around 9. She's got school, and the next thing I know, I'm getting a phone call telling me Jasmine's been taken. He wants the drugs, Dwayne. He's not fooling around. You have to give him the drugs," she pleaded.
"Of course," I said as soothingly as I could. "So I'm supposed to just take them to the Greenup Dam at midnight?" Melanie nodded her head.
"On the observation deck. He said you'd better have the stuff with you if we ever wanted to see Jasmine again. He said he'd shoot her at the sound of the first siren. We have to go."
I held her firmly by her arms and shook my head. "You need to stay here," I said. She flared instantly.
"What? There is no way. I need to be there. I have to make sure she doesn't hurt my baby. I can't just—"
"You're hysterical, Melanie," I said, forcing a calm I didn't feel. "I have to be able to think, and I can't have you going to pieces on me. You're too close to this. You'll lose it the minute you see Jasmine." She struggled for an argument, her pained expression saying more than any words she might have been able to find. She finally pressed her forehead against my chest and cried helplessly.
"Go,"
she said quietly, pushing me back toward my car. "I'll call you as soon as I can," I said, reluctantly letting go of her arms. She nodded mutely. "Be careful, Dwayne," Sarah said. I smiled. "Everything will be all right."
"Promise?"
Melanie's eyes were tear-stained and hopeful, asking for an assurance that I couldn't possibly give. "Promise." I said it anyhow. I drove down Brenner Hollow, my mind swirling from the last few hours. It was as though a curse had been placed upon my fellow alumni, grave tragedies passed out like diplomas at graduation. My class only had 48 members. After graduation, before even a year had passed, Stacy Dutton was killed by a drunk driver. In the years since, Charlie Hoover had been killed in a motorcycle accident. Donnie Irwin had died of a not-so-accidental overdose. Ryan McGregor had been murdered in the dead of night. After only 15 years, my class's mortality rate was alarmingly high, a little over 8%. By the end of the evening, it would be even higher. As if he hadn't moved a muscle in days, the same old security guard snoozed at the entrance to the bus depot, his cap pulled down slightly over his eyes. It was 11:25. I was operating in a mechanical daze, getting from one place to the next while my mind tried to formulate some sort of plan of attack. I had just been to the Greenup Dam rest area, the day Melanie and I had gone to Ashland. I wished I had paid more attention to its layout. To the best of my recollection, the observation deck at the rear of the rest area could only be accessed by a spiral set of metal stairs, one way up, one way down. I breathed a sigh of relief as I opened the locker door and saw the plump book bag resting inside the small metal cell. As I was driving from Brenner Hollow, I had been overcome by the certain knowledge that someone would have stolen the ransom from the locker after I had left it there Monday night. A heavy-set man was collecting items from a locker to my right, and I waited until he cleared out before taking the bag and returning to my car. Before I drove away, I retrieved the clip of bullets I had stored in the trunk. Compared to what I was carrying in the book bag, the illegality of a concealed weapon didn't seem to matter. I snapped the clip into place in the small gun's handle. I didn't have time to care if I was being followed. I concentrated on what was ahead of me, not behind. US 52 led from Limont to Portsmouth. Traffic was still moderately thick as I passed through the town, and time seemed to crawl. A water line had burst in New Boston, the small municipality on the east end of Portsmouth, and traffic was being squeezed over into the left lane. I could barely contain my nervous energy. It was only a short delay, but I felt like jumping out of my car and proceeding on foot. I forced myself to be patient, and soon had cleared New Boston, US 52 finally opening up to highway speed. The further I got from the Portsmouth area, the less traffic I encountered. The reflective highway markers winked in the beam of my headlights before zipping past in quick succession on the left. The closer I got to the dam, the more I worried about Jasmine's safety. Riley's plan, whatever it may have been, hadn't gone according to schedule. He had killed Ryan. I couldn't imagine he had any intention of leaving witnesses behind. That left Jasmine's as well as my own future very uncertain. I eased my car down the entrance ramp to the rest area, curving slowly to the left as I descended into the parking lot. The ramp merged onto a one-way lane which continued in an oblong, rectangular loop around a large courtyard. The grassy lawn extended like a football field, concrete pillars positioned within its midsection supporting the overhead bridge. Picnic tables scattered about the lawn offered travelers a place to eat other than in their cars. They were unoccupied. It was too cold and the wrong time of day for an outdoor meal. An elderly woman and her husband were emerging from the facilities at the western end of the courtyard, returning to their RV, which had Canadian license plates. Only a few other cars were in the parking lot, most of which were parked at the other end. I didn't see anyone else moving in the courtyard, but a light fog had descended upon the river like a cotton blanket, reducing visibility. I looped around the lot, the observation tower visible on my right against the foggy night sky. The RV pulled out, resuming its highway course. The only other vehicle at this end of the lot was parked outside the gate which led to the tower. It was a rust-colored Chevrolet Celebrity, its nose pointed toward the road, engine running. Riley was apparently ready to make a hasty getaway. I parked my car beside the Chevy and cut the engine. My pulse had quickened, and my swollen jaw pulsed with every heartbeat. I could hear the Ohio River rushing through the locks and dam, and I realized I desperately had to urinate. I looked at the clock on my dashboard. It read 11:57. There wasn't time to do anything about it now. I released the safety from my father's tiny pistol and put it carefully into my jacket pocket. I got out of the car and pulled the book bag across the passenger seat, putting it over my arm and holding onto it in a vice-like grip. The gate in the chain-link fence had been left open, inviting me to proceed. The spiral stairs were barely visible several hundred feet beyond, tucked between two square concrete buildings. The observation deck was the roof of the building on the left, while the shorter building on the right served some unknown purpose for the Green-Up hydro plant. A service road stretched from the chain-link fence back to a large garage door cut into the side of the leftmost building. The door was closed, and there didn't appear to be any activity around it. A sidewalk ran parallel to the service road on the right, providing a pathway for the public to access the observation deck which lay at its endpoint. I passed through the gate, my eyes fixed on the observation deck above. I could see no movement, but the spotlights affixed to each corner of the deck had been squelched, shrouding the entire area in foggy darkness. The concrete sections of sidewalk below my feet made a clunking, hollow sound as I passed. The sidewalk appeared to be solid, but apparently these sections could be lifted out if need be. It was an unsettling feeling, as though at any minute one of the concrete slabs might give from the strain of my weight, plummeting me to the rocky riverbank below. A metal safety rail ran along the right side of the walk, and I found myself unconsciously clinging to it as I proceeded down the dark walkway. After only a few yards, the riverbank dropped away sharply, and as I glanced over the handrail, I could see a bed of jagged rocks waiting 100 feet or so below. I had a passing sensation of vertigo as I imagined toppling over the rail and seeing the rocks rush up to greet me before breaking every bone in my body. I pushed the thought aside and continued forward. After what seemed an eternity, I reached the foot of the spiral staircase, its metal steps offering passage in only one direction: up. Riley had a distinct advantage over me. I could only see as far up as the next curve in the staircase, maybe 5 or 6 feet. He would see me as soon as I rounded the bend. I pulled the gun from my pocket and confirmed that the safety was off. I kept my finger away from the trigger, not trusting myself to keep from accidentally firing due to the growing tension in my body. I began my ascent, the gun in my right hand and leading the way like a flashlight. I carefully eased myself one step at a time to the top. In retrospect, it was silly to try and silence my footfalls. Riley would have obviously seen me approaching from the parking lot. Each bend in the staircase brought a wave of relief as I detected no sign of Riley, only to be replaced with heightened anxiety as I realized each step was bringing me closer to where he must inevitably be waiting. As I rounded the final bend in the stairwell, my hand was suddenly seized from above, my wrist twisted until I heard a sickening crunching sound. The gun fell, tumbling across the concrete floor of the observation deck. Riley stood above me, grinning poisonously, twisting my arm until I cried out in pain. He pulled me up the remaining stairs, my feet scrambling for balance until I was on the deck. In his right hand, he had a much larger gun than mine, and he deftly removed one of my front teeth with its butt before tossing me onto my side on the concrete balcony. I landed on my broken wrist and saw stars. Through it all, I clutched the book bag tightly against me. "Stupid son of a bitch," he spat. "All you had to do was mind your own fucking business." "Jasmine," I managed to say, my mouth wet with blood. "The little bitch is right here," Riley said, pulling Jasmine roughly by her neck from somewhere behind him. Her little arms were mummified tightly with gray duct tape. Her expression was vacant, terror having stripped her senses away. Her face was ghostly white, her red curls moving in the breeze from the river. She hung limply like a wet towel on a hook in Riley's firm grip. If she had any idea I was even there, she was giving no indication. "By God, if she's hurt," I began. "What? If she's hurt, what are you going to do?" he taunted, the gun pointed at my head. He pushed Jasmine back before rearing back and kicking me savagely in the ribs, knocking the breath out of me and forcing another involuntary yelp from my bloody lips. My eyes were seeking the little gun, trying to locate it through blurred vision. Riley followed my gaze and walked over to the gun, picking it up. "Is this what you want?" He released the clip, allowing it to tumble back to the concrete floor. He tossed the empty gun in front of me before retrieving the clip and tossing it out toward the river. "There you go," he said snidely. "It's all yours." "Why, Ryan," I said, pocketing the useless weapon. "What went wrong? Why did you have to kill him?" "Because the son of a bitch was trying to turn my sister into a little whore, that's why," he said hotly. "I told him we would be family. I've been telling him for a long, long time, ever since he knocked Rita up. I told him he needed to divorce the slut he was married to and do right by my sister. I gave him all the time in the world to make it happen." "So why now?" I said. "Your sister's boy is over a year old. Why now?" Riley laughed savagely. "I was supposed to meet Ryan that night, pick up the bag you got with you. On the way to pick him up, Rita called me, all upset. She told me Ryan had stopped by again for a little piece of ass. I had had enough. I was going to force that bastard to make an honest woman of Rita. He was turning her into a goddamn slut like my mother. We met out on Brenner Hollow. I guess you know where. He told me he wasn't ever going to marry my sister. I shot that motherfucker right between the eyes. Wouldn't you know, the bastard didn't trust me? The drugs weren't in the car." Jasmine's expression hadn't changed, but I could hear a soft mewing sound coming from deep in her throat. I didn't want her to hear these things about her father, but I couldn't do anything about it. I could barely move. Riley bent over me and pulled the book bag off of my shoulder. He stepped back and unzipped the top, examining the contents. Satisfied that everything was as it should be, he refastened the top and raised his gun. "If you would have just gone back to that dipshit farmhouse of yours in Columbus, none of this would be happening. I would have found them eventually. Now I'm afraid I'm going to have to kill you too. Too bad about the little girl. At least she'll be with her father soon." I closed my eyes and waited for the inevitable explosion from the muzzle of Riley's gun. It came suddenly, echoing loudly down the metal stairway. My pain receptors must have shut down, because I felt no pain, just numb terror. I had lied to Melanie. I had been unable to protect her little girl. I was disoriented when I opened my eyes. Riley was still standing over me, but his expression had grotesquely changed. Where his vicious smile had been only moments before, a stomach-turning mass of blood and bone dripped like spaghetti from what used to be his chin. His eyes were round and empty. He fell to the ground, the book bag still clenched tightly in his hand. Jasmine was curled into a fetal position against the back rail, her eyes open but unseeing. If it hadn't been for the tremors passing through her shoulders at regular intervals, I would have worried that she had been hit. I looked toward the darkened stairwell, where a large figure was looming into view. It was Mickey Rogers, holding his own gun tightly in his right hand. He slowly lowered it and approached me, kneeling to offer assistance. "Jasmine," I spit through my broken teeth. "Make sure she's all right." Mickey crossed the deck to try, but Jasmine pulled away, yelping like a wounded pup. I managed to find my feet, cradling my broken wrist against my torso. I stooped to pick up the book bag, then continued toward Jasmine. Her histrionics calmed, but I still didn't think she was fully cognizant of her surroundings. She allowed me to free her arms from the sticky tape, wincing as the elastic pulled savagely against her skin. I felt numb as we walked down the stairs, leaving Riley's lifeless body where it lay. Jasmine held my hand tightly, her expression still empty. She must have been in shock.
"I'm sorry about slugging you earlier," Mickey said. "I didn't think you'd trust me to go."
"How did you even know where we would be?" I asked.
"When Melanie called you on your cell phone, she was upset and speaking very loudly. I could hear her like she was on a speakerphone," he said. "I couldn't let anything else happen. I knew Riley had no intention of letting you and Jasmine go. Somewhere along the way, he completely snapped."
"So what about you?" I asked. "How are you going to explain what happened back there?"
"The truth," Mickey said. "I'm going to give that a shot for a change. I have to face what happened, both now and back then, with Donnie."
We walked along the concrete sidewalk back to the parking lot, the concrete plates resounding hollowly under our feet. Jasmine walked forward like a robot, her eyes fixed straight ahead. "There's one thing that's still bothering me, though," I began. Mickey stumbled on one of the seams between the sections of the sidewalk, and although I moved to steady him, he kept falling, his solid weight unresponsive to my efforts. It was then that I noticed the small red stain spreading from the center of his chest. I pulled Jasmine to me and dropped to the ground, causing white-hot bolts of pain to course through my wrist. We were about halfway along the sidewalk. To the left, the guardrail offered another unsettling glimpse of the large rocks that lay below. I scanned the horizon, trying to spot the gunman. The gate in the chain-link fence was still several yards ahead, shrouded by the collecting fog. I was frozen to the spot, my body shielding Jasmine's as best as possible. A figure appeared at the end of the sidewalk, an extended arm undoubtedly wielding the gun which had robbed Mickey of the opportunity to make amends for his past mistakes. I could hear Rita Wiggins' voice in my mind, placing the significant thing I knew had been said. It was when I asked how many siblings Rita had.
6 altogether, 3 boys and 3 girls. Raleigh and Peggy and Tina and Shermie. And Riley and me, of course.
Raleigh? Short for Roland? Roland Tilton's eyes were wild with hatred as he bridged the distance, his gun held unwaveringly in our direction, a silencer placed over its muzzle. He walked with an assured step, the shiny metal trim of his police uniform glinting in the moonlight.
"I believe that bag belongs to me," he said.
"So what's your part?" I asked, still shielding Jasmine, who had begun to softly whimper. "Buyer? Supplier?" Riley was acting as both.
"Riley was a stupid-ass punk, never listening to a word I said," Tilton said. "This little bag represents my retirement fund. I've been skimming off the top of cocaine busts for years, squirreling the stuff safely away. It would have been stupid for me to try and repeatedly unload the stuff. Every time I did, I'd be opening myself up to unnecessary interdepartmental risk. So I've been biding my time, amassing my fortune. Hell, since Riley was just a teenager."
"So this was going to be the big payoff?" I asked. "One gigantic transaction?"
"Absolutely," he said. "We put the squeeze on that rich Billingsley bitch so Riley would have some money to travel on. He was going to head south to Florida and try to unload the goods. I gave him some people to look up when he got there. I retire in 8 months. Afterward, Rita and I were going to hook up with Riley in Florida. We were going to retire and live in style. Riley insisted that Ryan McGregor would be coming too, but I knew he wasn't interested in Rita. She's a fine-looking woman, but that dog was only using her for a quick lay."
"So Ryan was participating in this whole scheme?" I asked.
"Only as much as we let him. He didn't know I was involved. He didn't even know I was related to Riley or Rita. I haven't trusted too many people with that knowledge. I've worked too long and too hard to have everything come apart because someone can't keep their damn mouth shut. Ryan thought Riley had mob ties, and we just left it at that. The share that Riley promised Ryan was nothing to sneeze at. Ryan wouldn't have had to tend bar again for a long, long time."
"But you had no intention of paying up," I said.
"Hell no. I was going to take care of that bastard myself, but Riley beat me to it," he said, grinning viciously.
The pictures of me and Melanie at the Ripper. You never had us followed, I said, trying to piece things together and stall for time.
Hell no. Riley tailed you after you and the McGregor slut left his garage that evening,
Tilton said, laughing.
He had a real thing with cameras, you know. The two of you couldn't have given him a better picture if you had posed. Now, if you don't mind, I'll take my belongings and be on my way. Of course, there'll be an investigation. It isn't every day that the Greenup Dam is the site of a shootout. I'll report that I shot you just after you killed the little girl.
Melanie will never believe you, I protested.
And just exactly where were you when Riley took the girl?
Tilton asked expectantly. I had been at Mickey Rogers, and he wouldn't be able to alibi anyone ever again.
Whether she believes it or not, I can manipulate the events to read however I want them to. Dwayne Morrow is killed during a drug deal gone bad. The drugs are lost in the Ohio River during the struggle. Local deputy decorated for his bravery.
I like the sound of it, don't you? Suddenly, Jasmine came to life, wriggling like a slippery eel in my grasp. I was so unprepared for her burst of motion that I relaxed my grip, and she was off, running up the service road. Tilton's angry gaze whipped around, locking on the girl as she ran back toward the observation deck, and his gun automatically pivoted to intercept his retreating target. Bile climbed high in my throat. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the empty little pistol which I had stuffed in there. Without even thinking, I threw the gun hard and long. They had called me Dead-Eye Dwayne in school. Mercifully, 15 years had done nothing to diminish my talent. The gun glanced off Tilton's arm, startling him. His gun discharged through the silencer like a sneeze, missing its mark by yards. His expression was one of pure fury when he turned back toward me, leveling the gun at my head. I heard a car backfire in the parking lot, and suddenly Tilton's arm sagged, the gun poised momentarily at the moon. Then his whole body went limp and he fell forward, landing on the ample cushioning of his own stomach. Behind him, crouched like a soldier, Doug Boggs was holding a revolver firmly in his two hands, its muzzle ventilating white exhaust into the cool October night. I could hear sirens screaming in the distance.